Quito, September 20, 1963. This has been a month of constant movement of people, agents, visitors, and new station personnel. The first of the new station operations officers has arrived. He's Morton, Pete, Palmer, and his cover is in the embassy. Economic section. Unquestionably he'll be an excellent addition to the station, and I'm already beginning to unload some of the covert action operations on him. Dean appointed me to look after another visitor, Ted Shannon, the former chief of station in Panama and now chief of the section of the CI staff in headquarters responsible for CIA officers under aid public safety cover. Shannon was the founder of the Inter-American Police Academy in Panama, which, incidentally, will be moving next year to Washington with a new name, the International Police Academy, and he was rather upset that we haven't been fully using our public safety cover officer, John Burke. Dean explained to Shannon his fears about Burke's getting into trouble through his overeagerness, but after Shannon left, Dean told me to start thinking about what operations we can give to Burke. Dean is worried about criticism in headquarters that he's not using his people, but in fact there's lots of work Burke can do. The first thing will be to integrate him with the Special Forces interrogation team working on the political prisoners. Reynaldo Varia returned to Ecuador yesterday, but his troubles are far from over. Immediately after the coup, the junta cancelled the impeachment case against Varia but announced that he would have to stand trial if he ever returned. His return means that his trial begins again, and he has also agreed to refrain from political activity. From Panama he had gone to Houston, where a headquarters officer gave him termination pay, but if Dean needs to see him he can establish contact through Otto Clayton-Sky. Manuel Naranjo was replaced as Ecuador's UN ambassador and has also returned. Headquarters was highly impressed with his work for us at the UN, and Dean feels the same. In fact, he's going to nominate Naranjo, who is now back at work in the Socialist Party, for career agent status, which would mean considerable income, fringe benefits, job tenure, and retirement pay. Juan Sevilla, Arosmena's Minister of the Treasury, is the only one of our political action assets in the old government to get a new job with the junta. Probably because of his firm action during the months before the junta took over, he's been named by the junta as Ecuador's new ambassador to West Germany. We're forwarding the file to the Bonn station and making contact arrangements in case they want to use him in Germany. A few weeks ago I gave Sevilla money for Carlos Rendon, his private secretary, who caught Rura and made the plant on Flores. Apparently Rendon has been threatened and is going to leave the country for a few months. Lieutenant Colonel Federico Gortaire was reassigned from Army Commander in Manabí Province to Military Governor of Chimborazo Province. For the time being we'll communicate with him through Jorge Gortaire in order to save time, but Dean wants to have one of the new officers begin going directly to Riobamba to see Colonel Gortaire as soon as possible. Dean still refuses to intercede with the Minister of Government, Colonel Luis Mora Bowen, on behalf of Cristobal Mogrovejo. Mogrovejo told the police that he went to Cuba on our behalf, and his mother even came to see the ambassador, but Dean is playing real dumb. I think he ought to help the poor guy out of that stinking, miserable jail. The country's honeymoon with the junta is fading fairly fast. The traditional political parties are getting worried that the junta may stay in power longer than they've admitted, and their massive promotions of military officers haven't been very popular. Especially since among the first to be promoted were the junta members themselves. Now they are 1 colonel, 1 admiral, and 2 generals. Quito, October 15, 1963. Labor operations are still unsettled because of the junta's arbitrary actions. Since last month, a new national traffic law has been in preparation, but the junta refuses to consult the National Drivers Federation, taxi, truck, and bus drivers, which will be the organization most affected by the law. Everyone understands the need to stop the general traffic chaos and the carnage that so frequently occurs on the roads, especially when overcrowded buses roll off the mountainside because of their poor mechanical condition. Traditionally, the driver, if he's alive and can move, flies from the scene as fast as he can go. But the Drivers' Federation is our top priority to woo away from the CTE and eventually into the CO slow. So we called Jack Otero back from Rio de Janeiro to see if he could intercede with the junta on the traffic law question, even though the Drivers' Federation isn't affiliated with the ITF. Something may come from the effort, perhaps not with the junta but with the Drivers' Federation. Even the IFLD operation is beset with problems. The country program chief here isn't an agent, and so we can't guide him, except through Washington, so that his program harmonizes nicely with ours. Doherty finally came to help straighten out the IFLD program for us, but this isn't the end of it. He's going to arrange to have Emilio Garza, the IFLD man in Bogota who is a recruited and controlled agent, come here for as long as is needed to make sure the IFLD program is run the way Dean wants it run. Mostly it's a question of personnel assignments through which we want to favor our agents. Sooner or later all the IFLD programs will be run closely by the stations. Until now the expansion has been so fast that in many cases non-agents have been sent as IFLD chiefs and can only be controlled through cumbersome arrangements of the kind we've had here. Political prisoners are being released to go into exile as their cases are reviewed. There are still well over 100 of them. Flores and Rivera are both going to Chile in exile. Araujo finally got a safe conduct and left for Bolivia a week ago. Echeverria is still in hiding, rejecting the bait we set with the Vargas Land Rover. Cardenas, Vargas, Busunce, and our other penetration agents have somehow managed to avoid arrest. For a few days last week our Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party agents were also taken as political prisoners. They held a meeting in violation of the government's prohibition of all political meetings without prior permission, and among those arrested were Juan Yepes del Pozo, Jr., Carlos Vallejo Baez and Antonio Ulloa Capiano. They were only held for a couple of days and later Vallejo and Ulloa admitted to me that they staged the whole thing for publicity. Pete Palmer is going to take over these agents so that next time they will discuss this sort of caper with us first, otherwise they can't expect us to bail them out if the junta is slow in letting them go. Another new station officer arrived, Jim Wall, an old friend who went through the training program with me at Camp Peary. Wall has just finished 2 years under non-official cover in Santiago, Chile, as a university student. He's going to take over some of my operations too, probably the ECACTOR political action agents. His cover will be in the embassy economic section, along with Palmer. The polygraph operators are now in Buenos Aires and Dean wants to be sure that Medardo Toro is fluttered. Our impression is that the Buenos Aires station isn't taking this case very seriously. Undoubtedly they have plenty of Argentine problems to worry about. In order to see why production from the operation is not better, Dean asked me to go to Buenos Aires to interpret for the polygraph examination of Toro. I'll also go to Montevideo because Toro is taking the treatment for his back there and has made contact on behalf of Velasco with an officer of the Cuban embassy in Montevideo. Moscoso's visit brought good news for the Ecuadorians. $10 million in new loans from the Inter-American Development Bank have been announced this month. Quito, November 7, 1963. It was a strange trip, disappointing on the Toro case but very encouraging for my coming assignment in Montevideo. In Buenos Aires the station considers the Toro case something less than marginal, just as we had suspected. About all we can hope for is to have an officer from the station meet Toro occasionally to receive his reports and pay his salary. In Montevideo it's worse. The chief of station there, Ned Holman, doesn't want anything to do with Velasco. Holman was Nolan's predecessor as chief of station in Quito, so he's had plenty of chance to get soured by Velasco. Even so, the case is interesting because Velasco is opening a channel to the Cubans through Toro, who has already met Ricardo Gutierrez 2 or 3 times. Gutierrez is carried by the Montevideo station as the chief of the Cuban intelligence operation, which the station believes is targeted in large part towards Argentina and the guerrilla operations now going on there. It will be interesting to see whether Velasco gets money from the Cubans. It wouldn't be too unlikely, if he were to become a candidate again for president, because he refused to break with Cuba and has often spoken highly of Castro. In Buenos Aires, besides interpreting on the Toro case, I interpreted on 2 other cases, One was a labor leader who is one of the station's best penetrations of the Peronist movement, and the other was an Argentine naval intelligence officer and his wife who are working together as a penetration of the Naval Intelligence Service. Quito, November 10, 1963. On October 31, the National Drivers Federation was required by the government to undergo fiscal analysis, which means they're going to bring under control the one organization that can stop the country completely. It'll be a long time before this union can be brought into the ITF. In fact, it's not really a union because many of its members are owners of taxis, trucks, and buses and even gasoline stations. Its orientation, then, is middle class rather than working class, but for our long-range planning it's the most important of the organized trade groups to be brought under greater influence and control. Bill Doherty arranged for Emilio Garza, the Bogotá IFLD agent, to come to help us smooth out the problems between our CO-SLO agents and the IFLD operation. The agent was an excellent choice and I've already recommended that he be transferred to Ecuador when his assignment in Bogotá ends. He's the most effective of the career labor agents that I've worked with. For the past 6 weeks there have been regular terrorist bombings, mostly against government buildings. They started in Quito, 5 occurred in 1 week in mid-October, but now they've spread to Guayaquil. None of our agents seems to know what group is behind the bombings and Dean's getting jittery. It's embarrassing because the bombings make the junta look inept in spite of all the arrests and forced exiles. The day after tomorrow I'm going to try to recruit Jose Maria Rure, who's been rotting away in the Garcia Moreno prison since May. He's being allowed to leave the country and will fly to Guayaquil, then to Lima, La Paz, and eventually to Chile. Colonel Lugo has been in Quito for the past few weeks and he told me that the police interrogators report that Rure is very depressed, even disillusioned, about his political past. He is also extremely concerned about his family, which is completely destitute and living on the charity of friends. This information coincides with what we've learned from the interrogation reports received through other sources and from information on Rure's family obtained through the PCE penetration agents. Lugo suggested to me that Rure may be ripe for a recruitment approach, but he doesn't think it should be made in the prison. After discussing the possibilities, Dean asked me take the same Guayaquil-Lima flight as Rure and to try my luck on the plane. We've arranged for Bliss 1, the Braniff manager in Guayaquil, who is an American and a base support agent, to have me seated next to Rure. Headquarters approval just came in and the Lima station is going to get the police to allow Rure to stay over for a few days if he wants, because he only has about 2 hours between arrival from Guayaquil and departure for La Paz. For our purposes, any possible follow-up after the flight should be in Lima rather than La Paz. When I talk to him I'll invite him to stay in Lima at my expense. After all these months in one of the world's gloomiest prisons he might just accept. In any case it's worth the risk of a scene on the plane. Rure is known to be extremely volatile, because we need a penetration of the exile community in Santiago and Rure would be an excellent source when he eventually returns here. Quito, November 13, 1962. It didn't go perfectly, but it wasn't a disaster either. I took the noon flight to Guayaquil and to my surprise Rure was on the same flight under police guard. Colonel Lugo had told me that Rure was going on the morning flight and the last thing I wanted was to be seen in Quito by Rure or in any connection with him at all. Arrangements by the base with the Braniff manager were perfect. He was waiting for me at the airport at 3 o'clock this morning and gave me the seat right next to Rure, who would be released from his police guard when he boarded the aircraft. When I walked on the plane I was shocked to see that there were only about 10 passengers in the whole cabin. The stewardess conducted me to the seat next to Rure, who was already there, and my planned introduction and cover story began to crumble. I had wanted to begin the conversation as some anonymous traveler striking up a conversation with another anonymous traveler. And I wanted the seat next to Rure in case the flight were crowded, so that someone else wouldn't be sitting in that seat. But now it was too obvious. A seemingly endless silence followed after I sat down next to Rure. I tried desperately to think of some new excuse to ease into a conversation. Somebody had to say something because I was clearly there for a purpose. Suddenly the stewardess returned and suggested that I might like to move to where I could sleep since row after row was vacant. Time for recovery and a new plan. I went forward to a different seat, maybe 10 rows ahead, and began to get depressed. We rolled down the runway and into the air. As the minutes began to go by, 5, 10, 20, I felt more and more glued to my seat. I was going into a freeze and beginning to think up excuses, like bad security, to offer later. For not having talked to Rura. But somehow I had to break the ice, and I finally stood up and began walking back to Rura's seat, in mild shock as when walking into a cold sea. I introduced myself, using an alias, and Rura agreed nonchalantly as I asked if I could speak with him. I sat down and went into my new introductory routine, relaxing a bit as I went on. I was an American journalist who had spent the past few weeks in Ecuador studying the problems of illiteracy, disease, and poverty for a series of articles. At the airport before the flight, I learned to my happy surprise that he was going to be on the same flight, and I wondered if he would mind discussing Ecuadorian problems with me from the point of view of a communist revolutionary. I added that I knew of his arrest earlier in the year, and I expressed wonderment that such arbitrary and unfair proceedings could occur. Over coffee we passed the flight discussing Ecuador. Rura spoke openly and relaxedly, and we seemed to be developing a little empathy. About 20 minutes before we were to land in Lima, I shifted the conversation to Rura's personal situation. He told me that he was taking a connecting flight to La Paz and after a few days would proceed to Santiago. He was bewildered over what to do about his family and was expecting hard times in exile. Now I had to make my proposal, ever so gently, but clear enough for Rura to understand. I said I would be seeing friends in Lima who are in the same profession, more or less, as I am. They too would probably like to speak with him, and I was certain that they would offer him a fee for an interview since they represent a large enterprise. He was interested, but said he had permission from the Peruvians only to remain in the airport until the connecting flight. I said my friends could probably arrange permission for him to remain a few days, and that he should ask the immigration authorities if he could spend at least the day in Lima and proceed to La Paz on a later flight, perhaps tonight or tomorrow. Who knows, I said, whether some kind of permanent financial support might be arranged for him in Santiago and for his family in Quito. Perhaps, even, he could arrange for the family to go to Santiago to live with him. I sensed he was taking the bait and was beginning to understand. When the fasten seatbelt light came on, I took out a piece of paper with my alias typed on it and the number of a post office box in Washington. I said I would be staying in Lima at the Krillin Hotel, and if he was able to stay for a few days he could call me at the hotel and we would continue talking. If not, he could always reach me through the post office box. He didn't say he would ask the airport authorities for permission to stay, but he didn't say no either. I thought he was deciding to stay. As a final touch, something I hoped would convince him I was knowledgeable, in fact I now hoped he realized I was CIA, I bade farewell, pointedly calling him Pepito, which is the name his PCE comrades call him. I returned to my other seat for the landing. At the terminal building I walked down the steps and headed for the entrance, where I was met by the Lima station officer who is in charge of liaison with immigration authorities. He had arranged for permission to be granted if asked by Rura, and indeed offered if Rura didn't ask, without, of course, creating suspicion that we were trying to recruit Rura. From just inside the terminal building we watched the Braniff aircraft because Rura had delayed inside. Eventually he appeared, descended the steps, but suddenly turned and rushed back up the steps and into the aircraft. At that moment about 10 uniformed police who had been striding swiftly, practically rushing, towards the aircraft arrived at the steps. The leader boarded the aircraft and a long delay followed. The Lima station officer went to see his airport police and immigration contacts to find out what happened, and I went to the station offices in the embassy to await news from the airport. If Rura stayed, I would check into the Krillin and wait for his call. If he proceeded to La Paz I would take the noon Avianca flight back to Quito. When I reached the embassy they gave me the bad news. Rura had been frightened by the police when they rushed towards him and thought something terrible might happen. In the aircraft he refused to descend to the terminal until the flight continued. Then he was extremely nervous in the terminal and interested only in being sure he didn't miss the flight to La Paz, which he took as planned. The Lima chief of station, Bob Davis, apologized for the overenthusiasm of their liaison service. The police approaching the aircraft were only trying to give him a warm welcome in preparation for immigration's offer of permission to stay for a few days. The Lima station botched the operation. I am convinced that Rura would have stayed, and now we can only wait for a telegram or letter to the post box. On the other hand, Dean is thinking of a follow-up visit to Rura once he gets to Santiago. At the Lima station I asked how the penetration operation of the MIR is progressing, the one I had started in Guayaquil with the recruitment of Enrique Amaya Quintana. The deputy chief of station, Clark Simmons, is one of my former instructors at Camp Peary and is in charge of the case. He told me that Amaya's information is pure gold. He has pinpointed about 10 base camps and caching sites plus identification of much of the urban infrastructure with full details of each phase of their training and planning. The Lima station has a notebook with maps, names and addresses, photographs and everything else of importance on the MIR, which the station considers to be the most important insurgency threat in Peru. The notebook is in Spanish and is constantly updated so that just at the right moment it can be turned over to the Peruvian military. At the Lima station I sent a cable on the Rura recruitment to headquarters with information copies to Quito and La Paz. Dean had already seen the cable when I got back this afternoon and he's elated even though we can't be sure yet that Rura has accepted. Tomorrow I'll get Bolivian and Chilean visas for quick departure when Rura sends a telegram to the Washington Post box. Quito, November 17, 1963. It didn't take long to resolve the Rura recruitment. This morning we had a cable from the La Paz station with the special Ribat sensitivity indicator, reporting that Rura was in a secret meeting with two of the leading Bolivian communists. At the meeting he told them of my attempt to recruit him and he said if he ever sees me again he'll kill me. One of the two Bolivians is an agent of the La Paz station, it would seem, although possibly the source is an audio operation. I won't need the visas now, but Dean still thinks Rura may change his mind in 6 months or a year or two. At least he knows we're interested and he has the post box number. I only have about 3 more weeks before leaving, and as I turn over operations to the 3 new officers I am also terminating a number of the marginal cases, with provision, of course, for picking them up again if needed. Among those I've terminated is Dr. Philip Ovalle, Velasco's personal physician, and the cutout to Atahualpa Busunce, the PCE penetration agent. Ovalle is getting senile and is probably the main reason why Busunce's reporting has been in such a slide. Before termination I was able to get the ambassador to have Ovalle placed back on the list of approved physicians for visas. The consular section had thrown him off because he sent some people with syphilis to the US, or otherwise he might have been difficult. The chances of Velasco's coming back are now so slight that there's no reason to waste time seeing Ovalle for information on the Velasquistas. I recruited a new cutout for Busunce who I think can get the agent's reporting jacked up. He's Gonzalo Fernandez, a former Ecuadorian Air Force colonel who was military attaché in London until he was forced to retire for political reasons. As Busunce is also a former military officer, the chances are that they will work well together. I also terminated the letter intercepts which I had taken back when the administrative assistant left a couple of months ago. The agents were pretty rattled at first, but after I explained that we just don't have time for opening, reading, photography, closing, plus the 2 meetings for pickup and return, they seemed to accept it. They liked the termination bonus and we made arrangements for meetings every 2 or 3 months to pay for propaganda they burned. Not too bad at a couple of $100 a ton. These postal intercepts are a waste of time, in my opinion, and only the headquarters desks that are ready to take anything, like the Cuban branch, will waste effort poring over letters and testing for SW. Tampa, December 10, 1963. On the flight home I compared the existing situation in Ecuador with what I met when I first arrived there. Noland practically wouldn't recognize the place with all the growth. In the Quito station we now have 8 officers, including Gabe Lowe, who will arrive in the spring to fill the last new slot, as opposed to 5 when I arrived, plus 2 additional secretaries, several new working wives and an additional communications officer. In Guayaquil we still have only 2 officers inside the consulate but have added 1 officer outside. Now Dean plans to add even more officers under non-official cover, particularly in Guayaquil. The station budget has also risen dramatically, from about $500,000 in 1960, to almost $800,000 now. Operations are better now, too. The counterinsurgency program has improved, helped along by all the arrests, the exiling, and the general repression undertaken by the junta. We have some new operations underway, particularly the new telephone tapping and military intelligence unit that Dean is setting up. Many of these activities are carried out in cooperation with the junta, which, in turn, we have managed to penetrate through police and military officers and the junta's chief stenographer, whom we have on our payroll. It looks as if operations in the student field are going to improve, and in our labor operations, both Oslo and the Eiffel are well established in spite of all the problems they have had to face. The best of our PCE penetration agents have survived, and we have added several more, including those of the Guayaquil base. So far as the general political situation is concerned, the position is even more favorable. When I arrived in Ecuador, Araujo was Minister of Government, and for 2.5 years the traditional parties made a mess of things, thus encouraging the people to look for extremist solutions. All politicians, Velasco and his followers, the conservatives, the social Christians, the liberals, and the socialists, had struggled for narrow sectarian interests, sometimes under the leadership of our agents and close liaison contacts. But they failed to establish through the democratic process the reforms to which they all paid at least lip service. Now, at last, these reforms can be imposed by decree, and it seems certain that the order imposed by the junta will speed economic growth. Land reform is still the greatest need. In a report published earlier this year, the UN Food and Agricultural Organization noted that some 800,000 Ecuadorian families, over 3 million people, live in precarious poverty, while 1,000 rich families, 900 landowners and 100 in business and commerce, enjoy inordinate wealth. Notes: one wall against which people are executed by the firing squad. Part 3. Washington, D.C., February 8, 1964. One can't help being impressed on a first visit to the new headquarters building out in Virginia. It's a 20 or 30-minute drive up the Potomac River from Washington, very beautiful parkway along the cliffs with the headquarters exit marked Bureau of Public Roads, as if to fool someone. The building itself is enormous, about 7 stories with a somewhat H-shape, surrounded by high fence and woods, extremely complicated to orient oneself on the inside. I read that it was built for 10,000 employees, and from the numbers of cars in the vast parking lots it seems that number may already have been passed. I spent 2 days with the Ecuadorian desk officer filling in the items that never get into formal reporting and catching up somewhat on the changes in the headquarters bureaucracy. The most important change is the recent establishment of a new deputy directorate, the DDS&T, for Science and Technology, which was formed by merging the old Office of Scientific Intelligence and Office of Research and Reports, both of the DDI, with several other offices. This new unit has taken over all the processing of information and setting of requirements on progress around the world in the different key fields of science and technology, with special emphasis, not surprisingly, on Soviet weapons-related developments. It is also responsible for developing new technical collection systems. The Deputy Directorate for Coordination has been eliminated. The other major change is in the DDP-1, where the old International Organizations Division and the Psychological and Paramilitary Staff merged and adopted the new name, Covert Action Staff. Headquarters Coordination and Guidance for all CA operations, formerly known as PP operations, now centers in this staff. The people in the new CA staff, perhaps because many are veterans of the traditional friction between IO division and the geographical area divisions over activities of IOD agents in the field, have developed a new terminology that provokes no little humor in headquarters halls. Instead of calling their agents anymore, they now insist in their memoranda and other documents on calling them covered associates. Problems relating to agent control, the old IOD wound that would never heal, seem now to have diminished simply by not calling CA operatives agents anymore. Another change in the DDP that will take effect shortly is the merging of the Soviet Russia Division with the Eastern Europe Division, except that Greece will pass to the Near East Division. Now all the communist countries in Europe will be in the same area division, which will be called Soviet Bloc Division. The communications indicator for action by SB Division is also changing, from redwood to redtop. Also, there is a completely new DDP division called the Domestic Operations Division, DOD, which is responsible for CIA intelligence collection within the US, on foreign targets, of course. DOD engages mostly in recruiting Americans for operations, e.g. recruitment of scientists and scholars for work at international conferences. DOD has a station in downtown Washington, D.C. and offices in several other cities. In WH Division, the big news is that Colonel J.C. King is finally on his way out as division chief. His power has gradually been chipped away since the Bay of Pigs invasion by separating Cuban affairs from regular division decision-making and by surrounding King with various advisors such as Dave McLean, who was acting chief of station in Quito when the junta took over, and Bill Hood, who has had the newly created job of chief of operations for the past year. King is being replaced as division chief by one of the senior officers who were brought into the division after the Bay of Pigs from the Far East Division. He is Desmond Fitzgerald, deputy chief of WH Division for Cuban Affairs, also a newly created job after the Cuban invasion. The regular deputy division chief, Ray Herbert, continues to handle personnel assignments and matters not related directly to operations against Cuba. Washington, D.C. February 10, 1964. I spent a night out at Jim Nolan's house. They live in McLean, not far from headquarters. Everyone seems to have moved out that way. After return to headquarters, Noland was assigned as chief of the Brazil branch in WH Division, a key job, with Brazil's continuing slide to the left under Goulart. Noland made several trips to Brazil last year, and from what he says, Brazil is the most serious problem for us in Latin America, more serious in fact than Cuba since the missile crisis. Operations in Brazil haven't been helped by a Brazilian parliamentary investigation into the massive 1962 electoral operation. This investigation began last May and is still continuing in the courts. The investigation revealed that one of the Rio station's main political action operations, the Brazilian Institute for Democratic Action, IBAD, and a related organization called Popular Democratic Action, ADEP, spent during the 1962 electoral campaign at least the equivalent of some $12 million financing anti-communist candidates, and possibly as much as $20 million. Funds of foreign origin were provided in 8 of the 11 state gubernatorial races, 415 candidates for federal senators, 250 candidates for federal deputies, and about 600 candidates for state legislatures. Results of the elections were mixed, with station-supported candidates elected governors in São Paulo and Rio Grande, both key states, but a leftist supporter of Goulart was elected governor in the critical northeast state of Pernambuco. In the Chamber of Deputies, the balance among the three main parties stayed about the same, which in some ways was seen as a victory. The Parliamentary Investigating Commission was controlled somewhat. 5 of its 9 members were themselves recipients of IBAD and ADEP funds, but only the refusal of the First National City Bank, the Bank of Boston and the Royal Bank of Canada to reveal the foreign source of funds deposited for IBAD and ADEP kept the lid from blowing off. At the end of August last year, President Goulart decreed the closing of both ADEP and IBAD, and the parliamentary report issued in November concluded that IBAD and ADEP had illegally tried to influence the 1962 elections. Washington, D.C. February 12, 1964. For the past few days I've been shuttling between the Uruguayan desk and the Cuban branch getting briefed on operational priorities against the Cubans, as my primary responsibility in Montevideo will be Cuban operations. Only 5 Latin American countries still have diplomatic relations with Cuba, and in Montevideo operations against the Cubans are the highest priority on the station-related missions directive, the only station in the hemisphere where operations against a Soviet embassy are in second place on the priorities list. The reason is that communist strength in Uruguay is growing considerably, particularly in the trade union field, and is undoubtedly assisted by the Cuban embassy there. Moreover, there have been strong indications that current guerrilla and terrorist activities in the north of Argentina are being supported from the Cuban embassy in Montevideo. Right now there are 2 main objectives for Cuban operations in Montevideo. First, in order to promote a break in relations, we are using all appropriate operations to support the Venezuelan case against Cuba for intervention and aggression based on the arms cache discovery on the Venezuelan coast last November. The arms have since been traced to a Belgian manufacturer who claimed to have sold them to Cuba. The purpose of the Venezuelan case is eventually to get a motion through the OAS calling on all Latin American countries with diplomatic relations with Cuba to break them. The hope is that such a motion, coming from Venezuela and not the US, would have sufficient momentum to get adopted by the OAS, particularly if enough propaganda of non-US origin can be generated over the coming months. For the sake of discretion I haven't asked, but the whole campaign built around the arms cache has looked to me like a Caracas station operation from the beginning. I suspect the arms were planted by the station, perhaps as a joint operation with the local service, and then discovered. While our overall objective in Uruguay is to effect a break in diplomatic relations with Cuba, we must meanwhile penetrate their Cuban mission in Montevideo either technically or by recruiting an agent, in order to obtain better intelligence about their activities. We already have a number of valuable operations going against the Cuban embassy, but so far we haven't been able to penetrate it technically or to recruit any of its officers. Not that the station hasn't tried. Last year several cold recruitment approaches were made and there was the unsolicited defection of Rolando Santana. Unfortunately, in the case of Santana, he had been in Montevideo only a short while and had not had access to sensitive information because he wasn't an intelligence officer. The case served nevertheless for propaganda operations. On another occasion we very nearly recruited the officer believed to be the chief of Cuban intelligence in Montevideo. This officer, Earl Perez Freeman, had spurned a cold street approach for recruitment last December in Montevideo just before he was due to return to Cuba after some 3 years in Uruguay. In Mexico, where he was awaiting a flight to Havana, he suddenly appeared in the U.S. Embassy and in discussions with station officers agreed to take asylum in the U.S. The officer in charge was Bob Shaw, one of my former instructors at Isolation, and headquarters halls are still reverberating over his carelessness. After making all the arrangements to evacuate Perez in a military aircraft from the Mexico City airport, Shaw took Perez in a car to the airport. On the way to the airport Perez panicked, jumped out of Shaw's car and disappeared in a crowd. No one yet can understand how Shaw failed to follow the first rule in cases like these, to place Perez in the back seat with other officers by the doors on either side. Had he changed his mind before leaving Mexico City, conversations in a controlled situation could perhaps have convinced him to come. At least a sudden panic and loss of contact would have been avoided. Perez returned to Havana and there has been no sign that his short contact with the Mexico City station became known to the Cubans, but opinion is unanimous in headquarters that the Mexico City station did a remarkably inept job on the case, not even an initial debriefing on Cuban operations in Montevideo. On agent recruitment priorities in Montevideo, the Cuban branch is most interested in the code clerk whom the station has identified as Roberto Hernandez. According to Division D officers in charge of Cuban communications matters, the Soviets are supplying the Cubans with cryptographic materials that are used for their diplomatic and intelligence traffic, impossible to break and read. If I could get the code clerk recruited, they said, arrangements could be made to have a headquarters technician copy the materials, one-time pads, for safe return to the code room. Traffic afterwards, and perhaps traffic before, now stored by the National Security Agency for eventual breakthrough, could be read. Miami, March 14, 1964. We divided our home leave between Janet's parents' home in Michigan and mine here in Florida. 2 weeks ago another son was born, right on the day calculated by the doctor many months ago. Such joy, again everything went perfectly. When the new baby is able to travel in a few weeks, Janet and the children will fly to Montevideo, but I'm going now because the officer I'm replacing is in a rush to leave. On my way down to Montevideo I've stopped off here and spent most of today discussing ways the Jamewave, Miami, station can help our program against the Cubans in Montevideo. Charlie McKay, the Jamewave officer who met me at the airport, suggested we spend the day discussing matters at the beach instead of at the station offices at Homestead Air Force Base, so we relaxed in the sun until he finally brought me back to the airport. He was just the right person for these discussions because he was assigned to the Montevideo station in the early 1960s and is familiar with the operations there. Miami CIA operations are vast but mainly, it seems, concerned with refugee debriefings, storage and retrieval of information, and paramilitary infiltration-exfiltration operations into Cuba. They have both case officers and Cuban exile agents who can assist hemisphere stations on temporary assignments for recruitments, transcribing of audio operations and many other tasks. Just recently the Montevideo station proposed that Jamewave attempt to locate a woman who could be dangled before the Cuban code clerk, who is exceptionally active in amorous adventures. According to McKay, they have just come up with the candidate, a stunning Cuban beauty who has done this sort of work before. Next week he will forward biographical data and an operational history on her, together with the photograph he showed me, to the Montevideo station. The main Miami operation related to Uruguay, however, is the Amhoff project involving 3 Uruguayan diplomats assigned in Havana. They are the charge d'affaires, Zolik Ayala Cabada, and 2 diplomats, German Rosen, the second secretary, and Hamlet Goncalves, the first secretary. No one of them is supposed to know that the others are working for the CIA, but the Miami station suspects they have been talking to each other. Their tasks in Havana include arranging for asylum for certain Cubans, loading and unloading dead drops used by other agents, currency purchase and visual observation of certain port and military movements. Communications to the agents from Miami are through the one-way voice link, radio, but every week or two at least one of them goes to Nassau or Miami on other tasks unrelated to the CIA, such as bringing out hard currency and jewels left behind by Cuban exiles. Such contraband serves as cover for their CIA work but adds to the sensitivity of this operation, already extreme because of the implications of using diplomats against the country to which they're accredited. The Department of State would have no easy time making excuses to the Uruguayan government if this operation were to blow. Montevideo, March 15, 1964. This is a marvelous city, no wonder it's considered one of the plums of WH Division. Gary O'Grady, the Deputy Chief of Station, met me at the airport and took me to the Hotel Lancaster in the Plaza de la Libertad where I stayed when I came last year. We then went over to his apartment, a large 7th floor spread above the Rambla overlooking Pasitos Beach, where we passed the afternoon exchanging experiences. O'Grady came in January but his family won't be down until after the children finish school in June. He's another of the transfers from the Far East Division, previous assignments in Taipei and Bangkok. Very friendly guy. Montevideo, March 18, 1964. Moving from the next to the smallest country in South America to the smallest is nevertheless taking several giant steps forward in national development, for contrast, not similarity, is most evident. Indeed, Uruguay is the exception to most of the generalities about Latin America, with its surface appearance of an integrated society organized around a modern, benevolent welfare state. Here there is no marginal East Indian mass bogged down in terrible poverty, no natural geographic contradictions between coastal plantations and Sierra farming, no continuum of crises and political instabilities, no illiterate masses, no militarism, no inordinate birth rate. In Uruguay I immediately perceive many of the benefits that I hope will derive from the junta's reform program in Ecuador. Everything seems to be in favor of prosperity in Uruguay. The per capita income is one of the highest in Latin America at about $700. 90% of the population is literate with over 10 daily newspapers published in Montevideo alone. The country is heavily urban, 85%, with over half the 2.6 million population residing in Montevideo. Healthcare and diet are satisfactory while social security and retirement programs are advanced by any standards. Population density is only about 1/3 of the Latin American average and population growth is the lowest, only 1.3%. Most important, Uruguay's remarkable geography allows for 88% land utilization, most of which is dedicated to livestock grazing. Here we have a model of political stability. Almost no military intervention in politics in this century, and well-earned distinction as the Switzerland of America. Uruguay's happy situation dates from the election in 1903 of José Batlle y Ordóñez, certainly one of the greatest and most effective of Western liberal reformers, who put an end to the violent urban-rural struggle that plagued Uruguay, as in much of Latin America, during the 19th century. To Batlle, Uruguayans owe social legislation that was as advanced as any of its time, 8-hour day, mandatory days of rest with pay each week, workers' accident compensation, minimum wage, retirement and social security benefits, free, secular, state-supported education. In order to set the pace in workers' benefits and to check concentration of economic power in the hands of private foreign and national interests, Batlle established government monopolies in utilities, finance and certain commercial and industrial activities. And in the political order Batlle established the principle of co-participation wherein the minority Blanco Party, also known as the National Party, could share power with Battle's own Colorado Party through a collegiate executive that would include members of both parties. Through this mechanism patronage would be shared, fringe parties excluded and bloody struggles for political control ended. It is to Batlle, then, that Uruguayans attribute their political stability, their social integration, and an incomes redistribution policy effected through subsidies, the social welfare system, and the government commercial, financial and utility monopolies. However, since about 1954 the standard of living in Uruguay has been falling, the GDP has failed to grow, productivity and per capita income have fallen, and industrial growth has fallen below the very low population growth rate. Investment is only about 11% of GDP, an indication, perhaps, of Uruguayans' resistance to lowering their accustomed levels of consumption. Nevertheless, declining standards of living of the middle and lower classes have produced constant agitation and turmoil reflected in the frequent, widespread, and crippling strikes that have come to dominate national life. What has happened in this most utopic of modern democracies? The economic problem since the mid-1950s has been how to offset the decline of world prices for Uruguay's principal exports, beef, hides and wool. Because export earnings have fallen, they're below the levels of 30 years ago, Uruguay's imports have been squeezed severely with rising prices of manufactured and intermediate goods used in the substitution industries established during the Depression and the 1945-55 prosperity. Result, inflation, balance of payments deficits, economic stagnation, rising unemployment, now 12%, currency devaluation. In part Uruguay's problems are inevitable because recent prosperity was based on the unusual seller's market during World War II and the Korean War. However, the problems have been aggravated by certain government policies, particularly the creation of new jobs in the government and its enterprises in order to alleviate unemployment and to generate political support. Because of the 3-2 system for distribution of government jobs, 3 to majority party appointees and 2 to minority appointees, established during the 1930s, one could fairly say that both parties are at fault for the current top-heavy administration. Indeed, government employees grew from 58,000 in 1938 to 170,000 in 1955 to about 200,000 now. Because of attractive retirement and fringe benefits, the belief prevails that everyone has a right to a government job, although salaries trail so far behind inflation that most government employees need more than one job to survive. But the overall result has been deficit financing for a public administration often criticized for ineptitude, slow action, interminable paperwork, high absenteeism, poor management, low technical preparation and general corruption. Uruguay's system of paying for its state employment welfare system is to retain a portion of export earnings through the use of multiple currency exchange rates. Thus the exporter is paid in pesos by the central bank at a rate inferior to the free market value of his products, with the retention being used by the bank for government operations. This system of retentions is at once a means for income redistribution and the equivalent of an export tax, damaging to the competitiveness of the country's products in international markets. Retentions also serve as a disincentive to the primary producing sector, the cattle and sheep ranchers, who resist taxation to support the Montevideo government bureaucracy and the welfare system. The result in recent years has frequently been for ranchers to withhold wool and cattle from the market or to sell their products contraband, usually across the unguarded border to southern Brazil. The contradiction between rural and urban interests, aggravated by decline in export earnings, resulted in Uruguay's falling productivity and declining standard of living. In 1958, after almost 100 years in opposition, the Blanco Party won the national elections in coalition with a rural pressure group known as the Federal League for Ruralist Action, or Ruralistas. This coalition instituted programs to favor exports of ranching products, but with little success at first. In 1959, major international credit was needed for balance of payments relief, and at the insistence of the International Monetary Fund, fiscal reforms were adopted in the hope of stabilizing inflation, balancing trade, and stimulating exports. The peso was devalued, retentions on exports lightened, import controls established, and consumer and other subsidies curtailed. The recovery program failed, however, partly because industrial import prices continued to rise while inflation and other ills have also continued. The peso, which was devalued from 1.5 to 6.5 per dollar in 1959, has continued to fall and is now down to about 18 per dollar. The cost of living increase, a not extreme 15% in 1962, went up by 33.5% in 1963. In spite of continued economic decline, however, the Blancos were able to retain control of the executive in the 1962 elections, largely because of new government jobs created before the elections. Perhaps more fundamental than the disincentives to ranchers and other contradictions in the income redistribution policies is the dilution of Uruguayan political power. The collegiate executive, conceived as a power-sharing arrangement between the two major parties and as a safeguard against usurpation of excessive authority, consists of 9 members, 6 from the majority party and 3 from the minority party. In practice, however, the National Council of Government has many of the appearances of a third legislative chamber because of the factionalism in the major parties promoted by the electoral system. The current NCG, for example, consists of 3 members from one Blanco faction, 2 from another and 1 from a third faction. The Colorado minority members are similarly divided, 2 from one faction and 1 from another. Thus 5 separate factions are represented on the executive, each with its own program and political organization. Ability of the executive to lead and to make decisions is considerably limited and conditioned by fluctuating alignments of the factions, often across party lines, on different issues. The legislature is similarly atomized and moreover self-serving. A special law allows each senator and deputy to import free of duty a new foreign automobile each year, which at inflated Uruguayan prices means an automatic double or triple increase in value. Legislation in 1961 similarly favored politicians, providing for privileged retirement benefits for political office holders, special government loans for legislators, and exceptionally generous arrangements for financing legislators' homes. What are some of the solutions to this country's problems when already they have so much going in their favor? Some degree of austerity is necessary, but reforms are also needed in the government enterprises, the ranches, and, most of all, in the executive. The 28 government enterprises, commonly known as the autonomous agencies and decentralized services, are noted for inefficiency, corruption, and waste. For such a small country, the scope of their operations is vast: railways, airlines, trucking, bus lines, petroleum refining and distribution, cement production, alcohol production and importation, meat packing, insurance, mortgage and commercial banking, maritime shipping, administration of the port of Montevideo, electricity, telephones and telegraphs, water and sewerage services. Improved management and elimination of waste and corruption in the central administration, the various ministries as opposed to the autonomous agencies and decentralized services, is without doubt equally important. In the ranching sector, two major problems must be solved: concentration of land and income, and low capital and technology. On land concentration, some 5% of the units hold about 60% of the land, while about 75% of the units hold less than 10% of the land. The latifundia-minifundia problem escaped Battle's attention. Over 40% of the land, moreover, is exploited through some form of precarious tenure with the corresponding disincentive to capitalize. Clearly, the large land holdings must be redistributed in order to intensify land use both for production and employment. As for the executive, commentary has started on constitutional reforms such as a return to the one-man presidency or perhaps retention of the collegiate system, but with all members elected from the same party. No one seems to know just how Uruguay will solve these problems, but all agree that the country is in an economic, political, and moral crisis. Montevideo, March 21, 1964. The Montevideo station is about medium-sized as WH stations go. Besides the chief of station, Ned Holman, and O'Grady, we have 4 operations officers, 1 each for Soviet operations, Communist Party, and related groups, covert action operations and Cuban operations, a station administrative assistant, 2 communications officers and 3 secretaries, all undercover in the embassy political section. On the outside, under non-official cover, we have 2 U.S. citizen contract agents who serve as case officers for certain FI and CA operations. Uruguay's advanced state of development, as compared with Ecuador, is clearly reflected in the station's analysis of the operational environment, which is much more sophisticated and hostile than in poor and backward surroundings. Although there are similarities in the station's targets, the differences are mostly the greater capability of the enemy here. The Communist Party of Uruguay, PCU. In contrast to the divided, weak and faction-ridden Communist Party of Ecuador, the PCU is a well-organized and disciplined party with influence far beyond its vote-getting ability. Thanks in part to the electoral system, the Ley de Lemus, the PCU has only minimal participation in the national legislature, 3 seats of a total of 130. The party's strength is growing, however, largely because of the deteriorating economic situation. Whereas in the 1958 elections the PCU received 27,000 votes, 2.6%, in 1962 they received 41,000, 3.5%. Station estimates of PCU are also rising, from an estimated 3,000 members in 1962 to about 6,000 at the present, still less than the PCU claim of membership in excess of 10,000. The PCU's political activities are largely channeled through its political front, the Leftist Liberation Front, better known as FIDEL, for Frente Izquierda de Liberación. Besides the PCU, FIDEL includes the Uruguayan Revolutionary Movement, MRO, and several small leftist splinter groups. Ariel Colazo, the principal leader of the MRO, holds a seat in the Chamber of Deputies which, with the 3 PCU seats, brings FIDEL congressional representation to 4. Uruguay's exceptionally permissive political atmosphere allows free rein for the PCU's activities in labor and student organizations as well as in the political front. The party's newspaper, El Popular, is published daily and sold throughout Montevideo, a fairly effective propaganda vehicle for the PCU's campaigns against North American imperialism and the corruption of the traditional Uruguayan bourgeois parties. While many communist parties are increasingly rocked with splits along the Soviet Chinese model, the PCU is only minimally troubled and maintains unwavering support for the Soviets. Support for the Cuban Revolution and opposition to any break in relations with Cuba are principal PCU policies. The Uruguayan Workers' Confederation, CTU. Throughout its 40-odd years of existence, the PCU has been active in the Uruguayan labor movement, peaking in 1947 when the party controlled the General Union of Workers, which represented about 60% of organized labor. Following the death of Stalin, however, ideological division led to a decline in PCU trade union influence, while the rival Uruguayan Labor Confederation, CSU, backed by the Montevideo station, became the predominant organization. The CSU affiliated with ORIT and the ICFTU, but began to decline when the Uruguayan Socialist Party withdrew support and the PCU renewed its organizational efforts. In the early 1960s, under PCU leadership, the CTU was formed, and it has now become by far the largest and most important Uruguayan trade union organization. Besides PCU leadership in the CTU, left-wing socialists are also influential. Major policies of the CTU are support for the Cuban Revolution and opposition to government economic policies, particularly the reform measures adopted at the insistence of the International Monetary Fund, devaluation, austerity, that hurt the lower middle and low-income groups. While only a small percentage of the workers are communists, most workingmen vote for the traditional parties. The PCU and other extreme left influence in the CTU allows for mobilization of up to several 100,000 workers, perhaps half the entire labor force, what with the prevalence of legitimate grievances. Action may range from sit-down or slow-down strikes of an hour or two, to all-out prolonged strikes paralyzing important sectors of the economy. As should be expected, the CTU is an affiliate of the Prague-based World Federation of Trade Unions. The Federation of University Students of Uruguay, FEUU. The situation in the National Student Union is similar to the labor movement. Communists are a small minority of the student population but control the federation. There are two institutions of higher learning in Uruguay, the University of the Republic with an enrollment of about 14,000 and the National Technical School, Universidad de Trabajo, with about 18,000, both in Montevideo. FEUU activities, however, are concentrated at the University of the Republic but extend into the secondary system. A PCU member is Secretary General of FEUU, and, when a cause is presented, large numbers of students can be mobilized for militant street action and student strikes. Campaigns of the FEUU include support for the Cuban Revolution and CTU demands, and attacks against North American imperialism. The Socialist Party of Uruguay, PSU. Although the pro-Castro PSU is waning as a political force in Uruguay, in the 1962 elections they were shut out of national office for the first time in many years. It retains some influence among intellectuals, writers, and trade unionists. A considerable part of the socialists' problem is internal dissension over peaceful versus violent political action. A portion of PSU militants under Raúl Sendic, the leader of the sugar workers from Bella Union in northern Uruguay, have broken away and formed a small, activist revolutionary organization. They continue to be weak, however, and Sendic is a fugitive believed to be hiding in Argentina. The Uruguayan Revolutionary Movement, MRO. Although the MRO participates in Fidel with the PCU, it retains its independence and a much more militant political posture than the PCU. Because it is dedicated to armed insurrection, it is considered dangerous, but it is thought to have no more than a few hundred members, which considerably limits its influence. Trotskyist and anarchists. The Revolutionary Workers' Party, POR, under Luis Nagel is the Trotskyist group aligned with the Posadas faction of the Fourth International. They number less than 100 and their influence is marginal. A similarly small number of anarchists led by the Gatti brothers, Mauricio and Gerardo, operate in Montevideo, but they too merit only occasional station coverage. Argentine exiles. Uruguay, with its benevolent and permissive political climate, is a traditional refuge for political exiles from other countries, especially Argentina and Paraguay. Since the overthrow of Perón in 1955, Montevideo has been a safe haven for Peronists whose activities in Argentina suffer from periods of severe repression. The Buenos Aires station is considered rather weak in penetration operations against the Peronists, particularly those on the extreme left. The Montevideo station, therefore, has undertaken several successful operations against Peronist targets in Uruguay, through which Cuban support to Peronists has been discovered. One operation, an audio penetration of the apartment of Julio Gallego Soto, an exiled Peronist journalist, revealed a clandestine relationship between Gallego and the former chief of Cuban intelligence in Montevideo, Earl Perez Freeman, the would-be defector in Mexico City. Our station, in fact, has made the most important analysis of the complicated arrangement of groups within Peronism. Those of CIA interest are termed left-wing Peronists and Argentine terrorists, but current signs are that the Argentine government is to allow Peronists to return, and much Argentine revolutionary activity will soon begin moving back to Buenos Aires. Paraguayan exiles. To an even greater extent than the Argentine extremists, the Communist Party of Paraguay, PCP, is forced to operate almost entirely outside its own country. Based mainly in Buenos Aires, Montevideo, and São Paulo, the PCP is largely ineffectual, with only about 500 of its 3,000 to 4,000 members living in Paraguay. Harassment and prison for PCP activists under the Stroessner government is most effective. Nevertheless, the PCP has formed a political front, the United Front for National Liberation, FULNA, which includes some non-communist participation, mainly from the left wing of the Paraguayan Liberal Party and from the Febrerista movement, neither of which is allowed to operate in Paraguay. FULNA headquarters is in Montevideo. The Soviet Mission. The Soviet mission in Montevideo consists of the legation, the commercial office and the TASS representative. About 20 officers are assigned to the legation, of whom only 8 are on the diplomatic list of the Uruguayan Foreign Ministry, with the rest listed as administrative and support officials. Of the 20 officers in the embassy, 12 are known or suspected to be intelligence officers, 6 known and 2 suspect KGB, state security, and 2 known and 2 suspect GRU, military intelligence. The commercial office, located in a separate building that is also used for Soviet mission housing, consists of 5 officers, of whom 2 are known and 1 is suspect KGB. The TASS representative is known KGB. Thus, of 26 Soviets in Montevideo, 16 are known or suspected intelligence officers, about the average for Soviet missions in Latin America. Targets for Soviet intelligence operations in Uruguay, other than the U.S. Embassy and the CIA station, are fairly obvious, although station operations have failed to turn up hard evidence except in rare circumstances. Thought to be high on the Soviet priority list are support to the PCU and CTU, penetration of the Uruguayan government and the leftist factions of traditional political parties through their agents of influence programs, propaganda publishing and distribution throughout Latin America through the Fermediciones Pueblos Unidos, among others, cultural penetration through various organizations including the Soviet Uruguayan Friendship Society, travel support through the Montevideo office of Scandinavian Airlines System, and support for illegal intelligence officers sent out under false nationalities and identities. The Cuban mission. Like the Soviets, the Cubans have an embassy and separate commercial office, but Prensa Latina, the Cuban wire service, is operated by Uruguayans and Argentines. The embassy is headed by a charge d'affaires with 4 diplomats, all either known or suspected intelligence officers. The commercial office is operated by a commercial counselor and his wife, both of whom are thought to be intelligence officers. Contrary to agency operations against the Soviets, however, there is no known framework for classifying Cuban intelligence operations, and practically nothing is known about the organizational structure of Cuban intelligence. Nevertheless, the Montevideo station has collected valuable information on Cuban involvement with Argentine revolutionaries, and strong indications exist that the Cubans are providing support from their Montevideo embassy to current guerrilla operations in northern Argentina. Other Cuban activities relate to the PCU, CTU, FEUU, artists, intellectuals, writers and leftist leaders of the traditional parties. Other communist diplomatic missions. Czechoslovakia, Poland, Bulgaria, Hungary, Romania, and Yugoslavia also have diplomatic missions in Montevideo. The Czechs are considered the most important from a counterintelligence viewpoint, but station personnel limitations preclude meaningful operations against any of these other communist missions. There is also an East German trade mission. Because of the higher priorities, we don't cover their activities closely, and the chief of station is trying through the Minister of the Interior to have them expelled. As I read the files and briefing materials on Uruguay, it becomes clear that the operational climate here, with the Soviet, Cuban, and Czech intelligence services, and a sophisticated local political opposition in the PCU and related organizations, is rather less relaxed than in Ecuador. Care will have to be taken in operational security, especially in agent meetings and communications. Nevertheless, as Uruguayans are generally well disposed to the U.S., and because the station has a close relationship with the police and other security forces, the operational climate is generally favorable. Montevideo, March 22, 1964. Until about a year ago, the Montevideo station had the typical anti-communist political operations found at other hemisphere stations, the most important of which were effected through Benito Nardon, leader of the Federal League for Ruralist Action, and president of Uruguay in 1960–61. Other operations were designed to take control of the streets away from communists and other leftists, and our squads, often with the participation of off-duty policemen, would break up their meetings and generally terrorize them. Torture of communists and other extreme leftists was used in interrogations by our liaison agents in the police. An outstanding success among these operations was the expulsion, in January 1961, just before Nardon's term as NCG president ended, of the Cuban ambassador, Mario Garcia Inchostegui, together with the Soviet embassy first secretary, for supposedly meddling in Uruguayan affairs. The station's goal, of course, had been a break in diplomatic relations, but resistance was too strong among other members of the NCG. These operations had been expanded, much as the ECACTOR operations in Ecuador, under Tom Flores, who arrived in 1960 as chief of station. However, when Ambassador Wimberly Coir arrived in 1962, he insisted that Flores put an end to political intervention with Nardon and to the militant action operations which had caused several deaths and given the communists convenient victims for their propaganda campaigns against the fascist Blanco government. Flores resisted, and in 1963 Ambassador Coir arranged to have him transferred and the objectionable operations ended. Holman was sent to replace Flores, but he has maintained a discreet communication with Nardon, only for intelligence collection and without political action implications. At this moment Nardon is in the terminal stages of cancer, and for all practical purposes operations with him have ended. The rest of the station operational program, however, covers all areas. First, the related missions directive. Priority A. Collect and report intelligence on the strength and intentions of communist and other political organizations hostile to the U.S., including their international sources of support and guidance. Objective 1. Establish operations designed to effect agent and/or technical penetrations of the Cuban, Soviet, and other communist missions in Uruguay. Objective 2. Effect agent and/or technical penetrations at the highest possible level of the Communist Party of Uruguay, the Communist Youth of Uruguay, the Leftist Liberation Front, Fidel, the Uruguayan Workers' Confederation, the Socialist Party of Uruguay, Revolutionary Branch, the Federation of University Students of Uruguay, the Uruguayan Revolutionary Movement, MRO, and related organizations. Objective 3. effect agent and/ or technical penetrations of the Argentine terrorist and leftist Peronist organizations operating in Uruguay, the Communist Party of Paraguay, the Paraguayan United Front for National Liberation, FULNA, and other similar third country organizations operating in Uruguay. Priority B. Maintain liaison relations with the Uruguayan security services, principally the Military Intelligence Service and the Montevideo Police Department. Objective 1. Through liaison services maintain intelligence collection capabilities to supplement station unilateral operations and to collect information on Uruguayan government policies as related to U.S. government policies and to the communist movement in Uruguay. Objective 2. Maintain an intelligence exchange program with liaison services in order to provide information on communist and related political movements in Uruguay to the Uruguayan government, including when possible information from unilateral sources. Objective 3. Engage in joint operations with Uruguayan security services in order to supplement station unilateral operations and to improve the intelligence collection capabilities of the services. Objective 4. Through training, guidance, and financial support attempt to improve the overall capabilities of the Uruguayan security services for collection of intelligence on the communist movement in Uruguay. Priority C. Through covert action operations, 1. Disseminate information and opinion designed to counteract anti-US or pro-communist propaganda, 2. Neutralize communist or extreme leftist influence in principal mass organizations or assist in establishing and maintaining alternative organizations under non-communist leadership. Objective 1. Place appropriate propaganda through the most effective local media, including press, radio, and television. Objective 2. Support democratic leaders of labor, student, and youth organizations, particularly in areas where communist influence is strongest, the Federation of University Students of Uruguay, the Uruguayan Workers' Confederation, and where democratic leaders may be encouraged to combat communist subversion. Foreign intelligence and counterintelligence operations, FICI. Of CAVE. Of the 4 agent penetrations of the Communist Party of Uruguay, of CAVE 1 is the most important, classified as middle level while the others are low level. The station's very limited success in running agents into the PCU in comparison with other countries, Ecuador, for example, is due in large part to the higher standard of living and welfare system. Uruguayan communists simply are not as destitute and harassed as their colleagues in poorer countries and thus are less susceptible to recruitment on mercenary terms. Of equal if not greater importance are the higher level of political sophistication in Uruguay, superior party leadership, minimal internal party dissension and the growth the party has experienced in recent years. There may even be a flicker of revolutionary hope given the mess the traditional parties are making of the country. Not that the station hasn't tried to get a high-level agent. Periodic letter recruitment campaigns and approaches by cold pitch in the streets have been undertaken regularly but without success. Of CAVE 1's access derives from his membership of one of Montevideo's district committees and his close relation with an incipient pro-Chinese faction. His position enables the station to anticipate some PCU policies but he is far from the power locus of the Secretariat. Of some interest, however, is of CAVE 1's guard duty at PCU headquarters. At Pearl. For many months Paul Burns, the case officer in charge of operations against the PCU, has been studying ways to bug the conference room at PCU headquarters where meetings of the Secretariat and other sensitive conversations are held. Through Avoidance 9, one of the low-level penetration agents who is occasionally posted to guard duty at PCU headquarters, the station has obtained clay impressions of the keys to the conference room from which duplicate keys have been made. However, the 24-hour guard service at PCU headquarters renders an audio installation in the conference room almost impossible by surreptitious entry. Avoidance 9 has also photographed the electrical installations in the conference room, which the guards check on their rounds of the building, and the station pouch to Washington identical electrical sockets of the bulbous, protruding type used in Uruguay. The Technical Services Division in headquarters is casting bugs, microphone, carrier current transmitter, and switches all sub-miniaturized, into identical porcelain wall sockets of their own manufacture, The Minox photographs of the conference room sockets were also needed so that the slightest details of painted edges and drops can be duplicated on the bugs being cast at headquarters. Installation will consist simply in removing the current sockets and replacing them with those cast by TSD. If successfully installed, the stereo audio signal will be transmitted down the electric power line as far as the first of the large transformers usually located on utility poles. A study of the power lines has also been made in order to determine which apartments and houses are between the target building and the first transformer. One of these locations will have to be acquired as listening post because radio frequency, RF, signals cannot pass through the transformer. Several agents already tested in support operations are being considered for manning the LP. Avoidance 9, however, has been kept as unaware as possible of the true nature of this operation because he is extremely mercenary, and there is some concern that he might use his knowledge of the installation, if he made it, to blackmail the station later. Thus of Cave 1, whose loyalty is of a higher type, was instructed to volunteer for guard duty, and he too is now spending 1 or 2 nights per month in a position to make the Pearl installation. At this moment the station is awaiting the devices from headquarters for testing before installation. Of Basque. The station's only penetration of the Uruguayan Revolutionary Movement, MRO, is Aníbal Mercader, a young bank employee developed and recruited by Michael Berger, the officer whom I am replacing. The agent's information is generally low to middle level because he is some distance from the MRO leadership. He is well motivated, however, and there is some hope that he could rise within this relatively small organization. Nevertheless, as the MRO is terrorist-oriented, there may be a problem over how far the agent should go, even if willing, in carrying out really damaging activities for his organization. The agent, moreover, is torn between emigrating to the US, where his banking talents could provide a decent income, and remaining in Uruguay where he faces only turmoil and strain. Of Butte. This is the support and administrative project for all matters to do with a US citizen who is working under contract as an operations officer. His name is Ralph Hatry and he is involved in FI operations. His cover is that of Montevideo representative for Thomas H. Minor and Associates, a Chicago-based public relations and marketing firm. Hatry, who is about 60 years old, has a long history of work with U.S. intelligence, including an assignment in the Far East under cover of an American oil company. The immediate background to his assignment to Montevideo was a difficult contract negotiating period, in which Gary O'Grady, the deputy chief of station, was involved, and which revealed Hatry to be a very difficult person but with important sponsor. The assistant DDP, Thomas Caramesines, gave instructions to find Hatry a job somewhere and his file was circulated, eventually landing on the Uruguayan desk. Hatry came to Montevideo last year and has been causing problems continuously, for the most part related to his personal finances and his efforts to increase fringe benefits. Holman, the chief of station, is trying to keep as much distance as possible between Hatry and himself, the opposite of Hatry's efforts. Because Berger is the junior officer in the station, he was assigned to incorporate Hatry into his operations and to handle his needs in the station, and as is often the case with officers under non-official cover, the time involved in solving his problems inside the station practically wipes out the advantage of having him in the field. Nevertheless, Hatry is handling 4 operations, a letter intercept, an exiled Paraguayan leader, several penetration agents of the Paraguayan Communist Party and FULNA, and an observation post at the Cuban embassy. Of bomb. The contact in this operation is Epifanio Mendez Fleitas, the exiled leader of the Paraguayan Colorado Party. Although the Colorado Party provides the political base for the Stroessner dictatorship, Mendez Fleitas' past efforts to promote reform and to unite Colorados against Stroessner have earned him a position of leadership in the exile community. He is chiefly dedicated to writing and to keeping together his popular Colorado movement, MOPACO, which he formed several years ago. We keep this operation going in Montevideo in order to assist the Asunción station and headquarters in following plotting by Paraguayan exiles against General Stroessner. of caste. This operation is also targeted against Paraguayan exiles, specifically the Communist Party of Paraguay, PCP, and Fulna, the principal agent, of caste 1, is active in a leftist group within the Paraguayan Liberal Party, and he reports on leftist trends within the party while serving as cutout and agent handler for two lesser agents, ACASC 2 and ACASC 3. Of caste 2 is also a Liberal Party member, but he works in Fulna and reports to of caste 1 on Fulna and PCP work in Fulna. Of caste 3 is a PCP member who is currently moving into a paramilitary wing that is preparing for armed action against the Stroessner government. Only of caste 1, of these three agents, knows that CIA is the sponsor of the operation, and he uses his own Liberal Party work as cover for the instructions and salaries he pays the other two. Yearly cost of this project is about $5,000. Hatry meets with of caste 1 and reports back to Michael Berger. Avidity. The station letter intercept provides correspondence from the Soviet bloc, Cuba, Communist China, and certain other countries according to local addressee. The principal agent is Avendana, an elderly man of many years' service going back to Europe during World War II. He receives the letters, which come from Avidity 9 and Avidity 16, both of whom are employees of Montevideo's Central Post Office. Avendana meets one of the sub-agents each day, receiving and returning the correspondence. Payment is made on the basis of the numbers of letters accepted. The letters are processed by Avendana at his home, where he has photo equipment and a flatbed steam table. He writes summaries of the letters of interest which he passes with microfilm to Hatry, who passes them to Berger. This operation costs about $10,000 per year. Of Blinker. When the station decided to set up an observation post in front of the Cuban embassy, it was decided to man the op with a Vengeful 7, who is the wife of Avendana, his assistant in the Avidity letter intercept, and an occasional transcriber for the Vengeful telephone tapping operation. The op is in a large house across the street from the embassy in the elegant Carrasco section of Montevideo. The station pays the rent for of Blinker 1 and 2, an American couple who live in the op house. The husband is employed by an Uruguayan subsidiary of an American company, and a Vengeful 7 spends each day in an upstairs front room taking photographs of persons entering and leaving, and maintaining a log with times of entry and exit and other comment that she reconciles with the photographs which are processed by Avendana. A Vengeful 7's work with U.S. intelligence also goes back to World War II days when she worked behind enemy lines in Europe. In addition to the logs and photographs, a Vengeful 7 also serves as a radio base for the Avenin surveillance team, which works most of the time on Cuban targets. From the 0p she signals by radio when the subject to be followed leaves the embassy, with different signals if by foot, by car, or by one street or another. The team waits in vehicles 4 or 5 blocks away and picks up the subject. The logs and photographs are passed to Hatry, who also passes back instructions on surveillance targets. Avenin. The station has two surveillance teams, the oldest and most effective being the Avenin team directed by Roberto Musso. The team consists of 7 surveillance agents, 1 agent in the state-owned electric company, and 1 agent in the telegraph company who provides copies of encoded telegrams sent and received by the Soviet bloc missions through commercial wire facilities. Most of the surveillance agents, like Musso, are employees of the Montevideo municipal government and communications, and instructions are passed by Paul Burns, the case officer in charge, at a safe office site a block from the municipal palace. The team is well trained and considered to be one of the best unilateral surveillance teams in WH Division. Vehicles include 2 sedans and a Volkswagen van equipped with a periscope photography rig with a 360-degree viewing capability for taking pictures and observations through the roof vent. Concealed radio equipment is also used for communication between the vehicles and the op at the Cuban embassy, and between the vehicles and the people on foot. These carry small battery-operated transmitter receivers under their clothing and can communicate with each other as well as with the vehicles. They are also trained and equipped for clandestine street photography using 35mm automatic robot cameras wrapped to form innocuous packages. The Avanan team was formed in the mid-1950s with the original nucleus of agents coming from part-time police investigators. Until last year, when a new, separate team was formed, the Avanan team was almost constantly assigned to follow Soviet intelligence officers or related targets. Their most sensational discovery was a series of clandestine meetings between an official of the Uruguayan Foreign Ministry and a Soviet KGB officer in which all the clandestine paraphernalia of signals and dead drops had been used. Photographs and other evidence passed by the station to Uruguayan authorities led to expulsion of the Soviet officer and considerable propaganda benefit. Last year, however, the Avanan team was taken off Soviet targets and assigned to the Cubans, partly because of increasing importance of the Cubans and partly because the team was considered to be fairly well blown to the Soviets. The Avanan agent in the electric company is valuable because he has access to lists of persons who are registered for electric service at any address in Montevideo. Not only are the lists helpful in identifying the apartments or offices where surveillance subjects are followed, but the lists are also used to check building security of potential safe sites. The same agent also provides on request the architect's plans for any building served by the electric company, and these plans are used for planning audio installations or surreptitious entries for other purposes. The same agent, moreover, can be called upon to make routine electrical inspection visits, ostensibly for the electric company, which gives him access to practically any office, apartment, or house in Montevideo for inside casings. Avengeful. The station telephone tapping operation is effected through the Avalanche Liaison Service, the Montevideo Police Department, with a history dating back to World War II when the FBI was in charge of counterintelligence in South America. This is currently the most important joint operation underway between the station and an Uruguayan service. Connections are made in telephone company exchanges by company engineers at the request of the police department. A 30-pair cable runs from the main downtown exchange to police headquarters where, on the top floor, the listening post is located. The chief technician, Jacobo de Anda, and the assistant technician and courier, Juan Torres, man the LP, which has tables with actuators and tape recorders for each of the 30 pairs. Torres arranges for lines to be connected by the telephone company engineers, and he delivers the tapes each day to another courier, Avoidance, who takes them around to the transcribers who work either at home or in safe site offices. This courier also picks up the transcriptions and old tapes from the transcribers and passes them to Torres, who sends them to the station each day with yet another courier who works for the intelligence department of the police. The police department thus arranges for connections and operates the LP. The courier Avoidance is a station agent known only to Torres among the police department personnel involved. Each of the transcribers is unknown to the police department, but copies of all the transcriptions, except in special cases, are provided by the station to the police intelligence department. Each operations officer in the station who receives telephone coverage of targets of interest to him is responsible for handling the transcribers of his lines. Thus the Soviet operations officer, Russell Phipps, is in charge of the two elderly Russian émigrés who transcribe, in English, the Soviet lines. The CP officer, Paul Burns, is in charge of the transcriber of the PCU line, and the Cuban operations officer is in charge of the transcribers of the Cuban lines. Most of the transcribers are kept apart from one another as well as from the police department. The station, which provides technical equipment and financing for the operation, deals directly with the chief of the Guardia Metropolitana, who is the police department official in overall charge of the telephone tapping operation. He is usually an army colonel or lieutenant colonel detailed to run the Guardia Metropolitana, the paramilitary shock force of the police. Currently he is Colonel Roberto Ramirez. Usually he assigns lines to be tapped as part of his operations against contraband operations, which also provides cover for the station lines which are political in nature. Torres and de Anda work under the supervision of the chief of the Guardia Metropolitana, although approval in principle for the operation comes from the Minister of the Interior, Internal Security, and the chief of the Montevideo Police Department. The station encourages the use of telephone tapping against contraband activities not only because it's good cover but also because police contraband operations are lucrative to them, and such operations tend to offset fears of political scandal depending upon who happens to be Minister of the Interior at any particular time. Only 7 lines are being monitored right now. They include 3 lines on Soviet targets, 1 on the embassy, 1 on the consulate, and another that alternates between a second embassy telephone and the Soviet commercial office, 2 on Cuban targets, 1 on the embassy and 1 on the commercial office, 1 on a revolutionary Argentine with close associations with the Cubans, and 1 line assigned to the headquarters of the Communist Party of Uruguay. Security is a serious problem with the eventual operation because so many people know of it: former ministers and their subordinates, former police chiefs and their subordinates, current officers in the Guardia Metropolitana and the Criminal Investigations and Intelligence Departments. Copies of the transcriptions prepared for the Police Intelligence Department are considered very insecure because of the poor physical security of the department despite continuous station efforts to encourage tightening. Regular denunciations of telephone tapping by the police appear in the PCU newspaper, El Popular, but without the detail that might require shutting down the operation. Telephone tapping in Montevideo, then, is very shaky with many possibilities for serious scandal. Abaran. The station's only agent penetration of the Cuban mission is a local employee who began working for the station as a low-level penetration of the PCU. He is Warner, the Cuban embassy chauffeur, whose mother works at the embassy as a cook. About 2 months ago the Cubans fired their chauffeur and the station instructed this agent to try, through his mother, to get hired by the Cubans as their new chauffeur. Paul Burns, the station officer in charge, arranged for a crash course in driving lessons, and suddenly this agent became a very important addition to the operational program against the Cubans. Through his mother's pleading he was hired, and in spite of an accident the first day he was out with the embassy car, he has gained steadily in their confidence. Although he does not have access to documents or sensitive information on Cuban support to revolutionaries, he is reporting valuable personality data on Cuban officials as well as intelligence on security and other procedures designed to protect the embassy and the commercial department. Meetings are held directly between the station officer and the agent, usually in a safe apartment site or an automobile. Ekflut. The only potential double agent case against the Cuban intelligence service here is Medardo Toro, the Ecuadorian sent to Buenos Aires by the Quito station to report on exiled former President Velasco. Although Toro claims to have established a channel from Velasco to the Cuban government through Ricardo Gutierrez Torrens, a Cuban diplomat believed to be their chief of intelligence in Montevideo, and the Quito station and headquarters as well are extremely interested in monitoring the channel for signs of possible Cuban support to Velasco. Ned Holman, the Montevideo chief of station, continues to avoid handling the case in Montevideo. His reasoning is that we already have more than enough work to do and he is afraid to open the door to still more coverage of exiles. For the time being Toro's meetings with Gutierrez will be monitored through reports sent by Pouch from Buenos Aires. Of Busy/Zernik. The most important counterintelligence case against the Cubans in Montevideo consists of the monitoring of the mail of a known Cuban intelligence support agent. The case started in 1962 when encoded radio messages began from Havana to a Cuban agent believed to be located either in Lima or La Paz. The National Security Agency is able to decrypt the messages which contain interesting information but fail to reveal the identity of the agent who receives them. In one of the messages Havana Control gave the name and address of an accommodation address in Montevideo to which the agent should write if necessary, including a special signal on the envelope to indicate operational correspondence. The addressee in Montevideo is Jorge Castillo, a bank employee active in the Fidel political front, and the signal is the underlining of Edificio Panamericano, where Castillo lives. Operational correspondence is expected to be written in secret writing. In order to monitor this communications channel, should it be activated, the station has recruited the letter carrier who serves Castillo. Because the letter carrier, of Busy One, cannot be told of the special signal on the envelope, since it came from a sensitive decrypting process, the station officer has to review all the mail sent to Castillo, a very time-consuming process. So far no operational correspondence has been intercepted, but headquarters correspondence indicates that successful identification has been made of Cuban agents in similar Zernik cases. Zernik is the cryptonym used for the entire communications monitoring operation against Cuban agents in Latin America. Of blimp. The Soviet embassy here is a large mansion surrounded by a garden and high walls. In order to monitor the comings and goings of Soviet personnel, especially the intelligence officers, the station operates an observation post in a high-rise apartment building about a block away and in front of the embassy. The operators are a married couple who live in the OP as their apartment and divide the work, keeping a log of entries and exits of Soviet personnel, photographing visitors and the Soviets themselves from time to time, photographing the license plates of cars used by visitors, signaling the Afbandi surveillance team by radio in the same manner as the OP signals the Avanan team at the Cuban embassy. The AFBLIMP also serves for special observation of the superior-inferior relationships among Soviet personnel, which requires long training sessions with the Soviet operations officer. Such relationships are vital for identifying the hierarchy within the KGB and GRU offices. The apartment is owned by a station support agent who ostensibly rents it to the OP couple as their living quarters. Afbandi. The new, 1963, surveillance team formed to operate against the Soviets and Soviet-related targets consists of a team chief who is an army major and 5 other agents. The team has 2 sedans and communications equipment similar to that used by the Avanan team, with coordination when appropriate with the AFBLIMP observation post. The team chief, Afbandi 1, originally came to the attention of the station through the liaison operations with the Uruguayan Military Intelligence Service, and after a period of development he was recruited to lead the new team without the knowledge of his army chiefs. The team is currently undergoing intensive training by Ezequiel Ramirez, a training officer from headquarters who specializes in training surveillance teams. His period with the Afbandi team will total about 8 weeks by the time he is finished next month. Avert. For some years the station has owned, through Avert 1, a support agent, the house that is joined by a common wall to the Soviet consulate. The consulate and the Avert house are the opposite sides of the same 3-story building that is divided down the middle. The building is situated next to the Soviet embassy property and backs up to the embassy backyard garden. In the consulate, in addition to offices, 2 Soviet families are housed, including the consul who is a known KGB officer. The Avert house has been vacant for several years and has been used operationally only for occasional visits by technicians with their sophisticated equipment for capturing radiations from Soviet communications equipment in the embassy. When successful, such electronic operations can enable encoded communications to be read, but we haven't been successful so far in Montevideo. Recently there has been considerable indecision about what to do with the Avert property, whether to use it as an additional op, since it allows for observation of the garden where Soviet officers are known to have discussions, whether to use it to bug the consulate offices and living quarters, whether to sell it, or whether to retain it for some unknown future use. For the time being it is being retained for possible future use, although the station strongly suspects that the Soviets are aware that it is under our control. They have, in fact, probably bugged our side as a routine matter of protection. Soviet access agents. The weakest aspect of Soviet operations in Montevideo is the access agent program, Uruguayans or others who can develop personal relationships with Soviet officials in order to report personality information, and, if appropriate, to recruit or induce defection. Although 3 or 4 station agents are in contact with Soviet officers, their relationships are weak and their reporting scanty. Afbandi. Part of the station program against the Cubans, Soviets, and other communist diplomatic missions in Montevideo is keeping up-to-date photographs and biographical data on all their personnel. Although the observation posts against the Cubans and Soviets provide good photographs, their use is limited because of the necessity to protect the ops. The Uruguayan Foreign Ministry, on the other hand, obtains identification photographs on all foreign personnel assigned to diplomatic missions in order to issue the identity card that each is supposed to carry. Afdandi 1, is a medium-level official of the Foreign Ministry who gives copies of all these photographs to the Chief of Station as well as tidbits of information. Although efforts have been made to obtain passports of communist diplomatic personnel for a period long enough to photograph them, this agent has been reluctant to take the added risk of lending the passports when they are sent with the application. Nevertheless, his willingness to turn over the Foreign Ministry Protocol Office files for copying in the station is a valuable, if routine, support function. THIRD. One of the activities of the CIA in support of the National Security Agency's code-cracking task is to maintain teams of radio monitors in certain U.S. embassies. Often but not only where Soviet diplomatic missions exist, CIA stations include a contingent of monitors who scan frequencies with sophisticated equipment and record radio communications which are passed to NSA for processing. The program is called THIRD. Such a team has been operating for some years in the Montevideo station. The monitors also place mobile stations as close as possible to target encrypting machines for capturing radiations, as in the use of the Avert House next to the Soviet embassy here. THIRD teams work under the direction of Division D of the DDP, although locally they are supervised by the Chief of Station. When Ned Holman arrived in Montevideo, he recommended that the THIRD team be withdrawn for lack of production. Gradually their activities were curtailed and in recent weeks they have been packing equipment. Several have already departed for other stations and soon Fred Morehouse, the THIRD team chief, will leave for his new assignment in Caracas. Abdul Sa, liaison with the Uruguayan Military Intelligence Service, is in charge of Gary O'Grady, the Deputy Chief of Station, who meets regularly with Lieutenant Colonel Zipatria, the Deputy Chief of the service. Holman also occasionally meets Zipatria and when necessary Colonel Carvajal, the Military Intelligence Service Chief. For some years the Montevideo station has tried to build up the capabilities of his liaison service through training, equipment donation, and funding, but with very little success. Even now, their main collection activity is clipping from the local leftist press. The main problem with this service is the Uruguayan military tradition of keeping aloof from politics, as is shown by Carvajal's reluctance to engage the service in operations against the PCU and other extreme left political groups. On the other hand, the deputy chief, Zipatria, is a rabid anti-communist whose ideas border on fascist-style repression and who is constantly held in check by Carvajal. For the time being the station is using the deputy chief as a source of intelligence on government policy towards the extreme left and on rumblings within the military against the civilian government. Hopefully Zipatria will someday be chief of the service. Avalanche. The main public security force in Uruguay is the Montevideo Police Department, cryptonym Avalanche, with which liaison relations date to just before World War II, when the FBI was monitoring the considerable pro-Nazi tendencies in Uruguay and Argentina. In the late 1940s, when the CIA station was opened, a number of joint operations were taken over from the FBI, including the telephone tapping project. Although police departments exist in the interior departments of Uruguay, the technical superiority and other capabilities of the Montevideo police almost always produce decisions by ministers of the interior that important cases be handled by Avalanche even when outside Montevideo. As in Ecuador, the Minister of the Interior is in charge of the police, and station liaison with civilian security forces begins with the minister, currently a Blanco politician named Felipe Gil, whom Holman meets regularly. Holman also meets regularly, or whenever necessary, Colonel Ventura Rodriguez, Chief of the Montevideo Police, Carlos Martin, Deputy Chief, Inspector Guillermo Coppola, Chief of Investigations, Inspector Juan José Braga, Deputy Chief of Investigations, Commissioner Alejandro Otero, Chief of the Intelligence and Liaison Department, Colonel Roberto Ramirez, Chief of the Guardia Metropolitana, the Anti-Riot Shock Force, Lieutenant Colonel Mario Barb, Chief of the Guardia Republicana, the Paramilitary Police Cavalry, and others. Of these the most important are the Minister, Chief of Police, Chief of Intelligence and Liaison and Chief of the Guardia Metropolitana, who supervises the telephone tapping operation. As in Argentina, the political sensitivity of an aid public safety mission for improving police capabilities has precluded such a mission in Uruguay and restricted police assistance to what overall demands on station manpower allow. But whereas in Argentina a non-official cover operations officer has for some years been ostensibly contracted by the Argentine Federal Police to run telephone tapping and other joint operations, in Uruguay these tasks have been handled by station officers under official cover in the embassy. Until January all the tasks relating to avalanche were handled by the Deputy Chief of Station, but Holman took over these duties when Wiley Gilstrap, the deputy, was transferred to become Chief of Station in San Salvador and replaced by O'Grady, whose Spanish is very limited. The station long-range plans continue to be the establishment of an aid public safety mission that would include a CIA officer in order to release station officers in the embassy for other tasks. However, such a development will have to wait until a strong Minister of the Interior who will fight for the public safety mission appears on the scene. On the other hand, Uruguayan police officers are being sent by the station for training at the Police Academy, which has changed its name to the International Police Academy and is moving from Panama to Washington. Of the activities undertaken by the police on behalf of the station, the most important is the vengeful telephone tapping operation. Other activities are designed to supplement the station unilateral collection program and to keep the police from discovering these operations. Apart from telephone tapping, these other activities are effected through the Department of Intelligence and Liaison. Travel control. Each day the station receives from the police the passenger lists of all arrivals and departures at the Montevideo airport and the port where nightly passenger boats shuttle to Buenos Aires. These are accompanied by a special daily list of important people compiled by INE personnel, including those traveling on diplomatic passports, important political figures, communists and leftists and leaders of the Peronist movement. On request we can also obtain the lists of travelers who enter or leave at Colonia, another important transit point between Montevideo and Buenos Aires. Daily guest lists from the hotels and lodgings in Montevideo are also available. The main weakness in travel control is at the Carrasco Airport, which is the main airport for Montevideo but is in the department of Canelones just outside the department of Montevideo, and there is considerable rivalry between the Montevideo and the Canelones police. More important, however, is the lucrative contraband movement at the airport, which jealous customs officials protect by hampering any improvement of police control. Thus station efforts to set up a watch list and a document photography operation at the airport have been unsuccessful. Name checks. As a service to the Embassy Visa Office, information is requested constantly from the police department, usually on Uruguayans who apply for U.S. visas. Data from the intelligence and criminal investigations files is then passed by the station to the Visa Office for use in determining whether visas should be granted or denied. Biographical data and photographs. Uruguay has a national voter registration that is effectively an identification card system. From the Avalanche service we obtain full name, date, and place of birth, parents' names, address, place of work, etc., and identification photos of practically any Uruguayan or permanent resident alien. This material is valuable for surveillance operations of the Avanan and of Bandy teams, for the subversive control watch list and for a variety of other purposes. License plate data. A further help to station analysis of visitors to the Soviet and Cuban embassies are the names and addresses of owners of cars whose license plate numbers are photographed or copied at the observation posts. The police make this information available without knowing the real reason. The same data is also used to supplement reporting by the two surveillance teams. Reporting. The Intelligence and Liaison Department of the Montevideo Police Department is the government's, and the station's, principal source of information on strikes and street demonstrations. This type of information has been increasing in importance during the past few years as the PCU-dominated labor unions have stepped up their campaigns of strikes and demonstrations in protest against government economic policies. When strikes and demonstrations occur, information is telephoned to the station from INE as the events progress. It includes numbers of people involved, degree of violence, locations, government orders for repression, and estimates of effectiveness, all of which is processed for inclusion in station reporting to headquarters, the Southern and Atlantic military commands, etc. At the end of each month INE also prepares a roundup report on strikes and civil disturbances of which the station receives a copy. While contact between the various officers in the police department and the station is no secret to the chief of police, they are described as official liaison. The station also maintains a discreet contact with a former INE chief who was promoted out of the job and now is the 4th or 5th ranking officer in investigations. This officer, Inspector Antonio Pires Castagnat, is paid a salary as the station penetration of the police department, and he is highly cooperative in performing tasks unknown to his superiors. The station thus calls on this agent for more sensitive tasks where station interest is not to be known by the police chief or others. Pires also provides valuable information on government plans with respect to strikes and civil disorder, personnel movements within the police and possible shifts in policy. The overall cost of the Avalanche project, apart from a vengeful telephone tapping, is about $25,000 per year. SMOF. The British Intelligence Service, MI6, known in the CIA by the cryptonym SMOF, has long been active in the River Plate area in keeping with British economic and political interests here. The station receives regularly copies of SMOF reports via headquarters, but they are of very marginal quality. Because of budget cutbacks, the British are soon closing their one-man office in Montevideo, but before returning to England the SMOF officer will introduce Holman to the Buenos Aires station commander, who will be in charge of MI6 interests in Montevideo. Basically a courtesy arrangement between colleagues of like mind, the SMOF liaison is of little importance to the Montevideo operational program. Adenvi. The FBI, cryptonym Adenvi, has an office in the embassy in Rio de Janeiro, legal attaché cover, whose chief is in charge of looking after FBI interests in Uruguay and Argentina. Occasionally the FBI chief comes to Montevideo for visits to the police department, and he usually makes a courtesy call on the Montevideo chief of station. Soon, however, the FBI will be opening an office in the embassy in Buenos Aires which will take over FBI interests in Uruguay. Covert Action, CA, Operations. AVCIP. Apart from Ralph Hatry, the other non-official cover contract officer is a young ex-Marine who is ostensibly the Montevideo representative for several U.S. export firms. The cover of this officer, Brooks Red, has held up well during the 3 or 4 years that he has been in Montevideo, mainly because he has socialized mostly with the British crowd he met as a leader of the English-speaking theater group in Montevideo. Although he originally worked in the Station Phi program, during the past year he was transferred to the CA side as cutout and intermediate case officer for media and student operations. Although time-consuming, handling Reed's affairs inside the station is a joy for O'Grady, the inside officer in charge, by comparison with the plethora of problems constantly caused by Hatry. Of Buzz. Because of the large number of morning and afternoon newspapers in Montevideo, press media operations are centralized in Buzz 1, who is responsible for placing propaganda in various dailies. As each newspaper of the non-communist press is either owned by or responds to one of the main political factions of the principal political parties, articles can be placed more easily in some newspapers than in others depending upon content and slant. Buzz 1 has access to all the liberal press, but he uses most frequently the 2 dailies of the Union Blanca Democratica faction of the Blanco Party, El País and El Plata, the morning newspaper of the Colorado Party List 14, El Dia, and the morning newspaper of the Union Colorado y Batlista, La Mañana, to a lesser extent. Buzz 1 pays editors on newspapers on a space-used basis, and the articles are usually published as unsigned editorials of the newspapers themselves. O'Grady is in charge of this operation, which he works through Brooks Reed, who deals directly with Buzz 1. All told, the station can count on 2 or 3 articles per day. Clips are mailed to headquarters and to other stations for replay. UFBuzz1 also writes occasional fly sheets at station direction, usually, on anti-communist themes, and he operates a small distribution team to get them on the streets after they are secretly printed in a friendly print shop. Television and radio are also used by UFBuzz1, although much less than newspapers because they carry less political comment. UFBloom. Student operations have had very limited success in recent years in spite of generous promotion of non-communist leaders for FEUU offices. Recently the station recommended, and headquarters agreed, that student operations be refocused to concentrate on the secondary level rather than at the university, on the theory that anti-communist indoctrination at a lower level may bring better results later when the students go on to the university. Brooks Red works with several teams of anti-communist student leaders whom he finances for work in organization and propaganda. O'Grady is also the station officer in charge of student operations. AvCharm. Labor operations for some years have been designed to strengthen the Uruguayan Labor Confederation, CSU, which is affiliated with the Oroticto structure, but we have been unsuccessful in reversing its decline in recent years. A crucial decision on whether to continue support to the CSU must soon be made. If the CSU is to be salvaged, the station will have to replace the present ineffectual leaders, not a pleasant prospect because of their predictable resistance, and begin again practically from the beginning. The fact is that the CSU is largely discredited, and organized labor is overwhelmingly aligned either inside, or in cooperation with, the CTU and the extreme left. Apart from the CSU, station labor operations are targeted at selected unions that can be assisted and influenced, perhaps eventually controlled, through the international trade secretariats that operate in Latin America, such as the International Transport Workers Federation. The most important new activity in labor operations is the establishment last November of the Montevideo office of the American Institute for Free Labor Development. This office is called the Uruguayan Institute of Trade Union Education, and its director, Jack Goodwin, is a U.S. citizen contract agent and the Montevideo IFLD representative. Alexander Zephyr, the station officer in charge of labor operations, meets Goodwin under discrete conditions for planning, reporting and other matters. In addition to training locally at the IFLD Institute, Uruguayans are also sent to the ORIT School in Mexico and to the IFLD School in Washington. Avalon. This agent, A. Fernandez Chavez, has for many years been used for placing propaganda material and as a source of intelligence on political matters. At times when UFBuzz1 cannot place things the station wants in the papers, Fernandez may be successful because of his very wide range of friends in political and press circles. He is the Montevideo correspondent of ANSA, the Italian wire service, and of the Santiago station-controlled feature news service Agencia or Latino Americano. Although he occasionally meets Holman, his usual station contact is Paul Burns, the CP officer. Avid. Although the political action operations formerly effected through Benito Nardun have largely ended, Holman continues to see Nardun's wife Olga Claricida Nardun, who is very active in the ruralist movement, and Juan José Gari, Nardun's chief political lieutenant. Gari has the major political plum assigned to the ruralists in the current Blanco government. He's president of the State Mortgage Bank. Should a policy change occur and the station return to political and militant action, one place we would start is with Mrs. Nardun and Gari, even if Nardun himself fails to survive his struggle with cancer. Aviator. Holman recently turned over to O'Grady the responsibility for keeping up the developmental contact with Juan Carlos Qualiati, a very wealthy right-wing lawyer and rancher. This man is the leader of a group of similarly well-to-do Uruguayans concerned with the decline in governmental effectiveness and in the gains made by the extreme left in recent years. He is active in trying to persuade military leaders to intervene in political affairs, and would clearly favor a strong military government, or military-dominated government, over the current weak and divided executive. Although the station does not finance or encourage him, an attempt is made to monitor his activities for collecting intelligence on tendencies in military circles to seek unconventional solutions to Uruguayan difficulties. Should the need arise for station operations designed to promote military intervention, Quagliati would be an obvious person through whom to operate. Support agents. As in other stations, we have a fairly large number of support agents who own and rent vehicles or property for use in station operations. These agents, mainly social acquaintances of station officers, are usually given whiskey or other expensive and hard-to-get items that can be brought in with diplomatic free entry, rather than salaries. Tito Banks, a wool dealer of British extraction, is one of the more effective of these agents. As in Ecuador, the station in Montevideo is getting no small mileage from a relatively small number of officers. The station budget is a little over $1 million per year. Major improvement is needed in the access agent program against the Soviets, direct recruitment against the Cubans, higher level penetrations of the PCU, improvement in the capabilities of police intelligence, and greater effectiveness in labor and student operations. Next week I begin to take over all the operations targeted against the Cubans, not all of which are being handled at present by the officer I am replacing, Michael Berger. This officer has had difficulty in learning Spanish and on the whole has been able to work only with English-speaking agents. He's being married to an Uruguayan girl next weekend and afterwards will depart for a honeymoon, home leave, and reassignment to the Dominican Republic. The operations I'm taking over are the following: the AFCASC operations against the Paraguayans, the Avidity letter intercept, Ralph Hatry and his problems, unfortunately, the telephone tap transcriber of Vengeful 9, Avendana, the chauffeur at the Cuban embassy, the observation post at the Cuban embassy, the Avenin surveillance team, the AFBASC penetration of the MRO, the foreign ministry protocol official who provides photographs and other data on communist diplomats, and the postman who delivers letters to the Zernik Cuban intelligence support agent. I'm also temporarily, I hope, taking over Holman's contacts with Inspector Antonio Pires, our main penetration of the Montevideo Police Department, and with Commissioner Alejandro Otero, the Chief of the Intelligence and Liaison Department. Montevideo, March 26, 1964. The ruling Blanco Party is in a deepening crisis right now that illustrates both the complexity and the fragmentation of Uruguayan politics, and the effect these conditions have on our operations. In January, the Chief of Police of Canelones, the Interior Department that borders on Montevideo, was involved in a bizarre bank robbery in which the two robbers were gunned down by police just as they were leaving the bank. Press reporting revealed that there was a third member of the gang who had been working for the Canelones police chief and had previously advised which bank was to be robbed, the day and time of the robbery and the hideouts to be used by the robbers afterwards. The police chief provided weapons for the robbers that had been altered so that they would not fire. In the fusillade of bullets fired by the police ambush, a policeman and a passerby were wounded, but the police chief defended such exaggerated firepower, on the grounds that the robbers had first fired several shots at the police. The most ironic note for the murdered robbers was that the Montevideo press had carried several articles during the week before the robbery that unusual police movements in Canelones at that time were due to a tip-off on a probable robbery. Had the robbers read the newspapers, they would have known they were betrayed. An uproar followed this irregular police procedure, producing an investigation in the Ministry of the Interior and a movement to fire the police chief and prosecute him for not having prevented the robbery. Lines are now drawn in the Blanco Party between those supporting the police chief, who comes from one Blanco faction, and those supporting Felipe Gil, the Minister of the Interior, who comes from another Blanco faction and who is leading the movement against the police chief. Supporters of the chief, in fact, are charging that the chief had kept the minister fully informed on the case and that the minister is to blame for any unethical procedures. Benito Nardun died yesterday, but almost until the end he was making radio broadcasts in support of the Canelones police chief. According to reports from Juan Jose Gari, there is no quick solution in sight, and so the Blancos continue to weaken, a process that reaches right up to the Blanco NCG majority. The Colorados aren't sitting idly by. The day after I arrived, they got a Colorado elected president of the Chamber of Deputies by taking advantage of Blanco splits. Meanwhile, Holman's chief project with the minister, establishment of an aid public safety mission in the police, continues in abeyance pending a decision by Gil. Montevideo, April 1, 1964. It's all over for Goulart in Brazil much faster and easier than most expected. He gave the military and the opposition political leaders the final pretext they needed, a speech to the Army Sergeants Association implying that he backed the non-commissioned officers against the officer corps. Coming right after acts of insubordination by low-ranking sailors and Marines, the speech couldn't have been better timed for our purposes. The Rio station advised that Goulart is probably coming to Uruguay, which means Holman's fears about new exile problems were real. U.S. recognition of the new military government is practically immediate, not very discreet but indicative, I suppose, of the euphoria in Washington now that 2.5 years of operations to prevent Brazil's slide to the left under Goulart have suddenly bloomed. Our campaign against him took much the same line as the ones against communist infiltration in the Velasco and Arosmena governments 2 and 3 years ago in Ecuador. According to Holman, the Rio station and its larger bases were financing the mass urban demonstrations against the Goulart government, proving the old themes of God, country, family, and liberty to be effective as ever. Goulart's fall is without doubt largely due to the careful planning and consistent propaganda campaigns dating at least back to the 1962 election operation. Holman's worry is a new flood of exiles to add to the Paraguayans and Argentines we already have to cover. Montevideo, April 3, 1964. My first Cuban recruitment looks successful. A trade mission arrived from Brazil and will be here until sometime next week. An agent of the Rio station had reported that Raul Alonso Olive, a member of the mission and perhaps the most important because he's a high-level official in the sugar industry, seemed to be disaffected with the revolution. In order to protect the Rio agent against provocation and because of the confusion in Brazil this past week, the Rio station suggested that a recruitment approach be made here or in Madrid, which is their last stop before return to Havana. The Avenin surveillance team followed him after arrival, and at the first chance when he was alone they delivered a note from me asking for a meeting. The note was worded so that he would know it came from the CIA. After reading it, he followed the instructions to walk along a certain street, where I picked him up and took him to a safe place to talk. Headquarters had sent a list of questions for him, mostly dealing with this year's sugar harvest, efforts to mechanize cane cutting, and anyone else he might know was dissatisfied. We spoke for about 2 hours because he had to rejoin his delegation, but we'll meet again several times before he leaves for Madrid. Contact instructions just arrived from the Madrid station. He said sugar production from this year's harvest should be about 5 million tons, and he rambled on at length about the problems with the cane cutting machines, mostly caused when used on sloping or inclined surfaces. What was surprising was that he knows so many government leaders well, even though he wasn't particularly active in the struggle against Batista. I recorded the meeting, which he didn't particularly like, and reported by cable the essentials of what he said. He thinks he will be in Madrid for most of next week, or perhaps longer, so communications training can be done there. Strange he agreed so readily to return to Cuba and for his salary to be kept safe for him by the CIA, but he seemed honest enough. In Madrid he'll get the polygraph, which should help to resolve his bona fides. Montevideo, April 5, 1964. Goulart arrived here yesterday and was greeted with a surprising amount of enthusiasm. The military takeover, in fact, has been rather badly received here in Uruguay because Goulart was popularly elected, and a strong Brazilian military government may mean difficulties for Uruguay over exiles. Already officials of Goulart's government are beginning to arrive, and the Rio station is sending one cable after another asking that we speed up reporting arrivals. Our only source for this information is Commissioner Otero, whose intelligence and liaison department is in charge of processing the exiles. It's clear that the Rio station is going out to support the military government, and the key to snuffing out any counter-coup or insurgency is in either capturing or forcing into exile Leonel Brizola, Goulart's far-left brother-in-law, who is the federal deputy for Guanabara, Rio de Janeiro, and is now in hiding. Headquarters has begun to generate hemisphere-wide propaganda in support of the new Brazilian government and to discredit Goulart. For example, Arturo Jorge, Secretary-General of ORIT, has sent a telegram pledging ORIT support for the new Brazilian government. This may provoke a negative reaction in places like Venezuela because the CIA's policy before was to have ORIT oppose military takeovers of freely elected governments, not very realistic in view of the way events are moving. Through AFBuzz we're currently promoting opinion favorable to the Venezuelan case against Cuba in the OAS based on the arms cache discovered last year. One of our placements was a half-page paid advertisement in the Colorado Daily La Mañana that came out yesterday. It was ostensibly written and signed by Hadarassit, the representative here of the Cuban Revolutionary Council and one of the propaganda agents of the AFBuzz project. In fact, it was written by O'Grady and Brooks Reed and based on information from headquarters and from station files. The statement relates the arms cache to overall Soviet and Cuban penetration of the hemisphere, including allegations attributed to Rolando Santana, last year's Cuban defector here. Current insurgent movements in Venezuela, Honduras, Peru, Colombia, Argentina, Panama, and Bolivia are described as being directed from Soviet and Cuban embassies in Mexico City, Buenos Aires and Montevideo, not to exclude the Chinese communists who were also mentioned. Montevideo, April 18, 1964. Holman returned from a Chiefs of Station conference with the grudging acknowledgement that we'll have to devote more attention to the Brazilian exiles. The decision was made, apparently by President Johnson himself, that an all-out effort must be made not only to prevent a counter-coup and insurgency in the short run in Brazil, but also to build up their security forces as fast and as effectively as possible for the long run. Never again can Brazil be permitted to slide off to the left where the communists and others become a threat to take things over or at least become a strong influence on them. Here in Montevideo, this policy means that we will have to assist the Rio station by increasing collection of information about the exiles. This will have to be through police intelligence for the time being and will be my responsibility since Holman, as I suspected, wants me to continue to work with Otero, Pires, de Anda, Torres and others while he maintains the high-level contacts with the Minister of the Interior, Felipe Gil, and the Chief of Police, Colonel Ventura Rodriguez. As a start, I have gotten Otero to place his officers at the residences of Goulart and 3 or 4 of the most important exiles, according to the Rio station's criteria, and these officers will keep logs of visitors while posing as personal security officers for the exiles. We'll forward highlights of the reports to Rio by cable along with information on new arrivals with full copies following by pouch. The political currents here are running against the new military government in Brazil and making favorable editorial comment very difficult to generate. The Brazilian government, nevertheless, has begun to pressure the Uruguayans in different ways so that Goulart and his supporters in exile here will be forbidden to engage in political activities. Promoting sentiment in favor of a break in relations with Cuba is almost as difficult here as promoting favorable comment towards Brazil. Not that Uruguayans are fond of communism or well disposed towards the Cuban Revolution. The cornerstone of Uruguayan foreign policy is strict non-intervention because of the country's vulnerability to pressures from its 2 giant neighbors. Since sanctions or collective action against Cuba can easily be interpreted as intervention in Cuba's internal affairs, the station program to promote a break in relations runs counter to Uruguayan traditional policies. Even so, we are keeping up media coverage of Cuban themes in the hope that Venezuelan attempts to convoke an OAS Foreign Ministers Conference over the arms cache will result not only in the conference but in a resolution for all OAS countries to break with Cuba. A few days ago, the former Venezuelan Foreign Minister under Betancourt, Marcos Falcon Bracino, was here trying to drum up support for the conference, but he couldn't convince the Uruguayans to join actively in the campaign. Montevideo, April 24, 1964. We've just had a visit from the new WH Division Chief, Desmond Fitzgerald, who is making the rounds of field stations. Holman gave a buffet for all the station personnel and wives, and in the office each of us had a short session with Fitzgerald to describe our operations. He was pleased with the Cuban recruitment but suspects he may have been a provocation because of his high estimate of the sugar harvest. Instead of 5 million tons, according to Fitzgerald, production this year will probably be less than 4 million. He also encouraged me to concentrate on making an acceptable recruitment approach to the Cuban code clerk here. When we told him that one of our station offices has a common wall with an uncontrolled apartment in the building next door, he ordered that a large sign be immediately placed on the wall reading, "This room is bugged. Rank has its privileges in the CIA too." Fitzgerald was very insistent that the Montevideo station devote attention to supporting the new Brazilian military government through intelligence collection and propaganda operations. Holman has given O'Grady the overall responsibility for Brazilian problems, and the Rio station is going to help by sending down one of its liaison contacts as military attaché in the Brazilian embassy. He is Colonel Camaracina, and he is due to arrive any day. O'Grady will be meeting with him and will assist him in developing operations to penetrate the exile community. In spite of Goulart's popularity here, the NCG voted yesterday to recognize the Brazilian government, which should serve to ease tensions. Also, Goulart has been declared a political asylee rather than a refugee, which is a looser status that would have allowed him more freedom for political activities. Montevideo, May 2, 1964. Headquarters has approved my plan for recruitment of Roberto Hernandez, the Cuban code clerk, and we shall see if luck prevails. I'm using Ezequiel Ramirez, the training officer from headquarters who's just finished training the Ifbandi surveillance team, to make the initial contact. He can pass for a Spaniard or Latin American and will be less dangerous for Hernandez, if he accepts, until we can establish a clandestine meeting arrangement. Today Ramirez begins working with the Avenin surveillance team to follow Hernandez from the embassy to wherever in town the first approach can be made. It's very hard to tell what the chances are, although reporting from Warner, the Cuban embassy chauffeur, has been excellent in providing insight into Hernandez's personality. He not only is having problems with his wife, who has just had a baby, but he seems to be more than casually involved with Mirta, his Uruguayan girlfriend. Because of Mirta, I rejected the girl offered by the Miami station and will concentrate on interesting Hernandez in eventual resettlement, possibly in Buenos Aires. In addition to his duties as code clerk, he is the embassy technical officer with proficiency in photography. Perhaps resettlement could include setting him up with a commercial photography shop. For the moment, however, we will offer him, per headquarters instructions, $30,000 for a straight debriefing on what he knows of Cuban intelligence operations, $50,000 for the debriefing and provision and replacement of the code pads, and $3,000 for each month he will work for us while continuing to work in the embassy. I have a safe apartment all ready to use if Hernandez agrees, and will take over from Ramirez as quickly as possible. The other day I cornered Holman and proposed that I could do more with the police work and Cuban operations if I weren't bogged down with the Paraguayans, the Letter Intercept and Ralph Hatry. It was a dirty move because I suggested that Alex Zephyr, the labor officer, could probably take over these operations. Holman agreed and then told Zephyr, who hasn't spoken to me since. He knows all about Hatry's problems and of the drudgery involved in the Letter Intercept. I'll continue to go occasionally at night to Avendana's house in order to discuss problems of the Cuban embassy observation post with his wife. I wouldn't want to miss that experience. The house is a low bungalow set far back off the street in a sparsely populated section on the edge of town and surrounded by thick woods, almost jungle. The house is protected by a high chain link fence and perhaps a half-dozen fiercely barking dogs. Such isolation in this Adamsesque setting is convenient in that Avendana is almost completely deaf, and operational discussions are necessarily but insecurely loud when not screaming. Each time I have visited the home I have gone with Hatry, and the picture of these two aging men yelling furtively over their spy work is an interesting study in contradiction. Another operation that I took over has resolved itself. Anibal Mercader, the MRO penetration, decided to seek employment in the U.S. He was hired by a Miami bank and is leaving shortly, I arranged to keep his MRO membership off the station memorandum on his visa application. I don't envy Alex Zephyr for his labor operations. He is going to have to start again, practically from scratch, because the decision was finally made to withdraw support from the Uruguayan Labor Confederation, CSU. Last month the CSU held a congress and the leadership was unable to overcome the personality conflicts that have resulted in continuing withdrawals of member unions and refusals of others to pay dues. The real problem is leadership, and when Andrew McClellan, the AFL-CIO Inter-American representative, and Bill Doherty, the IFLD Social Projects chief, arrived last week, they advised CSU leaders that subsidies channeled through the ICFTU or IT and the ITS are to be discontinued. The situation is rather awkward because the CSU has just formed a workers' housing cooperative and expected to receive IFLD funds for construction. These funds will also be withheld from the CSU and may be channeled through another non-communist union organization. Next week Serafino Romualdi, IFLD executive director, will be here for more conversations on how to promote the IFLD program while letting the CSU die. One thing is certain, it will take several years before a new crop of labor leaders can be trained through the IFLD program and, from them, recruitments made of new agents who can set up another national confederation to affiliate with ORIT and the ICFTU. Montevideo, May 5, 1964. None of us can quite believe what is happening. Just as planned, Ramirez and the surveillance team followed Hernandez downtown, and at the right moment he walked up to Hernandez in the street and told him the US government is interested in helping him. Hernandez agreed to talk but only had about 15 minutes before he had to get back to the embassy. He was a pale bundle of nerves, but he agreed in principle to the debriefing and to providing the pads. Another meeting is set for tomorrow afternoon. I sent a cable advising headquarters of the meeting and suggesting that they send down the Division D technician right away so that he can work on the pads on a moment's notice. If this recruitment works, as it seems to be working, we'll have the first important penetration of Cuban operations in this region. More anti-Cuban propaganda. Representatives of the Revolutionary Student Directorate in Exile, DRE, an organization financed and controlled by the Miami station, arrived today. They're on a tour of South America hammering away at the Cuban economic disaster. We don't have a permanent representative of the DRE in Montevideo, so arrangements were made by Hadaracet and FBuzz1. Also through FBuzz1 we're generating propaganda on the trial in Cuba of Marcos Rodriguez, a leader of the Revolutionary Student Directorate in the struggle against Batista. Rodriguez is accused of having betrayed 26 of July members to the Batista police, and our false line is that he was really a communist and was instructed to betray to 26 of July people by the Cuban Communist Party. Purpose: exacerbate differences between the old-line communists and the 26 of July people. We're also playing up the Anibal Escalante purge. Both cases are causing serious divisions in Cuba where, according to FBuzz1, the repression is comparable to that under Hitler, Mussolini, and Stalin as the revolution devours its own. The internal crisis in the Blanco Party over the Cane Loans police case continues to grow. What is at stake, besides the reputations of the principals, is the division of spoils among the Blanco factions, a very delicate balance negotiated with difficulty and easily upset by internal struggle. Rumors abound of an impending cabinet crisis. Montevideo, May 10, 1964. All is not well on the Hernandez recruitment. He made the second meeting with Ramirez, but refused to talk about Cuban operations until he actually saw the money. He doesn't trust us an inch. Zeke set up a third meeting and I went with $15,000, practically all the cash we have right now in the station. Holman was nervous about me taking out all that money, but if we're going to get Hernandez to talk we have to at least show him the money and maybe even give him a little. O'Grady also came along for extra security, but Hernandez didn't show. My plan was to give Hernandez up to $1,000 if he would begin talking and then try to convince him to let me keep everything for him in an agency account until we finally arrange for him to disappear. Otherwise he might be discovered with large sums of money he can't explain. For 4 nights now I've been waiting for him, and if he doesn't show up tonight I'll get Zeke back into action with the surveillance team. Yesterday the Division D technician arrived. He says he only needs the code pads for a few hours in order to open, photograph and reseal them. That's going to be a neat trick. The pads have adhesive sealers on all 4 edges, so it's only possible to see the top page. But if we get them copied we'll be able to read all their traffic for as long as the pads last. For me the most important thing is the debriefing on their intelligence operations. Hernandez told Zeke that he knows absolutely everything they're doing here, and I believe him. Tonight he's got to show. Leonel Brizola, leader of the far left in the Goulart government and Goulart's brother-in-law, arrived here in exile, and the Brazilian government has asked that both he and Goulart be interned. If interned they will have to live in an interior city without freedom of movement around the country, which would make control much easier. As the most dangerous political leader in the old government, Brizola's leaving Brazil is a favorable development. He had been in hiding since the fall of Goulart. The Rio station wants close coverage of him. Montevideo, May 15, 1964. Something is definitely going wrong on the Hernandez recruitment. From the observation post at the Cuban embassy I know Hernandez practically hasn't left the embassy since the second meeting with Zeke Ramirez. For 4 days the surveillance team and Zeke have been waiting for the signal from the UP in order to intercept Hernandez again for another try. According to the telephone tap on the embassy, Hernandez isn't taking many calls either, and the chauffeur reported today that Hernandez hasn't spoken to him lately. I can't give him special instructions because I don't want him to suspect we have a recruitment going on. Nothing to do but just be patient and keep on trying. Another nuisance assignment. The Santiago station has a really big operation going to keep Salvador Allende from being elected president. He was almost elected at the last elections in 1958, and this time nobody's taking any chances. The trouble is that the Office of Finance in headquarters couldn't get enough Chilean escudos from the New York banks, so they had to set up regional purchasing offices in Lima and Rio. But even these offices can't satisfy the requirements, so we have been asked to help. The purchasing agent for currency in this area is the First National City Bank, but the Buenos Aires station usually handles currency matters because they have a class of finance office empowered to purchase currency. As a Class B station we are restricted to emergencies for exchanging dollars for local currency. Nevertheless, headquarters sent down a check drawn on an account in the New York City Bank office, which I took over to Jack Hennessy, who is the senior U.S. citizen officer at the Montevideo City Bank. He is cleared by headquarters for currency purchases and had already been informed by Citibank in New York to expect the check. I gave him the check and he sent his buyers over to Santiago for discreet purchase. In a couple of days they were back. According to Hennessy, they usually bring the money back in suitcases, paying bribes to customs officials not to inspect, and Paul Burns and I went down to see Hennessy for the pickup. When we got back to the station we had to spend the rest of the day counting it, over $100,000 worth. Now we'll send it to the Santiago station in the diplomatic pouch. They must be spending millions if they have to resort to the system, and New York, Lima, and Rio de Janeiro together can't meet the demand. Montevideo, May 20, 1964. The Hernandez recruitment has failed, for the time being anyway. Today he finally left the embassy, and with the surveillance team Zeke Ramirez caught him downtown. Hernandez refused to speak to Ramirez or even to acknowledge him. The key to the operation now is whether Hernandez told anyone in the embassy of his first conversations with Ramirez, and all the signs are negative. Today, in fact, Hernandez turned pale when Zeke approached him. If he had reported the recruitment he wouldn't be so panicky because his position in the embassy would be firm. Undoubtedly his fright derives from failure to report the first conversations with Zeke, meaning that his initial acceptance was genuine. Ramirez will return to Washington tomorrow and will let Hernandez get back into his old habits before approaching him again. According to his first conversations with Ramirez, Hernandez's political and cultural orientation is towards Argentina or Brazil rather than the U.S. Perhaps we will enlist help from the Buenos Aires or Rio stations with a security service penetration agent who could make the next approach in the name of the Brazilian or Argentine government. Montevideo, May 23, 1964. Hernandez has panicked, but we'll probably get him after all. This morning I had an emergency call from the Cuban embassy chauffeur, and when we met he reported that when he arrived this morning at the embassy everything was in an uproar. Hernandez left the embassy, he lives there with his family, sometime during last night, leaving behind his wedding ring and a note for his wife. The Cubans believed he has defected and that he's with us, either in hiding here or on his way to the US. From the worry and gloom at the embassy, the chances are that he took the code pads with him. I told the chauffeur to stick around the embassy all day, if possible, he doesn't usually work on Saturday afternoons, and to offer to work tomorrow. Then I got the Cuban embassy observation post going. We usually close down on weekends, and with Holman, O'Grady, and Burns we tried to decide what to do. What we can't figure out is where Hernandez is and why he hasn't come to the embassy. We arranged for the front door to be left open so that Hernandez can walk right in instead of waiting after ringing the bell, and tonight, in case he's waiting for darkness, we'll have a station officer sitting in the light just inside the front door. Somehow we have to give Hernandez the confidence to walk on in. Sooner or later he's got to appear. Montevideo, May 24, 1964. Hernandez is out of his mind. The chauffeur called for another emergency meeting and reported that Hernandez arrived back at the embassy sometime after daybreak. He's being kept upstairs under custody. Several times yesterday and today the charge went over to the Soviet embassy, probably because the Soviets are having to handle the Cubans' encoded communications with Havana about Hernandez. What possibly could have possessed Hernandez to change his mind again? Montevideo, May 26, 1964. According to the chauffeur, Hernandez is going to be taken back to Cuba under special custody. Ricardo Gutierrez and Eduardo Hernandez, both intelligence officers, will be the escorts. They leave Friday on a Swissair flight to Geneva, where they transfer to a flight to Prague. The chauffeur also learned from Hernandez that when he disappeared from the embassy last Saturday he went to see his friend Ruben Pazos and they drove together to the Brazilian border. Hernandez had the code pads with him and planned to defect to the Brazilian consul in Rivera, but the consul was out of town for the weekend. After waiting a while Hernandez changed his mind again and decided to take his chances with revolutionary justice. He told Abaran 1, the chauffeur, that he'll probably have to do about 5 years on a correctional farm. I wonder. We've decided to make the case public for propaganda purposes and also to try to spring Hernandez loose on the trip home. The decision to publish came after the Minister of the Interior, Felipe Gil, refused to get the Foreign Ministry or the NCG involved. Holman told him that Hernandez had been caught trying to defect to us and asked for official efforts to save him. The most the minister would agree to was a police interview at the airport, in which Hernandez will be separated, by force, if necessary, from his escorts. Through Buzz 1, meanwhile, will expose the case as a sensational kidnapping within the Cuban embassy of a defector trying to flee from communist tyranny. Montevideo, May 28, 1964. The story of Hernandez's kidnapping is splashed all over the newspapers and is provoking just the reaction we wanted. Buzz 1 sent several reporters to the embassy seeking an interview with Hernandez and they were turned away, adding to speculation that perhaps only Hernandez's corpse will eventually appear. I've alerted each of the stations where Hernandez's flight will stop on the way to Geneva. So far the stations in Rio de Janeiro, Madrid, and Bern are going to take action. Rio and Madrid will arrange for police liaison services to speak with Hernandez and the Geneva base will arrange for uniformed Swiss police to be in evidence while Hernandez is in transit, although forcing an interview is too sensitive for the Swiss. We hope Hernandez won't get that far. Through the Chief of Police, Colonel Ventura Rodriguez, we have the interview arranged at the airport tomorrow before the flight leaves. Inspector Antonio Pires and Commissioner Alejandro Otero will both be there, and Hernandez will be separated for a private interview in which our police agents will try to convince him to stay rather than face punishment on return. I'll also be at the airport to speak with him if he shows signs of agreeing to political asylum in Uruguay. Montevideo, May 29, 1964. More propaganda, but Hernandez couldn't be convinced. At the airport, Gutierrez, one of the escorts, tried to resist having Hernandez separated for the police interview. During the scuffle he pulled out a pistol and was forcibly disarmed. Hernandez, however, insisted that he was returning of his own will, and eventually he and his wife and child boarded the flight with the two escorts. So far no news from stations along the way. This morning before his departure the Cubans recovered somewhat from the adverse propaganda by inviting the press to the embassy for an interview with Hernandez. Hernandez said he was returning to Cuba because he feared reprisals against his wife and son from certain persons, unidentified, who were trying to get him to betray his country. For the past 20 days, he admitted, certain persons whose nationality he couldn't place were accosting him in the street. They had first offered him $5,000 and later as high as $50,000. Even with this interview, however, press coverage makes it clear that Hernandez is being returned as a security risk, especially in view of the escorts. The recruitment may have failed, but we have certainly damaged the Cubans' operational capabilities here. The only officers they have left now are the commercial counselor and his wife, and the charge who we don't believe is engaged in intelligence work. Suddenly they're cut from 5 to 2 officers and must use Soviet embassy communications facilities until they can get a new code clerk. The propaganda, moreover, may have improved the climate here for a break in relations if the Venezuelan case in the OAS prospers. If we didn't get the pads and debriefing, at least we got good media play and disruption. Perhaps indirectly related to the Hernandez case, we won't know for some time, are two very favorable recent developments relating to Cuban intelligence defections. In Canada, a Cuban intelligence officer, Vladimir Rodriguez, defected a few weeks ago and is beginning to give the first details of the General Intelligence Directorate, DGI, which is housed within the Ministry of the Interior. Headquarters is keeping us up to date on the highlights of debriefings, which must be similar to the first KGB defector because nothing was known until now, not even the existence of the DGI. More closely related to Cuban operations in Uruguay is another attempt to defect by Earl Perez Freeman, their former intelligence chief in Montevideo, who had defected and then changed his mind in Mexico this past January. Perez has just obtained asylum in the Uruguayan embassy in Havana, where 3 of the 4 diplomats, the MHOF agents, are working for the Miami station. One of these, the charge d'affaires, is being replaced, but through the other 2, German Rosent and Hamlet Goncalves, the Miami station will try for a debriefing on Cuban operations in Montevideo. Over the weekend I'll compile a list of questions based on what we already know and forward it to Miami for use with the MHOF agents. Montevideo, June 6, 1964. The struggle within the Blanco party has reached a new crisis just as labor unrest also approaches a peak. Beginning on May 21 the cabinet ministers began to resign, one by one, with the Minister of Defense resigning on May 30 and Felipe Gil, the Minister of the Interior, today. From initial concern over the Cane Loans police case, the Blancos have turned to fighting over assignment of government jobs, and rumors are getting stronger by the day that Blanco military officers are organizing a coup against the Blanco political leadership. So far the rumors are unfounded, but we're sending regular negative reports to headquarters based mostly on reports from Gary and Colonel Ventura Rodriguez, who are closely connected with the military officers said to be involved in the planning. Holman is hoping to get a new Minister of the Interior who will be strong enough to push through the public safety mission for the police. As the government grinds to a halt, the unions of the autonomous agencies and decentralized services are getting more militant. 2 days ago they struck for 24 hours for a 45% increase in the budget for the government enterprises, and a 24-hour general strike is already being organized by these unions and the CTU in protest against inflation. Hernandez returned to Cuba, although police agents of the Rio station had another scuffle with Gutierrez when they separated him for an interview alone with Hernandez. Cuban sugar production for this year's harvest was announced, much lower than my Cuban sugar official, Alonso, told me, so Fitzgerald was probably right. Now I'll have to terminate the safe apartment I used with him. No indication from Madrid yet on results of the polygraph. Miami station reported that getting information from Perez in Havana may be more complicated than expected because they want to keep Goncalves and Rosen from working together on the case. For the time being they'll use only Rosen, and he only comes out to Miami or Nassau about once a month. Montevideo, June 17, 1964. The Blancos finally solved their crisis. New ministers were announced and other jobs were realigned among the different disputing factions. The new Minister of the Interior is Adolfo Teire, whom the Montevideo police chief, Rodriguez, describes favorably. Through the chief, Holman will make an early contact with the new minister using the vengeful telephone tapping operation as the excuse and following with the aid public safety program later. Today practically all economic activity is stopped thanks to a 24-hour general strike, organized by the CTU and the unions of the government autonomous agencies and decentralized services, on account of inflation and other economic ills that adversely affect the workers. Last night, as the strike was about to start, Colonel Rodriguez, Montevideo police chief and the government's top security official, issued a statement denouncing the wave of rumors of a military takeover as completely unfounded. How different from Ecuador, where a general strike is enough to bring down the government. Here traffic circulates freely and almost everyone, it seems, goes to the beach even if it's too cold to swim. Holman, in commenting on the Sunday-like atmosphere, said that Uruguayans are nothing more than water watchers, content to sip their mate quietly and watch the waves roll in. The Brazilian government is keeping up the pressure for action against political activities by Goulart, Brizola and other exiles. Although they have begun to allow some of the asylees in the Uruguayan embassy to come out, which has temporarily relieved tension, they have also sent a deputy here for a press conference to try to stimulate action for control of the exiles. But the deputy's remarks were counterproductive because in addition to accusing supporters of Goulart and Brizola of conspiring against the military government through student, labor and governmental organizations in Brazil, he also said that Uruguay is infiltrated by communists and as such is a danger for the rest of the continent. The Uruguayan foreign minister answered later by acknowledging that the Communist Party is legal in Uruguay, but he added that the country is hardly dominated by them. Brazilian pressures may create negative reactions in the short run, but sooner or later the Uruguayans will have to take a similar hard line on communism because the country is just too small to resist Brazil's pressure. As an answer, I suppose, to Holman's resistance on covering the exiles, the Rio station has decided to send 2 more of its agents to the Brazilian embassy here, in addition to the military attaché, Colonel Camaracina. One is a high-level penetration of the Brazilian Foreign Ministry, Manuel Pio Correa, who is coming as ambassador, and the other is Lyle Fontoura, a protégé of Pio, who will be a new first secretary. Until last month Pio was Brazil's ambassador to Mexico where, according to the background forwarded by the Rio station, he was very effective in operational tasks for the Mexico City station. However, because Mexico hadn't recognized the new military government, Pio was recalled, and the Rio station arranged to have him reassigned to Montevideo, which at the moment is the Brazilian government's diplomatic hotspot. When they arrive, Holman will handle the contact with Pio while O'Grady works with Fontoura. One way or another the Rio station is determined to generate operations against the exiles, and Pio apparently is the persistent type who will keep up pressure on the Uruguayan government. Montevideo, June 28, 1964. The Miami station is having trouble getting information out of Earl Perez Freeman, the Cuban intelligence officer who is in asylum in the Uruguayan embassy in Havana. After several attempts at elicitation by German Rosen, one of the Uruguayan diplomats working for the Miami station, Perez accused him of working for the CIA and demanded that the CIA arrange to get him out of Cuba. He told Rosen that he will not reveal anything of Cuban operations in Uruguay until he is safely out of Cuba. One of Rosen's problems is that he is unable to pressure Perez very effectively without instructions from the foreign ministry here. He denied, of course, Perez's accusation of his connections with us, but is reluctant to proceed without some instructions from his government. Holman agreed that I proposed to Inspector Perez that he go to Miami to provide official guidance to Rosen, but without Rosen knowing that Perez is in contact with us. When I spoke to Perez, he liked the idea but cautioned that Colonel Rodriguez, the chief of police, should authorize his trip and coordinate with the foreign ministry. Holman proposed to Rodriguez that he send one of his best officers to Miami to work with Uruguayan diplomats who are in contact with Perez in the embassy, but without revealing either our contacts with Perez or Rosen. As expected, Rodriguez accepted the idea, obtained foreign ministry endorsement, and nominated Perez. In a few days now, Perez will go to Miami to give official guidance both to Rosen and to Goncalves, the other Uruguayan diplomat in Havana working for the Miami station. Ayala Cabota had previously been transferred from Havana and was no longer used by the agency. The Miami officer in charge will be meeting Rosen, Goncalves, and Perez separately, all of which seems cumbersome and inefficient, but we must protect the contact we have with each from being known by the others. In any case, Rosen and Goncalves will have official encouragement for pressure against the Cuban intelligence officer. We've got to get information from him before any break in relations removes the diplomat agents from Havana. The campaign for isolating Cuba is another step closer to success. The OAS announced that sufficient votes have been obtained for a conference of foreign ministers to consider the arms cache case and the Venezuelan motion that all OAS members still having relations with Cuba break them. Still no sign, however, that Uruguay will support the motion or break even if the motion is passed. Propaganda against Cuba continues through the IFBuzz Media Project. Among the many current placements are those of the canned propaganda operation, Editor's Press Service, which is based in New York and turns out quantities of articles against the Castro government and communism in general, much of which is written by Cuban exiles like Guillermo Martinez Marquez. Montevideo, July 15, 1964. The coup rumors have subsided since the general strike last month, but several strikes have continued. Headquarters sent down a strange dispatch that Holman believes is a prelude to getting back into political action operations. According to him, the dispatch, although signed as usual by the division chief, was actually written by Ray Herbert, who is deputy division chief and an old colleague of Holman's from their days in the FBI. In rather ambiguous terms, this dispatch instructs us to expand our contacts in the political field to obtain intelligence about political stability, government policy concerning activities of the extreme left, and possible solutions to current problems such as constitutional reform. Holman believes that Herbert deliberately did not mention political action operations, as opposed to political intelligence collection, but that the message to prepare for renewal of these operations was clearly implied. For preliminary organization, Holman has given me the responsibility for reporting progress and for developing new political contacts. He will increase somewhat his meetings with Mrs. Nardun and with Gari, and soon will introduce me to yet another Ruralista leader, Wilson Elso, who is a federal deputy. We will not make contact with the other principal Ruralista leader, Senator Juan Maria Bordaberry, because he is already in regular contact with Ambassador Coer, and Holman wants no problems with him. The importance of the Ruralistas is that they have already announced support for constitutional reform in order to return Uruguay to a strong one-man presidency. The other parties are openly opposed to such reform. ******. In addition to the Ruralistas, Holman asked me to arrange with one of the legitimate political section officers to begin meeting some of the more liberal leaders of the Colorado Party, mainly of the List 15 and the List 99. These two factions will be in the thick of the elections coming up in 1966, and they also constitute an attractive potential for access agents in the Soviet operations program. For purposes of political reporting, Holman will also have his new contact with Adolfo Teira, the Minister of the Interior, with Colonel Ventura Rodriguez, the Chief of Police, and with Colonel Carvajal, Chief of Military Intelligence. For the time being he will refrain from reinitiating contact with Colonel Mario A. Garando, who was Rodriguez's predecessor as Chief of Police and a close station liaison collaborator, because A. Garando is usually at the center of rumors of a move by Blanco military officers against the government. Also O'Grady will meet more regularly with Juan Carlos Quagliati, the wealthy rancher and lawyer who is active in promoting interventionist sympathies among military leaders. In discussing expansion of political contacts, Holman said we have to be very careful to avoid giving the ambassador any reason to suspect that we're getting back into political action operations. When the time comes, he said, the decision will be made in Washington and the ambassador will be informed through department channels. This is bad news. All the work with political leaders in Quito only emphasized how venal and ineffectual they were, and in Uruguay the politicians seem to be even more so. I couldn't be less enthusiastic. I don't want to cultivate senators and deputies, not even for the director. Montevideo, July 20, 1964. Another purchase of Chilean currency at the Montevideo branch of the First National City Bank for shipping by pouch to the Santiago station. This time the finance officer who is in charge of the purchasing operations in Lima and Rio came to Montevideo to assist in the pickup from Hennessy and to count the escudos afterwards. This one was also worth over $100,000 and, according to the finance officer, is only a drop in the bucket. He says we are spending money in the Chilean election practically like we did in Brazil 2 years ago. We've had serious trouble in the Avengeful/Avalanche telephone tapping operation. Avoidance, the courier who takes the tapes around to the transcribers, reported to Paul Burns, his case officer, that a briefcase full of tapes was taken from the trunk of his car while he was on his rounds making pickups and deliveries. Avoidance has no idea whether the tapes were taken by a common thief or by the enemy. Although he claims he has been very careful to watch for surveillance, negative, the chances are that the tapes will be listened to, even if only stolen by a thief, in order to determine saleability. After a discussion with Holman and Burns, I advised Commissioner Otero and Colonel Ramirez, Chief of the Metropolitan Guard, that we had lost some tapes and believe all the lines except the Cuban embassy should be disconnected. Ramirez agreed that the Cuban line should be retained because of our coming OAS meeting and the possibility of a break in relations with Cuba. He is also going to keep several of the contraband lines in operation for cover, although there is no way of denying the targets of the lost tapes. For the time being, avoidance will be eliminated from the operation, although he will go through the motions of a daily routine very similar to normal while continuing to watch for surveillance. The tapes of the Cuban line will be sent over to the station with the daily police intelligence couriers, and we will give them to Tomas Zafiriadis, who is an Uruguayan employee of the embassy commercial section. He will serve as courier between the station and his wife, Avengeful 3, who transcribes the Cuban embassy line. His wife's sister, Avengeful 5, the transcriber of the PCU headquarters line, will also help on the Cuban embassy line since her line is being disconnected. Using an embassy employee like this is against the rules, but Holman is willing to risk the ambassador's wrath to keep the Cuban embassy line going. Montevideo, July 25, 1964. News is in that the OAS passed the motion that all members should break diplomatic and commercial relations with Cuba, and that except for humanitarian purposes there should be no air or maritime traffic. It took 4 years to get this motion passed. Not only CIA operations but all our Latin American foreign policy has been pointing to this goal. The countries that still have relations, Chile, Mexico, and Uruguay, voted against the motion, while Bolivia abstained. Whether Uruguay or any other of these countries honor the motion or not is another matter, but headquarters propaganda guidance is certain to call for an all-out campaign to force compliance with the motion. Perhaps with the vote to break relations, the AMHOF agents in the Uruguayan embassy in Havana, Rosen, and Goncalves will be able to get information out of Perez Freeman. Even with the assistance of Inspector Pires in Miami, the Uruguayan diplomats still were unable to exert enough pressure to force Perez to begin talking about Cuban operations in Montevideo. We need the information to support the campaign for a break by Uruguay with Cuba through Perez's revelations of Cuban intervention here. We could alternatively write our own document based on a little fact and a lot of imagination and attribute it to Perez, whose presence in the embassy is public knowledge. Such a document could backfire, however, if Perez had actually been sent by the Cubans to seek asylum. This suspicion grows as he continues to refuse to talk, because after the document was surfaced Perez could escape from the embassy and issue a public denial through the Cuban authorities. For the time being Inspector Perez will return and we will hold up the false document project until we see how our media campaign progresses without it. Station labor operations limp along with Jack Goodwin and the Eiffel in the lead. This week we had a visit from Joaquin, Jack, Otero, the representative of the International Transport Workers Federation, ITF, who worked with me in Quito last year. Otero is now the chief ITF representative for all of Latin America and the Caribbean, and he came to assist in a boycott against meat exports by non-union packing plants. The hope is that his assistance will help strengthen the democratic unions involved. Agency-sponsored trade union education programs through ORIT are being expanded. Through the ICFTU International Solidarity Fund, headquarters is pumping in almost $200,000 to establish an ORIT training school in Cuernavaca. Until now the ORIT courses have been limited by the space made available in Mexico City by the Mexican Workers' Confederation, which is the most important ORIT affiliate after the AFL-CIO. Opening of the Cuernavaca school is still a year or two away, but already the ORIT courses have become an effective combination with the Eiffel program in Washington. As if we don't have enough problems with Argentines, Paraguayans, and Brazilians, now we have Bolivians to worry about. A week or so ago the new Bolivian ambassador, José Antonio Arce, arrived and the La Paz station asked that we keep up their relationship with him. He has been in and out of various government jobs since the Bolivian Revolution, most recently as Minister of the Interior when he worked closely with the La Paz station. Holman will be seeing him from time to time, probably no more than is absolutely necessary, so that when he returns to La Paz this important supporter of President Paz Estenssoro can be picked up again for Bolivian operations. Arce's main job here will be to watch the supporters of former Bolivian President Hernán Siles Suazo, and Siles himself if he settles in exile in Montevideo as is expected. Siles aspires to succeed current President Victor Paz Estenssoro in keeping with their custom, since the revolution of 1952, of alternating in the presidency. Paz, however, against the tradition, was re-elected in May and must now contend with Siles's plots against him. The La Paz station is anxious to prevent Siles from returning to the presidency in Bolivia because of his recent leftward trends, and his friendly relationship with the Soviets when he was Bolivian ambassador in Montevideo during 1960–62. As an initial move to support the La Paz station I have asked Commissioner Otero, Chief of Police Intelligence, to make discreet inquiries about Siles' plans among his political friends and to watch for signs that he will be settling here. Montevideo, August 11, 1964. Uruguayan compliance with the OAS resolution on Cuba looks very doubtful. The foreign minister on his return from Washington announced that the NCG will now have to decide whether the OAS resolution should be passed to the UN Security Council for approval before it can be considered binding. This is only a delaying maneuver to avoid a difficult decision, but the most damaging developments are that Mexico has announced that it will ignore the resolution and Bolivia is undecided. Unless Uruguay can be made to seem isolated in its refusal to break, the chances are not good. Moreover, although we have intensified our propaganda output on the Cuban issue through ABUS-1 considerably, it's no match for the campaign being waged by the extreme left against breaking relations, which has been carefully combined with the campaign against the government on economic issues. Today the National Workers' Convention, CNT, formed only a week ago as a loosely knit coordinating organization of the CTU and the government workers, is leading another general strike. Again, most of the country's economic activity has stopped: transport, bars, restaurants, port, construction, wool, textiles, service stations, schools, and many others. The strike was called to show support for continued relations with Cuba, admittedly a political purpose, but not unprecedented in Uruguay. Apart from the strike today, the formation of the CNT is a very significant step forward by the communist-influenced trade union movement, because, for the first time, government workers in the central administration, the ministries and executive, and the autonomous agencies and decentralized services are working in the same organization as the private sector unions of the CTU. With continuing inflation and currency devaluation, the peso is down to almost 23 per dollar now. The CNT will have plenty of legitimate issues for agitation in coming months. Besides the Cuban issue, the CNT campaign is currently targeted on pay rises, fringe benefits, and subsidies to be included in the budget now being drawn up for next year. Montevideo, August 21, 1964. Through the IFBuzz media operation, we're getting editorials almost daily calling for Uruguayan compliance with the OAS resolution to break with Cuba. President Alessandri in Chile has done this already, instead of waiting until after the elections. Today Bolivia announced it is breaking in accordance with the resolution, leaving only Uruguay and Mexico still with ties to Cuba. The NCG will surely buckle under such isolation, but getting decisions here is cumbersome. On important matters, the majority NCG members decide their position only after prior decisions within each of the Blanco factions represented on the NCG. Likewise, the Colorado factions must decide. Eventually the NCG meets to formalize the positions taken by each faction earlier and a decision may emerge. In the case of Cuban relations, the foreign minister has yet to present his report on the OAS conference and related matters, even with a month already passed since the conference. For additional propaganda, we have arranged for Juana Castro, Fidel's sister, to make a statement favoring the break during a stopover next week at the Montevideo airport. She defected in Mexico this June and is currently on a propaganda tour of South America organized by the Miami station and headquarters. We'll get wide coverage for her statement, and a few days later still another Miami station agent will arrive, Isabel Sayero Perez, important in the International Federation of Women Lawyers, another of the CA staff's international organizations. She'll describe the Havana horror show and emphasize the Soviets' use of Cuba as a base for penetration throughout the hemisphere. Montevideo, August 31, 1964. The Montevideo Association of Foreign Diplomats recently held their monthly dinner, and Janet and I went along with several others from the embassy. By chance we began a conversation with two of the Soviet diplomats and later joined them for dinner. I wrote a memorandum for headquarters on the conversation. One of the Soviets, Sergei Borisov, is a known KGB officer, and Holman later asked me to keep up the contact and see if Borisov is interested. Russell Phipps, our Soviet operations officer, isn't the outgoing type, and Holman is clearly not pleased with Phipps's failure to recruit any decent new Access agents. I'll go to the Diplomatic Association meeting next month, but I'm not keen on getting deeply into Soviet operations. Just keeping the telephone transcripts analyzed and the files up to date is deadly dreary and requires far too much desk work. We shall see if Borisov is interested in continuing the contact. He's the consul and lives in the Soviet side of the Avert House. I decided to try another Cuban recruitment with the possibility that the specter of a break in relations might help us. The target was Aldo Rodriguez Camps, the Cuban charge d'affaires in Montevideo, whose father-in-law is an exile living in Miami. Last year the Miami station sent the father-in-law, Ampig-1, down to Montevideo to discover the political views on Castro and communism of the charge and his wife. He felt from his conversation that neither seemed to be particularly ardent communists, although they were clearly loyal to the Cuban Revolution. At that time it was decided not to try for the recruitment or defection of either Aldo or Esther, but to wait for a future date. At my request the Miami station proposed to the father-in-law that he come back to Montevideo as soon as possible for a more direct approach to his daughter, who appeared to be the more susceptible of the two. If Esther had agreed to defect we would have made arrangements to evacuate her to Miami, but only after she had had a few days to work on Aldo. The key to Aldo, the charge, is their two young children, to whom he is very attached, and when confronted with their flight to Miami he just might have decided to come along. Unfortunately, this recruitment failed. The father-in-law came as planned and made the initial meeting with his daughter, but she cut him off at the beginning and refused any discussion of defection. After 2 days he went back to Miami, sad and broken, with no idea if he'll ever see his daughter and grandchildren again. Montevideo, September 4, 1964. The Maine, Blanco and Colorado newspapers are carrying a torrent of buzz-sponsored articles and statements calling for the government to heed the OAS resolution. However, maneuvering among the different Blanco and Colorado NCG members and their factions is causing the outlook on the break with Cuba to change almost daily. In the past 3 days there have been a meeting of the NCG Foreign Relations Commission that was scheduled but didn't convene for lack of quorum, new scheduling of debate by the full NCG for September 10, and finally last night an NCG decision to consider the OAS resolution at a special meeting on September 8. So far only 2 of the NCG members have indicated how they'll vote, 1 for and 1 against, and there is a good chance we'll lose. Nevertheless, relations with Brazil are again at crisis point, and the thesis that Uruguay must go along with the majority in order to assure protection against pressures from Argentina or Brazil is gaining ground. If they don't break relations this week, I'll write the Perez-Freeman report right away and we'll make it public either through Inspector Pires or the Amhof agents, Rosen or Goncalves. The foreign minister, who is against the break, is the first guy I'll burn as a Cuban agent. He probably is anyway. Returns from the elections in Chile today show Eduardo Frei an easy winner over Allende. Chalk up another victory for election operations. Allende won't be a threat again for another 6 years. Montevideo, September 8, 1964. A great victory. 44 days after the OAS resolution on Cuba, the NCG has voted to comply. How the vote would go wasn't known for sure until the last minute when the NCG president changed his position and carried a councillor from his faction with him. Final vote, 6 in favor of breaking, 5 Blancos and 1 Colorado, and 3 against, 1 Blanco and 2 Colorados. While the councillors were debating, several thousand pro-Cuban demonstrators gathered in Independence Plaza in front of Government House where the NCG was meeting. When the vote was announced, a riot was on, and the crowd surged down the main street, 18 de Julio, breaking storefronts and clashing with the anti-riot Metropolitan Guard and the Mounted Republican Guard. At least 10 police were injured and 26 demonstrators arrested before the water cannons and tear gas dispersed the mob. Somehow many of the demonstrators got back to the university buildings further down 18 de Julio, and right now the battle is continuing there with stones and firecrackers being hurled from the roof of the main university building. I'm spending the night in the station just in case anything drastic happens that has to be reported to headquarters. Tomorrow we'll see if any of the Cubans can be picked off before they leave for home. Montevideo, September 10, 1964. Rioting continues, mostly centered at the University of the Republic buildings on 18 de Julio. Although some demonstrators abandoned the university during the early morning hours yesterday at the urging of Colonel Rodriguez, Chief of Police, and Adolfo Tejera, Minister of the Interior, new riots began yesterday morning at about 10 o'clock and have continued since. The demonstrators' tactics include, besides the throwing of stones from the university buildings, lightning street riots at different places to throw the police off guard. Shop windows and cars parked at our embassy have also been stoned. During the early hours of this morning, several U.S. businesses were attacked. A powerful bomb exploded outside the First National City Bank, shattering the huge plate glass windows and causing the hanging ceiling in the lobby to fall. Another bomb exploded at the Western Telegraph Company, while an incendiary device started a fire at the Moore McCormick Line's offices. General Electric's offices were also damaged. The Cubans advised the Foreign Ministry that they'll be leaving on Saturday for Madrid. Last night with Roberto Musso, the chief of the Avenin surveillance team, I tried to talk to the new code clerk by telephone. Musso, using the name of someone we already know is in contact with the code clerk, got him on the telephone and passed it to me. I said I was a friend of Roberto Hernandez, his predecessor, and would like to make a similar offer of assistance. He told me to kiss his ass and hung up, but I'll try again if I have time after I've done the same with the other three, two of whom are new arrivals since the Hernandez episode. The Cubans may have made a serious mistake yesterday, in their haste to tie up loose ends before leaving. They sent the chauffeur, my agent, to send a telegram to Tucumán, Argentina with the message, "Return for your cousin's wedding." This can only be a code phrase, and the urgency attached to sending the telegram led the chauffeur to conclude that someone is being called for a meeting before Saturday. I've passed the addressee and address by cable to the Buenos Aires station for follow-up and will watch carefully the air and riverboat passenger lists for this and other names of possible Cuban agents. We know nothing about the person this was addressed to, but he is probably involved in the guerrilla activity in the Tucumán area. Montevideo, September 11, 1964. Demonstrators continue to occupy the university and bombings have occurred at the OAS offices, the Coca-Cola plant, newspapers that promoted the break, El Dia, El País, and El Plata, the homes of 4 councillors who voted for the break, and several of the neighborhood clubs of the factions that favored the break. At the university, which is still sealed off by police, minors were allowed to leave and the Red Cross entered with doctors to distribute blankets and examine the students, who were suffering from cold and hunger. Any who decide to leave, however, will have to be registered, identified, and face possible arrest. Colonel Rodriguez's plan is to trap all the non-students among the 400 or so people occupying the university. Not to be outdone by the students and political demonstrators, the municipal transit system workers struck for 3 hours this afternoon, and the workers of the autonomous agencies and decentralist services staged a huge demonstration at the Legislative Palace. Again, the issue was budget benefits. I've spoken to all but one of the Cubans and none has been willing to meet me. One of them last night invited me to the embassy for coffee, but I thought it prudent to decline in spite of the freezing wind howling through the telephone booth. When they leave tomorrow I'll be at the airport just in case, as will Otero, Pires and other police officers who can take charge if a last-minute defection occurs. Montevideo, September 12, 1964. This morning the demonstrators at the university surrendered and were allowed to leave after fingerprints, identification photographs, and biographical data were taken. 43 non-students were arrested among the 400 who came out. At the airport this afternoon several thousand demonstrators came together to bid the Cubans farewell. When the police began to force the demonstrators back to a highway some distance from the main terminal building, another riot broke out, followed by a pitched battle. The police won easily, using the cavalry effectively in the open areas around the terminal building, but many were injured on both sides. All the Cubans left as scheduled. Only one remains behind, the commercial counselor, who is being allowed to stay on for a couple of weeks to close a Cuban purchase of jerked beef. Of all the Latin American and Caribbean countries, only Mexico still has relations with Cuba. If Mexico refuses to break, as seems likely, the Mexican Channel could be used for various operational ploys against Cuba. It's even possible that the Mexican government was encouraged by the station there not to break with Cuba. Here we've done our job, but poor O'Grady will be working until the end of the year to send headquarters all the clips on Cuba we've managed to place in the media. Efforts by the Miami station to get information out of Earl Perez Freeman through the Uruguayan diplomats, Rosen and Goncalves, have ended, as these agents are returning to Montevideo. Although Switzerland is taking charge of Uruguayan affairs in Havana, the Uruguayan charge is staying to close the embassy and to transfer the 8 remaining asylees, including Perez Freeman, to another embassy. According to the Miami station, Goncalves is too insecure and frivolous to consider incorporating into other operations, so I've asked them to forward a contact plan for Rosen only. Just possibly he could develop a relationship with a Soviet officer here, but this will depend on a careful analysis of the possibility that he was known by the Cubans to be working with us. No sooner do we get the Cubans out than the Chinese communists try to move in. Only yesterday the foreign minister told a reporter that the Chicoms have asked permission to set up a trade mission in Montevideo and that as far as he is concerned it would be alright. Holman gave O'Grady the responsibility for following this one up, but as in the case of the Brazilians, the details are mine because we'll use the police intelligence office to get more information. Manuel Pio Correa, the new Brazilian ambassador, arrives tomorrow. He is pointedly visiting Brazilian military units along the Uruguay-Brazil border on his way here. Holman will establish contact with him next week. Montevideo, September 16, 1964. In spite of the intensity of station operations against the Cubans and other matters like the Brazilians, and local communist gains in the trade union field, we have a serious morale problem that's getting worse as weeks go by. In most stations, I suppose, the day-to-day demands of work keep personal dissent to a minimum because one doesn't have the time or energy to feud. But here the problem is with Holman, and everyone in the station is affected. The problem is that Holman expects all the station officers to give outstanding performances in their particular areas of responsibility, but he's not willing to exert very much effort himself. Besides that, he is a great player of favorites, and for better or worse he's chosen me as his favorite. He invites me to lunch several days each week and practically insists that I play golf on Saturday afternoons with his crowd out at the Cerro Club even. Though I've made it clear I'm not enthusiastic. When we're alone he speaks derisively of the other station officers, especially O'Grady, Phipps, and Zephyr. O'Grady, in fact, has turned into a bundle of nerves under Holman's criticism, which he's sure is the cause of his increasingly frequent attacks of hives. Usually Holman's criticisms are about shortcomings in language or failure to make new recruitments, but sometimes he even criticizes the wives. His attitude would be understandable, perhaps, if his own work habits were more inspiring, but he avoids work as much as possible, and requests from other stations like Rio or La Paz or Buenos Aires seem like personal insults to him. Just the other day when we were playing golf, Holman told me that in fact he was rather relieved when the recruitment of Hernandez, the Cuban code clerk, failed. He said he came to Montevideo for a relaxing last 4 years before retiring and only hoped to keep operations to a minimum and the ambassador happy. If Hernandez had been recruited, headquarters would have bothered us constantly with advice and probably would have sent down experts to tell us how to run the operation. Holman is not only determined to keep operations to a minimum. At night or on weekends when priority cables are received or have to be sent, Holman refuses to go to the station to take action. He either sends O'Grady in to bring the cable out to his house in Carrasco, against all the rules of security, or he has the communications officer bring it out to him. If another officer has to take action, he simply calls that officer to his house. I'm not sure what to do since I'm the only officer Holman thinks is doing a good job, nothing to be proud of. It could even be the kiss of death. Warren Dean told me before leaving Quito that Holman isn't considered one of the more outstanding chiefs of station in the division, but he's apparently protected by Ray Herbert, the deputy division chief, who is Holman's best friend. Montevideo, September 25, 1964. Today the Congress approved the new budgets for the state-owned banks with provisions for a 30% salary increase retroactive to January of this year, plus improved fringe benefits. Political motivation prevailed at the last moment, even though the NCG had previously rejected such generous increases, which is not to say they aren't justified when inflation is taken into account. The main problem is that this increase of 30% will set the standard for demands by all the other government employees, which in turn will accelerate inflation with new budget deficits. The new National Workers' Convention, heavily influenced by the PCU, is also intensifying its efforts to unify the government and private sector workers through a series of rallies and marches in coming weeks, culminating in a mass meeting in early December to be called the Congress of the People, with representation from the trade unions and other popular mass organizations. At the Congress of People they will formulate their own solutions to the problems afflicting this country. Not a bad idea, what with the mess they're in. Relations between Uruguay and Brazil are back at boiling point. Police in Porto Alegre, the capital of the Brazilian state bordering Uruguay, have just discovered a new plot by Goulart and his supporters to foment a communist-oriented takeover. A written plan, supposedly found on a university student, included the formation of terrorist commando units. Earlier, another plot was discovered in Porto Alegre involving army officers loyal to Goulart. Here in Montevideo, the 300 Brazilian exiles have formed an association to help those unable to get along financially. However, at the first meeting considerable discussion was devoted to ways in which the military government could be overthrown, and Brazola's wife, who is Goulart's sister, was elected to the association's governing board. In tracking down the possibility that the Chinese communists will establish a trade mission here, we discovered that permission has in fact been granted, not to the Chinese but to the North Koreans. They have just arrived and are taking a house on the same street as the Soviet legation. Holman asked Taira, the Minister of the Interior, what could be done to keep them from staying permanently, but Taira made no promises. Already headquarters is asking for a program to get them thrown out. Two recent developments of note have occurred in our otherwise stagnated student operations. A new publication aimed at university and secondary students is now coming out. It's called Combate and is published by Alberto Roca. Also, at the Alfredo Vazquez Acevedo Institute, which is the secondary school associated with the university and as such the most important on that level, the student union supported by the station has just defeated the FEUU-oriented candidates for the fifth straight time. Sooner or later our work with this group, the Association of Preparatory Students, is bound to be reflected in the FEUU. Montevideo, September 29, 1964. Montevideo was alive with new rumors this morning that senior Blanco military officers are planning a coup against the government. Cause of the rumors is a dinner given last night by Juan José Gari, the longtime station agent in the Ruralist League and currently president of the State Mortgage Bank, in honor of Mario A. Garando, former Montevideo police chief, who was recently promoted from colonel to general. Among the guests at the dinner were other Ruralista leaders and practically all of the top military commanders from the Minister of Defense down. Holman checked out the rum hours with Gari and with Adolfo Taira, the Minister of the Interior, while I checked with Colonel Roberto Ramirez, Chief of the Metropolitan Guard, who was also there. The dinner was simply an expression of homage to A. Garando, but the rumors, entirely unfounded, reveal just how nervous people are that a military takeover may occur, what with the increasing strength of the PCU-dominated unions and the government's incapacity to slow inflation. New strikes are being planned. Holman thinks he has at last got agreement from the Minister of the Interior, Adolfo Taira, for setting up a public safety mission for work with the police under aid. For some time Colonel Rodriguez, the chief of police, has wanted the program, but the delicate question of foreigners working openly with the police has caused Taira to delay his decision. No wonder Taira has now finally decided. He has just testified before the Budget Commission of the Chamber of Deputies that his ministry is too poor to buy paper, the police lack uniforms, arms, transport, and communication, and the fire departments lack hoses, chemicals, trucks, and other equipment. It's not just a question of money and equipment for the police, they are also very poorly trained. Not only are bank robberies frequent, for example, but successful escapes often involve not only stolen cars but motor scooters, bicycles, trucks, buses, even horses. In one recent robbery the getaway car wouldn't start, so the robbers simply walked down the street to the beach and disappeared into the crowd. In August 4 thieves were caught robbing a house on the coast near Punta del Este but escaped to the nearby hills, and after a 2-day gun battle they slipped through a cordon of several hundred police. Their escape car, however, got stuck in the sand and they walked down the beach, robbed another house, were again discovered, but this time escaped in a rowing boat. For 6 days the police chased them in cars, helicopters, and on foot, but they finally escaped completely, carrying their loot on their backs as they rode their bicycles down the main highway into Montevideo. The competence of the avalanche service is similarly limited in its attempts to suppress terrorist activities. Undoubtedly some of the bombings at the time relations with Cuba were broken were the work of the terrorist group led by Raúl Sendic. Last March Sendic returned from several months in hiding in Argentina after an arms theft from a shooting club in Colonia. He arrived in a light aircraft at a small airport near Montevideo, but when discovered he simply rushed past the police guard and escaped in a waiting truck. The following month 4,000 sticks of dynamite were stolen from a quarry, and a few days later enough caps and fuses to explode it disappeared from another site. All the police could report was that these thefts may have been the work of the Sendic band. Building up the police is like labor operations. We're still at the beginning with a long road ahead requiring training, equipment, money, and lots of patience. Montevideo, October 7, 1964. This is the final day of the 48-hour strike in the autonomous agencies and decentralized services. Only the electric company and the state banks have been operating, although the banks have been stopping work for 1 hour each shift in solidarity with the others. Yesterday the striking government workers, CNT unions, and FEUU held a demonstration at the Legislative Palace to demand salary increases equivalent to the 30% won 2 weeks ago by the government bank workers. 2 days ago all the privately owned gasoline stations were closed indefinitely in an owners' strike against the government for a higher profit margin from the state-owned petroleum monopoly, ANCAP, which also has a large number of gasoline stations. As the ANCAP workers are participating in the 48-hour government workers' strike, no stations were open yesterday or today. More strikes and demonstrations coming up. Teachers, the ministries, postal workers, and some unions in the private sector. Montevideo, October 17, 1964. Commissioner Otero and others have had a stroke of luck against the Sendic group of terrorists. 2 leaders of the group, Jorge Manera, an engineer in the electric company, and Julio Mernales, a professor in the School of Fine Arts, were arrested in an unsuccessful bank robbery. They confessed that their purpose was to aid the sugarcane workers of Bella Union and that the focal point for their activities is the School of Fine Arts. Police seized arms and are searching for 2 other members of the group. Otero's leads from these arrests are very important because this is the only active armed group. If he can get good information from the interrogations, we may be able to target some recruitment operations against them. So far they've been completely underground. We've decided to hook up the Avengeful lines again on the Soviets and the PCU. I'll also put a line on Prensa Latina and another on the Czech embassy, which has taken over the Cubans' affairs. If the transcribers can manage, I'll also put a tap on the telephone of Sarah Yushak, a young activist in the Fidel political front who has all the marks of being a Cuban intelligence agent. Still no sign of who was behind the theft of the tapes from Avoidance's car. He'll now take over the courier duties again so that we can stop using the embassy employee. Colonel Ramirez, chief of the Metropolitan Guard, is really happy about Avengeful. A few days ago his men, acting on data from telephone taps, intercepted a truck containing 600 transistor radios that had been offloaded from a light aircraft running contraband from Argentina. The 300,000 pesos that the haul is worth will be divided among Ramirez and his men. Meanwhile, the government announced that they simply had no money to start paying September salaries. Even the police and the army, always the first to be paid, have received nothing for September. Nevertheless, the NCG has just approved the 30% increase for employees of the state-owned telephone, electricity, and petroleum monopolies. Montevideo, October 25, 1964. Perez Freeman has been killed trying to escape from the Uruguayan embassy in Havana. The story was carried in wire service reports this morning and said that he had been trying to hold the Uruguayan charge, who is still trying to arrange for another embassy to take over the asylees, as hostage. The Miami station is attempting to check the story but no confirmation so far. If only the Mexico City station had handled his defection correctly in January, we would have all his information and he'd be basking in the Miami sun. Montevideo, October 31, 1964. On the Perez Freeman case, the Foreign Ministry received what is being called the longest cable in its history, some 1,300 groups in code from the embassy in Havana. The communications office of the Foreign Ministry, however, was unable to decode it for technical reasons, meaning, probably, that too much effort was involved, so the foreign minister called the embassy by telephone to get the story the charge had put in the cable. Perez Freeman, according to the charge, was the leader of a group of 4 asylees who took the charge hostage and escaped from the embassy in the charge's car. Cuban security forces gave chase, and when the escaping group arrived at a roadblock, Perez Freeman jumped out of the car and was shot running away. The others were taken to the fortress where executions are normally held. I've asked the Miami station to try to verify the charge's version. Hernan Siles Suazo, the former Bolivian president, was caught plotting and was deported by President Paz Estenssoro. He's arrived back in Montevideo and we're supposed to report any signs that he may be returning to Bolivia. Paz Estenssoro is in serious trouble right now, and the La Paz station wants to head off any complications from Siles. Holman continues to meet with José Arce, the Bolivian ambassador, to pass tidbits from police intelligence. Yesterday Arce gave a press conference to assure everyone that the rebellion now underway against Paz Estenssoro is communist-inspired and doomed to failure. He emphasized that Paz has the full support of the Bolivian people and that current problems have been blown all out of proportion, adding that the minority groups opposing Paz are so few in number that they could all be driven off together in a single bus. So far ex-President Siles hasn't moved from Montevideo, but Otero has posted a special security guard for Siles in order to watch him more closely. Montevideo, November 6, 1964. In Bolivia, President Paz has been overthrown by the military and allowed to go to Lima in exile. Ambassador Arce has resigned and has announced that he plans to continue living in Montevideo for a while. Meanwhile, ex-President Siles has started to pack and will be leaving for Bolivia within a few days. Holman's not very happy, though, because rumors are strong that Paz Estenssoro is coming to live in Montevideo, meaning exile watching will continue, only with new targets. Late tonight the budget was finally passed by the Chamber of Deputies, 10 minutes before the final constitutional deadline and after 40 hours of continuous debate. Passage was made possible by a last-minute political pact between the Blancos, who lack a majority in the chamber, and the Ruralistas, Christian Democrats, and a splinter faction of the Colorados. Opinion is unanimous, even among Blancos, that the budget is unworkable because of its enormous deficit and that not even the devaluation of the peso included in the budget exercise, the third devaluation since the Blancos took over in 1959, will allow for printing enough new money to cover the deficit. I've seen my Soviet friends at several recent diplomatic receptions and have become acquainted with a couple of Romanians and Czechs as well. Headquarters has reacted favorably and asked that I develop the relationship further with the Soviet consul, Borisov. Tomorrow night I go to the Soviet embassy as the ambassador's representative for their celebration of the October Revolution. Phipps tells me to expect plenty of vodka, caviar, and singing. Montevideo, November 28, 1964. Relations between Uruguay and Brazil are heating up again, although Goulart's importance is diminishing fast because he has heart trouble and recently underwent an operation. Brazola is the center of controversy now because of recent declarations against the Brazilian government that were published both here and in Brazil. Manuel Pio Correa, the Brazilian ambassador, has filed another official protest against Brazola's conduct. Perhaps more important are the recent arrivals of 2 former high officials in Goulart's government, Max da Costa Santos, formerly a deputy, and Almano Alfonso, former Minister of Labor. Both are far left and Pio has protested against their arrival here, claiming they entered Uruguay illegally and cannot obtain asylum because they had already been granted asylum in other countries following the military coup. The Minister of the Interior, Adolfo Teixeira, is studying the case and Holman is urging him to throw them out. In Brazil, the federal government has been forced to take over the state of Goiás, throwing out the state government because of what is being described as communist subversion there. Yesterday the Brazilian foreign minister blamed the intervention in Goiás, the military government's worst crisis yet, on the activities of exiles in Montevideo. Today President Castelo Branco told the Brazilian Congress that he had ordered the takeover in Goiás in order to forestall a plot led by Brizola from Montevideo. New protests from PIO Korea are certain. Outright military intervention in Uruguay by Brazil is getting closer. We've had several alarming reports lately through the communications intelligence channel based on monitoring of the military traffic in southern Brazil. According to these reports, the Brazilian army is ready at any time to implement a plan to invade Uruguay and take over Montevideo in a matter of hours. Montevideo, December 2, 1964. I have been trying in recent weeks to follow up some of the massive leads on probable agents and operations of the Cubans. Most of these leads have come from telephone tapping, surveillance, letter intercepts and monitoring of communications channels. Several of these cases have interesting aspects. I continue to receive the mail addressed to the Cuban intelligence support agent, Jorge Castillo, through the postman of Busy One. In May, the Cubans changed the cryptographic system of their network in Latin America, the Zernik agents, probably as a result of the near recruitment of Hernandez here and of the defection of the Cuban intelligence officer, Amag-1, in Canada. Since then, the National Security Agency has been unable to decrypt the messages which continue, nevertheless, to be sent to agents operating in several parts of Latin America. Although I haven't intercepted any mail that would appear to be sent by the Cuban agent believed to be working in Lima or La Paz, I have received some very suspicious letters mailed from a provincial Uruguayan town. Telephone tapping and surveillance of Sarah Yushak, a frequent overt contact of one of the Cuban intelligence officers before the break-in relations, revealed that she travels frequently to Buenos Aires, where she sees her cousin, whom the Buenos Aires station has connected with guerrilla activities in northern Argentina and with communist student organizing. Moreover, Sarah has a first cousin, whom she has never seen, who is a State Department Foreign Service officer. Soon I'll ask headquarters to check with State Department security people to see if we might use the cousin to place an agent next to Sarah. Through monitoring of airline reservation communications, the National Security Agency has discovered that the manager of the Montevideo office of the Scandinavian Airlines system, Danilo Trells, is in charge of assigning prepaid tickets for passengers from many Latin American countries on the SAS flights that start several times each week in Santiago, Chile, and arrive after a number of stops in Prague. The prepaid tickets are usually requested by the Prague office of Cubana Airlines and are intended for Latin Americans traveling to Cuba. Because the prepaid tickets are sent as no name, Trells can assign them and assure that the identity of the traveler is protected. What we are trying to discover is how Trells is advised of the identities of the travelers. The answer may be through the Czech or Soviet embassies, which Trells' assistant, Flora Papo, often visits. Papo in fact takes care of the details of this travel support operation, and the Avenin surveillance team has turned up interesting vulnerability data on her. A vengeful telephone tapping on the Montevideo office of Prensa Latina, the Cuban wire service, seems to reveal what I suspected, that PL is serving as a support mechanism for Cuban intelligence operations now that the embassy is gone. The monthly subsidy for the office is about $5,000, which is wired to the Montevideo branch of the Bank of London and Montreal from the Bank of Canada. The tap also revealed that the total of all the salaries, rent, services of press, wireless and other expenses amount to only about half the subsidy. Headquarters is currently processing clearance for an assistant manager of the Bank of London and Montreal, whom I already know rather well and whom I'll recruit for access to checks on the PL account. It would be interesting to discover the recipients of the unaccounted half of the subsidy, but right now I can still only suspect that it is used for intelligence operations. We have a new case officer for operations against the Communist Party of Uruguay and related organizations. He's Bob Reef, who was the chief instructor in communism for the headquarters portion of the JOT course 5 years ago. Reef has a PhD and has spent his entire career in training, but he was able to wangle an assignment in the DDP as part of the Office of Training's cross-fertilization program. A couple of years ago he was to have been assigned to a WH station, but a heart attack delayed him. Hopefully I can convince Reef to take back the former Cuban embassy chauffeur, Abbaran 1, whom I've been unsuccessfully trying to push back into PCU work since the Cubans left. Reef's predecessor, Paul Burns, is returning to headquarters rather discouraged after 4 years here without getting a really high-level penetration of the PCU. In recent months he has spent most of his time struggling with the Pearl audio penetration of the PCU conference room. The bugged porcelain electrical sockets arrived from headquarters some months ago, but when Cave 1, the PCU penetration agent assigned to make the installation, got his next guard duty, he found that the paint flecks were not quite exact. Back in the station the paint was corrected by Frank Cherno, a TSD technician who is setting up a regional support shop in the Buenos Aires station to service Uruguay and Chile as well as Argentina. This new shop will give us much faster service than the Panama station regional support base for technical operations. At last a listening post has also been found. It's a tiny apartment in a building behind the PCU headquarters but located where the carrier current transmitters in the sockets can be picked up. Then if Cave 1 got guard duty again, Cherno came over from Buenos Aires again, and during the course of guard duty the agent was able to replace the original sockets with our bugged ones for testing. Cherno in the LP had transmitters to test the switches, one frequency to turn them on and another frequency to turn them off, and a receiver to test the RF and audio quality. Then if Cave 1 removed our sockets and replaced the original ones since there was no way to get a message from Cherno back to him if they hadn't worked properly. The testing operation was very risky, both for Cave 1 and for Cherno in the LP. Guard duty at PCU headquarters is always in pairs, and for Cave 1 to slip loose from his colleague and install the bugged sockets was difficult even though it only involved the use of a screwdriver. Getting Cherno in and out of the LP with the transmitters and receivers was also dangerous because almost all the people around the PCU headquarters are party members and suspicious of strangers. Somehow both Cave 1 and Cherno came out undiscovered, and now Reef will proceed with finding a permanent LP keeper and with the final installation by Cave 1. According to Cherno the signal is excellent. Montevideo, December 4, 1964. Pio Correa, the Brazilian ambassador, is making a loud noise over the two former Goulart government leaders, Max da Costa Santos and Almano Alfonso. Adolfo Teixeira, the Minister of the Interior, recommended to the NCG 10 days ago that they be expelled because they had indeed entered Uruguay illegally. A week later the Foreign Minister announced that they can remain in Uruguay because their documentation is, after all, in order, according to a Ministry of the Interior investigation. Furious, Pio Correa has filed another protest note asking for their expulsion and Brazola's internment, complaining also that Brazola has several light aircraft at his disposal for courier flights to and from Brazil. The NCG has passed this latest protest back to the Ministers of the Interior and Foreign Relations with an instruction to the latter that the Brazilian government be asked for an explanation of the recent repeated violations of the border by Brazilian military vehicles. 3 aircraft belonging to Brazola were also grounded. Commissioner Otero's Intelligence and Liaison Department of the Montevideo Police, however, have arrested one of Colonel Camarasina's spies, a Navy sergeant who came posing as a student but was caught surveilling one of the exiles. He was charged with spying but set free when the Brazilian embassy intervened. According to Holman, Pio Correa is going to keep protesting until Brazola either leaves Uruguay or is interned and until a favorable resolution of the Alfonso and Santos cases. Otherwise we can expect Brazilian military intervention. Montevideo, December 18, 1964. A new victory for the station at Georgetown, British Guiana, in its efforts to throw out the leftist nationalist Prime Minister and professed Marxist, Chetty Jugun. In elections a few days ago Jugun's Indian-based party lost parliamentary control to a coalition of the black-based party and a splinter group. The new Prime Minister, Forbes Burnham, is considered to be a moderate and his ascension to power finally removes the fear that Jugun would turn British Guiana into another Cuba. The victory is largely due to CIA operations over the past 5 years to strengthen the anti-Jugun trade unions, principally through the Public Service International, which provided the cover for financing public employees' strikes. Jugun is protesting fraud, Earlier this year he expelled Jean Meekins, one of our main labor agents in the operation, but it was no use. Montevideo, December 25, 1964. Christmas in Uruguay is like the 4th of July at home. It's hot and everybody goes to the beach, and it's almost completely secular with the official designation Family Day. Holy Week is similarly changed to Tourism Week and most of the country goes on vacation. How different from Ecuador where the church is so powerful. I stopped over at O'Grady's house this morning for a little Christmas cheer but ended up commiserating with him over the latest Holman outburst. A few days ago O'Grady and his wife gave a little cocktail party and buffet as a welcome for the new CP operations officer, Bob Reef. Holman didn't hold his drinks very well that night and soon began to lash out at O'Grady and then at Reef and Reef's wife. It was all pretty unpleasant and now O'Grady's hives are back out in full bloom, in spite of the fact that we all know now that Holman is coming out the real loser. Apparently certain powers in headquarters are not entirely pleased with the station's performance, particularly in the area of Soviet operations, and Holman is to be transferred in about 6 months to Guatemala. His replacement as chief of station will be a man named John Horton, who came to WH Division from the Far East Division along with so many others after the Bay of Pigs invasion. Holman has only just got official notification but he heard the change was coming, some time ago from his protector Ray Herbert, the deputy division chief. Although Herbert was able to salvage the situation somewhat by arranging Holman's reassignment to Guatemala, Holman's bitterness keeps growing. Russ Phipps, the Soviet operation officer, is now almost up to O'Grady's level on Holman's list of persons to blame, but Reef was attacked because he's obviously part of the new crew being assembled by Horton. Clearly Holman resents being edged aside by newcomers from Fay Division because his days in Latin America go back to World War II. What O'Grady and Phipps, and Alexander Zephyr too, are worried about is that Holman's search for scapegoats will seriously damage their careers and chances for future promotions and assignments. A couple of months ago I chanced across the combination to Holman's safe cabinet and out of curiosity began to read some of the secret and formal eyes-only letters that he exchanges more or less weekly with De Fitzgerald, the division chief. I was so shocked at the knives he was putting into everyone but me that I gave the combination to O'Grady. Now he's reading the letters, which only makes his hives worse, and I think he's passed the combination on to Zephyr and Phipps. The dangerous part is that Holman is not so damning in the official fitness reports on the other officers, but that he cuts them so badly in these letters that they aren't supposed to see. Reading these letters, in fact, is highly dangerous, but all these officers are competent and certainly harder workers than Holman. I wonder if we can hold together for these next 6 months without rebellion. Montevideo, January 15, 1965. Some decisions on Brazilian affairs indicate the Blancos are persisting in efforts to elude Brazilian pressures. The NCG voted not to give political asylum to Almino Alfonso and Max da Costa Santos on the grounds that they had come to Uruguay after having received asylum in other countries. However, they were given 90-day tourist visas, which isn't going to please PIO Korea. No decision on Brizola was needed because he promised the Minister of the Interior that he'll be leaving Uruguay no later than January 23. On the other hand, Brizola will be allowed to return to Uruguay, in which case he can request political asylum again. 2 important new exiles are now here. 1. A former Brazilian Air Force officer and one of its most highly decorated men, escaped from a military prison in Porto Alegre and made it across the border. The other is a former deputy who was in exile in Bolivia until ex-President Paz was overthrown, but came here recently for fear the new rightist regime in Bolivia would expel him to Brazil. Both are important supporters of Brizola. In a personal complaint to the NCG president, PIO Korea tried to get action started on the 14 recent requests he has made regarding the exiles. This prompted several notes from the Uruguayan Foreign Ministry, but resistance continues. The Brazilian press, meanwhile, probably at the government's instigation, has started a campaign to raise the tension by speculating that relations are about to be broken and that commercial pressures are being exerted on Uruguay. For their part, the Uruguayan and Brazilian foreign ministers have denied that relations are about to be broken, while in the NCG a Colorado councilor called for the foreign minister's resignation for his inept handling of Brazilian problems. These Brazilian affairs are a nuisance for me because I have constantly to be checking rumors and requesting special reports from the police on the exiles for Holman or O'Grady to use with Pio Correa, Fontoura, and Camaracina. Who could believe a handful of exiles here could be a threat to the Brazilian military government? Even so, headquarters keeps insisting that we help the Rio station in their operations to support the military. If the military in Brazil weren't so strongly anti-communist, our support for them would be embarrassing. In recent weeks the Brazilians have had an internal crisis going over the question of whether the Navy or the Air Force is to operate the aircraft of their only aircraft carrier, a decrepit cow discarded by the British. 2 ministers of the Air Force have recently resigned over decisions by the President to have the Navy fly the airplanes, but he changed his mind again and yesterday the Minister of the Navy resigned. Now, it seems, the Brazilian carrier strike force will have Air Force pilots. To make matters with Brazil worse, a few days ago the commercial offices of the Brazilian embassy were bombed, although little damage was done because the bomb was poorly placed. However, written on a wall nearby was the name Tupamaros, which appeared at several other recent bombings. Commissioner Otero, Chief of Police Intelligence, is trying to find out who these people are. He thinks they may be the Sendic group. Raul Sendic, the revolutionary socialist leader, who had been arrested on a contraband charge in an Argentine town near the border, was recently released, and may have returned to Montevideo. Inability to curb these bombings illustrates the difference between good penetrations of the CP and related groups and bad ones. In Ecuador a group like this would have been wiped up by now. Nevertheless, RIF doesn't take the bombings very seriously and seems intent on concentrating on the strictly reformist PCU. Montevideo, February 4, 1965. At headquarters instruction I'm continuing to develop the relationship with Sergei Borisov, the Soviet consul and KGB officer. Last Sunday Janet and I went with Borisov and his wife Nina to the beach. First they came out to our house in Carrasco and then Borisov drove us out to a beach near Salimar. His driving is very odd and made me nervous, practically like a beginner. Not so his chess, of course, where he beat me easily. Phipps tells me that Borisov knows I'm a CIA officer without any doubt, so I wonder sometimes why I bother meeting him. Headquarters says that's just the reason to keep the relationship going, on the chance that Borisov could be disaffected and trying to build a bridge. Holman has asked me to take over complete responsibility for the satellite missions, which include Czechs, Romanians, Bulgarians, Poles, and Yugoslavs. For East European countries we have no elaborate operational procedure such as we do for the Soviets. Headquarters apparently has such high-level penetrations in those countries that the painstaking work of spotting and placing access agents next to them simply isn't justified. Successes in the case of the satellites have come from CIA officers in direct contact with them. As a start, however, I'm going to bring the files up to date on the personnel of each mission, and next week I'll try to get the Foreign Ministry protocol files through of Dandy 1 for that purpose. Then I'll start a photographic album and get reports from headquarters on the new arrivals. Right now I'm not even sure who they all are, because Phipps has been concentrating on the Soviets and ignoring the Eastern Europeans. Last week I made my first visit to the Avengeful telephone tapping LP at the Montevideo police headquarters. I took along a visiting TSD technician who wanted to see how the equipment is being maintained. In the operational files I couldn't find the last time it was visited by a station officer, probably some years ago. The room is located right over the office of the Deputy Police Chief on the same floor as Commissioner Otero's Intelligence and Liaison Department. However, there is a locked steel door between INE and the LP. In fact, the normal way to enter the LP section of the floor is by an elevator from the underground garage, for which a special key is necessary. Off the same hallway as the LP are several rooms that I was told are used by the Chief and Deputy Chief as rest quarters. Dionda and Torres, the technicians and LP operators, do an excellent job in keeping up the equipment, but they have an uncomfortable situation with the heat. Those tube-operated Revere recorders give off so much heat that the room is stifling in the summer. I promised to get them an air conditioner that they'll install either in a small high window to the inside hallway, or else they'll have to make another opening. The LP has no windows to the street and only the one small window to the hallway, good security but no ventilation. Montevideo, February 7, 1965. Investigation of Prensa Latina, the Cuban wire service, has got more interesting. Because of procedural agreements, I had to postpone recruitment of my friend at the Bank of London and Montreal until the intelligence chief of his country's service spoke to him and to his superior, the bank manager, whom I also know from the Cerro Golf Club. This cumbersome process completed, I started reviewing the Prensa Latina account. As checks are not returned to the account holder in Uruguay, it was easy to discover that practically all the money is paid out in cash. Legitimate expenses still total only about half of the monthly subsidy, so the rest of the money is clearly going into other activities. The next step is to check the financial reports filed with government offices to see if we have a case for shutting down Prensa Latina for falsifying financial reports or similar irregular procedures inconsistent with the subsidy. Montevideo, February 11, 1965. At last the NCG voted to intern Brizola, an accomplishment that has taken every ounce of PIO Korea's considerable energy and persistence. Typically, however, the NCG decided to let Brizola pick the town where he wants to live, any except Montevideo and no closer than 300 kilometers to the Brazilian border. Now we can begin to relax about these messy Brazilian operations. PIO Korea has done an excellent job bringing the Uruguayans into line over the exiles, which made possible the foreign minister's pleasant visit. Brizola, incidentally, has chosen the beach resort of Atlantida as the town where he'll be interned. Otero will continue the logs by security guards from police intelligence. It's only 35 kilometers from Montevideo where Brizola could still be fairly active, and right at the limit on proximity to Brazil, 301 kilometers. Final approval for the aid public safety mission was obtained by Holman from Teira, the Minister of the Interior, and last month the first Chief of Public Safety arrived. For the time being we will refrain from putting one of our officers under public safety cover, and I'll continue to handle the police intelligence operation. After the mission gets established through straight police assistance, vehicles, arms, communications equipment, training, we'll bring down an officer to work full-time with Otero's intelligence department. About the best I can do part-time is to keep Avengeful going and increase Otero's subsidy for intelligence expenses. These Montevideo police are getting the public safety assistance none too soon. In another bank robbery just 3 days ago, the policeman on guard got excited and fatally shot one of the customers, mistaking the customer for one of the robbers. Seeing this, the robbers, a man and a woman, rushed out of the bank leaving the money behind. They walked for several blocks and hailed a taxi which took them to the other side of the city. Since they had no money to pay the fare, the robber gave his pistol to the taxi driver in payment. The driver, however, heard of the robbery on the radio and turned the pistol over to the police. On checking the weapon, the police discovered that it was the service revolver of one of their own policemen. He was arrested at home and admitted forcing his wife to go along with him on the robbery. The last time that particular bank had been robbed was in 1963 by two women, or men, dressed as nuns who were never caught. News strikes, Montevideo buses and trolleys for payment of subsidies and salaries, port workers for last year's Christmas bonus, city employees for retroactive fringe benefits. Inflation during 1964 was almost 45% and last month reached the 3% per month rate. The Blancos are trying to put through another devaluation, while the peso is unsteady and has now slipped to 30. Montevideo, February 25, 1965. I got an important hit on the postal intercept operation against Jorge Castillo, the Cuban intelligence support agent used as an accommodation address for Agent 101 in Lima or La Paz. The letter carrier, of Busy One, offered me a large brown manila envelope the other day, but it was addressed not to Castillo but to Raul Trachtenberg, who lives in the same huge apartment building as Castillo. I took the envelope because it was sent from Havana and the words Edificio Panamericano in the address were underlined just as they were to have been underlined in correspondence to Castillo. I arranged with of Busy One to keep the envelope for several days in case headquarters wanted to send down a secret writing technician to test the contents. Inside were Cuban press releases and clippings from Havana newspapers. Headquarters answered my cable by sending a technician immediately from Panama. The Buenos Aires regional support technician is a specialist in audio and photo rather than SW techniques, and he was going to try to lift secret writing from the contents. However, we couldn't find a letterpress fast enough, so I had to return the envelope to of Busy One without the test. On checking station files on Trachtenberg, I found a letter that he had written from Havana 2 years ago that was intercepted through the avidity operation. Strangely, the handwriting on the manila envelope was exactly the same as that of the Trachtenberg letter written from Havana, meaning, probably, that Trachtenberg addressed the envelope to himself and, along with other self-addressed envelopes, gave it to a Cuban intelligence officer for later use. Trachtenberg's mail will also be given to me regularly by of Busy One, although Trachtenberg is leaving soon to study at the University of Paris. So far, other Trachtenberg intercepts reveal that his father, he lives with his parents, is manipulating large sums of money in a numbered Swiss bank account. The Bern station advised that the Swiss Security Service will provide data from numbered accounts but insist on all the details and reasons, which headquarters doesn't want to give right now because of the sensitivity of other cases in this same Cuban network. Montevideo, March 18, 1965. Washington. Beltran, the new NCG president, has had plenty of labor unrest in spite of the recent carnival distractions, railway workers striking for the 1964 retroactive pay increases, the interprovincial buses stopped again for back salaries and subsidies, the Montevideo bus and trolley employees also striking for salaries and subsidies, and public health clinics and hospitals struck by employees demanding their January salaries. Today there is no public transportation in Montevideo except taxis, and the Subsecretary of the Treasury just announced that government receipts amount to only half the daily cost of the central administration. We've been trying to find a little relief from the gloomy atmosphere of dissension in the station. Holman's letters to Fitzgerald are getting even worse if that's possible, and each time O'Grady reads the file his hives start up again. Bob Reef, the CP officer, has a way of reading the news of each day's mismanagement by the Uruguayan government with loud rhetorical questioning broken by equally loud and contemptuous guffaws and cackles. His approval of the strikes and other agitation by his target group are shared by all of us, though perhaps for different reasons, as we watch political partisanship prevail over the reforms, land, fiscal, and austerity needed to stop the country's slide. Russ Phipps, who sits on the other side of me from Reef, pores over his surveillance reports, telephone transcripts, and observation post logs, muttering from time to time that's it, not the PCU but the Soviets who deserve the honor of putting this country straight. ******. Reef and Phipps always catch me in the middle because I'm supposed to be building up the police intelligence department and developing political contacts. When things get bad I usually call over beyond Reef to Alex Zephyr, but his morale is so low he can rarely summon more than an agonizing oath. Then I have to call on O'Grady for support because he works with military intelligence, such as it is, and is the most terrorist of all by Holman. The five of us then discuss solutions. Usually Holman is selected to save Uruguay. One plan is to send Phipps over to the KGB chief to request that they defect Holman, with our help if they want it, but if they turn him down, as is likely, well, there's always Avalanche. Officers from the Inspector General's staff were just here on a routine inspection. This was the time to get the word back to headquarters about Holman's incompetence, but I don't think anyone opened his mouth. Montevideo, March 31, 1965. The Pearl audio penetration of the PCU headquarters conference room is another step closer. Of Cave 1, again on guard duty, permanently installed the two electrical sockets, and final tests by Frank Chernow in the LP were successful. Now the problem is to find a good LP keeper who can monitor the installation and record the meetings. Ideally, this person could also transcribe, but chances are that transcribing will have to be done at first by a vengeful 5, transcriber of the PCU telephone tap, who already knows the names and voices. Montevideo, April 6, 1965. The general strike today is very effective. Otero's office estimates that 90% of organized labor is participating. No government offices are open, there are no taxis or buses, no restaurants, no newspapers. The theme is protest against government economic policies, and marches have been loud and impressive, although no violence is reported. Speakers have called for radical solutions to the country's problems, solutions that will attack the privileged classes, where the problems begin. The strike is also being used to promote coming CNT programs, including the preparatory meeting for the Congress of the People that was postponed from last December, and the annual protest march of the sugarcane workers from Artigas in the far north to Montevideo. Recent statistics support the protests. The OAS reported this month that inflation in Uruguay during 1962-4 was 59.7%, higher than Chile, 36.6, Argentina, 24.4, and even Brazil, 58.4. The government is getting uneasy about the CNT successes of late. Adolfo Teixeira, the Minister of the Interior, made a radio speech last night on the rights and duties of citizens in the context of today's general strike. Holman keeps insisting that I develop more political contacts, but I'm keeping the activity to a minimum. Even if we reached a level of effectiveness in political action similar to what we had in Ecuador, we would simply have better weapons to use against the PCU, CNT, and others of the extreme left. What's needed here is intensification of land use, both for increasing export production and creating more jobs, but this can never happen without land reform. If we were to have a political action program to promote land reform, as well as action against the extreme left, some justification might be found in the balance. But these Uruguayan politicians are interested in other things than land reform. Montevideo, April 14, 1965. The government has taken a first step towards suppressing agitation organized by the extreme left. Last week the NCG designated an emergency commission with special executive powers to deal with the drought, now some months old, which is seriously endangering livestock. The commission includes the Ministers of Defense and Interior, and similar commissions have been established in each department under the local police chief, with representatives of the Ministry of Defense, a regional agronomist and a veterinarian. The same day the NCG also decreed special powers for the Minister of the Interior to limit public gatherings to 24 hours. This second decree, which the minister later admitted is to be used against the march of the sugarcane workers, was enacted in a manner designed to confuse it with the special drought measures, and with the hope that it might pass without much comment. The CNT immediately denounced the measure as directed against the sugar workers' march, which prompted the minister's admission, and the Colorado minority NCG councilors unsuccessfully tried to rescind it. Because these decrees allow for restriction of civil liberties, they were presented to the legislature for approval. The Blancos, however, knowing that the Colorados and others would rescind the decree aimed at the marchers, have prevented a quorum from being constituted each day by simply staying away. In passing the decrees, the NCG clarified that they were not adopting emergency security measures as defined in the Constitution, equivalent to a state of siege, and Teixeira has given assurances that his special powers will be used with reason. However, in a public statement 2 days ago, he accused the marchers of taking along women and children as hostages, of not having proper health and educational facilities for children, and of allowing promiscuity dangerous to collective morals. Clearly we have a confrontation building up, aided by press reports coming from the Ministry of the Interior that the march will be broken up before it reaches Montevideo. Right now the marchers are in San Jose, only a few days away, where police are registering them by taking biographical data, fingerprints, and photographs for Otero's intelligence files. If Taira gives orders for the march to be broken up, not too many people will notice because this is tourism week and most of the country is on vacation. From our viewpoint, he ought to do just that because the sugarcane workers are led by Rahul Sendik, now a fugitive and believed to be the organizer of most of the terrorist bombings in the past year. Montevideo, April 25, 1965. The March of the Sugarcane Workers arrived in Montevideo yesterday, almost unnoticed and with no danger of intervention by the government. Something much bigger has suddenly attracted everyone's attention. One of Uruguay's major banks has failed and been taken over by the Bank of the Republic. The sensation is causing mild panic and fear that other banks may go under, which might not be a bad thing. In this small country there are about 50 private banks, even though the government banks do about 65% of commercial business. The peso has slipped to 39. Montevideo, April 27, 1965. Inspector Pires was assigned to handle investigations into fraud and other crimes related to the bank failure. So far 11 of the officers and directors have been jailed. Today, however, 2 more private banks were taken over by the Bank of the Republic, and for fear of a run on banks in general, a holiday was decreed for all private banks. The holiday doesn't make much difference, though, because all the private banks have been closed since the first failure 6 days ago, when the union struck to demand job security for employees of the bank that failed. Almost unnoticed today was the NCG's lifting of the emergency drought decree of April 8, although the special decree on limiting public gatherings was retained. Montevideo, April 28, 1965. I don't quite understand this invasion of the Dominican Republic. Bosch was elected in 1962 thanks to the peasant vote organized by Sasha Volman. Volman earlier set up the Institute of Political Education in Costa Rica, cryptonym Ziriger, where we sent young liberal political hopefuls for training. Bosch is from the same cut as Muñoz Marin, Betancourt, and Haya de la Torre. He stands for the reforms that will allow for redistribution of income and integration. Rightist opposition to his land reform and nationalistic economic policies brought on his overthrow by the military in 1963 after only 7 months in power. This was another chance for him to turn the balance towards marginalist peasants and to channel income from industry, mostly sugar, into education and social projects. Now, just as the constitutionalists have the upper hand to restore Bosch to power, we send in the Marines to keep him out. Nobody's going to believe Johnson's story of another Cuba-style revolution in the making. There has to be more to the problem than this. For some reason people in Washington just don't want Bosch back in. Uruguayans don't understand either. People here think Bosch stands for the kind of liberal reform that brought social integration to Uruguay. Already the street demonstrations against the US have started. Very depressing. Of Buzz one is going to look silly trying to place propaganda. Headquarters says we must justify the invasion because of a danger to American and other foreigners' lives and a takeover of the constitutionalist movement by communists. Montevideo, May 4, 1965. Headquarters has sent about 50 operations officers to the Dominican Republic to set up outposts in rural areas for reporting on popular support for the Camano forces. The officers were sent with communications assistance and equipment for radioing reports straight back to the U.S. All WH stations were notified to put certain officers on standby for immediate travel, but Holman is not going to let me go, probably because he would have to work a little harder. I would like to go and see for myself. Surely the constitutionalist movement hadn't fallen into the hands of the communists. And this Johnson doctrine. Revolutions that seek to create a communist government cease to be an internal matter and require hemisphere action. Bullshit. They just don't want Bosch back in, and the they is probably US sugar interests. We've had more protest demonstrations against the invasion, some violent. Targets of the attacks: US Embassy, OAS, US businesses. Today 4 demonstrators were wounded by gunfire when police broke up a street march following a meeting at the university. The private banks are still closed, 15 days now, and there's no telling when government employees' salaries for April will begin being paid. Today both the Minister of Defense and the Minister of the Interior publicly denied the rumors of an impending coup. Montevideo, May 7, 1965. Ambassador Harriman came to explain the Dominican invasion and to propose Uruguayan participation in the multilateral peacekeeping force. He spoke to President Beltran yesterday and afterwards held a press conference in which he blamed those 58 trained communists for having taken over the Bosch movement, thereby creating the need for intervention. He admitted, though, that Cumano, the leader of the Bosch movement, isn't one of the 58. Then he said the US government is not going to permit the establishment of another communist government in the hemisphere. I can easily imagine the station in Santo Domingo in a panic compiling that list of 58 trained communists from their subversive control watch list. There were probably more than 58, but Cumano and the Bosch people were in control, not trained communists. The movement was put down not because it was communist but because it was nationalist. The Uruguayans weren't convinced by Harriman. After he left, the NCG voted not to participate in the peacekeeping force approved yesterday by the OAS. 58 trained communists is our new station password and the answer is 10,000 Marines. Montevideo, May 12, 1965. Protests, demonstrations, and attacks against U.S. businesses over the Dominican invasion continue. The CNT, FEUU and other communist-influenced organizations are most active in the demonstrations, but opposition to the invasion is a popular issue going all the way up to the NCG. All America Cables and IBM are among the businesses bombed. The CNT is also leading protests against economic policies, and new revelations of corruption in the banking sector are coming up almost daily. Although the Congress passed a special law assuring jobs for the employees of banks that have failed, tension continues, with 3 more banks taken over by the Bank of the Republic yesterday. The Bank Workers Union voted to return to work, but today the government announced that the banks won't open until May 17. The reason is that they can't open until a shipment of 500 million new pesos arrives from London. Coup rumors continue, and yesterday THIRD told the NCG that he believes the April 8 decree limiting public gatherings is unconstitutional. He complained that the only law relating to public meetings dates from 1897, but he promised the NCG a new constitutional decree on the subject for next week. Port workers struck yesterday and judicial branch employees began partial work stoppages for payment of April salaries. Montevideo, May 20, 1965. Financial corruption in Uruguay seems to have no end. Yesterday the NCG fired the entire board of directors of the Bank of the Republic. 19 officers and directors of banks taken over have been imprisoned and investigations are continuing. After being closed for 26 days, the private banks have reopened, but the falling peso, it's down to 41, suggests more scandal to come. On the labor front, strike action for payment of April salaries has been started by government employees in the judiciary, public schools, port, petroleum monopoly, fishing enterprise, postal system, communications, and university. Other strikes are being planned or threatened. Coup rumors are so strong that the Ministry of Defense yesterday issued a denial. The latest rumors relate to speculation in the Brazilian press that Brazilian and Argentine military leaders are watching the increasing strikes and banking scandals in Uruguay closely, and that perhaps Uruguay is becoming a bad risk because of its opposition to intervention in the Dominican Republic and its tolerance of exile activities. Meanwhile, the NCG is considering PIO Korea's latest protest on the exiles' meetings, finances, and infiltration from Uruguay back to Brazil. The PCU has in recent months been planning to host an international pro-Cuba conference to be called the Continental Congress of Solidarity. With Cuba, now scheduled for 18 to 20 June. Headquarters is anxious to prevent the conference, so Holman proposed to THIRD that it be prohibited because it might reflect badly on Uruguay in the US, where emergency loans are going to be sought for financial relief, and in Latin America. THIRD immediately saw the connection with Brazilian problems, and promised to take up the matter with the NCG. Montevideo, May 29, 1965. Suddenly we've had a flurry of security moves sparked by controversy over the activities of one of O'Grady's people, Juan Carlos Quagliati, and others of his group. Last night extraordinary police control was established in Montevideo and the interior departments, with special patrols, checkpoints and security guards at radio stations, the telephone company, waterworks, railroad stations, bridges, and crossroads. This morning THIRD said publicly that these measures were taken to help the electric company promote voluntary rationing of power, because of low generating capacity as a result of the drought last summer. The Minister of Defense also denied any special reasons for the police measures, but rumors are stronger than ever of a military move against the government. According to Commissioner Otero of Police Intelligence, what really happened is that Quagliati was arrested after Otero's investigation revealed that he had arranged for the printing and distribution of a distorted version of an article written in 1919 by President Beltran's father, on justification of military intervention in politics. The judge who heard the case refused to take jurisdiction, however, and Quagliati was released pending action by military courts. Quagliati's release caused a wave of ill feeling in the police, while resentment also broke out in certain military circles against the police for having made the investigation and arrest. So far the Quagliati case hasn't been connected with the special security measures, and for the time being O'Grady is going to avoid meeting him. Similarly, when Otero asked me several days ago what I knew about Quagliati, I said nothing. Headquarters is very concerned that a breach is opening up between police and military leaders, but we've reported that the storm will probably pass. According to the Chief of Police, Colonel Ventura Rodriguez, the crisis is being resolved. At an NCG meeting yesterday before imposition of the special security measures, THIRD asked for permission to ban the Continental Congress of Solidarity with Cuba. Using a report we had prepared on the Congress as his own, the minister said the purpose of the Congress was to raise the question of relations with Cuba once more and to promote foreign ideologies that are incompatible with Uruguayan institutions. He said he wishes to avoid the pernicious proselytizing by trained communist elements who promote infiltration by dangerous extremists, adding that Uruguay already has enough problems without this Congress. The NCG postponed a decision, but chances are good that they'll prohibit the Congress in order to avoid jeopardizing their already difficult prospects for refinancing the Bank of the Republic, which is bankrupt, owing some $18 million to New York banks. The president of the bank has resigned, and the bank has been taken over by the NCG. The peso is now down to 52, and the scandals are moving into wool exporting companies. Montevideo, June 2, 1965. Last night the NCG discussed the Quagliati case with speeches from THIRD and the Minister of Defense. THIRD admitted that the special security measures of last week, which are still in force, were a result of Quagliati's agitation in military circles and of dissension over whether he will be prosecuted or not. Today Quagliati appeared before a military court which refused to take jurisdiction because he hadn't actually entered any military installation. It seems the crisis has passed for the time being thanks to Quagliati's friends among the senior military officers, but resentment continues in the police over the failure to prosecute in both civil and military courts. THIRD's request to the NCG to ban the pro-Cuban Congress went through. They voted to prohibit it on the principle of non-intervention. Headquarters will be pleased. Montevideo, June 4, 1965. Only a few more weeks until Holman is transferred. What none of us can imagine is why he is going to Guatemala, where one of the most serious insurgency threats exists. Surely if he is bad enough to be transferred from Montevideo after only 2 years, he's bad enough not to be sent as chief of station where armed action is underway. About the only success he can claim is getting the public safety program going. After the first 8 officers arrived, Holman gave a couple of dinners to introduce them to the Minister of the Interior and senior police officers. As the station officer in charge of police liaison, I had to go to Holman's house for these dinners, and soon he'll be giving more parties to introduce the new chief of station and say farewell. Strange man this Holman. Surely he can sense his isolation at the station, but he never mentions it. He just keeps on denigrating the other officers. Holman has asked me to take over another operation. This one is an effort, not yet off the ground, to make a technical installation against the embassy of the United Arab Republic on the street behind our embassy and on the floor above the 8 offices. Phipps had been handling this operation without enthusiasm, but headquarters is getting anxious because if successful it will enable an important UAR cryptographic circuit to be read. As part of planning they asked for a floor plan of the embassy, which I got through the Avenin Electric Company agent, and soon a Division D officer will be coming to survey the place. As my office is in the back of our embassy I can almost look out into the windows of the UAR embassy. I still can't believe the reasons for the Dominican invasion that we're trying to promote through of Buzz 1. Holman says it all goes back to the agency's assassination of Trujillo. He was chief of the Caribbean branch in headquarters at the time and was deeply involved in planning the assassination, which was done by Cuban exiles from Miami using weapons we sent through the diplomatic pouch. The weapons were passed to the assassins through a U.S. citizen who was an agent of the Santo Domingo station and owner of a supermarket. He had to be evacuated though, after the assassination, because the investigation brought him under suspicion. Why is it that the invasion seems so unjustifiable to me? It can't be that I'm against intervention as such, because everything I do is in one way or another intervention in the affairs of other countries. Partly, I suppose, it's the immense scale of this invasion that shocks. On the other hand, full-scale military invasion is the logical final step when all the other tools of counterinsurgency fail. The Santo Domingo station just didn't or couldn't keep the lid on. But what's really disturbing is that we've intervened on the wrong side. I just don't believe 58 trained communists can take over a movement of thousands that includes experienced political leaders. That's a pretext. The real reason must be opposition to Bosch by U.S. business with investments in the Dominican Republic. Surely these investments could have produced even while the land reform and other programs moved ahead. Montevideo, June 17, 1965. We almost just lost one of our principal police liaison officers, Carlos Martin, the deputy chief of the Montevideo Police. Martin is an army colonel, as is the chief, but he is also a chartered accountant and has been supervising the police investigations that have uncovered so much corruption since April. He resigned 2 days ago because a judge denied his request to interrogate one of the convicted officers of the First Bank to fail about lists of payments to high government officials by that bank. The lists are purposely cryptic notes that Martin wants clarified to aid the investigation. Martin's resignation in protest against political suppression of the investigations provoked such a row that the NCG agreed to take up the matter of the lists, and today Martin withdrew his resignation. So far there have been 31 convictions. Montevideo, June 24, 1965. The NCG now has the lists of political bribes paid by the First Bank that failed in April. Names include an important Blanco senator, the vice president of the State Mortgage Bank, a Blanco leader who has just been nominated as Uruguay's new ambassador to the UN, 2 high officers of the Ministry of the Treasury, the person in charge of investigating one of the banks that failed, and a person known only by the initials JJG. This last person can only be Juan José Gari, our ruralista political contact from the Nardun days and now the president of the State Mortgage Bank. Meanwhile, the Bank of the Republic debt has been determined at $358 million, with $38 million currently due. Gold from the Bank of the Republic, perhaps as much as half the bank's holdings, will have to be sent to the U.S. as collateral for refinancing. Such an emotional and humiliating requirement is sure to cost the Blancos heavily. In an important policy decision on the labor front, the Blancos decided to apply sanctions against the central administration employees for a strike. On June 17. Justification for the sanctions is that strikes by government employees are illegal, although until now the government had been reluctant to invoke illegality because of inflation and the obvious political consequences. The decision was answered by another strike of central administration employees. This one began yesterday and will end tonight. The issues again are employees' benefits, agreed upon last year but still unpaid, payment of salaries on time, and now the sanctions. The strike is complete, with even the Montevideo airport and the government communications system closed. Other strikes continue in the judiciary, university, and the huge clinics hospital. The peso is down to 69 and one of the Colorado councilors has called for the resignation of the Minister of the Treasury. Montevideo, July 7, 1965. The movement of the revolutionary left, MIR, in Peru has finally gone into action and seems to have had several initial successes against Peruvian police. 3 days ago the Peruvian government declared a state of siege and the military services have been called in to supplement police operations. Hundreds of leftists are being arrested all over the country, but the guerrilla operation seems to be located mostly in the eastern slopes of the Andes towards the Brazilian border. Undoubtedly the Lima station's notebook of intelligence from Enrique Amaya Quintana, the mere walk-in in Guayaquil 2 years ago, is now in the hands of Peruvian military liaison officers. The Continental Congress for Solidarity with Cuba was shifted to Santiago, Chile, after we got the Uruguayans to ban it. Now the Santiago station has gotten the Chilean government to ban it and they'll have to try still another country. More likely it will be quietly forgotten. Montevideo, July 16, 1965. Holman is gone. No one from the station went to see him off at the airport except John Horton, the new chief of station. Already the atmosphere in the station has changed beyond recognition. O'Grady's hives are much better, although he got the bad news that he is going to be transferred so that a new deputy chief with better Spanish can come. Horton speaks almost no Spanish and has already told me he wants me to work closely with him on the high-level liaison contacts like the minister and the chief of police. I suppose this means interpreting for him until he can get along, but anything is better than Holman. Horton is such a contrast, very approachable, good sense of humor, very Anglophile from his years as chief of station in Hong Kong. He's even running a carpool with his chauffeur and office vehicle, picking us all up in the morning so that wives can get around easier. Montevideo, July 23, 1965. Financing for the new government employees' benefits was passed by the Senate last night after days of increasing strike activity in the postal system, university administration, central administration, judicial system, and public health system. Even the Ministry of the Treasury tax collectors were on strike. The financing measure calls for putting out 1.7 billion new pesos, much less than the request of the Blanco NCG councilors, which prompted senators of the NCG president's faction to vote against the bill. This faction had wanted 5 billion in new currency, almost double what is now in circulation. Payments are progressing for June salaries and many of the government employees on strike are now going back to work. The FEUU, however, is organizing lightning street demonstrations as a protest against government refusal to deliver some 100 million pesos overdue to the university. The next battle begins in a few days when the Chamber of Deputies starts work on the budget review, in which the government employees' unions will attempt to include salary increases for next year. Inflation during January-June this year was 26.3%, which is one of the reasons why the government backed down on its threat to impose sanctions. Horton is anxious to build up the capabilities of the Police Intelligence Department, making it a kind of special branch for political work along the lines of British police practice. He wants me to spend more time training Otero, Chief of Intelligence and Liaison, and to give him more money for furniture, filing cabinets, and office supplies. As soon as possible Horton wants Otero put in for the International Police Academy and for additional training by headquarters at the conclusion of the academy course. Before leaving Washington, Horton obtained aid approval for a CIA officer to be placed under public safety cover, and after we get approval from the chief of police and get the officer down here, we will have him working full-time with intelligence and liaison. Physical surveillance and travel control are the kinds of operations that we plan to emphasize from the beginning. Expansion of Avengeful will come later, perhaps, along with recruitment operations against targets of the extreme left, but these changes will follow Otero's training in Washington. In travel control we will start by trying to set up the often delayed passport photography and watch list operation at the Montevideo airport. The aid public safety program is moving along well. Vehicles, communications, riot control equipment, and training are the main points of emphasis. Until our public safety cover officer arrives, however, we plan to keep the police intelligence work strictly in our office. It's going to be a long and difficult job, and I won't have time to do it adequately because of other work. Somehow we have to make them start thinking seriously on basic things like security and decent filing systems. Headquarters is sending down a disguise technician in order to train the station operations officers in its use. The technician is Joan Humphreys, the wife of the audio technician at the Mexico City station. Equipment will include wigs, hair coloring, special shoes and clothing, special glasses, mustaches, warts, moles and sets of false documentation. Montevideo, August 15, 1965. We have a new Soviet operations officer to replace Russ Phipps, who has been transferred back to headquarters. The new officer is Dick Connolly, a West Point graduate with previous duty in Cairo and Tokyo. Because Connolly can't handle Spanish yet, Horton asked me to help him on an operation that Phipps got going during his final weeks here. The operation is another chauffeur recruitment, this time it's available one, the chauffeur of the Soviet commercial office. Although the agent has Soviet citizenship, he is considered a local employee by the Soviet mission, because he was raised in Uruguay and is the son of Russian émigrés. Phipps used one of the F-Bandy surveillance team members for the recruitment. This agent, of Bandy 4, is the father of the team chief, an army major. He had some visiting cards printed, identifying himself as Dr. Nikolic, a Buenos Aires import-export consultant. He approached the chauffeur as if interested in assistance in his efforts to promote imports to Argentina and Uruguay from the Soviet Union. In return for inside information on the Soviet commercial office in Montevideo, Dr. Nikolic would pay the chauffeur a commission on all deals. Phipps's interest, however, was to use the chauffeur as an access agent to the Soviets working in the commercial office. 2 are known intelligence officers and 1 is suspect. As the recruitment was made just as Phipps was leaving, of Bandy 4 turned the chauffeur over to me as a Canadian business colleague working in Montevideo, claiming, as Dr. Nikolic, that he would return occasionally from Buenos Aires and if possible would see him. Phipps also got a new safe apartment site, a miserable basement room in a building on Avenida Rivera a couple of blocks from the Montevideo Zoo. The room has only a small skylight and is extremely cold. Nevertheless, the chauffeur and I are meeting one night each week. His information on the 5 commercial officers and their families plus the secretary, all of whom live in the 7-story building housing the commercial office, is not earth-shaking, but it's better than anything we've had until now from the other access agents. The Tupamaros terrorist group continues to be active, recently bombing the Bayer Company offices and leaving behind a protest note against U.S. intervention in Vietnam. REEF still doesn't think they're important enough to justify a targeting and recruitment program, so I have begun to encourage Otero, Chief of Police Intelligence, to concentrate on them. There's no doubt now that this is the group led since 1962 by Raul Sendic, the far-left leader of sugarcane workers who broke away from the Socialist Party. Montevideo, August 20, 1965. The CNT-sponsored Congress of the People, postponed several times since originally scheduled last year, has at last begun and shows signs of considerable success. The PCU is playing the dominant role, of course, but quite a lot of non-communist participation has been attracted. Practically all the significant organizations in fields of labor, students, government workers, and pensioners are participating, along with consumer cooperatives, neighborhood groups, provincial organizations and the leftist press. Meetings continue in the university and at other sites where participants are drafting solutions to the country's problems along leftist nationalist lines. Given the obvious failure of the traditional parties and Congress, this Congress of the People is attracting much attention and will undoubtedly provide the PCU and similar groups with new recruits as well as a propaganda platform. It is too successful to ignore, so we have generated editorial comment through of Buzz 1 exposing the Congress as an example of classic communist united front tactics. In fact, the Congress isn't the same as a united front political mechanism, but our fear is that it might turn into one and be used as such in next year's elections. Through of Buzz 1 we also printed a black handbill signed by the Congress and calling on the Uruguayan people to launch an insurrectional strike with immediate occupation of their places of work. Thousands of the leaflets were distributed today, provoking angry denials from the Congress organizers. More editorial comment and articles against the Congress will follow in this campaign to dissuade non-communists from participating. One of the campaigns of the Congress of the People is for resistance to the stabilization programs imposed by the International Monetary Fund, because these measures hurt the low and middle income groups harder than the rich. Right now a high-level group of Uruguayan political leaders is in New York trying to get new loans in order to refinance the bankrupt Bank of the Republic, Uruguay's central bank. The New York bankers, however, are insisting on new financial reforms that will meet IMF approval as a condition to granting the new loans, which may be as high as $150 to $200 million. At the NCG meeting last night, as the whole country awaited news from the refinancing mission in New York, it was revealed that 2 days ago an urgent confidential message from the mission arrived in Montevideo in the Uruguayan diplomatic pouch. No one can explain why, but the pouch, which for most countries is the government's most closely guarded system of communications, wasn't retrieved at the airport. It got sent back to New York on the next flight, and the NCG must wait until it's found and sent again before they can make their decisions. The Blancos continue to fight among themselves over how to finance government employees. Yesterday the acting Minister of the Treasury advised the NCG that salaries for this month simply cannot be paid without new resources, and he insisted on greater currency emission. Right now the deficit for this year is set at 6.3 billion pesos, and coins of 5 and 10 centavos are disappearing because they're worth more as melted metal than as money. Montevideo, August 27, 1965. One of Holman's last requests to the Minister of the Interior, Adolfo Teira, was to find a way to expel the North Korean trade mission that has been here for almost a year. I have followed up with queries to the police on the Koreans but without adequate reply. As an enticement to cooperate, I've taken the unusual step of obtaining support from the Miami station, and perhaps others, in order to follow the movements of an aircraft that loaded up in Miami with transistor radios and television sets for smuggling into Uruguay. Information on this contraband ring was obtained by the police through the vengeful telephone tapping operation, but Colonel Ramirez, chief of the Metropolitan Guard, asked me if the aircraft's movements in Miami could be watched. Ramirez and his colleagues were anxious to snare this shipment because under the law they get the value of all contraband they seize. The Miami station advised when it left, as did Panama, Lima, and Santiago, where technical stops were made. A few nights ago the aircraft made a secret landing on an interior airfield, unloaded air, it took off again. The Metropolitan Guard, however, intercepted the 2 truckloads of television sets and transistor radios. Initial value is set at 10 million pesos. Still no action on the Koreans, but we will remind the police chief on our next visit. He doesn't often get such valuable help as we have just given him. Uruguayan Air Force Base No. 1 has just been the scene of the delivery of the first of 8 new aircraft as part of our military aid program. Ambassador Hoyt made the presentation to the Uruguayan delegation composed of the Minister of Defense, Commanding General of the Air Force, Chief of Staff and other dignitaries. In his speech the ambassador recalled that that day was the 4th anniversary of the signing of the Charter of Punta del Este, beginning the Alliance for Progress. He cited President Johnson's declaration that the Alliance for Progress constitutes a change not only in the history of the free world but also in the long history of liberty. After the Dominican invasion, one has to wonder. The photographs in the press yesterday show the ambassador, the minister and the others. They practically block from view the little 4-seat Cessna that was the object of the ceremony. Montevideo, September 10, 1965. Strike activity is in full swing again after more than a month of relative calm. The financing mission is back from New York. They got only $55 million, enough to pay the $38 million already overdue, but gold will have to be shipped as collateral. New credit will be needed soon, however, in order to prevent the Bank of the Republic from defaulting again, and conditions imposed by the IMF will surely include cutbacks on internal spending such as salaries to government employees and subsidies. There is much pessimism, with general agreement that even harder times lie ahead. The peso is down to 68. Internal struggle among the Blancos has paralyzed the naming of the new board of directors of the Bank of the Republic. So much so that yesterday the minister and subsecretary of the Treasury resigned, only to withdraw their irrevocable resignations today. At issue is which Blanco factions will get seats on the board of directors. Rationing of electricity continues, although the drought earlier this year has now turned to serious flooding and hundreds of families have had to be evacuated along the Uruguay River. We're also in the midst of a rabies epidemic, a disease believed to have been eradicated from Uruguay several years ago. In the past year some 4,000 people have been bitten by dogs in Montevideo, even though 10,000 stray dogs were picked up. Malaise everywhere. New rumblings from Brazil and Argentina on possible intervention in Uruguay have provoked sharp reaction. During Brazilian Army Week, the Minister of War made a public statement widely publicized here which praised the historic mission of the Brazilian Army, defense of democratic institutions, not only within our frontiers but also in whatever part of America we believe menaced by international communism. A few days later the Argentine Army commander, General Juan Carlos Onganía, said on returning from a trip to Brazil that the Argentine and Brazilian armies have jointly agreed to combat communism in South America, particularly of that of Cuban origin. Although he did not mention Uruguay by name, his statement comes at a time of continuing public comment in Argentina and Brazil over economic and social problems in Uruguay. Onganía later denied the press version of his speech, but here the original version sticks. Protests by Uruguayan military officers have caused cancellation of an invitation to the Brazilian military commander of the border zone, while the Uruguayan Navy has withdrawn from joint exercises with U.S. and Argentine units. A conference to have been given in Montevideo by an Argentine military leader was also boycotted by Uruguayan officers. The Foreign Ministry, moreover, has issued a statement in the name of the NCG rejecting any tutelary role in Uruguay by foreign armed forces. I can't seem to avoid getting sucked further into Soviet operations. Besides Borisov, whom I continue to see occasionally, and Semyonov, a first secretary whose intelligence affiliation, if any, is unknown, and the commercial office chauffeur, we have a new lead involving the new KGB chief, Kalchurin. Through a vengeful we learned that Kalchurin was searching for an apartment. Any Soviet who lives outside the community compounds is surely an intelligence officer because all the rest must live under controlled circumstances. The apartment Kalchurin wanted is owned by Carlos Salguero, the head of Latin American sales for the Philip Morris Co. and a naturaliste American of Colombian origin. Salguero lives in a large mansion in Carrasco where he moved with his family just before I took over his previous house. Salguero's apartment, which is an investment property, is located in a modern building overlooking the beach in Positos. Connolly asked me to speak to Salguero about the possibility of obtaining access to his apartment before Kalchurin moved in. Kalchurin took the apartment, and at a recruitment luncheon at the golf club, Salguero agreed to give us access prior to Kalchurin's moving in. I turned Salguero over to Connolly, the Soviet operations officer, who will organize the audio installation with Frank Giroux, the technician stationed in Buenos Aires. One reason for this audio operation is that Kalchurin seems to be having a love affair with Nina Borisova, the wife of my friend the consul, also a KGB officer. Borisova works in the embassy, possibly with classified documents, and might have interesting discussions with Kalchurin if he takes her to the apartment. So far Kalchurin's wife hasn't arrived, although he has said on the telephone that he expects her soon. There is also a chance that Kalchurin might use the apartment for entertainment of prospective agents or even for agent meetings. Montevideo, September 23, 1965. Strikes intensifying, municipal workers, state banks, autonomous agencies, and decentralized services. Yesterday the Blanco NCG councillors and directors of state enterprises decided to use police to eject employees of the state banks which have been paralyzed by work to rule for the past 10 days. Any employees who fail to respond to calls to work will be dismissed, harsh measures by Uruguayan standards. Today work to rule continues, but the Bank of the Republic and the State Mortgage Bank closed in lockouts, while workers in the private banks are stopping for 30 minutes in the morning and 30 in the afternoon in solidarity with the state bank employees. Blanco NCG councillors and directors of state enterprises meeting today decided to grant only 25% increases for workers in all the autonomous agencies and decentralized services and without negotiations. Unions, however, persist in demanding 48% increases for 1966, citing the government's own statistics for January-August inflation, 33.8%. Blanco leaders are determined to hold the line, however, because of the critical need for IMF backing. This will require suppressing the bank workers, who also opened the floodgates for overall government salary increases at this time last year. There are no signs of relenting on the union side. The peso is now down to 74. The Minister and Sub-Secretary of the Treasury resigned again, this time accepted by the NCG. The September 20 resolution by the House of Representatives in Washington is causing an outrage here and in other parts of Latin America. The resolution attributes to the U.S. or any other American state the right to unilateral military intervention in other American states if necessary to keep communism out of the Western Hemisphere. Here the resolution is viewed as an encouragement to the interventionist-minded in Brazil and Argentina. If this resolution is meant to be a show of support for the Dominican invasion, as it seems to be, I can only wonder how so many U.S. political leaders could have been convinced that 58 trained communists took over the Bosch movement. Montevideo, September 27, 1965. We've had a visit from John Hart, the new Deputy Chief of WH Division for Cuban Affairs. He's a former Chief of Station in Bangkok and in Rabat and is an old friend of Horton's. As the officer in charge of operations against the Cubans, I spent a lot of time with him briefing him on our operations and listening to his plea for more work against the Cubans. Hart said that the agency has practically no agent sources reporting from inside Cuba, although technical coverage through electronic collection and aerial surveillance is adequate, and he is pushing recruitment of agents by mail. The system is to monitor mail from Cuba very closely in order to watch for signs of discontent. If records at headquarters and the Jamewave station in Miami do not rule out the disaffected writer as a prospective agent, the station concerned or another WH station can write back a letter on an innocuous subject to the Cuban, with instructions to save the letter. If the Cuban replies to the given accommodation address, a second letter will be written instructing him how to develop secret writing contained on the first letter. The developed message will be a recruitment proposal and, if answered, secret writing carbon sheets can be sent to the Cuban and regular correspondence established. Here in Montevideo we would use the Avidity intercept operation to monitor mail for possible agents. Although I nodded politely and tried to show enthusiasm for the search for needles in a haystack, I thought to myself that this man must be mad to think we have time for such games. I can scarcely make a quick scan of letters from Cuba, much less begin a recruitment campaign with all that implies. Hart's other pet project is to find Che Guevara. Guevara disappeared about 6 months ago, and although there were signs of him in Africa, nobody knows where he is right now. Hart thinks he may be in a hospital in the Soviet Union with a mental breakdown caused by spoilage of asthma medicine kept unrefrigerated. He asked us to watch passenger lists closely and promised to send a photograph now being prepared of how Guevara would look without his beard, an artist's conception because no photos of a beardless Guevara have been found. Hart also asked that we continue the campaign already underway to generate unfavorable press speculation over Guevara's disappearance, in the hope that he'll reappear to end it. Other stations are doing the same. Hart's visit came at an opportune time for me because he liked the work I'm doing against the Cubans, and in 6 months I'm going to be looking for a job in headquarters, if indeed I don't resign from the agency. Right now I'm not sure exactly what I'll do, but I told Horton that I plan to return to headquarters in March when my 2 years here are finished. There are two problems, I suppose, and each seems to reinforce the other. At home the situation is worse than ever, no common interests except the children, no conversation, increasing resentment at being trapped in loneliness. I told Janet that I'm leaving when we get back to Washington. She seems not to believe me, and in fact would have insisted that she returned some time ago but for being separated from the children, which is a prospect I can't accept. This is a hellish situation and no good for anyone. The other problem is even worse. The Dominican invasion started me thinking about what we are really doing here in Latin America. On the one hand, the spread of the Cuban Revolution has been stopped and the counterinsurgency programs are successful in most places. Communist subversion at least is being controlled. But the other side, the positive side of reforming the injustices that make communism attractive, just isn't making progress. Here the problem is a small number of landholders who produce for export and whose interests clash with those of most of the rest of the country. Until Uruguay has a land reform, there can be no fair distribution of either the benefits or the burdens of the country's production. There will be no encouragement to the landholders to produce and export legally. Even if export prices were to rise dramatically, the benefits would mostly go to the same handful of people who have the land, the same handful who are suffering the least during these hard times. For certain the landholders will resist, here as in other countries, but somehow the Alliance for Progress will have to stimulate land reform if other reforms are to be successful. The more I think about the Dominican invasion, the more I wonder whether the politicians in Washington really want to see reforms in Latin America. Maybe participation by the communists wouldn't be such a bad thing because that way they could be controlled better. But to think that 58 trained communists participating in a popular movement for liberal reform can take control is to show so little confidence in reform itself. The worst of this is that the more we work to build up the security forces like the police and military, particularly the intelligence services, the less urgency, it seems, attaches to the reforms. What's the benefit in eliminating subversion if the injustices continue? I don't think the Alliance for Progress is working, and I think I may not have chosen the right career after all. I'll need to keep working when I separate from Janet after we return to Washington because she'll need money for the children and she probably won't want to work. The object would be to find another job without a period of seriously reduced income or none at all. I told Hart I'd like to work in Cuban affairs when I get back. Maybe Reef's kind of cynicism is the best way to stay with the agency and assuage one's conscience. Montevideo, October 1, 1965. The bugging of Calcheron's apartment was successful, transmitters inside the bed and inside a sofa. The batteries will last for 6 months or more because the transmitters have radio-operated switches. Now Connolly must find a listening post close enough for operating the switches and for recording. Then an LP operator and a transcriber. These audio operations are messy. Montevideo, October 3, 1965. Strikes by the government employees, particularly the bank workers, continue, and there are strong rumors circulating that the government is going to declare a state of siege in order to break the strikes. So far the only government action has been lockouts at the banks and threats to impose economic sanctions against any employees engaging in new strikes. However, the unions of the autonomous agencies and decentralized services, which just completed a 2-day walkout, have announced a 3-day walkout for 13 to 15 October. Colonel Ventura Rodriguez, chief of the Montevideo Police and the country's top security official, had gone to Miami for the U.S. Police Chiefs Convention, but he was recalled suddenly. Although the reasons for his recall were not related to the current strikes, his return created new rumors. Nevertheless, he told us that the decision on a state of siege hasn't yet been made. Headquarters is getting nervous and has asked for continuous reporting on the situation. In Peru, the state of siege was finally lifted. The mere guerrilla movement is defeated and only mopping up remains. A recent visitor who went through Lima told me that the station there opened an outpost in the mountain village where the Peruvian military command had been set up. During the crucial months of July-September, the outpost served for intelligence collection on successes and failures of the military campaign and for passing intelligence to the Peruvian military obtained from Lima station sources. During the roll-up of the MIR urban organization, the main penetration agent, Enrique Amaya Quintana, was arrested, and during police interrogation he revealed his work for us. Eventually the station got him released, and now he's been resettled in Mexico with, I'm sure, a generous retirement bonus. Suppression of the MIR will be regarded as a classic case of counterinsurgency effectiveness when good intelligence is collected during the crucial period of organization and training prior to commencement of guerrilla operations. Given their large numbers and training in Cuba, suppression would have been difficult and lengthy without a penetration agent like Amaya. Montevideo, October 7, 1965. This afternoon the NCG voted to enact a state of siege, 6 blancos in favor, 3 colorados opposed, which in Uruguayan law is called prompt security measures. Adolfo Tejera, the Minister of the Interior, made the proposal, which he justified on the need to end labor unrest. The decree prohibits all strikes and all meetings for the promotion of strikes and related propaganda. Enforcement of the state of siege was given to the Ministers of the Interior and Defense. This had in fact been decided secretly yesterday, because the whole country is on strike, in the government, banks, judiciary, and other key areas, the main issues being salaries, inflation, sanctions, fringe benefits. The police and army have been paid their September salaries in preparation for action. Colonel Ventura Rodriguez, who had gone to the U.S. Police Chiefs Convention in Miami, has been recalled, and Commissioner Otero and Inspector Pires have been to tell me that the police have been some days at the ready. Headquarters wants daily reports on strikes and violence while the siege is on. Nobody was surprised. Yesterday's secret decision by the Blancos was in this morning's newspapers, but the CNT went ahead with its plans for a street rally and march this afternoon from the Legislative Palace to Independence Plaza. At the moment of the NCG voting, the demonstrators were massed in the plaza in front of the NCG offices, but as soon as the vote was taken, police moved in to break up the demonstration. So far tonight 34 workers have been arrested, all from the electric company, except 2 who are leaders of the Bank Employees Union. Montevideo, October 8, 1965. Arrests have risen to over 100, but practically all the important union leaders are in hiding. This afternoon sit-down strikes in the government banks continued, but ejections and arrests followed. Lightning Street demonstrations against the state of siege have been occurring in different parts of the city. As required by the Constitution, the decree imposing the state of siege was sent to the legislature for approval. The Blancos, however, knowing that the Colorados and splinter groups will try to repeal it, are staying away in order to prevent a quorum. The CNT has called a general strike for October 13, and the autonomous agencies and decentralized services will begin that day a 3-day walkout. The government is in trouble. Montevideo, October 15, 1965. The police are no match for the well-organized unions. The general strike was a big success with over 200,000 government workers and most of the private organized workers out. Newspapers, public transport, wool, textiles, public health, schools, practically every activity stopped. Today is the last of the 3-day strike in the autonomous agencies and decentralized services. Lightning Street demonstrations have been frequent with much pro-strike wall painting and handbill distribution. Police have made several hundred more arrests, but the important leaders are still free. The PCU radio outlet, Radio Nacional, was closed for 72 hours for broadcasting strike news, while an entire issue of Epoca, a leftist daily newspaper, was confiscated yesterday. In protest, however, the Press Association and press unions struck again and no newspapers appeared today. Tejera has publicly blamed the communist leadership of the government employees' unions for the state of unrest, and Blanco leaders are hardening. The directors of the 4 government banks announced the firing of 18 employees for strike leadership, while the Autonomous agencies and decentralized services have announced sanctions of wage discounts equaling 2 days for the first day of the current strike, 3 days for yesterday and 5 days for today. Dismissals will follow if strikes continue. Final arrangements are being made for the arbitrary 25% salary increases, although the unions are still insisting on 48% and inflation for this year is now up to 50%. The PCU, according to our agents, plans to continue the street demonstrations and other agitation in order to force the government to back down on the firings and sanctions. 2 of our agents, of Cave 1 and Avoidance 9, are on the highly secret PCU self-defense squads engaged in the lightning demonstrations and propaganda distribution. Their reporting has been excellent, but they've been unable to get to know the hiding places of certain of the union leaders, which, if we knew, we would inform the police for arrests. The police, in fact, may have given the communists and others a convenient victim for their campaign against the government. The story is out today of the torture of a young waterworks engineer, Julio Arizaga, who was arrested several days ago. Today he went berserk in his cell at Avalanche headquarters and had to be taken to the military hospital. There he attacked his guard and managed to wound the guard with the guard's own weapon. He was subdued, however, and his conduct is being attributed to torture by the police. I'll check with Commissioner Otero on this, because usually the police don't engage in torture of political prisoners. Arizaga is a member of the pro-Chinese movement of the Revolutionary Left, MIR, and former member of the PCU. He is also a former leader of the FEUU, but he has never been very active in union activity. In recent months Reef has been guiding of Cave 1 as close to the MIR as possible while retaining good standing in the PCU. However, because the MIR favors rural action, including guerrillas, over trade union organizing, of Cave 1 may be instructed to leave the PCU altogether and join the MIR. Meanwhile he is reporting good intelligence from former PCU colleagues like Arizaga who have joined the MIR, as well as information on the PCU. Montevideo, October 19, 1965. Yesterday the NCG, Colorado abstaining, adopted an economic stabilization program that will enable the government to obtain an IMF standby credit, which in turn will open the door to new private and official loans. Most observers agree that the state of siege was enacted not only to break the strikes but also to preclude violent opposition to these new economic measures that will be unpopular with the unions. Latest problem: the Ministry of the Treasury has assigned 1 million pesos to the Ministry of the Interior for expenses relating to the stage of siege, but there's a severe shortage of banknotes. The British firm that prints Uruguayan money is holding up delivery because the Bank of the Republic can't pay for it. Arrears amount to £100,000. Montevideo, October 22, 1965. Commissioner Otero was vague about the torture of Julio Arizaga, the MIR activist and waterworks engineer, which was his way of confirming the story. On Monday Arizaga was taken before a judge for a hearing on the shooting of his guard, and his condition was so bad and the torture so evident that the judge ordered him to be freed. The police refused and he was returned to the military hospital where he is still incommunicado. I asked Inspector Antonio Pires about the case and he said Inspector Juan Jose Braga, Subdirector of Investigations, was the officer who ordered and supervised the torture. The purpose was to obtain information on the MIR and on the Tupamaros, whose identity and organizational structure are still unknown. He explained that the torture room is on the same corridor as the avengeful listening post in the isolated section above the offices of the chief and the deputy chief of police. I noticed the other rooms down the hall when I visited the LP, but I was told that those rooms are only used by Colonel Rodriguez and Colonel Martin during rest periods. Usually, according to Antonio, the subject of the interrogation is hooded and tied to a bed with the picana, a hand-cranked electric generator is attached to his genitals. Since Tom Flores's counter-terrorist operations with police ended, and General A. Garando was replaced as chief of police, torture of political prisoners has been rare. However, the picana was still used on criminals, which is why thieves and robbers so often been rare. However, the picana was still used on criminals, which is why thieves and robbers so often wound themselves before surrender, so that their first days under arrest will be in hospitals, and perhaps torture of Arizaga was an exception because of Braga's frustration over the inability to stop the Tupamaro bombings. Montevideo, October 28, 1965. Until today, the Blanco leadership was firm in resisting union demands on salary increases and sanctions, but the union leaders began cultivating support from Colorado legislators on the sanctions issue. Today the Blancos, fearing political gains by the Colorados, announced that only half the sanctions will be discounted from October salaries, with the other half coming in November. They also let it be known that pay and benefits increases beyond 25% may be possible, but not until next June. The security situation has eased so strikingly that it is difficult to imagine we're still in a state of siege. Practically all those arrested during the early days have been released, and the CNT even held a mass rally on the no sanctions issue without interference from police. The only strike still in effect is the municipal workers' walkout, and today the army began collecting garbage that's been piling up in the streets for the past week. The only reason the state of siege hasn't been lifted is that Arizaga's condition is still too bad. If he were released, the torture would be obvious. Blanco leaders are thus being forced to retain the state of siege in order to protect the chief of police, Ventura Rodriguez, and the Minister of the Interior, Adolfo Tejera. The Arizaga case, in fact, is causing serious friction between the two, and the Colorados have seized it as a political issue. Tejera is conducting an in-house investigation. Through the public safety mission, I put in Commissioner Otero, Chief of Police Intelligence, for an International Police Academy course beginning in January in Washington. After about 12 weeks at the academy, Otero will be given special training in intelligence operations by headquarters. I've asked that the Office of Training concentrate on physical surveillance and on penetration operations against communist parties, targeting, spotting, recruitments, agent handling. Maybe with enough training for officers like Otero, the police will be able to recruit agents and pay for information instead of having to resort to torture. God knows he needs this training. He's been bogged down in the Cuckooers case since March, the kidnapping of an ex-Nazi that went awry, for the sake of publicity and a little travel. Cuckooers was finally cremated, and a few days ago Otero turned his ashes over to his son together with a dental bridge. The son and the Cuckooers family dentist, however, told reporters that the dead man never wore a bridge, so now Otero's looking for another body. Montevideo, November 4, 1965. Today the state of siege was lifted. Arizaga's condition improved enough for him to be released. The Colorados continue to attack the government over torture, but Tejera claims the ministry is continuing the investigation. Nothing will come of it, of course, because the chief of police won't allow it. If pushed, he can summon support from the army command, and the Blancos don't want to lose power to the military over a sordid case of torture. Neither do the Colorados, so there's no danger to the torturers. Throughout the state of siege, the Blanco senators and deputies, by staying away from sessions called to consider the emergency decree, were able to prevent a quorum and a Colorado vote to lift the siege. On the negotiations, however, the Colorados are forcing the Blancos into a more compromising position. Yesterday, the Colorado-dominated Senate passed an amnesty bill annulling all firings and sanctions against workers engaged in strikes. Similar action is expected in deputies. Montevideo, November 10, 1965. Negotiations have broken down, strikes are again underway, and the state of siege may be reinstated. Although municipal workers throughout the country struck again, and the Montevideo transport system is striking for October salaries, the main attack now is back with the central administration unions. They rejected the proposed salary increases for next July and are striking for 48 hours today and tomorrow, 72 hours next week, and an indefinite period the week after. Negotiations between the government and the unions of the autonomous agencies and decentralized services continue, but without progress. The Chamber of Deputies passed the amnesty bill today, in spite of the strikes, and it now goes to the NCG, where anything less than a veto would indicate complete collapse of the dominant Blanco faction. The amnesty bill must have constitutional incongruities if strikes by government employees are illegal. But everything here seems so incongruous that an unconstitutional law would only be normal. The Colorados are also taking up the Arizaga case in the Chamber of Deputies. Certain of them want to make political gain by feigning shock and surprise, but a deputy's investigation stands no more chance of making headway in Avalanche than the minister's investigation. Montevideo, November 16, 1965. Otero and the police in general have pulled off another stunning bungle. Secretary of State Rusk is here on an official visit, and this morning he laid a wreath at the monument to José Artigas, the father of Uruguayan independence, in Independence Plaza. For a week I've been insisting with Otero, who is in charge of security preparations, that all precautions be taken to avoid any incidents related to Rusk's visit. This morning Otero and about 300 other policemen were forming a cordon around the wreath-laying site when suddenly a young man slipped through the cordon and ran all the way up to Rusk, expelling an enormous wad of spittle in the secretary's face. Otero was standing right next to Rusk in a stupor, but he recovered and with other police carried off the attacker while Rusk wiped his face dry and laid the wreath. Tonight Colonel Rodriguez and other government officials formally called on the embassy to apologize. The attacker, a member of the PCU youth organization, is in the hospital where he was taken after a police beating and is reported to be in a coma. Montevideo, November 19, 1965. Several days ago an important student conference began here under sponsorship of the FEUU and the Prague-based International Union of Students. The conference is called the Seminar on Latin American Social and Economic Integration and has drawn about 60 student delegations from all over the hemisphere. Through Buzz1 we have put out adverse editorial comment in the Montevideo press, exposing the seminar as organized, financed, and directed by the Soviets through the IUS front and through PCU control of the FEUU. We also arranged for handbills on the same theme to be distributed, as well as a humorous facsimile of an Uruguayan 100 peso note labeled as the rubles with which the Soviets are financing the seminar. We have also ordered from TSD copies of official letterhead stationery of the seminar with the signature of the seminar's Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Daniel Waxman, reproduced at various levels in order to coincide with whatever length of letter we decide to attribute to Waxman. If it comes soon we will have a black letter to add to the other propaganda against the seminar. Waxman is a leader of the FEUU. The breakthrough with the Bank of the Republic Union failed and new strikes are spreading in protest against the NCG's veto of the amnesty bill. The central administration has been joined by government banks, the clinics, hospital, primary and secondary schools, the university and the judicial system. Today and tomorrow the civil aviation workers are closing the airports. Other strikes to follow. Only a week remains until the constitutional deadline for increasing government employees' salaries because elections are scheduled for November 27, 1966. As no increases can be granted during the year before elections, the coming week is sure to be agitated. Montevideo, November 27, 1965. The past week stands as another large question mark for Uruguayan democracy. Beginning with the civil aviation strike on 19 to 20 November and ending with the passage by Congress of the bill for salary increases last night, not a day has passed without an important strike by government employees. Schools, banks, the university, the postal and telecommunications systems, printers, port workers, the central administration and others struck with increasing intensity until the entire country was paralyzed on November 25 by a CNT-organized general strike. The port of Montevideo was closed, the airports closed again, and no newspapers appeared on 25 or November 26. Street marches and other demonstrations by thousands of workers were almost daily occurrences, usually ending at the Legislative Palace for speeches demanding benefits to offset inflation. Yesterday, the final day for salary increases for a year, the demonstrations culminated. With the magic hour at midnight, The NCG convened at 7 p.m. while all the Blanco ministers were called to Government House and told to wait in an office adjacent to the NCG meeting room. At 7:20 the 72-page document consisting of 195 articles arrived at the NCG from the Chamber of Deputies. The bill contains many provisions on government finances in addition to salary increases. After a swift review it was approved. The Colorado councilors were forced to vote for it without even having seen the text, and the Blanco ministers who also had not seen it, except the Treasury Minister, were also required to approve and sign it. At 8:55 the Minister of the Treasury arrived with the document back at the Chamber of Deputies where it was debated until finally approved at 11:34. Waiting just outside the Deputies' chamber was the elderly President of the Senate who rushed the document over to the Senate, arriving at 17 minutes before midnight. Although several senators took the floor, there was no time even to read the document, and at 1 minute to midnight the Senate voted approval. The bill provides for significant salary increases for government employees, although not all that was demanded, together with new taxes on agricultural and livestock activities, wool exporters, and the banking system. Even so, the opposition has already denounced the bill as very inflationary. Today almost all the strikers have returned to work, the waterworks being the notable exception. Conflicts, however, haven't ended because the sanctions issue persists. Since the NCG veto of the amnesty bill, the Blanco legislators have prevented a quorum, and the Blanco NCG councilors are calling for new sanctions for the most recent strikes. Peace between the government and its workers is still remote. Montevideo, December 3, 1965. For the Calchurin audio operation, an apartment just above and to the side of the Salguero apartment was obtained for a listening post. My secretary was glad to move in for the time being, but the problem of an LP keeper hasn't been solved. According to the avengeful telephone tap on the Soviet embassy, Calchurin regularly spends Saturday afternoons at the apartment. His liaison with Borisova continues, but now his wife has arrived, although she is not happy and has hinted she may soon return to the Soviet Union. Until a full-time LP keeper can be obtained, this operation will be only marginal, although Konoli, the Soviet operations officer, goes to the LP on Saturdays and sometimes on Sundays to switch on the transmitters and, if Calchurin is there, to record what is said. Last Saturday I went with him. After lunch. The transmitters for the switches are housed in gray Samsonite suitcases of the 2-suit size. After opening them flat and setting up the antenna, taking care that it points in the direction of Calchurin's apartment, the operator pushes the transmitter button for 5 seconds. If the switch doesn't work, the process is repeated until it does, though not too often because the transmitter can overheat. Included in the suitcase is a lead apron so that operators can avoid unwanted sterilization. Maybe Calchurin would like an apron, too, but Konoli didn't take my point. Another gray Samsonite suitcase contains the receiver recorder and is similarly opened flat with special antenna raised. These technical operations are boring, no decent production from this one yet. Montevideo, December 6, 1965. The Blancos on the NCG insist the sanctions remain and be increased with any new strike activity. Discounts from salary payments are to be made at the rate of 4 days per month until all sanctions are collected, which in some cases now total 18 days. Partial work stoppages have already started in the autonomous agencies and decentralized services, and in the Ministry of the Treasury the union called for the minister's resignation. The Income Tax Collection Office of the same ministry paid him a similar compliment in declaring him persona non grata. The central administration employees joined the others in announcing new strikes and staged a march to the Ministry of the Treasury demanding a dialogue with the minister on sanctions. Police broke up the march with considerable force. The state of siege is going back into effect tomorrow. I've had calls both from Antonio Pires and from Alejandro Otero advising that police tonight will start rounding up as many important labor leaders as possible. They are hoping that they will catch a number of important leaders by starting tonight instead of waiting until the NCG votes to reinstate the state of siege tomorrow. According to the same police agents, the Blanco leaders want to arrest the government union leaders before word gets around of the new stage of siege, wishful thinking the way secrets are spread in this country. Nevertheless, the Minister of the Treasury announced tonight that the latest plan by Central Administration employees for easing the sanctions had been rejected by the NCG, while he inferred that negotiations will continue tomorrow. Odds are good that the union leaders have already gone back into hiding. Montevideo, December 7, 1965. As expected, practically all the government workers' union leaders learned of the new state of siege and evaded police arrest. This morning, just as the street march by the Central Administration employees reached Independence Plaza in front of Government House, the Blanco NCG councillors voted to reimpose the state of siege. Adolfo Teixeira, Minister of the Interior, made the request on the grounds of preventing subversion of the national economy by organized labor. The decree was passed to the legislature, but again the Blancos are staying away from the meetings in order to prevent a quorum. The police, especially Otero's department, looked pretty bad, although the demonstration outside the NCG offices this morning was broken up without violence. Only 15 arrests have been made in spite of their early start, and already the PCU self-defense squads are back in action distributing propaganda and generally defying the state of siege. In order to help Otero and the police to save face, Horton agreed that I should pass to Otero the name and address of one of the leaders of the self-defense squads, Oscar Bonatti, for preventive detention. As there are only 3 squads, of Cave 1 being on one and Avoidance 9 being on another, the arrest of Bonatti will cause a spy scare, and probably make the PCU decide to curb the squad's propaganda activities for a while. Reef doesn't want Bonatti arrested because he's afraid his agents will be jeopardized, but Horton wants to help the police, particularly Otero, to improve their image. Montevideo, December 10, 1965. Big news. Alberto Heber, the Blanco NCG councillor who will take over as NCG president in March, today proposed that Uruguay break diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union because of Soviet interference in Uruguayan labor troubles. We don't have direct access to Heber but can check with Colonel Rodriguez. I have no means of seeing the Soviet chauffeur until next week to discover their reaction, but Connolly is concentrating on the avengeful tapes. Headquarters is delighted and confirms that we should support the break in any way we can. Already Lee Smith, the new Covert Action Operations Officer, who recently replaced Alex Zephyr, is preparing a black letter linking the Soviet cultural attaché with leftist student activities. Lee is using the stationery with the letterhead of the seminar on Latin American social and economic integration that the TSD prepared for us last month. My police are looking better than ever. Yesterday the newspaper printers union had just voted not to strike when police broke into the union hall and arrested over 100 people. These were later released, however, but another vote was taken. This time the strike was on, and today and tomorrow Montevideo has no newspapers. Montevideo, December 11, 1965. We have worked all day preparing a report for NCG Councillor Alberto Heber that will justify both a break in diplomatic relations with the Soviets and the outlawing of the PCU. We began the project last night when John Cassidy, who replaced O'Grady as Deputy Chief of Station, got an urgent call from one of his contacts in the Uruguayan Military Intelligence Service. They had been asked by Heber earlier yesterday for a report on the Soviets, but since they had nothing, they called on the station for assistance. This morning all the station officers met to discuss the problems of trying to write the Heber report. After we decided to write it on a crash basis, Connolly chose the names of 4 Russians to be in charge of their labor operations, and then went through his files to find concrete information to give weight to this fantasy report. Similarly, Reef selected certain key CNT and government union leaders as the Uruguayan counterparts of the Soviets, together with appropriate true background information that could be sprinkled into the report, such as trips by PCU leaders to Prague and Moscow in recent months. Cassidy, Connolly, Reef and I then wrote the final version, which Cassidy and I translated into Spanish. Tonight Cassidy took it out to Buzz 1 for correction and improvement of the Spanish, and tomorrow he'll turn it over to the Military Intelligence Service, Cryptonym Abbalsa. For a one-day job the 20-page report is not bad. Certainly it includes enough information that can be confirmed to make the entire report appear plausible. We prepared this report with media operations in mind, apart from justifying the break with the Soviets and outlawing the PCU. Heber has already said publicly that he has strong evidence to support the break, though without the details which he hasn't yet got, but if the break is not made we can publish the report anyway and attribute it to Heber. He is unlikely to deny it. In that case it will cause a sensation and prepare the way for the later decisions we want, and also provide material for putting to the media by other stations, such as Buenos Aires and Rio de Janeiro. According to Heber, the Blanco NCG councillors will meet tomorrow, Sunday, to decide on the break, and formal NCG action will follow on Monday or Tuesday. The Minister of Defense, meanwhile, has suggested outlawing the PCU and closing propaganda outlets such as El Popular. The black letter connecting the Soviet cultural attaché with the seminar on social and economic integration will be put out in El Plata, the afternoon daily belonging to the Blanco faction led by the NCG president. The letter is a statement of appreciation for technical advice, and refers to instructions relating to the seminar and brought by a colleague who recently returned to Montevideo. Thanks are also given for other assistance. Although the letter is vague, Soviet financing and control of the seminar is easily inferred. The forged signature is that of Daniel Waxman, the seminar secretary for foreign relations. Tension on the labor front is higher than ever with mass arrests of workers, over 200 arrested at the Bank of the Republic and over 200 more at a tire company, and a call by the CNT for another general strike on December 14. Lightning Street demonstrations against the government continue and several residences of government leaders and political clubs of the traditional parties have been bombed. Our estimate is that if the new general strike is not called off, the Blancos will break relations with the Soviets, to be followed by strong measures against the PCU and leftist labor leaders. Montevideo, December 12, 1965. This morning before Cassidy turned over the Heber report to military intelligence, Horton decided first to show it to Colonel Ventura Rodriguez, the chief of police, as the top military officer in public security. We took it over to Rodriguez's office, where we sat around a conference table with Rodriguez and Colonel Roberto Ramirez, chief of the Guardia Metropolitana, who was listening to a soccer game on his little transistor radio. As Rodriguez read the report, I began to hear a strange low sound which, as it gradually became louder, I recognized as the moan of a human voice. I thought it might be a street vendor trying to sell something, until Rodriguez told Ramirez to turn up the radio. The moaning grew in intensity, turning into screams, while several more times Rodriguez told Ramirez to turn up the soccer game. By then I knew we were listening to someone being tortured in the rooms next to the avengeful listening post above Rodriguez's office. Rodriguez at last finished reading the report, told us he thought it would be effective, and Horton and I headed back for the embassy. On the way back Horton agreed that we had been listening to a torture session, and I explained to him the location of the torture room with relation to the avengeful LP and Rodriguez's office. I wondered out loud if the victim could be Benotti, whose name I had given to Otero for preventive detention. Tomorrow I'll ask Otero, and if it was Benotti I'm not sure what I'll do. I don't know what to do about these police anyway, they're so crude and ineffectual. I ought to have known not to give any names to the police after the Arizaga case last month, without a full discussion, with the chief if necessary, of what action the police would take. Hearing that voice, whoever it was, made me feel terrified and helpless. All I wanted to do was to get away from the voice and away from the police headquarters. Why didn't Horton or I say anything to Rodriguez? We just sat there embarrassed and shocked. I'm going to be hearing that voice for a long time. Back at the embassy the ambassador told Horton that the NCG president had just this morning asked him if he had any information that might be used to justify breaking relations with the Soviets. Horton showed him the Heber report and the ambassador suggested he should give it to Washington Beltran, the NCG president. The ambassador took the original out to Beltran's house while a copy went to the Military Intelligence Service, with the warning that if it were passed to Heber he should be advised that Beltran already has a copy. Giving the report to the ambassador for Beltran has certain advantages, but Heber may be reluctant to use it now. Too bad, because Heber is the counselor who convinced the others to reinstate the state of siege, the one who suggested the break, and will moreover be the NCG president in less than 3 months' time. Montevideo, December 13, 1965. The impasse is broken and the break with the Soviets is off for the time being. Last night the government and bank unions reached agreement that the firings of previous months would be cancelled and that sanctions against strikers will be spread out over many months as painlessly as possible. The agreement was followed last night by the release of all the bank workers who had been arrested late last week. Early this morning similar agreements were reached with central administration unions. Communist and other militant leaders of the CNT had no choice, as the government unions accepted these solutions, but to cancel the general strike scheduled for tomorrow. With the general strike broken and agreements with unions being made, the government has dropped the threat of breaking relations with the Soviets. The report prepared for Heber will not be brought out by the government for the time being, we can do so later. The state of siege will continue until firm agreements with all the government unions are reached. The leftist daily Epoca is still closed for inflammatory propaganda, and almost 300 are still under arrest. Somewhat anticlimactic but useful, our black-letter operation against the FEUU and the Soviet cultural attaché caused a sensation when it was published by El Plata this afternoon. Banner headlines announce documents for the break with Russia and similar treatment will be given in tomorrow morning's papers. Denials from Daniel Waxman, the FEUU leader to whom the letter is attributed, were immediate, but they will be given scant coverage except in the extreme leftist press. UFBuzz1 has arranged for Alberto Roca, publisher of the station-financed student newspaper Combate, to take responsibility for the black letter in order to relieve El Plata of liability. Through UFBuzz1 will place new propaganda, in the form of editorial comment, using the union's capitulation to avoid the break with the Soviets as proof of Soviet influence over the unions, although in fact the government conceded quite a lot more than the unions. Montevideo, December 14, 1965. More unexpected developments. Adolfo Tejera, the Minister of the Interior, tried to maneuver Colonel Rodriguez, the Chief of Police, into a position where the chief would be forced to resign. The ploy backfired, forcing the minister to offer his resignation, as yet unaccepted, to the NCG. It's all so complicated and bizarre that not even after explanations by Otero and Pires am I completely sure of what happened. The episode began not long after midnight when Otero called to advise me that the Ministry of the Interior had just announced that certain union leaders were in the Soviet embassy and that the embassy was surrounded by police to prevent their escape. Otero said the report about union leaders having taken refuge in the embassy is false, although police had indeed been ordered to surround the embassy. We arranged to meet this morning for clarification. This morning the sensational story of the union leaders' refuge in the Soviet embassy is carried in the press. According to the Director General of the Ministry of the Interior, who released the story to the press just before Otero's call last night, police had followed certain union leaders who are on their arrest list after a negotiating session between them and the minister. The police reported that the union leaders had entered the Soviet embassy, which was then surrounded by police. This morning Otero told me that police had not followed the union leaders after their meeting with the minister, but that the Director General of the ministry had followed them. The Director General lost them in the general vicinity of the Soviet embassy and later, probably in consultation with the minister, decided to order police to surround the embassy and attribute the report of their being there to the police. The Director General gave the order to the precinct involved rather than through the police headquarters, in order to have the embassy surrounded before the story was checked. The purpose of the maneuver was to make the police look ridiculous, because Colonel Rodriguez has protested within his Blanco faction that the minister has been negotiating directly with union leaders who are on the police arrest list. Later today the police department issued a statement, authorized by Rodriguez, denying that the police gave any report to the Ministry of the Interior about persons seeking refuge in the Soviet embassy, and also denying that police had followed union leaders after a meeting with the minister. Also later today the police arrested one of the union leaders in question even though the minister ordered that he be left alone, and only the intervention of 2 NCG councillors obtained his release. Otero told me the screams Horton and I heard were indeed Benotti's. Braga, the deputy chief of investigations, ordered the torture, which lasted for 3 days during which Benotti refused to answer any questions. Otero said Braga and others were surprised at Benotti's resistance. That's the last name I pass to the police as long as Braga remains. Montevideo, December 16, 1965. The Blancos have accepted the resignations of both the minister and the chief of police. The Ministry of the Interior now passes to the Blanco faction led by Alberto Heber, who is due to become NCG president in March. The new minister is Nicolas Torres, and the new police chief is Rogelio Yubic, another army colonel who is currently Uruguayan military attaché in Asunción, Paraguay. For some time yesterday it seemed as if the solidarity with Rodriguez expressed by senior military officers would result in only Teixeira's dismissal, but first reports on Yubic from the embassy military attaché office are favorable. Horton and I will call on him officially after he takes over, probably next week. Station files also reflect favorable information on Storas from a previous period as Minister of the Interior in the early 1960s. Next week we will also call on Storas, and in the meantime perhaps the police department will come out of the paralysis of the past 3 days and get on with enforcing the state of siege. Besides Rodriguez, the rest of the military officers who form the police hierarchy have also resigned or will resign shortly, meaning we will have a new chief of the Guardia Metropolitana as police supervisor for vengeful telephone tapping. There are no indications that problems will arise over continuing this operation. We have had a short visit from the new deputy chief of WH Division, Jake Esterline. He has replaced Ray Herbert who is retiring. He told me that I won't be able to return to Washington in 3 months as I had planned because my replacement will be delayed some 6 months. A disappointment as the situation at home is difficult, but I agreed to stay on as long as necessary. Horton gave a buffet supper for Esterline and all the station personnel. During a heated conversation on why Holman was sent to a trouble spot like Guatemala, Esterline admitted that he had tried to change Holman's assignment because news of Holman's incompetence in Montevideo had gradually gotten back to headquarters. However, De Fitzgerald, who took over as DDP from Helms, was reluctant to change the assignment because agreement had already been obtained from the State Department. Esterline added, however, that he and the new chief of WH Division, Bill Bro, are making sure that Holman's criticism of station officers is offset by special memoranda for the personnel files. I would have liked to talk to Esterline about matters of principle related to counterinsurgency, such as how we can justify our operations to support the police and beat down the PCU, FEUU and other leftists when this only serves to strengthen this miserable, corrupt, and ineffectual Uruguayan government. If we in the CIA, and the other US programs as well, seek to strengthen this and other similarly clique-serving governments only because they are anti-communists, then we're reduced to promoting one type of injustice in order to avoid another. I didn't mention this to Jake for the same reason, I suppose, that none of us in the station discusses the problem really seriously, although cynicism and ridicule of the Blancos, Colorados, police, army, and others whom we support is stronger than ever in the station halls, ample proof that we all see the dilemma. But serious questioning of principles could imply ideological weakening and a whole train of problems with polygraphs, security clearance, career, personal security. For all of us the discussions remain at the level of irony. Montevideo, December 24, 1965. Yesterday the state of siege was lifted by the NCG while the Bank of the Republic began delivering 500 million pesos to the various government offices for payment of Christmas bonuses. Today 7 of the bankers imprisoned for the frauds discovered in April were released, not exactly harsh punishment considering all the savings lost. Media promotion of the break with the Soviets continues through of Buzz1 in the form of announcements by real and fictitious organizations backing the break. One typical announcement was made a few days ago by the National Feminist Movement for the Defense of Liberty, which tied the break in relations with the great work of national recuperation. The break is off for the foreseeable future, nevertheless, as Storas, the new Minister of the Interior, told Horton and me on our first visit. He is anxious to keep a vengeful going and has so instructed the new Chief of Police. Storas is the government's chief negotiator with the unions. In order to keep up closely with the new immigration director, Luis Vargas Garmendia, who is developing a new plan relating to communist diplomatic missions in Montevideo, Horton asked me to be in charge of working with Vargas, whom we met at our second meeting with Storas. Horton and I have also called on the new Chief of Police, Rogelio Ubik, who presented us to Lieutenant Colonel Amaury Prantal, the new Chief of the Metropolitan Guard and Supervisor of the Avengeful Listening Post. Ubik wants to continue and expand the aid public safety program, which is just now completing its first year. Emphasis is still on communications systems, but special attention is now being given to the Metropolitan Guard, the anti-riot shock troops, for whom tear gas, ammunition, helmets and gas masks have been provided. In addition to training by public safety aid officers in Montevideo, 10 police officers have been sent to the International Police Academy in Washington. Costs so far, about $300,000. Another important weapons robbery occurred the other night, possibly the work of the Tupamaros. They got away with 86 revolvers, 47 shotguns, 5 rifles, and ammunition, all taken from a Montevideo gun shop. Commissioner Otero leaves in 3 weeks for Washington. Headquarters decided to train him at the International Police Services School, which is a headquarters training facility under commercial cover, instead of at the aid-administered International Police Academy. Aid cover for the training, however, is retained. Montevideo, January 3, 1966. Principal labor unrest since the general strike was broken last month has been in the Montevideo transport system. That dispute was solved, but inflation is worse than ever, which guarantees more labor trouble. According to government figures, the cost of living went up 16.6% in December alone, while inflation for all of 1965 was 85.5%, twice the rate for 1964. The School of Economics of the University of the Republic, however, puts 1965 inflation at 99.6%. No wonder the UI put the Uruguayan social and economic crisis among the 10 most important news stories of the year. The main reason for the jump in inflation in November and December was the economic reforms adopted in October, particularly the freeing of the peso for imports, which caused it to go from the old official rate of 24 up to about 60. These reforms were necessary for the Bank of the Republic to obtain refinancing, and cleared the way for the interim credit of $48 million signed on December 1. But more reforms will be needed for the IMF stamp of approval, because another $50 million credit will be needed this year. Without IMF backing, credit can't be obtained except under shady or usurious conditions. Already the Minister of the Treasury has made another trip to Washington for meetings with the IMF. Trouble is that while the IMF imposed reforms are supposed to stimulate exports, the immediate impact of stabilization falls on the lower middle class and the poor, who can least cope. For the Blancos, this means trouble in this year's elections. Because of opposition by rural producers, mainly the sheep and wool ranchers, the new taxes created in November are inadequate to cover the salary and benefits increases for government employees. This means still more deficit and more inflation, and although rural producers were the most favored by the October measures, contraband exports to Brazil are expected to continue. Salvation for the Blancos may be in constitutional reform, the movement for which continued to grow all last year. The ruralistas are still leading the reform movement. Today Juan José Gari resigned as president of the State Mortgage Bank in protest over failure of his allied Blanco faction to declare for reform, but the movement is growing both in Blanco and Colorado circles. Chief among reforms would be the return to a one-man executive in order to facilitate decision-making. The ominous sign in the reform movement, however, is the predominance therein of rural producers. A Colorado newspaper in a recent editorial against return to the one-man presidency pointed out that practically all of the 200 families that own 75–80% of Uruguay's rural lands are in favor of a one-man executive. It seems that if better decision-making is attained, land reform will only get further away. Happily for me, Horton agreed that I could drop the political contact work altogether. Stations all over the hemisphere are engaged in a propaganda campaign against the Tricontinental Conference that opened yesterday in Havana. It's a meeting of over 500 delegates from 77 countries. Some delegates represent governments and some represent extreme left political organizations. Themes of the conference are not surprising: anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism, anti-neocolonialism, solidarity with the struggles in Vietnam, Dominican Republic, and Rhodesia, promotion of solidarity on the economic, social, and cultural levels. It is a major event of the Communist bloc and is supposed to last until January 12. For some months headquarters has been preparing the propaganda campaign and asked long ago for stations to try to place agents in the delegations. We had no agent in a position to go to the conference, but of Buzz One is turning out plenty of material for the media. Our themes are 2. Exposure of the conference as an instrument of Soviet subversion controlled by the KGB, and frank admission that the danger posed by the conference calls for political, diplomatic, and military countermeasures. Since the purpose of the conference is to create unity among the different disunited revolutionary organizations, propaganda operations are also being directed at these organizations, mainly capitalizing on resistance to dominance by the Soviet line and Soviet-lining parties. The more we can promote independence and splits among revolutionary organizations, the weaker they'll be, easier to penetrate, easier to defeat. Luis Vargas, the director of immigration, has agreed to review the case of the North Koreans who came temporarily and have been here for almost a year and a half. For months we thought Taira might take action, but nothing ever happened. Hopefully Vargas and Storas, the Minister of the Interior, will now be willing to ask them to leave. Montevideo, January 7, 1966. The Soviets at the Tricontinental Conference have given our propaganda operations perfect ammunition in a speech yesterday by SP. Rashidov, chief of the Soviet delegation who is a member of the Presidium and Vice Prime Minister. Rashidov affirmed the resolution of the Soviet Union to give maximum support in money, arms, and munitions to insurrectional movements organized to promote social revolution. He said that right now the Soviets are backing liberation movements in Guatemala, Peru, the Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico, Guyana, and Venezuela. The speech is carried by the wire services and headquarters wants prominent display in local newspapers. In countries maintaining diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union, we are to make sure appropriate government officials get copies or resumes of the Rashidov speech. An editorial comment is to be produced calling for re-examination of relations with the Soviets in the light of the Rashidov admissions. Kalchurin's wife has decided to return to the Soviet Union because she can't stand the summer heat here. Although Dick Connolly, the Soviet operations officer, has been able to monitor the audio installation in Kalchurin's apartment only sporadically, he has come up with several meetings and occasional visits to the apartment by Nina Borisova. Because of transcribing difficulties, the tapes are being pouched to headquarters, and so far I've heard of no startling information. Kalchurin, meanwhile, has begun to show interest in the wife of Carlos Alguero, the owner of his apartment, and Connolly is working closely with them as access agents to Kalchurin. After thinking over how I might use my acquaintance with Borisov, the Soviet consul and husband of Borisova, to exploit the triangle, I proposed to Connolly and Horton that I tell Borisov of his wife's infidelity more or less as one man to another. The purpose would be to place Borisov in the difficult position of either not reporting something important that I tell him, dishonesty in reporting might be a first step to defection, or reporting that a CIA officer has told him that his wife is sleeping with his chief. Although sexual behavior is fairly relaxed among Soviets, the fact that the CIA is monitoring a liaison within the KGB office might make reporting difficult for Kalchurin as well as Borisov. Possibly, if an honest report went to Moscow, either Borisov or Kalchurin or both might be recalled with the attendant disruption and possible reluctance of either to return under a cloud. At Horton's instruction I made the proposal in writing to headquarters. Both he and Connolly think it's a good idea. Montevideo, January 13, 1966. Otero left today for training at the International Police Services School in Washington. Horton and I went to police headquarters to bid farewell, and we took advantage of the meeting with Colonel Ubik, the chief of police, to propose bringing down one of our officers to work full-time with police intelligence, using the aid public safety mission as cover. Ubik isn't terribly quick mentally, but he agreed, as he does to everything else we propose. Now we'll get approval from Storas, the Minister of the Interior, and advise headquarters to select someone. Once this matter is settled, we'll begin working on the Minister, the Chief, and others in order to take the Intelligence Department out of the Investigations Division, preferably on an equal bureaucratic level as investigations, or at least with some autonomy. If approved, we'll try to maneuver Inspector Pires in as Intelligence Chief because he's much more experienced, mature, and capable than Otero, who suffers from impatience and is disliked by colleagues. Pires, moreover, has already been on the payroll for some years, and his loyalty and spirit of cooperation are excellent. While Otero is away, I'll work closely with his deputy, Subcommissioner Pablo Fontana. Montevideo, January 20, 1966. Buzz 1 has been pounding away at the Tricontinental Conference, which ended a few days ago, but he may have overplayed his hand a little. He arranged for a statement to be published in the name of an organization he calls the Plenary of Democratic Civic Organizations of Uruguay. The statement was perfect because it tied the Tricontinental with the Congress of the People, the CNT, and the waves of strikes during late last year. The problem was his vivid imagination in naming signatory organizations to demonstrate mass backing: the National Feminist Movement for the Defense of Liberty, the Uruguayan Committee for Free Determination of Peoples, the Sentinels of Liberty, the Association of Friends of Venezuela, the Uruguayan Committee for the Liberation of Cuba, the Anti-Totalitarian Youth Movement, the Labor Committee for Democratic Action, the National Board for the Defense of Sovereignty and Continental Solidarity, the Anti-Totalitarian Board of Solidarity with the People of Vietnam, the Alliance for Anti-Totalitarian Education, the Anti-Communist Liberation Movement, the Free Africa Organization of Colored People, the Student Movement for Democratic Action, the Movement for Integral University Action. Vargas, the Director of Immigration, is very excited about promoting action against Communist bloc diplomatic and commercial missions in Montevideo. He showed me the Heber report of last month, without telling me how he got it, probably from Heber himself, and asked if I would use it and any other information we have in order to justify the expulsion of key Soviets instead of a break in diplomatic relations. He and Storas, and presumably Heber, now want us to prepare a report naming whichever Soviets we want as those responsible for meddling in Uruguayan labor and student organizations. At the appropriate moment the report will be used for declaring those Soviets persona non grata. Connolly, Reef, Cassidy and I have already started on this new report. We will have to work fast to take advantage of the resentment caused by the Rashidov speech and the Tricontinental, and of Heber's clear intention to use expulsions and the threat of expulsions as a tool against the unions. Vargas is also going to begin action against the non-diplomatic personnel of communist missions, especially those who are here as officials of the commercial missions, which would include Soviets, Czechs, East Germans, and the North Koreans. He's going to start with the North Koreans. He has discovered several ways in which he is going to prepare expulsions of Soviet bloc diplomatic and commercial officers. These expulsions will be mainly on technicalities he has found in the 1947 immigration law that forbids entry to persons who advocate the violent overthrow of the government, on irregularities in the issue of visas, and on interpretations of the status of Soviet bloc commercial officers. Little by little he hopes to cut down the official communist representation here by expelling the Koreans, East Germans, and certain Czechs and Soviets, none of whom have diplomatic status, and by the persona non grata procedure where diplomatic officials are concerned. I am encouraging Vargas to bring the approval authority for all visas to diplomats and others representing communist countries under his control. According to the current regulations, he is supposed to have power of approval over all visas except diplomatic ones, but in recent years the Director of Immigration's office hasn't exercised this function. In order to obtain control of diplomatic visas, Vargas will prepare an instruction which Storas will get approved by the NCG. All this will take time, but at least we're beginning to move. Our purpose is to get prior advice on visa requests and to give Vargas information about persons for whom the visas are requested. We will be able to delay the visas and to get visas refused where desirable, all of which will help to cut back the size of the communist missions, the numbers of intelligence officers in them, and the damage they can do. In Havana yesterday it was announced that a new organization is being formed to coordinate revolutionary activities in Latin America. It will be a solidarity organization to channel assistance to liberation movements, and in the announcement Castro was quoted as praising the leadership of the revolutionary movement in Uruguay. Ambassador Hoyt asked us to prepare a report on these latest developments as well as on the Rashidov speech and other matters related to the Tricontinental. He plans to give this material to the foreign minister because he says the NCG is going to take some kind of action. Montevideo, January 29, 1966. Our use of the Rashidov speech and the Tricontinental propaganda has produced a surprising show of strength by the Uruguayan government. Today the foreign minister called in Soviet Ambassador Kolosovsky and asked for an explanation of Soviet participation in the conference, since conference speeches and documents are flagrant violations of the principles of self-determination and non-intervention as expressed in the UN Charter. The foreign minister pointedly asked Kolosovsky if Rashidov, as chief of the Soviet delegation, had been speaking on his own account or as a representative of the Soviet government. Kolosovsky answered that he will request clarification from Moscow. These exchanges have been reported in the media, especially Kolosovsky's failure to respond. Cables have gone to other WH stations for replay. Other diplomatic moves include a statement by Venezuela that it will examine its diplomatic relations with countries represented at the conference. In the OAS, Peru presented a resolution condemning the conference, and ORID headquarters in Mexico, together with member organizations in various countries, have sent telegrams to the OAS backing the Peruvian resolution. The U.S. representative in the OAS, speaking for the Peruvian resolution, said that the Alliance for Progress will make Latin America a lost cause for communism. He can't have spent much time in Latin America lately. Manuel Pio Correa, the Brazilian ambassador sent by the military government to suppress exile plotting, returned permanently to Brazil last week. He has been rewarded for his work here by appointment as Secretary General of the Brazilian Foreign Ministry, the number 2 post, equivalent to Under-Secretary. After he got back, a spokesman for the Brazilian Foreign Ministry commented that when Pio Correa made his final call at the Foreign Ministry here to bid farewell, he failed to deliver another protest note over the exiles. Before leaving Montevideo, Pio Correa told Horton that if things in Uruguay don't improve, sooner or later Brazil will intervene, perhaps not militarily but in whatever way is necessary to prevent its weak neighbor from falling victim to communist subversion. Well, at least we won't have to send troops as we did with the Dominican Republic. The Brazilians will take care of those 58 trained Uruguayan communists when the time comes. Montevideo, February 2, 1966. Expulsion of the North Koreans was approved yesterday by Storas and will be ordered by Vargas in a matter of hours. Vargas's investigation revealed that former Interior Minister Teira had ordered them to detail their commercial activities in August last year, but the Koreans refused and Taira asked in November for a report from the Bank of the Republic, which was never made. Vargas's new query to the Bank of the Republic brought a reply that the North Koreans' only transaction since they arrived in 1964 was a small purchase of hides about a year ago. As their tourist visas expired long ago and they are making no commercial transactions, expulsion will provoke little opposition. What the North Koreans were doing all this time is a mystery, most likely intelligence support for the Soviets. The Blanco NCG councillors are keeping up the heat against the Soviets over the Tricontinental and Rashidov's speech. In a well-publicized meeting yesterday, they received from the foreign minister a group of documents on the Tricontinental, including those we prepared for the ambassador. A copy of Rashidov's speech was one of the documents, and we are trying to get a recording of the speech to pass to the foreign minister through the ambassador. Hopefully the Miami station monitored the speech if it was broadcast. Although no decisions were reached, the meeting served to stimulate new speculation about a possible break in relations. This weekend the Argentine foreign minister will be in Punta del Este, and we are also creating press speculation that he and the Uruguayan foreign minister will be discussing the significance of Soviet diplomatic presence in the River Plate in the light of the Tricontinental. Today we helped to increase the tension even more by getting the Military Intelligence Service to inspect a shipment of some 30 crates that recently arrived in the port from the Soviet Union. Through the vengeful telephone tap we learned about the crates, and when the army opened them today the Soviets protested loudly. They contained only tractors and parts, but the incident contributed nicely to the current propaganda campaign. Other propaganda on the Soviets and the Tricontinental consists largely of press replay of significant articles published elsewhere. Right now, in fact, stations all over the hemisphere are putting out a coordinated campaign to demonstrate that the channel for communist subversion begins in Moscow with the KGB and flows out through the Cubans and organizations like the Tricontinental to the local organizations. Central to this campaign is a Le Monde article of January 20 on formation of the Latin American Solidarity Organization. Cleverer, perhaps, is the publication of a secret document through agents of the Caracas station in the Acción Democrática party. The document, supposedly obtained at the Tricontinental, purports to detail the formation of a Latin American Solidarity Organization and is being put out by various stations. Here we decided to use A. Fernandez Chavez, one of our media agents and also the representative of ANSA, the Italian press service. In Fernandez's version, the program of the Solidarity Organization is said to have been elaborated at a series of meetings in Montevideo, Rivera, on the Brazilian border, and Porto Alegre, capital of the Brazilian state bordering Uruguay. Officers of the Uruguayan Soviet Cultural Institute were said to have participated. Montevideo, February 4, 1966. The NCG president has raised suddenly the specter of a move against the Soviet mission again. Today he told newsmen at Government House that the Minister of the Interior, Storas, is preparing a new report on infiltration by communist diplomats in Uruguayan labor and student organizations. He also said that from what his own sources tell him, and from what Storas told him orally, there can be no doubt of illegal intervention by communist diplomats. He added that Storas' report will be presented to the NCG next week and will lead to an announcement of great moment. The Storas report is the one we wrote for Storas and Vargas 2 weeks ago to justify the expulsion of 8 Soviet and 2 Czech diplomats. This report is already in Storas' hands, and if all goes well we should have some sensational expulsions next week. The Soviets were selected very carefully in order to produce the desired effects. Both Kalchurin, the KGB chief, and Borisov, the consul and a KGB officer, were left off the expulsion list, so that we can continue to monitor the liaison between Kalchurin and Borisova. We included on the list, however, Kalchurin's most effective and hard-working subordinates, including the cultural attaché whom we made trouble for in the spurious Waxman letter last year, so that Kalchurin will have to take on an even greater workload. Reports from Salgueros and from the IFBLIMP observation post reveal that Kalchurin is working extremely long hours and appears to be under severe strain. By forcing still more work on him we might trigger some kind of breakdown. We also included the embassy's Avias, administrative officer, because his departure will cause irritating problems in the Soviet mission's housekeeping function. I added the 2 Czechs in order to demonstrate KGB use of satellite diplomats for their own operations and in order to get rid of the most active Czech intelligence officers. Closely related to the new move against the Soviets was the decision by the NCG yesterday to instruct the Uruguayan mission at the OAS to support the Peruvian motion condemning the Tricontinental and Soviet participation in it. The motion has passed the OAS and will be sent now to the UN Security Council. The Soviets know what's coming, because available one my Soviet chauffeur told me the whole mission is waiting under great tension to see how many and who are sent home. Montevideo, February 11, 1966. The North Koreans are out but the Soviet expulsion is postponed. Vargas couldn't get the Koreans to go to his office to be advised, so he sent police to bring them in by force. The 3 officials and their families left today. Expulsion of the Soviets is postponed for the time being because Washington Beltran, the outgoing NCG president, wants Alberto Heber, who comes in as NCG president on March 1, to make the expulsion. Storris's presentation of our report to the NCG is also postponed, but Vargas assured me that action will be taken sooner or later. At the moment he is going to proceed with progressive harassment and expulsion, if politically acceptable, of the East German Trade Mission, the Czech Commercial Office and the Soviet Commercial Office. Because officials of these offices haven't got diplomatic status, Vargas can assert control without interference from the Foreign Ministry. He is also proceeding on the new decree granting the Ministry of the Interior and the Immigration Department equal voice with the Foreign Ministry for approval of all visas, diplomatic included, for communist country nationals. Too bad about the expulsions because today Soviet Ambassador Kolosovsky replied to the Foreign Minister on the Rashidov speech. He said Rashidov was speaking at the Tricontinental in the name of certain Soviet social organizations and not in the name of the Soviet government. Appropriate media coverage is following in order to ridicule Kolosovsky's answer and to applaud the North Korean expulsion. Montevideo, February 17, 1966. Station labor operations continue to be centered on the Uruguayan Institute of Trade Union Education, which is the Montevideo office of the IFLD. Jack Goodwin, director of the institute, is working closely with Lee Smith, the station covert action officer, in order to develop a pool of anti-CNT labor leaders through the training programs of the institute. The most effective program, of course, is the one in which trainees are paid a generous salary by the institute for 9 months after completion of the training course, during which time they work exclusively in union organizing under Goodwin's direction. It is this organizational work that is the real purpose of the IFLD, so that eventually our trade unions can take national leadership away from the CNT. Goodwin's job, in addition to the training program, is to watch carefully for prospective agents who can be recruited by Smith under arrangements that will protect Goodwin. The goals will take a long time to reach and progress often seems very slow. Nevertheless, Goodwin has already achieved several notable successes in the social projects field, which are showcase public relations projects such as housing and consumer cooperatives. Using a $4 million housing loan offer from the AFL-CIO, to be guaranteed by aid, Goodwin has brought together a small number of unions to form the Labor Unity Committee for Housing. Some of these same unions have also formed what they call the Permanent Confederation, which is the embryo of a future national labor center that will affiliate with ORIT and the ICFTU. Another housing project, also for about $4 million, is being negotiated with the National Association of Public Functionaries, one of the 2 large unions of central administration employees. Goodwin has also formed a consumer cooperative for sugar workers in Bella Union, the same region where the important revolutionary socialist leader, Raoul Sendik, gets his support. Station propaganda operations are now highlighting the recent imprisonment by the Soviets of dissident writers Yuli Daniel and Andrei Sinyevsky as well as the Tricontinental. Today the NCG discussed the Daniel and Sinyevsky cases and instructed the foreign minister to make a formal protest in UNESCO. NCG counselors also harshly criticized Kolosovsky's reply that Rashidov was not speaking at the Tricontinental for the Soviet government. Montevideo, February 25, 1966. My little technical operation against the codes of the UAR embassy is beginning to monopolize my time. For over a week, 2 Division D technical officers, Donald Schroeder and Alvin Benefield, have been here planning the installation, and I've had to take them from shop to shop buying special glues, masking tape and other hard-to-find items. Schroeder was here late last year for a short visit, and at his request I sent the electric company inspector, who is part of the Avenyn surveillance team, into the embassy for an inside casing. After his visit, there was no doubt where the code room is located, right over the office of Frank Stewart, the director of AID. Some time ago Stewart received an instruction from AID headquarters in Washington to lend whatever cooperation is necessary to the station, although he doesn't seem to know exactly what is to happen. He's just nervous that some heavy instrument will come crashing down on his desk through the modern, hanging, acoustic tile ceiling of the AID offices. I have arranged with him to get the keys to AID and for him to send away his watchman when we make the entry a few nights from now. The installation will consist of 2 special contact microphones, contact meaning it is made to pick up direct vibrations instead of air vibrations, as in the case of a normal voice microphone, connected to small FM transmitters powered by batteries. Schroeder and Benefield will install the equipment right against the ceiling, as close as possible to the spot where the UAR code clerk has his desk. From my embassy office, which is across the street from the UAR embassy and the AID offices, we will monitor the transmitter in order to record vibrations from the machine. The UAR uses a portable Swiss-built encrypting machine which is like a combination typewriter and adding machine. Inside it has a number of disks that are specially set every 2 or 3 months. The code clerk, in order to encrypt a secret message, writes the message into the machine in clear text in 5-letter groups. Each time he completes 5 letters he pulls a crank which sets the inner disks whirling. When they stop, the jumbled letters that appear represent the encrypted group. When the whole message is encoded, the resulting 5-letter groups are sent via commercial telegraph facilities to Cairo. The National Security Agency cannot break this code system mathematically, but they can do so if sensitive recordings can be obtained of the vibrations of the encrypting machine when the disks clack to a stop. The recordings are processed through an oscilloscope and other machines which reveal the disk settings. Knowing the settings, NSA can put the encoded messages, which are intercepted through the commercial companies, into their own identical machines with identical settings, and the clear text message comes out. Although the Swiss manufacturer, when selling the machine, emphasizes the need to use it inside a soundproof room on a table isolated by foam rubber, we hope this particular code clerk is careless. If we can discover the settings on this machine in Montevideo, NSA will be able to read the encrypted UAR messages on the entire circuit to which their Montevideo embassy pertains. This circuit includes London and Moscow, which is why we have been pressured to get the operation going here. If successful, we will record vibrations from the machine every time the settings are changed in future. By reading these secret UAR messages, policymakers in Washington will be able to anticipate UAR diplomatic and military moves, and also to obtain an accurate reaction to U.S. initiatives. In another day or 2, Schroeder and Benefield will have all their equipment ready. Our plan is to drive up Paraguay Street about 9 p.m. and enter normally through the front door of the AID offices, using Stewart's key. After checking security and closing blinds, I'll park the car just down Paraguay Street from AID for emergency getaway. While Schroeder and Benefield make the installation, I'll go up to my office in our embassy and watch over the UAR embassy and the AID office from my window. Horton also plans to be in the station when we make the installation. We'll have handy talkies for communication between Schroeder and Benefield and Horton and me in the station. Very little risk in this one, but plenty of advantage. Montevideo, March 1, 1966. The technical installation under the UAR code room took most of the night. Horton told Schroeder and Benefield that no matter what happens, that equipment must not come loose and fall onto Stewart's desk. So they took their time and made it safe. Already we have recordings of the machine, and after playing them through the oscilloscope of our communications room, Schroeder and Benefield are certain they will work. We pouched the tapes to headquarters for passage to NSA, who will advise on whether they can be used. The sensitivity of the microphones is remarkable. Every time a toilet flushes, or the elevator goes up or down, even the structural creaks, every sound in this 12-story building is picked up. Montevideo, March 7, 1966. Alberto Heber took over as president of the NCG and was greeted by the CNT with a call for another general strike for March 16, in protest against continuing inflation and unemployment. The Montevideo transport strike is now 3 weeks old. Storace continues as chief government negotiator with the unions, and, with elections only 9 months away, labor peace must be bought even at the price of still more concessions. So today he settled the Montevideo transport strike. He also put to rest the sanctions issue. The unions of the autonomous agencies and decentralized services accepted his formula whereby all sanctions discounted for last year's strikes will be repaid to the workers and all other sanctions cancelled. The CNT then announced that the general strike called for March 16 is postponed until March 31. RPCU penetration agents believe this was part of the bargain with Storace over sanctions and that the strike will probably not be held at all. Montevideo, March 12, 1966. Luis Vargas, the director of immigration, has a new plan for reducing the numbers of commercial officers from the communist countries. These officers are more vulnerable than their colleagues with diplomatic status, although cover in the commercial departments is frequently used for intelligence officers, because Uruguayan law does not recognize official status for foreigners not having diplomatic passports. As almost all the Soviet, Czech, and other communist trade officers carry service or special passports, which for them is between ordinary and diplomatic status, Vargas is going to apply the law which requires that foreigners who have completed the temporary residence period for purposes of commerce must solicit permanent residence in order to remain in Uruguay. As the request for permanent residence includes a statement of intention to become an Uruguayan citizen, Vargas is certain, as am I, that those officers affected will have to be transferred. By long delays of approval of visa requests for replacements, the numbers of officers in the commercial missions can be considerably reduced without outright expulsion. The first communist mission to feel this new procedure will be the East Germans, whose foreign trade mission is functioning just like an embassy. Our ambassador, in fact, is often embarrassed at diplomatic functions when the chief of the East German mission is present, and some time ago he asked us to see what could be done to get them thrown out. Although I've also been trying to keep up pressure on Vargas and Storace for the expulsion operation against the Soviet officers, they have both said they want to hold this move in reserve to use when the unions start trouble again. Meanwhile, Vargas is proceeding with the special decree giving him and Storace approval power for all visas, including diplomatic, for nationals of the communist countries. The Foreign Ministry is opposed to giving the Interior Ministry a veto power on diplomatic visas, but Storace and Vargas, as men in Heber's confidence, are going to win. Headquarters tell us that NSA is able to determine the code machine settings with the tapes. We're going to leave the installation in place, and when the settings are changed we will be advised, and I will make some recordings in my office to be forwarded by pouch. At last I'll have these 2 Division D friends off my back. Benefield now goes to Africa for an operation against a newly established communist Chinese mission, and Schroeder goes to Mexico City where he has been working for some time on an operation against the French code system. Montevideo, March 20, 1966. Work with the police continues but with little real progress. Storace approved bringing down one of our officers under public safety cover, and headquarters finally located an officer for the assignment, Bill Cantrell, formerly with the Secret Service then in the Far East Division after coming with the agency. Unfortunately Cantrell will not arrive until September because he has to study Spanish, so I suppose I'll be working with police intelligence until I leave, with luck at the end of August. Our efforts to convince Colonel Ubik to establish an intelligence division on a PAR with, or apart from, the ordinary Criminal Investigations Division haven't been successful. Horton, however, is determined to turn police intelligence into a British-style special branch like the one he dealt with in Hong Kong. I'm not sure whether he thinks this is needed because it will work better or because it's the British way. He seems even more Anglophile than before: country walks, bird watching, tennis, tea time and quantities of well-worn tweeds that he wears in the hottest weather. Establishing an autonomous special branch under Inspector Pires wouldn't be possible just now in any case because Pires is still working on fraud cases and the other financial crimes that have continued since the first bank failures in April of last year. Heber, on taking over as NCG president, established a special Treasury Police under Storis with representation from the Bank of the Republic, the Ministry of the Treasury and the Montevideo Police Department. Pires is the senior police officer in this new unit and it would be difficult to pry him away because his work on these cases has been excellent. As he is rather isolated from police headquarters, his value as an intelligence source has come down, but I'm continuing his salary. In fact, I've given him several rises to keep up with inflation, because of his long-range potential. Frank Cherno, the regional technical officer stationed in Buenos Aires, sent us a portable recordic document copying machine which I hope to set up at the Montevideo airport as part of an improved travel control operation. With this machine we can photograph all the passports from communist countries and that of anyone else on our watch list. Recently I've begun to work on this with Jorge, another police commissioner who is in charge of general travel control and the Montevideo non-domiciled population. Jorge has agreed to obtain a convenient room at the Montevideo airport near the immigration counters to install the machine. When this is settled, Cherno will come to set it up and train the operators. Hopefully we can get this done before Otero gets back from his training in Washington because he'll want to control it and his abrasive personality would hinder getting it started. By now he has finished the police training course at the International Police Services School and is undergoing special intelligence training by headquarters OTRA officers. No wonder this passport photography has taken so long. Yesterday the Metropolitan Guard seized a large quantity of contraband at the airport and customs officers were revealed to be running a lucrative trade. Smuggling in fact is the reason why I've been delayed so often, because Pires tells me the airport police are also in the business. Any tighter controls out there threaten their livelihood. Montevideo, March 30, 1966. Headquarters thinks the operation against the UAR codes is so important that they ask that we buy or take a long lease on the apartment above the UAR embassy. The reasoning is that in a couple of years we will be moving into the new embassy now under construction on the Rambla and aid will also probably move at that time. As this operation could go on for many years, headquarters wants to be assured of access to the building and close proximity for a listening post. Bad news. Now I'll have to find someone to buy the apartment from the elderly couple living there, then someone to live in it as LP keeper. The apartment is enormous, as there is only one per floor in this building, so I'll need a family with some ostensible affluence. Rio de Janeiro, April 6, 1966. Even from travel posters it's impossible to imagine the beauty of the city: mountains right in the middle of town, sparkling bays, wide, sandy beaches. The combination is simply spectacular. All the case officers in charge of Cuban operations at the South American stations are here for a conference. The purpose is to stimulate new interest in recruiting agents who can go to Cuba to live, in recruitment operations against Cuban government officials who travel abroad, and in operations to penetrate Cuban intelligence activities in our countries of assignment. Tom Flores, former chief of station in Montevideo, is now in charge of all Cuban affairs in headquarters and is running the conference. He held another one last week in Mexico City for Cuban operations officers in Central America, the Caribbean, and Mexico. In his introductory remarks, Flores lamented that the agency still has practically no living agents reporting from within Cuba. Technical coverage from electronics and communications intercept ships like the USS Oxford, and from satellites and aerial reconnaissance, is good but not enough. Not surprisingly, he carried on with the old theme of recruitment by secret writing through the mails. Then we had a full day on the structure and function of the Cuban intelligence service, more of the same information sent almost 2 years ago after the defection in Canada. Very boring. Yesterday and today each of us has had a turn at describing our local operations against the Cubans. Mine are still bogged down in following up the interminable leads on the counterintelligence cases and in trying to get the government to take action against the Montevideo Prensa Latina office. It was interesting, though, to hear of operations in Quito and Caracas. Fred Morehouse, the former chief of the Zerbeach Communications Monitoring Team in Montevideo, was transferred to Caracas, and there he managed to locate and identify 2 people who were operating clandestine radio communications circuits with Cuba. It wasn't said whether either of them was recruited, but in any case both circuits were neutralized. Representing the Quito station is none other than old boss Warren Dean. The conference is for operations officers, but Dean wanted a few days vacation in Rio. He explained that Rafael Echeverria went to Cuba after the military junta took over in 1963, and there he had an operation for a brain tumor. After recovery he was trained as a Cuban intelligence agent, and he returned to Quito and was unmolested by the junta. Through Mario Cardenas, the Quito PCE penetration agent, Echeverria was discovered to have a secret writing system for sending messages to Cuba and a radio signal plan for receiving them. The Office of Communications installed a transmitter in the radio Echeverria used to receive shortwave messages from Cuba, so that the station could record the messages in the apartment across the street where I had placed Luis Sandoval under commercial photography cover before Arosmena was overthrown. The station also copied Echeverria's cryptographic pads and thus was able to monitor his communications with the Cuban service in Havana. The Quito station's best new recruitment is Jorge Ariano Gallegos, a PCE leader from years back on whom vulnerability data for recruitment has been collected for a long time. We'll have another day or 2 here before the conference ends. Nobody is very excited except Cuban operations officers from headquarters such as Flores. The rest of us are increasingly absent at the beaches. When we finish I'll take a week off for fishing in the Caribbean with my father, then back to Montevideo to wait for my replacement. I am still uncertain about resigning when I return to Washington. I'll definitely separate from Janet, but I'll have to find another job before resigning from the CIA. Montevideo, April 18, 1966. The movement for constitutional reform has picked up surprising strength in recent months. The Ruralistas still are the most important group pushing for a strong, one-man executive, but important Blancos and Colorados are joining the campaign. Some people, however, believe the problem of decision-making can be solved by retention of the collegiate executive, but with all members from the same party. A one-man executive, many fear, would inevitably degenerate into some variety of dictatorship, as so much of Uruguayan and Latin American history suggests. The PCU, through its political front, Fidel, is conducting its own reform campaign, not for the one-man presidency because they know they'll be the first group suppressed when it degenerates. Their signature campaign is for a constitutional reform that would retain the weak executive, but provide for land reform and the nationalization of banking, foreign commerce, and the important industries still in private hands. They have no chance of winning, of course, but land reform is still the most important need in Uruguay. In the last census it was revealed that of the total rural population of 390,000 only about 3,000, less than 1%, own some 70% of the lands. If the rich ranchers pushing the Ruralista reform are successful, land reform will be as far away as ever under a one-man executive. The Blancos' main problem is still inflation, 13.6% in January-March, and the ever-worsening economy. More IMF-dictated stabilization measures are coming up soon which will be unpopular and hurt the Blancos' electoral chances. I have just finished one of the more disagreeable operations of my short career as a spy. Several months ago headquarters replied to one of my reports on the Yugoslav mission here. I had sent up-to-date information on all the mission personnel from the Foreign Ministry files, by proposing a recruitment. One of the attachés in the Yugoslav embassy is an old personal acquaintance of Dmir 1, a high-level defector of some years ago. The defector, now in his 60s, was the equivalent to the chief of administration in the Yugoslav foreign ministry and had provided excellent intelligence. In recent years he has been shuttled around the world making recruitment approaches to former colleagues, not all of them unsuccessful. Soon headquarters is going to retire him to pasture, but it was desired that he come to Montevideo for one last recruitment approach because the attaché is the code clerk. Horton agreed and the headquarters officer in charge came down to plan the approach with me. The Avenyn surveillance team established our target's daily routine, which involved a walk of several blocks from his apartment to the embassy. He makes this walk in the morning, to home and back at lunchtime, and then again in the evening. The headquarters officer brought the defector, a tall, handsome man with flowing white mane, over from Buenos Aires for the chance street encounter which would be on Boulevard España, just a few blocks towards the beach from the Soviet embassy. As good fortune would have it, our target appeared right on time and the encounter, although lasting only about 15 minutes, was very warm and animated. Our defector told the target that he was visiting Montevideo and Buenos Aires on a business trip from Paris where he now lives, and he invited the target to dinner the same day or the next. The attaché accepted the invitation for the following day, and we thought we might have a hit. We decided to use the same security precautions as on the first day, i.e. the headquarters officer and I on counter surveillance in the street with Tito Musso, the Avenyn team chief, nearby in an escape vehicle. The defector went to the elegant Aguila restaurant the following night as agreed, but the attaché failed to appear. Although we suspected that the target had decided not to see our friend again, since the defector's unsuccessful recruitments are undoubtedly known to the Yugoslav service, we decided to arrange another street encounter just in case. This time the target simply told our defector that he understood and wanted nothing of the plan. He refused to speak more and continued on his way. It was sad, almost pitiful, to see this very distinguished man lurking in the streets before pouncing on our target. The headquarters officer told me they have nothing more for him to do, and at his age he can scarcely learn another job, but they'll have to terminate his salary soon. He's now a US citizen and will get some social security, but his last years are going to be difficult. No wonder most defectors either become alcoholics or suffer mental illness or both. Once they've been milked for all they're worth to us, they're thrown away like old rags. Montevideo, April 25, 1966. The Director of Immigration, Luis Vargas, has landed a blow on the East German commercial mission. He gave them the choice of requesting permanent residence or leaving with 30 days to decide. After a violent verbal encounter with the chief of the mission, von Saher, he threw him out of his office and was about to start deportation proceedings when suddenly von Saher and another officer of the mission, Spinder, returned to East Germany. The other two East Germans, Kuhne and Vogler, have surprisingly requested permanent residence. They are still on their temporary permission, however, and as soon as that expires in a few months Vargas will deny the request for permanent residence. One of my former agents has suddenly made much publicity in the newspapers. It's Anibal Mercader, formerly of Basque One, who worked for us as a penetration agent of the Uruguayan Revolutionary Movement, MRO. Only a month or two after I arrived in Montevideo, Mercader moved to Miami where he was employed in a bank. Now, 2 years later, he has disappeared with $240,000 and is believed to be hiding in Buenos Aires with his wife, children, and the money. This is a novel way to raise funds for the revolution, but maybe he was on the MRO's side all along. The FBI can figure this one out, we don't know him. Montevideo, May 12, 1966. The PCU signature campaign on constitutional reform has been achieving considerable success, largely because the party has drawn the CNT into the campaign. Through Buzz 1, we have been trying to expose PCU use of organized labor for political ends. Yesterday his plenary of democratic civic organizations issued a press statement in which the leftist labor movement in Uruguay is denounced as an agent of international communism and the foreign conspiracy that has thrown itself into the political field in a confrontation, as equals, with the traditional democratic political parties over the constitutional reform issue. Because communists have been allowed to dominate the labor movement, the statement concludes, they have become a power among the powers of the state in a situation of total subversion. I suppose if Buzz one knows his audience, but sometimes he's embarrassing. Commissioner Otero is back from the training course and is more enthusiastic than I've ever seen him. Reports from headquarters on his performance are very favorable. I was just able to get the airport photography operation started before he returned, but Otero is going to take care of the developing and printing work. As soon as possible Frank Cherno will come back and will rearrange the police intelligence darkroom and order new equipment. I'm not sure how soon that will be because Cherno is spending almost all his time these days in Santiago, Chile, where he and Larry Martin are honeycombing a new building of the Soviet mission with listening devices. At the airport Cherno spent 4 days training the police officers who work with the immigration inspectors. Normally it takes a couple of hours to learn how to use this machine, but these men are special. I also arranged for a police courier to take the exposed film to Otero's office, and for the negatives and our prints to be sent over with the daily couriers from police headquarters. Such efficiency has its price, of course, and I've started monthly expense payments to the airport crew calculated on the numbers of passports and other travel documents photographed. It's as close to piecework incentive as I can get without calling it that, but without it the recorder would just sit out there collecting dust. I also set up a travel watch list, simple at first to get them used to it, consisting of general categories of documents to photograph like the Soviets and satellites. Finally, I gave each of them a personal copy of the beardless Che Guevara photograph and asked that they imprint that face as deeply in their heads as possible. That won't be very deep, I'm afraid. These guys wouldn't recognize Che if he walked through with beard, beret, fatigues, and automatic rifle. The new police radio communications network is beginning to operate. Gradually the public safety mission technicians will expand it to the interior departments. The other day I got the frequencies from the public safety chief and we're getting our own receivers so that we can monitor the police frequencies. Next week I'll give Otero a generous salary increase. While he was away I hooked Fontana, his deputy, on the payroll, but he doesn't want Otero to know, nor do I. From now on these people have got to concentrate on penetrating the Tupamaros, who seem to be the only organization following the armed struggle line right now. This would be like the Echevarria group in Quito, much more dangerous than the Soviet line PCU, though nobody else in the station agrees with me on this. Otero, however, agrees to concentrate on the Tupamaros, and somehow I've got to get him started on agent recruitments for intelligence so that the police won't have to resort to torture. Montevideo, May 19, 1966. Headquarters turned down the suggestion that I speak to Borisov about the relationship between his wife and his chief. The affair goes on, however, and several times Horton has written nasty cables asking for reconsideration. The matter came to a head this week with the visit of the chief of the Soviet Bloc Division, Dave Murphy, and his deputy, Pete Bagley. They're making the rounds of stations where there are Soviet missions. Between Connolly, the Soviet operations officer here, and Bagley the bad blood goes back many years, and naturally there was a terrible scene of tempers. Although there were threats to get Connolly transferred back to headquarters, he's probably safe because Murphy and Bagley are already looking for a new Soviet operations officer for the Buenos Aires station. They were over there before coming here, and when they asked the Soviet operations officer to take them on a drive by the Soviet embassy, he couldn't find it. That was enough for his transfer. Murphy wouldn't relent on the Borisov proposal. He's afraid Borisov would get violent and doesn't think a quick escape route to avoid a fight is possible. I suppose he should know, he had beer thrown in his face a few years ago by a Soviet he was trying to recruit, and he still hasn't lived down the scandal. Montevideo, June 9, 1966. Vargas has turned his attention to the Czech commercial mission and the Soviet task correspondent who is a KGB officer. When he called in the Czech commercial officers, the consul, Frank Dezek Ludwig, came instead, insisting that the commercial officers belong to the embassy mission and are subject to the foreign ministry rather than the Ministry of the Interior. Vargas would have none of it and told Ludwig that he would send the police for the commercial officers just as he had with the North Koreans if they refused to appear. Ludwig protested, another violent argument followed, and afterwards Vargas began expulsion proceedings against Ludwig in the foreign ministry. Ludwig, however, returned quickly to Czechoslovakia before being ordered out. Perhaps he will return, perhaps not, but he was one of the 2 Czechs I put on the list for expulsion with the Soviets. I know him well from the diplomatic association. The commercial officers finally came to Vargas's office and requested permanent residence, to be denied by Vargas in due course. Vargas insists that the Soviet diplomatic officers will be expelled as planned, but Heber wants to proceed slowly and save the Soviet expulsions for use against the Unions. Meanwhile, Vargas has required the TASS representative to seek permanent residence, but has allowed him a delay for decision. We doubt if the TASS correspondent will seek permanent residence because he has been here for over 5 years and should be transferring home shortly. Even so, Vargas will deny the request if it is made. Jack Goodwin has arranged for one of his Eiffel people to be named as the Uruguayan representative at the conference this month of the International Labour Organization in Geneva. The prestige appointment was made by the government, and Goodwin's man is going as representative of the Uruguayan Labor Confederation, CSU. The PCU and other leftists are squealing because the CSU is completely defunct and the CNT in any case represents 90 to 95% of organized labor. The appointment is indicative of how the government increasingly sees the advantage of cooperation and even promotion of the Eiffel and related trade union programs. Private industry is similarly well disposed. In Washington, the agency has arranged with Joseph Byrne, president of the Communications Workers of America, CWA, to have the CWA's training school at Front Royal, Virginia turned over to the Eiffel. This school has been used for years as the main center of the Post, Telegraph, and Telephone, Workers International, PTTI, for training labor leaders from other countries. Now the school will be the home for the Eiffel courses which until now have been held in Washington. Not a bad arrangement, 76 acres on the Shenandoah River where the isolation and control will allow for really close assessment of the students for future use in agency labor operations. Also this year the Eiffel is starting a year-long university-level course in labor economics which will be given at Loyola University in New Orleans. Eiffel hasn't been exactly cheap. This year its cumulative cost will pass the $15 million mark with almost 90% are paid by the U.S. government through aid and the rest from U.S. labor organizations and U.S. business. Since 1962 the annual Eiffel budget has grown from $640,000 to almost $5 million while the ORIT budget has remained at about $325,000 per year. Millions more have been channeled through AIFLD in the form of loans for its housing programs and other social projects. Montevideo, June 24, 1966. Vargas and Storas finally got the new procedure for issuing visas to nationals of communist countries approved by Heber and sent by the Foreign Ministry to all consular posts. The new procedure requires prior approval of all visas requested by citizens of communist countries. Approval procedure requires the Immigration Department and the Ministry of the Interior to check traces on the applicants with appropriate security offices, police and military intelligence, and none can be approved by the Foreign Ministry without prior approval in Immigration and Interior. This is a very considerable victory because it opens the door to denials, delays and maneuvers that will harass and disrupt the Soviet and other communist missions here. In addition, we will have plenty of time to get reports on visa applicants from headquarters and other stations, and we can influence decisions by preparing false reports. In order to protect himself, Vargas asked me to channel our reports through military intelligence where he will initiate requests. He knows we are in regular contact with Colonel Zipatria. Montevideo, June 30, 1966. I brought over Fred Hauser from the Buenos Aires station to serve as purchasing agent for the UAR code room operation. As luck would have it, the elderly couple had been thinking for some time of selling, and after a little negotiation we agreed on the equivalent of $35,000. The apartment is owned by a dummy corporation called Diner S.A., and Hauser simply purchased all the bearer shares of this company and the apartment was ours. I've got the shares locked up in my safe where they'll probably stay until the UAR gets another embassy. Hauser was perfect for the task because he has both US and Argentine citizenship and easily passed as an Argentine in the purchasing operation. Now we are going to move in Derek Jones and his family for cover. Jones is an old friend of Cassidy's and has British as well as Uruguayan citizenship. As soon as they move in and our access is assured, Schroeder and Benefield will return to make a permanent installation of the microphone, possibly in the 8 offices with a wire to the apartment, but more probably directly from the apartment. Montevideo, July 3, 1966. Yesterday the President of the Bank of the Republic and his refinancing team returned from the U.S. with a bundle of new suites, postponement until December 1967 of payments totaling $47 million that had been due to private New York banks before the end of this year, a new credit line of $22 million from New York banks, a U.S. government stabilization loan of $7.5 million, a $3 million loan for fertilizer from aid, a $1.5 million loan from the Inter-American Development Bank for Economic Development Studies. Thanks to the latest stabilization measures adopted, as a result of pressure from the IMF, in May, inflation in June was 14%, for a total cost of living increase during January-June of 36.3%. As expected, the unions are making ever more ominous threats of new strikes while the Blancos are offering only the minimal increases provided for in the budget exercise of last year. Storas continues to be the government's chief negotiator, but chances for averting another round of crippling strikes are very slight without substantial new benefits for the workers. The PCU Congress is going to be held about the middle of next month and we have started a major propaganda campaign against it. The Party Congress, held only every few years, is the PCU's big event this year, and they've invited a fraternal delegation from the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. Through Vargas I am trying to have the visas denied, but if this is impossible, as it now appears, we will hammer away at Soviet participation in the Congress as interference in Uruguayan politics. Montevideo, July 14, 1966. Dominant factions of both the Colorados and the Blancos are now committed to a constitutional reform to return the country to the one-man presidency, although significant opposition continues in certain circles of both parties. Proponents of reform in the two parties are meeting regularly in order to agree on one constitutional reform project that will be approved in the legislature and presented to the country by referendum. By agreeing on a joint reform pact, the traditional parties will ensure that their version of reform will be the only one with a chance for adoption. Thus, if voters reject the joint Colorado Blanco project, which is unlikely, Uruguay will remain with the current collegiate system. The effect is to completely eliminate any possibility that the PCU reform project might be adopted, and the CNT has already denounced the Blanco-Colorado Pact, establishing a strong executive. Meanwhile, strikes are beginning again. The government employees' unions are asking for new benefits in the form of loans, in order to circumvent the constitutional prohibition of government salary increases before elections. Montevideo, July 27, 1966. Storas was able to get a postponement of a government employees' strike set for July 21 and of another strike in the Montevideo transport system that would have occurred today. Nevertheless, municipal workers continue 1-hour sit-downs per shift and tension is increasing over the loans and how the government can finance them. In a secret meeting, our proposals to deny visas to the Soviet fraternal delegation to the PCU Congress next month were discussed by Storas and the Blanco NCG councillors. It was decided, rightly I think, not to deny the visas but to use Soviet participation in the Congress as justification for action against the Soviet mission afterwards. Additionally, the government right now is studying a Soviet credit offer of $20 million for purchase of Soviet machinery which can be repaid in non-traditional Uruguayan exports. Don Schroeder and Al Benefield are back to improve the technical operation against the UAR code room. By chance their trip has coincided with another change of the settings on the machine. From behind a screen they had built in our new apartment in the room above, and across a light well from the code room, they were able to watch the code clerk making the new settings and to photograph him in the act. They don't even need the recordings now. The code clerk doesn't draw curtains or lower the blind. He couldn't make it much easier for us. Montevideo, August 10, 1966. At last my replacement is here and I'll be able to leave by the end of the month. He is Juan Noriega, a former Navy pilot, who recently finished his first tour at the Managua station where he was responsible for training the bodyguards for the president and the Somoza family. Noriega got here just in time to see Uruguayan democracy hit another new low. All last week President Heber was out on his own protest strike, not against inflation but against his fellow Blanco NCG councillors who were blocking certain of his military assignments. Several key assignments of strong military leaders by Heber, including the designation in June of General Aguirrando as commander of the 1st Military Zone, Montevideo, had provoked rumors and speculation that Heber is planning a coup against his own government if the one-man executive is not adopted. We have no substantive reports to support this view, but Heber is definitely advancing strong, anti-communist officers into important positions. The NCG functioned without him until today, when he ended his strike and went on television to explain his actions. Montevideo, August 24, 1966. I've turned over all my operations to Noriega and in a few days will be flying home. In 2.5 years our station budget has gone up to almost $1.5 million while several new additions have been made to the station case officer complement. In a couple of weeks Bill Cantrell arrives to work full-time with Otero's Police Intelligence Department. Also due to arrive shortly is another non-official cover officer for operations against the PCU and related revolutionary organizations. This officer has been long delayed in arriving. His cover was arranged by Holman with Alex Perry, one of Holman's golfing companions, who is general manager of the Uruguayan Portland Cement Co., a subsidiary of Lone Star Cement Corporation. Approval from Lone Star headquarters was obtained last year also, but many delays followed in finding the officer to fill the slot. Still another non-official cover officer is programmed for Soviet operations. What sharp contrast I feel on leaving compared to the excitement, optimism, and confidence of that Sunday of arrival, watching the Pasitos crowd from O'Grady's apartment. While here, I've had another promotion and good fitness reports, but my sense of identification with the work and people of the CIA has certainly faded. Holman's attitude and my deteriorating domestic situation have caused some hardening, perhaps even embitterment, but the more I see of this government the more urgent become the questions of whether and why we support such things. Consider the new buses and trolleys for the Montevideo municipal transport system. When I went to the port to receive my car a few weeks after I arrived, I noticed a very large number of bright new blue and red vehicles parked ready to leave the port for service in the city's very crowded and overtaxed transport system. There were 124 of the buses and trolleys ordered in 1960 by Nardone, then NCG president, from Italy at a cost of several $1 million. They arrived at the end of 1963, but the Colorado-controlled municipal government was unable to pay the exorbitant unloading and customs costs levied by the Blanco-controlled Port Authority and Customs Administration. Because the Blancos resisted the political gain that would accrue to the Colorados when the buses and trolleys were put into service, even though they had been purchased by a Blanco administration, they sat in the port for 17 months until the first group of 4 buses was released in May 1965. During that time they were sitting out of doors, deteriorating from the salt air and frequently stripped of parts and trimmings by vandals. Because of slow payment by the Blanco national government of the Montevideo transport subsidy with which the customs and unloading charges would be paid, together with other red tape and slow paperwork, 104 of these units are still rusting in the port right now. Such subordination of the public interest to partisan political goals is not at all inconsistent with the rest of Colorado Blanco governing in recent years. Uruguay, the model for enlightened democratic reforms, is the model of corruption and incapacity. Notes. 1. See Chart 6. Part 4. Washington, D.C. September 15, 1966. My assignment in headquarters is to the Mexico branch as officer in charge of support for operations against the Soviets in Mexico City. This first week, however, I'm making visits to arrange cover and other details. I'm keeping State Department cover, incidentally, and will ostensibly be assigned to the Research Assignments Office of the Bureau of Intelligence and Research. Central Cover Division still has that telephone system for cover calls, and they gave me the usual two names that I'll use as my immediate superiors. The telephone number starts with *3, as all State Department numbers, but it rings in Central Cover in Langley. I asked Jake Esterline, the Deputy Division Chief, what the possibilities are that I'll be sent to Vietnam, since all the divisions are being forced to meet a quota every 3 months for Vietnam officers. Jake said not to worry about it, and he confirmed indirectly the general belief that most divisions are sending expendables to Vietnam. I wonder if I'd go if asked. With the special allowances, most officers can save practically all their salary, and when the tour is up in 18 months I'd have a little bundle to last until I find a new job. No, I've had all the counterinsurgency I want. The Clandestine Services Career Panel also called me in for an interview. They told me I've been accepted in the agency's new retirement program, meaning I can retire at age 50 with a handsome annuity. At 31 that seems like a long way off, but it's nice to know you're in the most generous program. Yet not even this retirement program can keep me doing this same work for 19 more years. The officer I'm replacing on the Mexico branch is the same person who replaced me when I left Quito. He's being allowed to resign under a cloud because on the polygraph he wasn't able to resolve certain questions about finances in Quito. It's pretty sad because he's in his 40s with a family to support and no job to enter. It makes me realize I'd better be careful about whom I discuss my doubts with, and I'd better get another job lined up before I start talking about anything. Washington, D.C. October 4, 1966. The headquarters organization of WH Division hasn't changed much from 6 years ago. In the executive offices, in addition to Bill Bro, the division chief, and Jake Esterline, there are support officers for personnel, training, security, and records. We have a foreign intelligence staff consisting of 5 officers, headed by Tom Polgar, and a covert action staff of 4 officers, headed by Jerry Droller, the famous M.R. Bender of the Bay of Pigs invasion. These staffs review projects and other documents from field stations that require division approval for funds and operational decisions. They also coordinate such matters with other headquarters offices outside WH Division. The regional branches consist of the large Cuban branch with about 30 officers headed by Tom Flores, and smaller branches for Mexico, Central America, the Caribbean, the Bolivarian countries, Brazil, and the Cono Sur, Uruguay, Paraguay, Argentina, and Chile. Altogether we have about 100 officers of the division at headquarters American Samoa, opposed to a little over 200 officers at the stations. The division budget is about $37 million for the financial year 1967 to $5.5 million being spent in Mexico. In the Mexico branch, WH/1, we are responsible for headquarters support to the vast and complicated operations of the Mexico City station. Our chief, Walter J. Kaufman, and our deputy chief, Joe Fisher, head a team of about 10 officers, each with responsibility for a different operational function at the station. Because of certain DDP office shifts in headquarters, our branch and the Cuban branch are temporarily being housed in the Ames building, one of several of the new high-rise office buildings in Rosslyn occupied by the agency. Working just across the Potomac from Washington in many ways is more convenient than out in Langley, but the traffic coming and going is a disaster. Joe Fisher, gave me a briefing on the operations of the Mexico City station, and I can understand why the station has the dubious reputation of too much bone and too little muscle. Operations are heavily weighted towards liaison, which rests on the unusually close relationship between Gustavo Díaz Ordaz, the President of Mexico, and Winston Scott, the Chief of Station, and operational support, surveillance, observation posts, travel control, postal intercepts, telephone tapping. Badly lacking are good agent penetrations of the station's main targets, the Soviets, Cubans, local revolutionary organizations, and the Mexican government and political structure. The operations are dull because there are almost no political operations such as those we have in Ecuador and most Latin American countries. The reason is that the Mexican security services are so effective in stamping out the extreme left that we don't have to worry. If the government were less effective, we would, of course, get going to promote repression. My duties in support of the station's Soviet/satellite section are to coordinate and process cases, which comes down to just keeping the paper moving. In some cases I have the action responsibility, which I coordinate with the Soviet Bloc Division, and in others the SB Division has action responsibility and they coordinate with me. The operations leading into the target missions, but not dealing with an actual penetration or recruitment of target personnel, are generally my responsibility, whereas recruitments, provocations, and more sensitive operations get SB Division action. In all cases we coordinate with each other. Telephone tapping, observation posts, surveillance teams, travel control, access agents and double agent cases are my responsibility, but any operations to recruit or defect a Soviet would be handled by the Operations Branch, Western Hemisphere Office of Soviet Bloc Division, SB/O/WH. Satellite branches, e.g. SB/Poland, SB/Czechoslovakia, are the action or coordinating SB office for their particular countries. Happily for me, the SB Division people are responsible for compilation and updating of the SPRS, Soviet Personality Records, which is the very detailed analysis maintained on every Soviet of interest. Usually the information for the SPR is obtained over long periods of observation while the Soviet is assigned to a foreign mission. It includes his work habits, leisure activities, friends, personality, likes and dislikes, wife and family, health, vulnerabilities. In the Mexico branch all the liaison and most of the support operations are under Charlotte Bustos, who has been in the branch for 10 years and knows every detail of these complicated activities. Thus I only have to have a peripheral interest in these operations, even though they are targeted against the Soviets and satellites, because they are often used against many other targets. Nevertheless, I look after the requirements related to the 3 observation posts overlooking the Soviet embassy, together with the 5 or 6 houses we own on property next to it. There are also 15 or 20 access agents, Mexicans and foreigners living in Mexico, who maintain personal relationships with the Soviets under one or another pretext, for whom I process operational approvals, name checks, and other paperwork. License plate numbers of vehicles from the U.S., together with photographs of their occupants, are taken by the observation posts at the Soviet, satellite, and Cuban embassies and forwarded to headquarters for additional investigation. The Office of Security obtains the names and other data from state office registration files, and we forward to the FBI memoranda when the information involves U.S. citizens or foreigners resident in the U.S. There are also a number of counterintelligence cases involving U.S. citizens with known or suspected connections to Soviet or satellite intelligence operations in Mexico City. In some cases U.S. citizens were recruited while traveling in the Soviet Union and were given instructions for contact in Mexico City or some other city in Mexico. Usually in these cases the participants are considered to be under the control of the Soviets, or the Satellite Intelligence Service as the case may be, as opposed to double agent cases where control is supposed to be ours. One particularly complicated and lurid case came very close to home because it involved a sensitive experiment in cover. About 2 years ago, when De Fitzgerald was chief of WH Division, he decided to make an experiment to see just how productive a group of CIA officers could be if they worked from a commercial cover office with very little direct contact with the CIA station under state cover in the embassy. The experiment could have had a profound influence on the future of CIA use of state cover, which is the main type of cover used in countries where large U.S. military installations do not exist. Because the problem with non-official cover is that officers under official cover in embassies so often have to devote inordinate amounts of time to support of the non-official cover officers, security, communications, finance, reporting, name checks, etc., non-official cover tends to be counterproductive. The experiment in Mexico City was to establish several officers under commercial cover with direct communication to headquarters and as little burden on the station as possible. The LI-Link office, cryptonyms for Mexico begin with LI, was set up for 3 operations officers under cover as import representatives. The Office of Communications designed a special cryptographic machine that looks like an ordinary teletype and that transmits and receives encoded messages via a line-of-sight infrared beam. The LI-Link office is located in an office building that provides line-of-sight to a station office in the embassy where similar transmitting and receiving gear is located. Secure communications exist without the need for personal meetings between the inside and outside officers. The LI-Link office can also be hooked into the regular station communications system for direct communication with headquarters. Thus support duties for officers inside the embassy have been reduced to the absolute minimum. The experiment has been only partially successful. Our officers have had difficulties getting sufficient commercial representations to justify their cover, on the one hand, while station support for them has not been reduced as much as had been thought possible. The counterintelligence case that I have inherited involved one of the officers of the LI-Link office and led to the recent decision to close the office completely. The officer in question has a serious drinking problem and was engaged in a liaison with a girl who was a clerk in the U.S. Embassy Communications and Records Unit, not the station but the regular State Department unit. It was discovered that they had taken photographs and films of themselves and other couples in pornographic scenes, sometimes with the use of animals. One of the participants was a character of doubtful nationality who was connected with a combined Soviet-Polish espionage case in the US several years ago but who had dropped out of sight. When the photographs and films became known, along with the participation of the Soviet-Polish agent, headquarters decided to allow the officer to resign, a decision also taken by the State Department when advised of participation by their communications and records clerk. The other party, the ringer, again disappeared and the station has been vainly trying to locate him and the films. Neither our LI-Link officer nor the girl were willing to discuss the matter prior to resignation and they have apparently floated off together to California. My job is now to coordinate the station investigation with the headquarters CI staff which handles the case with State Department security. No one has determined yet whether the Polish Soviet agent recruited our officer or the girl, which is the main reason why LI-Link is being closed. Already Arthur Ladenburg, the junior officer under LI-Link cover, has returned to headquarters. In my dealings with the counterintelligence staff on these sensitive cases I have discovered the solution to a seldom discussed mystery in headquarters. During the weeks of study of the headquarters bureaucracy during formal training in 1959, there was never any mention of an Israeli branch or desk in the Near East Division. When someone once asked about this, the instructor gave one of those evasive answers that suggests the question was indiscreet. Now I find that the Israeli branch is tucked away within the counterintelligence staff so that its secrets are more secure from Israeli intelligence than they would be if the branch were in open view in the Near East Division. One of my CI staff contacts said that this is unfortunately necessary because of possible divided loyalties of Jewish employees of the agency. Washington, D.C. October 5, 1966. At last I found a small apartment and moved away from Janet. The strain of the moment of leaving the children was even worse than I'd expected, but I'll be going to see them regularly. With Janet I think I'm in for a long and bitter struggle. Leaving the children with her is going to take all the emotional control that I can muster. There simply is no way that I could obtain their custody in the face of tradition. Moreover, I don't want to create the kind of domestic fuss that will cause headquarters security and cover people to worry. Better that I sacrifice some equity for the time being. Washington, D.C., October 6, 1966. This headquarters work is deadly, all I do is root paper for people to initial. But the truth is that it's not just boredom. Sooner or later things are bound to get worse. If I resign now I'll have to find a job in this wretched city, if only to be able to see my sons, and now Janet tells me she wants to wait a year or even longer for the divorce. What I would really like to do is go back to California to work, but then I would almost never see the children. If I don't resign I'll just stay bogged down in miserable work, and eventually I'll be assigned back to Latin America and be separated from the boys. Any way I look at it I get bad news. But I'm going to resign from the CIA. I no longer believe in what the agency does. I'm going to finish writing the resume, advise Jake or Bro that I'm looking for another job, and then quit when something decent appears. I won't say exactly why I'm quitting, because if the truth were known my security clearance would be cancelled and I would simply be released. I'll give personal reasons and relate them to my domestic situation. Otherwise I won't have an income while I look for another job. The question is not whether, but when, to resign. I wonder what the reaction would be if I wrote out a resignation telling them what I really think. Something like this: Dear Mr. Helms, I respectfully submit my resignation from the Central Intelligence Agency for the following reasons. I joined the agency because I thought I would be protecting the security of my country by fighting against communism and Soviet expansion while at the same time helping other countries to preserve their freedom. 6 years in Latin America have taught me that the injustices forced by small ruling minorities on the mass of the people cannot be eased sufficiently by reform movements such as the Alliance for Progress. The ruling class will never willingly give up its special privileges and comforts. This is class warfare and is the reason why communism appeals to the masses in the first place. We call this the free world, but the only freedom under these circumstances is the rich people's freedom to exploit the poor. Economic growth in Latin America might broaden the benefits in some countries, but in most places the structural contradictions and population growth preclude meaningful increased income for most of the people. Worse still, the value of private investment and loans and everything else sent by the US into Latin America is far exceeded year after year by what is taken out: profits, interest, royalties, loan repayments, all sent back to the US. The income left over in Latin America is sucked up by the ruling minority who are determined to live by our standards of wealth. Agency operations cannot be separated from these conditions. Our training and support for police and military forces, particularly the intelligence services, combined with other U.S. support through military assistance missions and public safety programs, give the ruling minorities ever stronger tools to keep themselves in power and to retain their disproportionate share of the national income. Our operations to penetrate and suppress the extreme left also serve to strengthen the ruling minorities by eliminating the main danger to their power. American business and government are bound up with the ruling minorities in Latin America, with the rural and industrial property holders. Our interests and their interests, stability, return on investment, are the same. Meanwhile, the masses of the people keep on suffering because they lack even minimal educational facilities, healthcare, housing, and diet. They could have these benefits if national income were not so unevenly distributed. To me, what is important is to see that what little there is to go around goes around fairly. A communist hospital can cure just like a capitalist hospital, and if communism is the likely alternative to what I've seen in Latin America, then it's up to the Latin Americans to decide. Our only alternatives are to continue supporting injustice or to withdraw and let the cards fall by themselves. And the Soviets? Does KGB terror come packaged of necessity with socialism and communism? Perhaps so, perhaps not, but for most of the people in Latin America the situation couldn't be much worse. They've got more pressing matters than the opportunity to read dissident writers. For them it's a question of day-by-day survival. No, I can't answer the dilemma of Soviet expansion, their pledge to bury us, and socialism in Latin America. Uruguay, however, is proof enough that conventional reform does not work, and to me it is clear that the only real solutions are those advocated by the communists and others of the extreme left. The trouble is that they're on the Soviet side, or the Chinese side or the Cuban side, all are enemies. I could go on with this letter, but it's no use. The only real alternative to injustice in Latin America is socialism, and no matter which shade of red a revolutionary wears, he's allied with forces that want to destroy the United States. What I have to do is to look out for myself first and put questions of principle to rest. I'll finish the resume and find another job before saying what I really think. Washington, D.C., October 7, 1966. This morning at the Uruguay desk there was a celebration. The government at last expelled some Soviets, 4 left yesterday, and now the Montevideo press is speculating on whether the NCG will cancel a recent invitation to Gromyko to visit Uruguay. The expulsions are the result of Luis Vargas's persistence. When I said farewell, he told me that when the government unions started agitating again before the elections, the Soviets would suffer. Before leaving Montevideo I wrote a memorandum recommending that Vargas be given a tourist trip to the US as a reward if he finally got any thrown out, and it'll be small compensation since I never paid him a salary. The expulsion order was based on the same false report we prepared for Storas last January, with minor updating, and it accuses the Soviets of meddling in Uruguayan labor, cultural and student affairs. Only 4 Soviets are being expelled right now because the cultural attaché and 1 other on the original list are on home leave in Moscow and their visa renewals can be stopped by Vargas. The other 2 not included in the expulsion are commercial officers and they will be expelled, according to Vargas, as soon as these 4 with diplomatic status leave. The Montevideo station and others will be using the expulsions for a new media campaign against the Soviets. Our report for Storas ties the most recent wave of strikes to the PCU Congress in August and to the Soviet participation therein, together with the usual allegations of Soviet-directed subversion through the KGB, GRU and local communist parties. Proof of the authenticity of the subversion plan outlined in the report, according to Storas, are the 11 different strikes occurring in Uruguay at this moment. The Soviets were given 48 hours to leave Uruguay. Recently, too, the decree expelling the 2 remaining East Germans, Vogler and Kuhne, was approved. They were given 30 days to clear out. The gambit on Soviet expulsions may have worked against the unions last year, but not this time. Strikes are spreading and the station reports street fighting between police and the strikers. Yesterday the Montevideo transport system, the banking system and many government offices were struck, while the CNT described Storas' report as an insult to the trade union movement and pledged to continue the struggle against the government's economic policies, mainly the IMF-pressured reforms of the past year. The pressure is showing again on President Heber. Last night in the NCG meeting he exchanged words with one of the Colorado councilors who left the meeting but returned shortly to challenge Heber to a duel. The NCG meeting broke up as seconds were named, but later agreement was reached that the honor of neither man had been wounded. The seconds signed a document to that effect and the duel was cancelled. What provoked the challenge was Heber's loss of temper when the Colorado councilor reminded him that last year, 2 days before the first bank failed, Heber withdrew some 800,000 pesos from it. Washington, October 15, 1966. A curious cable from the Mexico City station started me thinking again. Kaufman gave me the action. It has the Ribat indicator for special sensitivity, because it is a proposal for a CIA officer to be named as the U.S. Embassy Olympic attaché for the Games in 1968. For some time the station has been reporting on the increasing number of coaches from communist countries contracted by the Mexican Olympic Committee to help prepare Mexican athletes for the Games. 6 coaches from the US were also contracted, but they are outnumbered by the 14 or 15 communists, all of whom come from the Eastern European satellites. A little Cold War is going on between several of the Americans and their communist colleagues, particularly in track and field, but the Cold War chauvinism is really a degeneration of professional rivalry. The embassy in Mexico City is involved because the USIS Cultural Section has given specialist grants to the Americans under the Educational Exchange Program. These grants supplement their salaries from the Mexican Olympic Committee and in several cases have been used as incentives to keep several coaches there who otherwise would have quit. The station has also been reporting on the assignment of intelligence officers from the communist embassies to handle duties relating to preparations for the Olympics. These activities bring them into contact with a wide range of Mexican officialdom working on the Olympic Committee and the sports federations preparing the Mexican teams, and with an even larger number of people in the Olympic Games organizing committee preparing the games themselves. The attraction to the communist intelligence services in using the Olympic Games as a vehicle for expanding operational potential among such a large group of government, business, professional and cultural leaders is obvious. The cable from the Mexico City station describes a recent suggestion by the ambassador, Fulton Freeman, that the CIA provide an officer to fulfill the duties as U.S. Embassy Olympic Attaché. Such an assignment, the ambassador reasons, would be logical since the CIA officer could keep an eye on the communist intelligence officers through the regular meetings of Olympic attaches, some of whom are private citizens resident in Mexico City while others are officers of diplomatic missions. The CIA officer would also be able to watch the communist Olympic attaches because his work with the Mexican Olympic Committee and the organizing committee would overlap with the communists. If the agency is unable to provide an appropriate officer as Olympic attaché, the ambassador will choose from among several possibilities he already has in mind, because increasing requests from the Mexicans to the embassy on Olympic-related matters, together with the expected large influx of Americans for the Games, justifies an officer working full-time in the Olympics. The chief of station, Win Scott, comments in the cable that assigning an officer to this job would be advantageous to the station for a number of reasons. First, the station is handicapped because only 3 of its 15 or 20 officers under embassy cover are allowed to be placed on the diplomatic list. Such exclusion, a policy of successive ambassadors, limits the mobility of station officers among the diplomatic corps, the governing, and only important, Mexican political party, the foreign ministry and other government offices, and professional organizations, all of which are important station targets for penetration and covert action operations. An officer under Olympic cover would have ready access to these targets for spotting, assessment and recruitment of new agent assets in all these fields through his Olympic cover duties. Secondly, the officer would be close enough to monitor at least some of the communist Olympic attachés' more interesting developmental contacts as well as engaging them in direct personal relationships. Right now practically no station officer has any direct personal relationship with communist counterparts. Thirdly, the station Olympics officer would be able to obtain information on the communist coaches training Mexican athletes, through the American coaches who already are beholden to the embassy because of their specialist grants. The chief of station adds in the cable that the Olympic officer will have a separate office in the embassy and will operate as an extension of the ambassador's office, having of necessity a very discreet contact with the station. I've ordered the files on past Olympics from Records Integration. It would be an exciting job. Washington, D.C. October 25, 1966. I've reviewed the files on operations connected with past Olympics. We've been in every Olympics since the Soviets appeared in Helsinki in 1952. Melbourne, Rome, Tokyo, and now Mexico City. Provocations, defections, propaganda, recruitment of American athletes for Olympic Village operations, Winter Games, and Summer Games, all the way with CIA. I've written a memorandum to Bill Brough and to Dave Murphy, Chief of the Soviet Bloc Division, recommending approval of the Mexico City station's proposal. In my memorandum I said I might qualify to be the ambassador's Olympic attaché as I have always been a great athlete, albeit in fantasy. I was only half serious and I thought they would laugh, but Murphy is interested. Brough was chief of station in Tokyo during the Olympics in 1964 and he's not too enthusiastic. But I sent another cable back to Mexico City, telling them that the proposal is approved in principle and that headquarters will discuss with the State Department and look for a candidate. Kaufman says I've got better than a 50-50 chance of going. I think I'll postpone that resignation, maybe in the Olympics I could make a connection for a new job. Tonight I'll do some push UPS and maybe run around the block. They say Mexico City is a great place to live. The other day a Rybat cable arrived from Mexico City showing how the system works there. The chief of station advised that Luis Echeverria, the Minister of Government, Internal Security, told him he has just been secretly selected as the next Mexican president. Echeverria is now the famous Tapado, covered one, whom the top inner circle of the ruling party, the Revolutionary Institutional Party, PRI, select well in advance to be the next president. Although Echeverria said it in a somewhat indirect manner, the chief of station has no doubt that he was intentionally being let in on the secret, even though the elections won't be held until 1970. The information in the cable is extremely sensitive, not so much because it's a secret but because presidential succession in Mexico is supposedly a decision made by a broad representation within the PRI. For years leaders of the PRI have been denying that presidential succession is determined secretly by the incumbent, ex-presidents, and a few other PRI leaders. They even have a nominating convention and all the appearances of mass participation. The Mexico branch reports officer sent a blue stripe report, very limited distribution, over to the White House and the State Department on Echeverria's good news. Washington, D.C. December 1, 1966. In last Sunday's elections in Uruguay, the Blanco-Colorado Constitutional Reform Pact was adopted, and the Colorados won the presidency. It'll be General Gestito who resigned from the NCG last April to campaign for reform. The Colorados will also control the legislature, so there will be no more excuses for lack of action. The PCU political front, Fidel, made considerable gains. They won 6 seats in the legislature on 70,000 votes, 5.7% of the total, reflecting a gain from 41,000 votes, 3.5%, in 1962 and 27,000 votes, 2.6%, in 1958 when the Blancos took over. During these 8 years the PCU has more than doubled its percentage of the vote and tripled its representation in the legislature. Heber and Storas didn't fare very well. They were running together, Heber for president and Storas for vice president, and among Blanco lists they came in a distant third with only 83,000 of the over 1 million votes cast. Yesterday Heber decided to take a 2-month vacation. His term as NCG president has only 3 months left, and Luis Vargas resigned as Director of Immigration. It is unlikely that any additional action against the Soviets, East Germans, or others will be taken, but the record for expulsions during the 11 months since we started working with Storas and Vargas is impressive: 6 Soviets, 3 North Koreans, 2 East Germans, and 1 Czech. Washington, D.C. December 5, 1966. My assignment to the Mexico City station under Olympic cover is still hopeful, although there have been several delays caused by consultations between the station and the ambassador and between headquarters and the department. Meanwhile, I've embarked on a reading program that reveals Mexico to be just as interesting as Ecuador and Uruguay, perhaps more so because of the terrible failures of its violent movements for social justice. As in Ecuador and other Latin American countries, Mexico had its liberal revolution during the 19th century, but here too it served mainly to curtail power of the Catholic Church. By the time the revolution broke out in 1910, ending 35 years of dictatorship, over 3/4 of total investment in Mexico was in foreign hands, with U.S. owned capital valued at close to $1 billion. Not surprisingly, then, the two main forces in the 1910-20 revolution were agrarian reform and economic nationalism, the latter of increasing importance after U.S. military occupation of Veracruz in support of the side seeking a return to pre-1910 conditions. However, struggles over the degree and immediacy of implementing the revolution's goals produced a civil war that claimed over 1 million lives, perhaps 2 million, by the time it ended in the 1920s. Many of the revolution's leaders were among its victims. Most of the nationalist and agrarian ideals of the Mexican Revolution are embodied in the 1917 Constitution, which is still in effect today. Specific implementation of the Constitution's principles, however, was left for later state and federal laws, what amounted to a gradualist approach that would allow for postponement and negotiations in the short run and major change in emphasis in the long run. From the beginning of the revolution, agrarian reform was considered as the basis for all other social and economic change, although there was plenty of disagreement over the degree and speed of land redistribution. The dominant theme was backward-looking, revindication for land deprivation of peasants caused by prior patterns of concentration. Possession of the land by peasants, it was thought, would increase production and above all would lead to dignity, the rural dignity that would serve as the foundation for the new sense of nationality, as the revolution reversed the habit of exalting foreign things while denigrating things Mexican. Although private land holdings rose in number after redistribution began, the dominant institutional pattern for agrarian reform was the ejido, the communal lands owned by a village and divided among the peasants who could alienate their parcels only with great difficulty. The ejido, then, was in theory a return to the pre-reforma tenure that was eliminated by the Constitution of 1857. Agrarian reform proceeded slowly at first, restricted mainly to the legitimizing of land seizures made during the years of Civil War. But in the late 1920s expropriations and redistribution accelerated, reaching a zenith during the presidency of Lázaro Cárdenas, 1934-40, who distributed over 40 million acres that affected more than 2 million people. Presidents who followed Cárdenas continued to redistribute land, although on a reduced level, while persistent mass rural poverty provoked criticism and allegations of failure in this most fundamental of the revolution's programs. In addition to being the high point for land redistribution, the Cárdenas regime is also considered to be the culmination of the revolution's goal to recover industry and natural resources from foreign control. Nationalization of the American and British-owned petroleum industry in 1938 is the best known of Cárdenas's applications of the 1917 Constitution's provisions for nationalist economic policies. World War II brought Mexico and the U.S. closer together again, and for many observers the original agrarian and nationalist drives ended during this period. During the government of Miguel Alemán in 1946-52, foreign capital was invited back to Mexico and has been increasing steadily in spite of a Mexicanization program requiring 51% Mexican ownership of important firms. Alemán and the governments that followed channeled new investment into major mining and manufacturing industries as well as agriculture, irrigation, electric power, and tourism. By 1965, foreign investment in Mexico had grown to $1.75 billion, 80% of which pertained to the hundreds of U.S. companies operating there. Also, since World War II, the Mexican government has constructed thousands of miles of roads, hundreds of new schools, and many social overhead projects such as potable water systems. By 1965 the coefficient of investment was up to 18.9% following an average GDP growth rate during 1961-65 of 6.6%, equivalent to 3% per capita. Mexico's diversified exports, coffee, cotton, sugar, wheat, corn, fruits, sulfur, precious metals, rose in value an average of 8.5% annually during the same period. At first glance this would appear to be an optimistic situation with the land in the hands of the peasants and high agricultural and industrial growth rates. Surely the faster industry grows, the more resources will become available for investment in rural projects like irrigation and transportation, and in social overhead like education, housing, and medical services. But a closer examination reveals the uneven nature of post-World War II developments in Mexico and lends credence to the view that the original goals of social justice and equitable distribution of income disappeared following the Cárdenas regime. The central problem is similar to much of the rest of Latin American development, the emergence of a capital-intensive modern sector that provides employment for only a relatively small portion of the labor force, in the case of Mexico about 15%. In spite of rapid expansion, the modern sector seems unable to absorb a greater portion of the workers, leaving the vast majority bogged down in the primitive sector of unemployed and marginally employed, subsistence farming and menial services. Perhaps the best illustration of Mexico's uneven growth is found in the way its average per capita income of $475, slightly higher than the general Latin American average, is distributed. According to the Inter-American Development Bank, the poorer half of Mexico's population receives only about 15% of the total personal income, averaging about $12 per person per month. According to the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America, the 15% of national income received by the lower income 50% of the population is less than is received by the same group in almost all the other countries of Latin America. In Mexico, the poorest 20% of the population receives only 3.6% of total national income, lower than the comparable amount for El Salvador, Costa Rica, and Colombia. The poorest 10% of the Mexican population, who number some 4.2 million persons, receive an average income of only about $5 per month. Moreover, both the shares of the poorest 20% and the lower 50% of the population have declined between 1950 and 1965, and the absolute value of the income of the poorest 20% has also declined. Clearly, the poor in Mexico have been getting poorer despite near-boom conditions in agriculture and industry. What groups, then, has the Mexican government favored during the period since World War II? According to the same ECLA data, the high 5% of the Mexican income scale receives almost 26% of the national income, although the share of this group has fallen from about 33% since 1950. The other 45% of the top half of the population has increased its share and is now receiving about 55% of the national income. In conclusion, ECLA reports that there is little indication of change in Mexican income distribution since 1950, except that the poor are somewhat worse off and the high 5% has yielded some of its share while retaining over a quarter of the national income. What to think about this disproportionate income distribution? An average per capita annual income of $475, yet with half the population receiving only about $150 a year. Or put another way, the richest 20% of the Mexican population receives about 55% of national income, whereas the poorest 20% receives less than 4%. Never mind material incentives and creation of internal markets, the Mexican Revolution, if it ever moved towards social justice, is clearly serving minority interests today. Washington, D.C., December 10, 1966. The more I learn of Mexico, the more the Mexican Revolution appears as empty rhetoric, or, at best, a badly deformed movement taken over by entrepreneurs and bureaucrats. For the decisions that have allowed such grossly out of proportion income distribution to develop have been brought about by the single political organization that evolved on the winning side during the revolution and that became the umbrella for attracting the diverse sectors of Mexican society into the revolutionary process. This party, now called the Revolutionary Institutional Party, PRI, has exercised a one-party dictatorship since the 1920s. The PRI is a curious institution both because of its long monopoly of power and because of its heterogeneous composition. Theoretically, it consists of three sectors, each embodied in a mass organization: the peasant sector in the National Campesino Confederation, CNC, the workers' sector in the Mexican Workers' Confederation, CTM, and the popular, middle class, sector in the National Confederation of Popular Organizations, CNOP. Each of the mass organizations has its own national, state, and local bureaucratic structures that participate in the corresponding national, state and local PRI bureaucracy, lobbying for political decisions favorable to its interests. In reality, however, decisions of importance, including the naming of candidates for office, are usually made by the PRI headquarters in Mexico City, which is headed by a 7-man executive committee, often with participation by the Ministry of Government, Internal Security, or the Presidency. Lobbying by the mass organizations and the local PRI organizations assists in the decision-making process, but the direction of the process is clearly from the top down. The PRI's effective use of its three mass organizations and its internal system of democratic centralism has enabled it to make good its claim to a monopoly on interpreting the goals and executing the programs of the revolution. Advantages accruing from this success are political stability since the 1920s and the attractive climate for foreign investment since World War II. Efficiency has also been high inasmuch as the legislature and the judiciary are subordinate to the executive and under PRI control anyway. Suppression of the political opposition, especially communists and other Marxists, has been easy and effective whenever necessary. Such political opposition that appears from time to time is still treated by the PRI in the traditional manner. First, an attempt is made to bring the opposition group into some form of inclusion or cooperation with the PRI itself. If this fails, a close watch is maintained until the right moment arrives for repression. One recent example of the first method was the straying by former President Cardenas in 1961 when he became a leader of the newly formed and extreme left National Liberation Movement, MLN. By 1964, after public attacks against him by PRI leaders, Cardenas returned to the fold and supported the official PRI candidate for president, causing a serious split in the MLN. Another example was the Independent Campesino Confederation, CCI, set up in the early 1960s as a rival to the PRI-CNC. The CCI was led by Alfonso Garzón, a former CNC leader, and had a strong following with the radical agrarian program. A combination of government repression of the CCI and overtures to Garzón to return to the PRI succeeded in obtaining renewed support for the PRI by Garzón. Meanwhile, Garzón caused a split in the CCI by trying to expel its communist leaders, who nevertheless continued active in the branch of the CCI they controlled. Because the challenge to the PRI's leadership of the revolution must obviously come from the left, both ideologically and in terms of specific social and economic programs, the PRI shows the least tolerance towards leftist groups that refuse to cooperate. Repression is regular and punishment is severe. A recent example is the jailing in 1964 of Ramon Danzos Palomino, leader of the pro-communist branch of the CCI, who campaigned for the presidency that year even though his communist-backed electoral organization was not allowed to be officially registered. His effectiveness in creating a following, however, led to the PRI decision to put him away for a while. Usually, the offense for undesirable opposition political activities is social dissolution of one kind or another. The PRI, then, has its own version of democratic centralism and transmission belts through mass organizations. Political opposition that can be controlled or co-opted is tolerated, in fact encouraged, while adamant opposition is kept well in check through heavy-handed repression. Civil liberties are commensurate with toleration of dissent, variable from time to time, and public information media are well trained in self-censorship. Prudence suggests working within the system in Mexico, and PRI slogans, not surprisingly, are coined on the themes of social peace and national unity. The seemingly simple questions cannot be avoided. If the PRI represents the campesinos, workers, and popular classes as its mass organizations and propaganda would have them believe, how then has it allowed the business, industrial and professional leaders to corner such an inordinate share of the national income? Can it be that the PRI leaders themselves aspire to enter that top 5% through their political activities? Or, perhaps more accurately, is not the PRI, and the revolutionary process earlier, simply the instrument of the industrial, professional and business communities and the servant of the top 5%? Why, finally, are the supposed beneficiaries of the Mexican Revolution still the most deprived some 50 years after the fighting ended in victory? Washington, D.C. December 15, 1966. The Mexico and Cuba branches have returned to headquarters from the Ames building, which makes meetings with colleagues from the Soviet bloc division easier, but the daily routine involved in keeping paper moving is heavy and uninspiring. Reading the intelligence reports and the daily cable and dispatch correspondence between headquarters and the Mexico City station, and the operational files as well, reveals the same basic counterinsurgency approach as in Montevideo, Quito, and other WH stations. We prop up the good guys, our friends, while we monitor carefully the bad guys, our enemies, and beat them down as often as possible. In Mexico, the government keeps our common enemy rather well controlled with our help, and what the government fails to do, the station can usually do by itself. The operational environment, then, is friendly even though the enemy is considerable in size, dangerous in intent and sensitive in its close proximity to the United States. The enemy in Mexico. The Popular Socialist Party, PPS. The largest of several extreme left political groups is the PPS with an estimate membership of about 40,000. Founded in the late 1940s by Vicente Lombardo Toledano, who had reorganized Mexican labor into the Mexican Workers' Confederation, CTM, during the Cardenas presidency, the PPS is the only communist party recognized by the Mexican government. During the transitional government following Cardenas and preceding Alemán, the World War II years, Lombardo was eased aside as leader of the PRI labor sector, and during the years that followed he built the PPS into one of the largest Marxist parties in the Western Hemisphere. He was also the president of the Latin American Labor Confederation, CTAL, the regional affiliate of the Prague-based World Federation of Trade Unions, WFTU, until the CTAL was disbanded in 1964. Although for CIA purposes the PPS is considered a communist party, it is unorthodox because of its local character and autonomy, both features resulting from the forceful, caudillo-like personality of Lombardo. Nevertheless, it supports Soviet foreign policy and Marxist solutions to national problems while disdaining violent revolution for gradualist, peaceful tactics. It is strongly opposed to U.S. investment in Mexico and to the close ties between the Mexican and the U.S. governments. The odd PPS autonomy in the international context is confused by its cooperative, though limited, support for the PRI at home. Thus the PPS is perhaps the best example of the PRI policy of allowing a controlled opposition to operate in order for dissidents to be attracted to the submissive opposition instead of to the uncompromising groups. Since the 1958 elections, for example, the PPS has publicly supported the PRI presidential candidates while running its own congressional candidates. The PPS receives corresponding support from the PRI in several ways, apart from simply being allowed to operate. Mexican law requires 75,000 signatures for a political party to be registered officially for elections. Although the PPS membership is far below the required number, the PRI allows the fiction to exist that the PPS is entitled to registration. As a result, in the 1964 elections the PPS increased its representation in the Chamber of Deputies from 1 to 10, taking advantage of the new electoral law providing for special deputy seats for minority parties. These 10 seats of the PPS constitute 5% of the chamber seats, although the PPS polled less than 1% of the votes. It is common belief, moreover, that the PPS receives a direct financial subsidy from the PRI, although good intelligence on the subject is lacking. The PPS has a youth wing, Juventud Popular, which has 2,000 to 3,000 members and exerts some influence in the two main Mexican student organizations, the National Federation of Technical Students, FNET, and the University Student Federation, FU. The PPS has supported the frequent student demonstrations this year, although with care not to promote revolutionary violence. The principal front work of the PPS is concentrated in the General Union of Workers and Peasants, UGACM, formed by Jacinto Lopez, former leader of the CNC, which is the PRI Campesino Front. The UGACM has an estimated membership of 20,000, mostly campesinos, and is affiliated with the WFTU. With major strength in the state of Sonora, the UGACM has sponsored land invasions by peasants but with little government repression, an indication of PRI tolerance and use of its controlled opposition. Lopez himself, although a defector from the PRI, was elected to the Chamber of Deputies in 1964 and is generally considered to be the PPS number 2 man. He too is a gradualist and clear beneficiary of working within the system. In spite of its tactical successes, the PPS is considerably troubled by factionalism on the left. Recently, a leftist PPS group led by Rafael Estrada Villa split from the PPS and took the name National Revolutionary Directorate, DNR. Estrada continues as a PPS deputy, although the DNR leans towards the more militant Chinese line. The PPS, then, is the approved watering hole on the left for those who find the PRI too moderate. Its voter attraction is slight, almost negligible, and in the PRI's eyes its function is tolerable as long as the PPS follows the rules. The PRI makes a few rewards available to keep the PPS leadership bought off, like the 10 deputies seats, and the only danger is in the PPS's condition of unwilling gestator of dangerous factions such as the Estrada Group. The Communist Party of Mexico, PCM. Although operating in Mexico since the 1920s, the PCM has never been able to attract a numerous membership, now estimated at about 5,000, mostly from rural and urban lower middle and lower classes. The PCM also includes some professionals, intellectuals, and cultural leaders, most notably the muralist David Alfaro Siqueiros, but for lack of members the PCM has never been able to register officially for elections. The PCM closely follows the Soviet line with main emphasis on the legal struggle, leaving armed action for specific tactical purposes. Its domestic programs are founded on anti-US nationalism while its foreign policy supports positions of the Soviet Union and defense of the Cuban Revolution. Although party activities are seriously hampered by a lack of funds, the PCM manages to keep open a bookstore and to publish a weekly newspaper, La Voz de Mexico. The party's youth wing, the Communist Youth of Mexico, has only about 500 members but exerts considerable influence in the important student organization, the National Center of Democratic Students, CNEO, and in the colleges of law, political science, and economics of the National University in Mexico City. Like the PPS, the PCM has supported the student protest demonstrations this year but is careful not to advocate violent revolutionary solutions publicly. Until recently, the PCM has been fairly successful in penetrating the petroleum workers, railway workers, and teachers' unions. However, PRI repression through the government of the PCM leaders of the petroleum and railway workers' strikes in 1958 has removed much of their influence from these two important unions. The party's influence in the National Union of Education Workers, SNET, an affiliate of the WFTU, remains. In peasants' organizations the PCM has also been successful. In 1963 the party, together with the MLN and a peasant organization led by ex-PRI leader Alfonso Garzon, formed the Independent Campesino Confederation, CCI. When Garzon broke with the PCM later, the PCM leaders of the CCI under Ramon Danzos Palomino retained control of one CCI faction. Also in 1963 the PCM, with the CCI and the faction of the MLN it controlled, formed the People's Electoral Front, FEP, in order to run candidates in the 1964 elections. The PRI, however, did not allow the FEP to register but Danzos obtained about 20,000 write-in votes in spite of the FEP ban. Not long after the elections, Danzos, who was uncompromising and hostile to the PRI, was arrested and he remains in jail today. Government repression of the PCM, the FEP, and the PCM-controlled faction of the CCI continues, and the movement is kept well in hand. The repression itself, however, is indicative of PRI worry over PCM influence among the poverty-bound peasant masses. The National Liberation Movement, MLN. The MLN was formed at the Latin American Conference for National Sovereignty, Economic Emancipation, and Peace held in Mexico City in 1961. Former President Lázaro Cárdenas, who headed the conference, also became one of the leaders of the MLN. The idea behind the MLN was to form a political movement dedicated to extreme left causes that would transcend the ideological differences then separating the established parties, like the PPS and the PCM, and independents. Under Cardenas, the MLN had considerable initial success in uniting Marxists of many shades in its program of promoting Mexican nationalism, support for the Cuban Revolution, denunciation of U.S. imperialism, freedom for political prisoners, redistribution of wealth, socialization of the land and similar causes. But in 1962 Vicente Lombardo Toledano, unable to control the MLN in his accustomed manner, withdrew the PPS from the MLN. Then in 1964 Cardenas himself withered under PRI attacks and that year supported the PRI presidential candidate instead of Danzos Palomino, who was running the illegal campaign of the People's Electoral Front with PCM and MLN support. Dissension over the FEP electoral campaign started a decline in the MLN, although the Mexican delegation to the Tricontinental Conference in Havana was headed by an MLN leader. The semi-official journal of the MLN, Politica, continues to be published under the direction of Manuel Marquez, formerly one of the intellectual leaders of the PPS. Partly because of Cardenas's participation in the MLN, the PRI has not yet mounted really serious measures against it. Nevertheless, some MLN leaders come under regular fire from the PRI as a result of government repression against the PCM, FEP, and CCI. The Bolshevik Communist Party of Mexico, PCBM, some four splinter communist parties follow the Chinese line, of which the PCBM is the most important. However, it is not thought to have more than a few hundred members. The People's Revolutionary Movement, MRP. Of three Trotskyist groups, the MRP is the most important, although several of its leaders, including Victor Rico Galán, have been jailed this year for agitating in peasant communities. With Rico Galán out of action, the MRP has started to decline. The Soviet mission. The Soviets have their largest mission in Latin America, not counting Cuba, in Mexico City, with 25 diplomatic officials and about an equal number serving in administrative, trade, press, and other non-diplomatic capacities. Of these, approximately 50 officers, some 35 are known or suspected intelligence officers, about 25 KGB to 10 GRU, which is a rather higher ratio of intelligence officers than the Latin American average for the Soviets. Both the KGB and the GRU missions are believed to have multiple purpose programs, including penetration of the U.S. Embassy and the CIA station and intelligence collection on U.S. military installations in the southwest and western US. An unusual number of Soviet intelligence officers in Mexico City have served in the Soviet missions in Washington or New York prior to their Mexican assignments, and they are thought to be continuing to work against U.S. targets from their new vantage points. Additionally, the Soviet intelligence missions are also thought to be active in penetration operations against the PRI and the Mexican government through their agents of influence programs, in liaison and support for Mexican and Central American communist parties, propaganda, and the usual friendship and cultural societies. The Czechoslovakian mission. There are 8 Czech diplomats and 4 or 5 others, of whom 3 are known and 2 are suspected intelligence officers. This intelligence mission is also thought to be targeted against the U.S. Embassy and against objectives in the U.S. proper. As elsewhere, they are considered to be an auxiliary service of the Soviets, even though they engage in operations of their own peculiar interests such as the cultural exchange and friendship society programs. The Polish mission. The Poles have 6 diplomats and 5 non-diplomatic personnel. About half are known or suspected intelligence officers, and their functions are similar to the Soviet and Czech officers, although they seem to be more active among Polish émigrés and other foreigners resident in Mexico City. The Yugoslav mission. There are also 6 Yugoslav diplomats and several additional officials. 3 intelligence officers are in the mission, and their operations, which are independent of the other communist intelligence services, are directed towards penetration of the local Yugoslav émigré community. U.S. targets are also on their list, as are the Soviets, Poles, and Czechs. The Cuban mission. The only Cuban diplomatic mission in Latin America is in Mexico City. They have 13 diplomatic officials and an equal number of non-diplomatic personnel. Over half the officers in the mission are known or suspected intelligence officers. The main Cuban target is penetration of the Cuban exile communities in Mexico and Central America, but they also have operations in Mexico City designed to penetrate the exile communities in the U.S., particularly Miami. Other Cuban intelligence operations are for propaganda and support to the revolutionary organizations of their liking in Mexico and Central America. Traditionally, moreover, the Cuban mission in Mexico City supports the travel of revolutionaries from all over Latin America and the U.S. through the frequent Cubana Airlines flights between Mexico City and Havana. The New China News Agency, NCNA. The Chinese Communists have had an NCNA office in Mexico City for several years. However, last month the 3 Chinese officials were expelled through station liaison operations on the grounds that they were engaged in political activities. The Chinese had, in fact, been using the NCNA office for propaganda and support to pro-Chinese revolutionary organizations in Mexico and Central America. Central American exiles. Mexico has traditionally been a haven for political exiles from Central American countries including communists and other extreme leftists. Several Central American parties, including the Guatemalans, maintain liaison sections in Mexico City in order to keep lines open to the Soviets, Cubans, and others. They operate semi-clandestinely for the most part in order to avoid repression from the Mexican government. Washington, D.C. December 20, 1966. Because of the strategic importance of Mexico to the U.S., its size and proximity, and the abundance of enemy activities, the Mexico City station is the largest in the hemisphere. Altogether the station has some 15 operations officers under State Department cover in the embassy political section, plus about 12 more officers under assorted non-official covers outside the embassy. In addition, a sizable support staff of communications officers, technical services, intelligence assistants, records clerks and secretaries bring the overall station personnel total to around 50. Liaison operations. Dominating the station operational program is the LITEMPO project, which is administered by Winston Scott, the chief of station in Mexico City since 1956, with the assistance of Annie Goodpasture, a case officer who has also been at the station for some years. This project embraces a complicated series of operational support programs to the various Mexican civilian security forces for the purpose of intelligence exchange, joint operations, and constant upgrading of Mexican internal intelligence collection and public security functions. At the top of the LITEMPO operation is the Mexican president, Gustavo Díaz Ordaz, who has worked extremely closely with the station since he became Minister of Government in the previous administration of Adolfo López Mateos, 1958-64, with whom Scott had developed a very close working relationship. Scott has problems, however, with Luis Echeverría, the current Minister of Government, who is generally unenthusiastic and reluctant in the relationship with the station. Scott fears that Echeverría is following Díaz Ordaz's orders to maintain joint operations with the station only under protest, and that the current happy situation may end when Echeverría becomes president in 1970. Scott's chummy relationship with Díaz Ordaz nonetheless has its problems. In 1964, Fulton Freeman went to Mexico City as ambassador to crown a foreign service career that had started in the same embassy in the 1930s. He is expected to retire after the 1968 Olympic Games. At the time of his assignment to Mexico City, Freeman's expectations of meaningful diplomatic relations with Díaz Ordaz collided with the president's preference for dealing with Scott, and Freeman was relegated to protocol contacts with the president while his diplomatic talents focused on the foreign minister. The problem of who would deal with the president was confused somewhat by the ambassador's insistence, not long after arrival, on a detailed briefing about the station operational program, which Scott refused. Eventually both Scott and the ambassador visited the White House, where President Johnson settled matters according to the wishes of the agency and of his friend Díaz Ordaz. Scott continued, of course, to work with the president, and the ambassador never got the full briefing he had demanded. Since then the relations between Scott and the ambassador have warmed, but the ambassador forbids any station operations directed against the Mexican Foreign Ministry. While Scott frequently meets the President and the Minister of Government, two non-official cover case officers handle the day-to-day contact with the chiefs of the security services subordinate to Echeverria. One of these officers is a former FBI agent who worked in the legal attaché's office in the Mexico City Embassy. The legal attaché is usually the FBI office in an American embassy. The FBI officer had left the FBI to come with the station, but pains have been taken to conceal his CIA employment in order to avoid the bad blood that would result from the CIA's stealing of an FBI officer. The two non-official cover officers are the equivalent of an aid public safety mission, but in Mexico this function is performed secretly by the station in deference to Mexican nationalist sensitivities, as is the case in Argentina. Through the Litempo project we are currently providing advice and equipment for a new secret communications network to function between Díaz Ordaz's office and principal cities in the rest of the country. Other joint operations with the Mexican security services include travel control, telephone tapping and repressive action. The station also prepares a daily intelligence summary for Díaz Ordaz with a section on activities of Mexican revolutionary organizations and communist diplomatic missions and a section on international developments based on information from headquarters. Other reports, often relating to a single subject, are passed to Díaz Ordaz, Echeverria, and top security officials. These reports, like the daily roundup, include information from station unilateral penetration agents with due camouflaging to protect the identity of the sources. The station is much better than are the Mexican services, and is thus of great assistance to the authorities in planning for raids, arrests, and other repressive action. Liaison between Scott and the Mexican military intelligence services consists mainly of exchange of information, in order to keep a foot in the door for future eventualities. The U.S. military attachés, moreover, are in constant contact with their Mexican military intelligence counterparts and their reports are received regularly by the station. Stan Watson, the Mexico City Deputy Chief of Station, has been meeting with a South Korean CIA officer who was recently sent under diplomatic cover to monitor North Korean soundings for establishment of missions in Mexico and Central America. Communist Party operations. The station CP section consists of two case officers, Wade Thomas and Ben Ramirez, both under embassy cover, plus two case officers outside the station under non-official cover, Bob Driscoll, a retired operations officer now working under contract, and Julian Zambienko who was transferred from Guayaquil to Mexico City about a year ago. These officers are in charge of agent and technical penetrations against the revolutionary organizations of importance. The quality of this intelligence is high, although not as high as it was before 1963. In late 1962 Carlos Manuel Pellicer, the station's most important Communist Party penetration agent, broke openly with communism by publishing a book. He was a leader of the Guatemalan Communist Party, PGT. Arid had been Minister of Labor in the Arbenz government during the 1950s. However, after the agency-sponsored overthrow of the Arbenz government, Pellicer made his way to Mexico City where for years he was the station's best source, cryptonym Lin Luck, on all the revolutionary organizations in Mexico, not just the Guatemalan exiles. His book, of course, was financed by the station and distributed by the agency all over Latin America. Pellicer is still being used by the Mexico City station as a propaganda agent, as with other former penetration agents who formally break with communism without revealing their years of work as spies. Eudosio Ravines, the well-known Peruvian defector from communism, is a parallel case. Another book by Pellicer, also financed by the station, has just appeared. This book is a continuation of CIA exploitation of the Marcos Rodriguez and Joaquin Ordoquay cases in Cuba, and is aimed at denigration of the Cuban Revolution. The station also collects information about communists from the U.S. living in Mexico. Many of them arrived during the McCarthy period and some have subsequently become Mexican citizens. Information about them is mainly of interest to the FBI, which calls them the American Communist Group in Mexico City, Agee. Information collected about them includes that obtained through the Lionvoy telephone tapping operation described below. The station also receives copies of reports from FBI penetration operations against Mexican revolutionary organizations. Mexico is the only country in Latin America, except Puerto Rico, where the FBI continued operations against the local left when the CIA took over in 1947. The FBI intelligence is of high quality. Soviet/satellite operations. The largest section in the station is that covering Soviet/satellite operations. It has 4 case officers, 3 intelligence assistants and a secretary, all under embassy cover, and 4 case officers under non-official cover. It is headed by Paul Dillon and the other official cover case officers are Donald Vogel, Cynthia Hausman, and Robert Steele. A number of sensitive operations are underway. The station has 2 observation posts in front of the Soviet embassy, which cover the entrances, plus a 3rd observation post in the back of the embassy to provide coverage of the gardens. The Licolay observation post in the back is the closest of 5 houses bordering the embassy property, all 5 are owned by the station. Several years ago films were made of Soviets conversing in the garden, but attempts by Russian lip readers to discover their conversations were unsuccessful. From one of the front ops, radio contact is maintained with the Limbrace surveillance team for signaling when a particular Soviet surveillance target leaves the embassy, his route, and other data. Photos are regularly taken from all the ops of Soviets and their families and all visitors to the embassy. When visitors use vehicles, photographs are taken of their license plates for tracing. Occasionally the Licola op is used for electronic monitoring, since it is close to the embassy, but so far attempts to pick up radiations from Soviet cryptographic equipment have been unsuccessful. In addition to the Limbrace surveillance team, several other support operations include coverage of the Soviets. Through the Lionvoy operation, Soviet telephones are constantly monitored, and through the Lafire travel control operation photographs of travel documents are obtained along with data on arrivals and departures. Monitoring of Mexican diplomatic communications reveals requests for Mexican visas by Soviet officials, including the diplomatic couriers. In addition, NSA is also monitoring several communications systems involving burst transmissions from the USSR to as yet unidentified agents believed to be in Mexico, possibly Soviet intelligence officers assigned abroad as illegals, with false identity and non-official cover. The station runs between 15 and 20 access agents against the Soviets with varying degrees of effectiveness and reliability. Several of these agents are suspected of having been recruited by the Soviets for use as double agents against the station. 2 of the most important of the current access agents are Catherine Manjarres, Secretary of the Foreign Press Association, and her husband, both of whom are targeted against the Soviet press attaché and the TASS correspondent. Others are Likhaul 1 and Lyaval 1. Likhaul 1 is the owner of a tiny grocery store situated in front of the Soviet embassy where the Soviets buy odds and ends including their soft drinks. TSD is studying ways of bugging a wooden soft drink case or the bottles themselves. More important, Likhaul 1 is involved at the moment in an operation against the embassy's Avias, administrative officer, who spends considerable time chatting with the agent. Because Silnikov, the Zavias, has been on the prowl for a lover, or so he said to Likhaul 1, the station decided to recruit a young Mexican girl as bait. An appropriate girl was obtained through Besaber, an agent who is normally targeted against Polish intelligence officers and who runs a ceramics business specializing in souvenirs. By loitering at Likhaul 1's store, the girl attracted Silnikov's attention, and a hot necking session in a back room at the store led to several serious afternoon sessions at the girl's apartment nearby, obtained especially for this operation. Silnikov's virility is astonishing both the girl and the station, which is recording and photographing the sessions without the knowledge of the girl. Although promiscuity among Soviets is not abnormal, relationships with local girls are forbidden. Eventually it will be decided whether to try blackmail against Silnikov or to provoke disruption by sending tapes and photos to the embassy if the blackmail is refused. Lyaval 1 is not as interesting a case but is more important. The agent is an American who teaches English in Mexico City and is an ardent fisherman. Through fishing he became acquainted with Pavel Yitskov, the Soviet consul and a known senior KGB officer, possibly the Mexico City resident, KGB chief. Yitskov and the agent spend 1 or 2 weekends per month off in the mountains fishing and have developed a very close friendship. When Yitskov is transferred back to Moscow, he has already been in Mexico for some years. We shall decide whether to try to defect him through Lioval 1. There is some talk of offering him $500,000 to defect. The company is also willing to set him up with an elaborate cover as the owner of an income-producing fishing lodge in Canada. Recently Peter Duryabin, the well-known KGB defector from the 1950s who is now a U.S. citizen and full-time CIA employee, went to Mexico City to study the voluminous reports on Yitskov written by Lioval 1. He concluded that there is a strong possibility that Lioval has been recruited by Yitskov and is reporting on Paul Dillon, the station officer in charge of this case. Nevertheless, the operation continues while the counterintelligence aspects are studied further. The station double agent cases against the Soviets, Likozy 1, Likozy 3 and Likozy 5, are all being wound up for lack of productivity or problems of control. One of these agents, Likozy 3, is an American living in Philadelphia who was recruited by the Soviets while a student in Mexico, but who reported the recruitment and worked for the Mexico City station. He worked for the FBI after returning to the U.S. The Soviet case officer was a UN official at one time, but recently Soviet interest in him has fallen off and the FBI turned the case back over to the agency for termination. Against the Czechs and the Poles many of the same types of operation are targeted. Access agents, observation posts, telephone tapping, surveillance and travel control are continuous although with somewhat less intensity than against the Soviets. In the Yugoslav embassy the code clerk has been recruited by the CIA as has one of the embassy's secretaries. Until the new China News Agency, NCNA, office was closed last month by the Mexican government, the Soviet/satellite section of the station was responsible for following the movements of the Chinese Communists. Telephone intercepts through Lionvoy and occasional surveillance by the Liris team were directed against them, but the most important intelligence collected against them was from the bugging of their offices. The audio operation was supported by the Far East Division in headquarters, who sent an operations officer and transcribers to Mexico City. Now that the NCNA offices are closed, the audio equipment will be removed and the station will continue to follow up the many leads coming from the bugging operation. Cuban operations. The Cuban operations section consists of 2 case officers, Francis Sherry and Joe Piccolo, and a secretary under embassy cover and 1 case officer under non-official cover. An observation post for photographic coverage and radio contact with the Limbrace surveillance team is functioning, as well as Lionvoy telephone monitoring and Lafayette airport travel control. Through the Lafayette team the station obtains regular clandestine access to the Prensa Latina pouch from Havana, and copies of correspondence between PL headquarters in Havana and its correspondents throughout the hemisphere are forwarded to the stations concerned. Through the Litempo liaison operation the Mexican Immigration Service provides special coverage of all travelers to and from Havana on the frequent Cubana flights. Each traveler is photographed and his passport is stamped with arrival or departure cachets indicating Havana travel. The purpose is to frustrate the Cuban practice of issuing visas on separate slips of paper instead of in the passport so as to obscure travel. Prior to each Cubana departure the station is notified of all passengers so that name checks can be made. In the case of U.S. citizens, the Mexican service obliges by preventing departure when requested by the station. The most important current operation targeted against the Cuban mission is an attempted audio penetration using the telephone system. Telephone company engineers working in the Lideni tapping operation will eventually install new wall boxes for the embassy telephones in which sub-miniature transmitters with switches will have been cast by TSD. At the moment, however, the engineers are causing deliberate interference in embassy telephones by technical means in the exchange. Each time the embassy calls the telephone company to complain of interference on the lines, The engineers report back that everything in the exchange is in order. Eventually, as the interference continues, the engineers will check street connections and finally arrive to check the instruments in the embassy. They will find the wall boxes defective and will replace them with the bugged boxes cast by TSD. Right now, however, this operation, cryptonym, Lisampan, is still in the interference complaint testing stage. Another important operation directed against the Cubans is a sophisticated provocation that won the CIA Intelligence Medal for Stan Arkenhold, the case officer who conceived it. The operation consisted of a series of letters sent to the Cuban intelligence service in their Mexico City embassy from a person who purported to be a CIA officer trying to help them. The letters purport to implicate Joaquin Ordoquay, a respected, old guard leader of the Cuban Communist Party and a high-ranking military leader, as a CIA agent. I haven't learned all the details of this operation, but my impression is that Ordoquay may have been an informant during the 1950s when exiled in Mexico, but that he refused to continue and was subsequently burned by the agency to the Cubans. The letters continue to be sent to Cuban intelligence although Ordoquay was arrested in 1964, and the desired controversy and dissension in the Cuban revolutionary leadership followed. As the cover of Sherry, the chief of the Cuban operations section, is in the embassy consular section, he has been able to meet several of the Cuban consular officers directly. However, his main agent for direct assessment of the Cubans is Leander Vaurvilais, consul of Greece and president of the Consular Corps. Support operations. The support operations must also be detailed. The joint operation for telephone tapping, Lionvoy, is effected in cooperation with the Mexican authorities and has a capacity for about 40 lines. The station provides the equipment, the technical assistance, couriers, and transcribers, while the Mexicans make the connections in the exchanges and maintain the listening posts. In addition to monitoring the lines of the communist diplomatic missions and those of Mexican revolutionary groups, Lionvoy also covers special cases. For years the telephones of ex-President Cardenas and his daughter have been tapped, and recently tapping has started on that of Luis Quintanilla, a Mexican intellectual who is planning a trip to Hanoi with the publisher of the Miami News and with a fellow of the Center for the Study of Democratic Institutions in Santa Barbara. Reports on plans for this trip are sent immediately to the White House. The station also has its own unilateral telephone tapping operation which is limited to special cases where the involvement of the Mexicans is thought to be undesirable. Connections for this operation are made outside the exchanges by telephone company engineers who work as station agents, as in the case of the bugging of the Cuban embassy, Lisampan. However, this is restricted as far as possible in order to avoid damaging relations with the Mexicans in the event of discovery. Travel control, general investigations, and occasional surveillance are the duties of a 6-man team called LaFire. They obtain flight travel lists from the airport, which are passed daily to the station, and take photographs of passengers to and from communist countries and of their passports as they pass through immigration. Another 8-man surveillance team, known as Limbrace, has vehicles, including a Volkswagen photo van, and radio communications equipment and is mainly concerned with Soviet/satellite and Cuban targets. It is administered by Jim Anderson, who also controls another 8-man team, Liris, similarly equipped, which deals with the Mexican revolutionaries and other miscellaneous targets. Postal interception is mainly directed towards the mail from communist countries, but can occasionally be used to get correspondence from selected Mexican addresses. As in every station, a variety of people assist in support tasks which they perform in the course of their ordinary jobs. For processing the immigration papers for station non-official cover personnel, for example, Judd Austin, one of the U.S. lawyers in Goodrich, Dalton, Little and Requelme, the principal law firm serving American subsidiaries, is used. The executive vice president of the American Chamber of Commerce in Mexico City, Al Wickrich, channels political information to the station that he picks up in his normal work with American and Mexican businessmen. For technical support, the station has an officer of TSD under embassy cover with a workshop and qualifications in audio, flaps and seals, and photography. Covert Action Operations. The Station Covert Action Operations section consists of Stanley Watson, the Deputy Chief of Station, and 2 case officers under embassy cover plus 1 case officer under non-official cover. Operations underway provide for placing propaganda in the major Mexico City dailies, several magazines, and television. Student operations are centered mostly in the National University of Mexico, UNAM, while labor operations are concentrated on support for and guidance of the Mexico City headquarters of ORIT. Station labor operations also include agents at the new ORIT school in Cuernavaca, built with CIA funds, for spotting and assessment of trainees for use in labor operations after they return to their country of origin. The Mexico programs of the American Institute for Free Labor Development, IFLD, are also under station direction. Although the LITEMPO operation and others provide constant political intelligence on the Mexican situation, the station has one official cover case officer, Bob Feldman, working full-time on Licabra, which is the operation for penetrating the PRI and the Mexican government. This officer works closely with the legitimate political section of the embassy and is currently cultivating several PRI legislators for recruitment. Another Licabra target is an office in the Ministry of Government called the Department of Political and Social Investigations. This office, although part of a government ministry, is the main repository of the PRI for information on political officialdom, PRI and opposition, throughout the country. Still another Licabra target is the Foreign Ministry, where operations are now stalled because of the ambassador's insistence that the station refrain from operations against this ministry. It is in Licabra operations that the station and headquarters believe the Olympic attaché cover would be especially useful. By a determined effort at recruitment of unilateral penetrations of the PRI and the Mexican government, a better balance can be obtained between the excellent liaison operations and controlled agent sources. Rafael Fusanay, an agent who has been in the Licabra program for some time, is already working as an agent in the Olympic Organizing Committee, as Assistant Director of Public Relations. The Mexico City station, in spite of its wide-ranging operational activities and numerous personnel, is well known for its excellent administration. 2 administrative officers and a secretary handle finances and property, but Win Scott, the chief of station, is exceptional in his attention to administrative details as well as to operations. Each officer in the station is required on leaving to advise the receptionist where he is going and when he will be back. Morning tardiness is not tolerated, cables and dispatches are answered promptly, and project renewals and operational progress reports are expected to be submitted on time. Considered altogether, the Mexico City station is a tight operation. It has to be with 50 employees and a budget of $5.5 million. The station also has a reports section that consists of 1 senior reports officer and an assistant. This office processes all information received by the station that can possibly be of interest to headquarters customers or other stations, writes the reports, and keeps appropriate files. The records section is the largest and most efficient of any station in the hemisphere and is said to be Scott's pride. It contains detailed personality files on thousands of Mexicans and foreigners resident in Mexico, in addition to intelligence subject files, project files, and extensive index files. The records section is administered by a qualified records officer with 2 full-time assistants and 4 working wives. Such a large station obviously cannot get many more than half the employees integrated as State Department employees. Some of the secretaries and intelligence assistants who work in the station go to Mexico ostensibly as tourists and are taken on the embassy payroll as local hire. Others work in the station without normalization as embassy employees. Still others, who do not work in the embassy, use cover as tourists, public relations representatives, businessmen, even retired people. Adequate cover is a continuing problem, but solutions can usually be found. The nearness of Mexico to the U.S., the exceptional relations between the station and the Mexican government, and abundant U.S. tourism allow thin solutions that would be impossible in other countries. Washington, D.C. January 15, 1967. Still more delay on whether and when I'll go to Mexico City under Olympic cover. For the time being, unfortunately, attention in WH Division has turned to the Montevideo station where preparations have started for the Conference of OAS Presidents to be held in Punta del Este in April, to which President Johnson will be going. In WH Division a special group has been formed to assign additional personnel to Montevideo, to set up a special base in Punta del Este, and to establish special liaison procedures with the Secret Service White House detail. John Hanka, the officer in charge of the headquarters task force, told me that the Montevideo station has asked that I go back to work with the police. Old bureaucrat Kaufman, however, doesn't want my desk empty any longer than necessary, so he's going to delay my departure as long as he can. I'm not terribly cheered by the idea of working again with Otero and company, but just getting back to Montevideo would be a joy compared with this headquarters work. Before going I'll have to finish the paperwork on 2 new officers going to Mexico City under non-official cover to work on Soviet operations. One is a contract agent who formerly trained infiltration-exfiltration teams for maritime operations against Cuba. He ran a special base on an island not far from Miami. The other is Jack Kinchey, a staff officer who is being reassigned to Mexico City from the Stockholm station. Conveniently, his cover as a public relations expert for the Robert Mullen Co. will be the same in Mexico as in Sweden. While I'm away, my work will be handled by Bruce Bergmans, a recent graduate of the Career Training Program, the new name given to the old JOT program. Bergmans is an ex-Marine and will be going to Mexico City in a few months for Communist Party penetration operations, which is his area of responsibility now in the branch. He'll have non-official cover as a marketing and agribusiness consultant. Montevideo, March 1, 1967. If Johnson gets assassinated, it won't be for lack of protection. Our task force here has grown to about 60 people from headquarters and from other WH stations. Every nook and cranny in the station offices is filled with a desk or typing table. In Punta del Este we've set up a base in a house not far from where Johnson will stay, which is almost next to the hotel where the conference sessions will be held. The Secret Service Advance Party has set up an office in the station for quick passage of intelligence reports, which we are receiving from many other stations as well as from our own sources here. The object is to follow up all the leads on possible assassination attempts that turn up here or in other countries. All WH stations are reporting the travel of extreme leftists or their sudden dropping out of sight. 2 sections of the task force are doing most of the work in following up these leads and in other preparations with Uruguayan security people. The station CP section under Bob Reef is combing files on every important Uruguayan resident of far-left tendencies who might be involved in action against Johnson or other presidents. Taking pains to avoid passing information that might jeopardize sources, reports for police intelligence are being prepared along with a master checklist for use at the control points separating the different security zones that increase in intensity from Montevideo to Punta del Este. The liaison section, in which I am working, is in charge of writing these reports in Spanish and getting them over to Otero at police headquarters. Under normal circumstances we would not pass information from unilateral sources of high quality to the police, because there is high probability that the reports will seep out to the enemy through poor police security, but we're taking chances given the high stakes. Argentines, Paraguayans, Brazilians, and others not resident in Uruguay but possible threats are included in this report procedure, and Otero's files are growing as never before. By the end of the month several hundred of these individual reports will have been passed along with many special leads from sources in Montevideo and other stations. Montevideo, April 2, 1967. Each day, it seems, another wild story reaches the station on a terrorist plan to assault, bomb, poison or simply hex the conference. Checking these stories out has brought me into the homes of an array of weird people, sometimes with an overeager Secret Service agent anxious to try thumbscrews to get the whole truth. One story, however, couldn't be taken lightly, and for the past week I've been spending day and night trying to resolve it. The original report came from by Daffy 1, a penetration agent of the Buenos Aires station who is on the fringes of the terrorist group of John William Cook. Cook is a well-known extreme left-wing Peronist with close ties to Cuban intelligence. The report from by Daffy 1 alleged that Cook and an unknown number of his followers are coming to Montevideo before the conference in order to infiltrate the restricted Punta del Este area for bomb attacks and such other terrorism as they can mount. The agent does not know the names of persons to accompany Cook, but the plan is first to operate from an apartment owned by Cook in the Rambla Hotel, a 20-story decaying building on the beachfront in Positos. Rather than pass this data to the police, which might jeopardize by Daffy 1, we decided to try to verify the report and call in the police. After Cook is here. Through the Avenue surveillance team I obtained a hotel room on the same floor as Cook's apartment and called over Frank Cherno, the regional technical support officer stationed in Buenos Aires. For 2 long nights Cherno tried unsuccessfully to open the lock to Cook's apartment, using the battery-operated handgun vibrator with assorted picks. Then he made a key for the door. By the time it would work 3 more nights had passed. By this time our repeated trips between our room and the Cook apartment had aroused the suspicions of the elevator operators, while the lobby employees were wondering out loud what 3 men were doing night after night in a room for 2. My fear has been growing that the hotel manager might advise the police, which could reveal 1 or 2 of the Avenue agents to Otero. Last night, nevertheless, Cherno finally got Cook's apartment open. On our first entry, after checking carefully for booby traps, we found a large wooden crate in the main room, just about the right length for rifles or other shoulder weapons. It was nailed shut and banded, but the paneling was broken towards one of the corners, and inside I could see books, magazines, and other printed matter, possible filler or cover for more important objects underneath. I decided to leave the crate alone, but we installed 2 battery-operated radio transmitters, one in the bed springs and one above a curtain box. In our room we left receivers and recording equipment for the Avenue agents who will alternate on monitoring duties. This morning a cable arrived from Buenos Aires with another by Daffy 1 report. Cook's daughter is coming today and will probably stay at the apartment, possibly others of the group will follow shortly. I discussed the crate with the Secret Service chief, who offered to lend us a portable X-ray machine that the service uses on gifts given to President Johnson. Tonight the Secret Service agent who operates the machine will accompany me with the machine to our hotel room, where we will stand by for a surreptitious entry. This afternoon Cook's daughter did indeed arrive, with her lover. The Avenue team will follow them when they leave the building and will advise us by radio when they begin to return. Meanwhile we will slip into the Cook apartment and take X-ray pictures of the crate. I hope the elevator in the hotel will be able to lift this portable machine, never mind our wrestling it clandestinely down the hall. Anybody who interferes with us gets enough radiation to fry his bone marrow. Montevideo, April 4, 1967. After a night and a morning of listening to regular concerts from the bed springs, we finally heard Cook's daughter and boyfriend leave the apartment. With great effort we got the X-ray machine into place, donned lead aprons and turned on the juice. With each picture, we had to take several because the crate was much larger than the X-ray negative. The lights dimmed and I thought we would blow the electrical system, but we were back in our room with the machine quite soon. The X-ray operator and I took the machine back to the station where he developed the film. Fortunately nothing showed up except nails. This afternoon the couple returned to Buenos Aires without having made one remark about other people coming or even of the conference. They had a quiet little visit. Our monitors learned a new trick or 2, and in my report I'll recommend by Daffy 1 for a special bonus on account of his imaginative reporting. Getting the reports and checklists to the police security force has been consuming more time during this final period. Now we have started to organize the procedures for Johnson's security on arrival at the Montevideo airport and for the helicopter flight to Punta del Este. John Horton, the chief of station, will be at the aircraft parking site beside the terminal building with Secret Service agents, while 10 other CIA officers will be at strategic locations in the terminal building. Each of us will be responsible for watching certain windows and making certain that they are not opened. My post will be on the roof of the terminal building, just below the control tower. Each of us will have walkie-talkie communications with the rest of the airport team, and I will have a second, higher-powered walkie-talkie to report each detail to the station. Instantaneous reports will be sent by the station to Washington based on my indications of when Johnson's aircraft comes in sight, the moment of touchdown, parking, Johnson's descent and reception, his boarding of the helicopter, lift-off, and disappearance. Other reports will follow from officers in cars on the highway to Punta del Este. Johnson's helicopters, in fact, will never be out of sight of CIA officers from before landing in Montevideo to the helicopter pad in Punta del Este, 70 miles away. Once Johnson is in Punta del Este, security will be less of a problem because of zonal restriction of movement in that area, the use of special badges and other precautions. As Johnson will be one of the last presidents to arrive, we will be able to practice on his colleagues during the 2 days before he gets here. Montevideo, April 14, 1967. Both for Johnson's arrival 3 days ago and his departure today everything went perfectly. Back in the station during the party, Horton handed me a cable from headquarters telling me that I should return immediately in order to prepare to go to Mexico City for the Olympic assignment. Tonight I'll try for a seat on one of the Air Force cargo planes flying back to Washington. Results of the conference. Well, they finally put to rest the original concerns of the Alliance for Progress for Agrarian Reform, Income Redistribution, and Social and Economic Integration. Just as well, I suppose, since none of the governments seem to have had a very serious concern for these matters anyway. Now the emphasis is on regional economic growth. Presumably economic growth alone will take care of the marginalist majority, and reform, in any case, will be easier to accept when there is more to spread around, meaning the privileged will be able to avoid significant cuts in consumption. Foreign aid will be channeled principally to education and agriculture, which, in the absence of agrarian reform, means the development of high-productivity commercial farm operations. Those of the modern sectors should rejoice, for their increasing share of national income is sure to continue increasing. Forget the reforms, the pressure's off thanks to counterinsurgency. Washington, D.C., April 30, 1967. While I was in Montevideo, several decisions on the Olympic cover job were made, both in the agency and in the Department of State. Bill Bro, the WH division chief, had got lukewarm about sending me down because he had been chief of station in Tokyo during the 1964 Olympic Games, and he believes the softening of political attitudes inherent in a cultural event like this will impede recruitments. Only if I stay on in the Mexico City station after the Games does Bro think I'll be able to justify the time spent between now and late next year on strictly Olympic cover matters. On the other hand, Dave Murphy, chief of the Soviet Bloc Division, believes that the bland political atmosphere will help me move in circles that might otherwise be closed to a U.S. government official. Besides, the Mexico City station has no contact operations underway between officers of the station and their Soviet counterparts. Since I am already known to the Soviets from Montevideo, I'll be able to develop personal relationships with Soviet and satellite intelligence officers assigned to Olympic duties in their embassies. Murphy's opinion was shared by the Mexico City station, which is anxious to use the Olympic job to develop agents for the Lickabur targets, the PRI and the Mexican government. The differences were resolved in my favor, but then another problem arose. The ambassador made it a condition of my assignment that I had never been exposed as a CIA officer to Latin American police officials. Kaufman, the Mexico branch chief, resolved this one by telling me to write a memorandum for Bro's signature assuring the State Department that I'm not known to any police. Kaufman reasoned that we could stretch the truth a little by claiming, if it's ever necessary, that any police officers who know me as a CIA officer are paid intelligence agents first and policemen second. The most encouraging development is that the ambassador has decided he wants 2 Olympic attaches. The other one will be Dave Carrasco, former basketball coach at the American University and now head of the Peace Corps sports program in Ecuador, who of course, has no connection whatsoever with the agency. Ostensibly I'll be his assistant, which will help me considerably because he has really legitimate sports credentials. Moreover, he was born on the Mexican border, and has had friends for many years in Mexican sports circles. Next month Carrasco will come to Washington for discussions at the department and with Kaufman and me. Barring other delays, we should be opening the Embassy Olympic Games office in June. Luis Vargas, my old immigration director in Montevideo, is here now on a trip with his wife financed by the station. It's the reward I recommended last year for his help in the expulsions and other action against the Soviets, East Germans, Czechs, and North Koreans. As headquarters control officer for the visit, I've taken them over to Senator Montoya's office for a chat, then out to Raymond Warren's house for a cocktail party. He's chief of the WH branch that includes Uruguay, then to the White House for a special tour conducted by Secret Service friends. In New York yesterday we watched the Loyalty Day parade. Vargas was impressed at the magnitude of support demonstrated for the Vietnam War effort, as was I. If only these marchers knew the effects of counterinsurgency in Latin America. Washington, D.C., June 5, 1967. We have decided that Dave Carrasco should arrive in Mexico City a week or two before me, so while he arranges his personal affairs I have returned to paper shuffling at the Mexico branch. I have also just finished the Soviet Operations course, a 2-week full-time program ostensibly under the Office of Training but in fact controlled by the Soviet Bloc Division. I was to have taken the course last year but was able to plead personnel shortages at the Mexico branch. This time there was no begging off. SB Division has been notably successful in peddling this course. They have, in fact, prevailed on the DDP to make the course compulsory for all chiefs and deputy chiefs of station being assigned to countries having Soviet missions, in addition to operations officers who will be engaging in Soviet operations. As I will probably be developing personal relationships with Soviet intelligence officers, there was no way I could escape. However, I was lucky because Jim Noland, my former chief of station in Quito, is back from an abbreviated tour in Santiago, Chile, and was also taking the course prior to taking over the SB Division office that coordinates Soviet matters with the Western Hemisphere Division. The Soviet Operations course is the last word in the agency on recruitment and defection of Soviets. It is based largely on the opinions and theories of Dave Murphy, SB Division chief, which are highly controversial because of the dogmatic attitudes of Murphy and his subordinates, and the lack of demonstrated success. The majority of the officers taking the course were from area divisions other than SB, but most of us simply refrained from public dissent, knowing that SB would take note of dissidents and, given SB's weight within the DDP, such heresy would sooner or later reflect back on us. Notably absent from the course are lectures and readings on Marx, Lenin and other communist theoreticians and leaders, although a thick paperback history of Russia was placed in our course kits for retention. What this course deals with are contemporary Soviet realities and how to use them to our advantage, how to get Soviets to commit treason by spying on their country. But how to get to these Soviets, the most interesting of whom will be CPSU members. The most accessible and most vulnerable are those working in some capacity in the free world, more than 25,000 of them, and still others who travel abroad on temporary assignments. Usually the accessible ones are on the staff of diplomatic, trade and technical assistance missions, including military personnel, but of special importance are Soviet scientists who attend conferences and congresses abroad. Of the Soviets stationed in a mission abroad for several years, the diplomats and intelligence officers are the most accessible, and of these the most desirable recruitment, after the ambassador, is a GRU officer, because of his military connections. Next in desirability would be a KGB officer because of his state security background. The focus of the Soviet Operations course, then, while taking into account the inestimable value of a recruitment of someone who is prepared to return to the Soviet Union, concentrates on the organization of Soviet communities in the non-communist countries and on the CIA operational programs to discover the vulnerable and disaffected. The theory is that the pressures built into the rigidly conformist routine for Soviets abroad, largely for internal security reasons, generates a natural disaffection by serving as a contrast with the relatively greater freedom of thought, movement, and association that they usually see about them. Somewhere, the theory goes, there are Soviets who are already along the road to defection, and the CIA goal is to identify them and bring it about. The longer such a person can be persuaded to keep working, before disappearing and coming to the US, best of all to return to the Soviet Union, the greater the possibilities for exploitation. But first to identify the candidates. Most of the theory and doctrine for operations against Soviets has come from actual defectors as they have described their personal histories and the forces that brought them to defect. We studied, then, in considerable detail, the officially prescribed organization of both the professional and the leisure routines of the members of a Soviet mission. There usually is not much variation from one mission to another. First there is the overt diplomatic and administrative function of the mission, headed by the ambassador, with sections dedicated to political, economic, and cultural matters, normal in all respects. The administrative section under the Zavias, chief, and his commandants, assistants, performs the housekeeping chores and attends to embassy reception and other security functions. The commercial offices include representatives of Soviet enterprises peddling books, films, machinery, and other goods, while arranging for imports of the host country's products. More important is the other level of functions, the use of these overt positions as cover slots for KGB and GRU intelligence personnel. We reviewed the various techniques used to identify the resident, intelligence chief, and his subordinates in each of the services. Of much interest also is the location of the restricted area where all classified documents are kept and where the cryptographic and radio communications activities take place. Identification of personnel in this section is obviously high priority. From the point of view of recruitment operations, however, prospects are limited because only designated persons in a Soviet mission are allowed to have personal relationships with foreigners, particularly non-communist foreigners, and each meeting with such people requires a full written report. Usually permission for such relationships is restricted to intelligence operations officers, diplomats, and others such as the Zavias who have legitimate need to deal with outsiders. The restrictions on contact with the outside world by most members of Soviet missions require rigid internal organization. The Komsomol, or Communist Youth Organization, usually operates under sports club cover while the CPSU uses the cover of trade union organization. The real trade union organization is called the Mestcom, or local committee, and the SK, or community security officer, is responsible for personnel security in each mission. Additionally, each mission has a club with a program of games, films, political studies, and lectures, and social affairs, all centered around a designated club room. Participation in club activities is assigned and compulsory, and is designed to keep the group together and avoid wandering into temptations in the decadent bourgeois surroundings. Personal conflicts, gossiping, petty jealousies and backbiting are the usual product of such mental and emotional inbreeding as is, according to SB doctrine, the need to break out of it all. Most CIA operations against the Soviet community abroad are designed to provide an orderly and complete body of working knowledge about the Soviet presence in the country of concern. Systematic organization is the theme, so that the extensive detail required can be effectively managed. Standard operations in the non-communist world are the kind we have in Mexico and Uruguay: travel control for arrivals and departures and for passport biographical data and photographs, observation posts for additional photographs, analysis of relationships within the community and support to surveillance teams, surveillance for discovery of overt and clandestine activities, telephone tapping for analysis of relationships and general information, audio penetrations for general information and secrets. The better the access agent can cultivate a close personal relationship with the Soviet, the more the station can assess his vulnerability. Some of the best access agents are satellite officials serving in the same city as the target Soviet, often recruited to work against the Soviets for nationalistic motives. Still others are third country diplomats, local politicians, and government officials, and persons having the same hobby as a Soviet. Double agents, while primarily used to reveal Soviet intelligence requirements and modus operandi, and to occupy their time, also reveal the identities of intelligence officers and provide data on their professional competence and personality. The Access Agent program is designed to provide disaffected Soviets with channels for defection, bridges to the other side, that they can build little by little while making up their minds. Access agents are people a Soviet can confide in, assuming the internal pressures create such a need. After a while, hours, months, or even years, the access agents can initiate political discussions. The first rule of this game is never to denigrate Russia or things Russian. The key is to distinguish in the target's mind between Russia the homeland and Russia the subjected territory of the CPSU, to separate government from people and country. As most Soviet bureaucrats are thought to harbor some cynicism towards the CPSU bureaucracy, the good access agent can foment patriotic balances against the fostering of doubts towards the party. One obvious and effective method is to combine praise for Russian cultural traditions with dismay over treatment of dissident writers and artists. Covert action operations against the Soviets are also varied. The agency is deeply involved in the samizdat system of clandestine publishing in order to get dissident literature out of the Soviet Union for publication and to make books by banned writers available in the USSR. Major emphasis is also given to exposing Soviet subversive activities abroad and to circulating anti-Soviet propaganda to make them feel oppressed and disliked by the local community. Expulsions are constantly promoted in order to prove the Soviets are subversives. The course also included a review of the procedures for keeping the defector committee of the U.S. mission in readiness, together with the rules for handling defectors, first efforts to get the Soviet to continue in his job as if nothing had happened, in order to make audio installations and rifle files, pre-planned safe places for keeping him hidden before departure for the U.S., anticipation of violent reaction by the Soviet mission, with charges that the defector stole the cash box. Anticipation of procedures for letting the defector be interviewed by Soviet mission officials, initial debriefing requirements, military aircraft evacuation procedures. Most of us took the course with some skepticism because SB lecturers refused to state the number of Soviets who have been snared through this vast effort. Surely there is some truth to the old saying that nobody recruits a Soviet, if they come over they recruit themselves, and this they can do without channels, bridges, ops, surveillance teams, passport photography, and insidious access agents. And what happens when the dream agent comes along? Might not a Soviet so compromise their security that the CPSU would be obliged to take serious action? SB division lecturers also avoided comment on how the recruitment of Colonel Oleg Penkovsky might have been related to the Cuban Missile Crisis. Here was a man embittered against the CPSU leadership who passed on information of great value about Soviet missiles, numbers, locations, accuracy, megatonnage, readiness factors. The agency got valuable intelligence. Penkovsky eventually got the firing squad, but did the Soviets send missiles to Cuba because they needed desperately to balance back from the damage caused by this intelligence breakthrough? Perhaps October 1962 was the price of that intelligence success. If I were honest, I would pull back from the Olympic cover assignment and ask for leave to find a new job. Working in the Olympics office with Carrasco, however, I'll be able to avoid close control by the station and concentrate on cover work. At the same time, I'll also be watching for job opportunities after the Olympics, almost a year and a half from now, and a lot can happen. And Mexico is just too attractive to refuse. I'll drive down during the first week of July. Mexico City, 15 July 1967. This Olympics cover is extraordinary. Dave and I have been making the rounds together, calling on the leaders of the different organizations involved in the Olympic preparations, the organizing committee, the Mexican Olympic Committee and its vast new training center for Mexican athletes, the Mexican Sports Confederation and the individual sports federations. Each of these organizations seems to have some special needs that the U.S. Embassy Olympic Games office might help to fulfill. The organizing committee wants odds and ends related to putting on the sports events and major assistance in arranging for U.S. participation in the Olympic cultural program. The Mexican Olympic Committee, which is responsible for preparing the Mexican teams, needs help in getting several more coaches and additional State Department specialist grants for American coaches already here. After only 5 days on the job, access to an exceedingly large and varied range of people has suddenly opened up. The officers in the station, from Win Scott down, are all excited about how my Olympic entree can help them in their particular areas of responsibility. For his part, Scott told me first to concentrate on meeting as many people as possible and to establish my Olympic cover firmly. In the Soviet operations section, where I arranged for a desk and typewriter, the chief interest is on spotting and assessment of new access agents and on my establishing direct contact operations with the Soviet and satellite intelligence officers who are handling Olympic duties. The CP section wants me to spot possible recruitments for infiltration into revolutionary organizations, while the CA section wants assessment data on press officers of the organizing committee for use as media placement agents. The liaison section wants information on the Soviet and satellite Olympic attaches that can be passed to the Mexican services, while the Licaber section wants me to spot possible agents for use in penetrating the PRI and the Mexican government. The Cuban operations section, probably the most destitute in agent material, wants personal data on the Cuban Olympic attaché, on leftists within the Olympic milieu who might eventually travel to Cuba, and on anyone at all who might be of interest to the Cubans. All these officers see my Olympic cover as promising for their operational goals. No way to deny that this job could be valuable to the station. General practice is to exchange calling cards with a new Olympic acquaintance, and so far a very high percentage of the people I've met have significant reports. In station files, I've begun my own card file and am writing short memoranda on the people I meet. Perhaps if I keep producing memoranda to circulate among the different sections, I can avoid making any recruitments for some considerable time, possibly right up to the Olympics. No problem getting discreetly up to the station from the Olympic office on the second floor, because the station's entrance is just to the side of the elevator in the back of the embassy and not many people go up to the top floor. New York, December 13, 1967. Events have taken several unexpected turns in recent months. Dave has assumed responsibility for embassy support to the Olympic cultural program, which the Mexicans hope will add a dimension almost equal in importance to the sports program. The view in the organizing committee is that Mexico, in spite of sizable efforts underway in recent years to prepare teams, will be far down the list in national medal accumulation. Partly to overcome this deficit, and partly to excel in a different area, the organizing committee is putting on an impressive year-long cultural program of 20 events to correspond to the 20 sports events, although non-competitive. Officially, the organizing committee has invited all the national Olympic committees to participate in the events in the cultural program, but many national committees, including the USOC, are not set up for such varied cultural activity. Response has therefore been slight, and the organizing committee has turned to the embassies in Mexico City to seek official support. In our embassy, the cultural section has failed to become more than peripherally interested in the cultural program, so the organizing committee appointed a special representative to work with Dave and me on promoting wider participation by the U.S., especially the U.S. government, in the cultural program. I never thought I would be doing cultural attachés work, but Dave asked me to take responsibility for the cultural program, and since then I have been trying to generate interest in Washington and elsewhere for bringing participants to such events as a Poets Encounter, theater and the performing arts, a folk arts festival, a stamp collector's exhibit, a monumental sculpture program, a film festival, youth camp, atomic energy and space exploration exhibits, a children's painting festival, a popular arts and crafts exhibits, and other similar events. I didn't like Dave asking me to work on the cultural program because it can easily take up all one's time, but after checking the names of cultural program officials in station files, I immediately saw the advantage. The cultural section of the organizing committee is just loaded with people of established leftist credentials who would be very difficult for an American official to cultivate without suspicion. But in the Olympic atmosphere of peace and brotherhood, and given the organizing committee's dire need for U.S. government backing, I now have an open door to many more people of interest to different sections of the station. Moreover, by assuming these new, very time-consuming duties, I will have all the excuses needed for not making any recruitments. Up to now the station is very pleased, because I've also been regularly meeting Provorov and Belov, the Soviet Olympic officers, GRU and KGB, respectively, as well as the Czech, Pole and Yugoslav Olympic officers. My only problem is to keep away from Dnabula 1, the Korean CIA officer who is also handling Olympic duties, and who corners me at every meeting. Generally, though, I'm only keeping up appearances with the station because I have no interest in developing operations. The other unexpected development is a serious and deepening relationship with a woman I met on the organizing committee. I took a chance and told her I had worked for the CIA before, but in spite of her strong reaction she agreed to keep seeing me. She is one of the many leftists in the cultural program and she believes, with great bitterness, as do many other people, that the agency was responsible for Che Guevara's execution. Mexico City, 20 June 1968. One more CIA career comes to an end. It was a little earlier than I had expected, but Paul Dillon invited me for coffee the other day and told me Scott had asked him to make a proposal. He said that the station is very pleased with my work and that Scott would like me to transfer to the political section in the station after the Olympics, so that in the coming 2 or 3 years I will be able to make the recruitments and take part in other station operations for which I've been preparing since arrival last year. They especially want me to begin recruitments of some of the PRI bureaucrats I've met, such as Alejandro Ortega San Vicente, the Secretary General of the Olympic Organizing Committee and former Chief of the Ministry of Government's Department of Political and Social Investigations, which is really the PRI's information center on its own people. Scott said he will arrange for me to get another promotion and that the ambassador has approved this plan. I told Dillon that I appreciated the offer but that I planned to resign after the Olympics, to remarry, and remain in Mexico. He was startled, of course, because I hadn't mentioned this to anyone in the station yet. Later I spoke to Scott and wrote a memorandum for headquarters outlining my intentions. I was careful to cite my personal reasons as the only motive behind my decision, lest someone pounce on me as a security risk. The sense of relief is very strong now that I have formally announced my intention to resign. Perhaps I should have done this on returning from Montevideo, because I have felt very strained beneath the surface since coming to Mexico, like being dishonest in a dishonest situation, except that the two negatives don't make a positive. The truth is that Bill Bray was right, the Olympics aren't conducive to Cold War politics. Working in the cultural program, moreover, has driven still another wedge between the rationale for counterinsurgency and the reality of its effects. It isn't just them and us but all of us. The cultural work has bridged many gaps, even though I've only been organizing rather than creating, the experience has been enough to ease the pains of increasing separation, of feeling a fraud, of isolation. Who knows if without it I could have given up all the security and comfort of continued CIA work. Headquarters and stations alike are peppered, as we all know, with officers who long ago ceased to believe in what they're doing, only to continue until retirement as cynical, bitter men anxious to avoid responsibilities and effort. I'll at least avoid joining them, no matter what happens. Mexico City, 1 August 1968. This past week has seen a sudden flare-up of confrontation between students and university leaders and the government. It began with some confusion on July 26 when a street demonstration celebrating the anniversary of the Cuban Revolution clashed with a rival demonstration and then turned into a protest against the Mexican government. 2 days later police entered buildings of the National University of Mexico, UNAM, and next day there was rioting in the streets by students and severe police repression. 3 days ago another violent confrontation occurred in the streets, and yesterday rioting spread to provincial university towns of Villahermosa and Jalapa. Today in Mexico City a peaceful protest march numbered at least 50,000 and was headed by the rector of UNAM. The original confused issues have broadened into more basic political demands, led on the student side by a national strike committee strongly influenced by former leaders of the National Liberation Movement, MLN, and the National Center of Democratic Students, CNED, both influenced in turn by the Communist Party of Mexico. Even so, the movement is a spontaneous popular demonstration against police violence with clear tendencies towards protest against the PRI's power monopoly and traditional service to the privileged. Demands formulated by the strike committee are impossible for the government to meet but are nevertheless popular: resignation of the police chiefs, disbanding of the riot police, repeal of the crime of social dissolution and compensation for the wounded and families of the dead. Since July 26, at least 8 students have been killed, 400 injured, and over 1,000 arrested. The government for its part has had to call in military forces several times when police have been unable to cope. Luis Echeverria is responsible as Minister of Government for re-establishing order, but so far he has only made matters worse. He has publicly blamed the CNED and the PCM youth wing for the violence, which is only partly true. Other demonstrators and the police too are to blame, while also claiming that 5 riot coaches from France, and other communist agitators had plotted the insurrection from outside the country. No one believes such trash, which makes the government look ridiculous and makes compromise more difficult. If Echeverria doesn't stop overreacting, the situation will get even worse. Last month I made a trip to Washington and New York for some final details on cultural program participation sponsored by the State Department. In Washington, not only would Janet not agree that I bring the boys here for the Olympics, she also made my seeing them very difficult. I decided to bring them anyway and had my lawyer telephone her to advise after we were on the flight. An uproar followed between headquarters and the State Department and between the ambassador and Scott, all of whom have ordered me to send them back because Janet is threatening to expose me as a CIA officer. I have refused and told them to fire me if they want, but that I believe I have a right to have my children in my home, whether in Mexico City or any other place. Besides, I'm sure the threat of exposure is only a bluff. Mexico City, 1 September 1968. Throughout the greater part of August the government had taken a fairly gentle line about the massive demonstrations taking place. Then on August 27 a huge demonstration of some 200,000 marchers turned out to protest against the cost of the Olympics to Mexico, which will be at least $175 million. The turning point in government policy came early the following morning when the considerable concentration of demonstrators that remained in the main downtown plaza was forcibly broken up. On the 29th another 3,000 demonstrators turned up and were driven off. Today Díaz Ordaz, in his annual message to the country, pledged the use of the armed forces to ensure that the games will be held. However, he also promised to consider changing the penal code on social dissolution. The strike committee has added to its demands the release of all political prisoners, and in this speech Díaz Ordaz took the trouble to claim that in Mexico there are no political prisoners, a claim so widely known to be false that it is ridiculous. In the station the CP section is very busy getting information from agents on planning by the strike committee and on positions taken by the communists and other far-left groups. Highlights of this intelligence are being passed to Díaz Ordaz and Echeverria for use by the security forces. It's almost like being in Ecuador or Uruguay again, but I'm glad I'm not working on the government's side this time. Mexico City, 19 September 1968. So far the only significant demonstration this month was a silent march of protest on the day that Díaz Ordaz opened the new Olympic sports installations. Protesters are increasingly saying that the police have burned the bodies of those students killed in repressive action and that the students' families have been frightened into silence. Student brigades have been going daily to factories, offices, and homes to explain the student position, and have been doing so with considerable effect. Last night, as a result of this activity, the government seized the national university in violation of the university's traditional autonomy. Echevarria justified this invasion by saying that the university has been used for political rather than for educational purposes. Thousands of troops with tanks and armored cars were employed in the takeover of the university, and although hundreds of people were arrested, the student strike leaders all escaped. The student brigades exposing government policies to serve minority interests have now made their headquarters in the Polytechnic Institute, where a battle is now going on between students and police. Two of the big exhibits for the Olympic cultural program are being delayed because of the violence. At the National University we had a huge Jupiter missile set up for the space exhibit, but it had to be taken down rather quickly before it got torn down by the demonstrators. The organizing committee is now looking for somewhere else to put it. Similarly, the atomic energy exhibit at the Polytechnic has had to be put off while another site is found. The space exhibit was to be opened yesterday by Michael Collins, an Air Force astronaut, but I have had to cancel much of his program. Mexico City, 25 September 1968. Each day since the UNAM was invaded has been filled with violence. Some 10 to 20 more students have been killed and over 100 wounded in riots which have broken out in different parts of Mexico City but are now most frequent in the Plaza of the Three Cultures in the Tlatelolco section, where one of the main vocational schools of the Polytechnic Institute is located. Yesterday a pitched battle lasted about 12 hours as students defended the Polytechnic and the vocational school at the plaza, but finally both were occupied by the army and police. All street demonstrations are now being suppressed with much violence. After a PRI campaign against him of several weeks, the rector of UNAM resigned, but the Professors Association voted to resign with him if his resignation was accepted. Today the UNAM Governing Council refused the resignation and the rector is expected to withdraw it. Increasingly the protest is turning towards the cost of the Olympic Games. Parents and teachers have joined the students, while vigilante groups controlled by the government have begun night raids on schools to intimidate the occupying students. This afternoon I went up to the station offices to read the intelligence reports sent to headquarters over the past week. One report was on a meeting between Scott and President Diaz Ordaz in which Scott got the strong impression that the president is confused and disoriented, without a plan or decision on what to do next. Mexico City, 3 October 1968. In one savage display of firepower at the Plaza of the Three Cultures, the government wiped out the protest movement and probably several hundred lives. The massacre yesterday afternoon came as a surprise, because for almost a week both the government and the strike committee had been backing off from confrontation and nearly everyone believed the crisis was passing. The army had even evacuated the UNAM and the rector withdrew his resignation. Nevertheless, yesterday about 5 p.m. some 3,000 people, students, teachers, parents, and some workers and peasants, gathered at the Plaza of the Three Cultures for a march in protest against continued government occupation of the Polytechnic Institute and several of its vocational schools. The first speaker at the rally, however, called off the march because of a concentration of about 1,000 troops with armored vehicles and jeep-mounted machine guns along the route. The rally continued peacefully but the military units surrounded the plaza. Just after 6 p.m. the army opened fire on the crowd and on the surrounding buildings believed to be sheltering sympathizers. Not until an hour later did the army stop firing. Officially the toll is set at 28 dead and 200 wounded, but several hundred were probably killed and many more wounded. Over 1,500 were taken prisoner. Today mass confusion reigned as thousands of parents and relatives sought to find the bodies, already disappeared, of those unable to be located in hospitals or jails. This morning the International Olympic Committee under Avery Brundage held a secret emergency meeting on whether to call off the Games. The IOC decision, according to a U.S. Olympic Committee member, was only one vote short of cancellation. Afterwards Brundage announced that the Games will proceed as scheduled and that local student problems have no connection with the Olympics. Mexico City, 28 October 1968. Suddenly it's all over, capped by the gushing of color and sound from what must have been history's most spectacular display of fireworks. As of today we can all begin again to weigh whether this 2-week circus was really worth all the bloodshed, and whether Mexico lost more prestige by killing protesters than it gained by putting on the games. My resignation will be effective early next year, although for practical purposes my service with the agency is ending now. Perhaps I've been foolish dedicating all my time in recent months to the Olympics instead of finding a new job. But I have money saved that will allow time to find work, although it won't be easy because combining 2 families and continuing to live like this will take a hefty income. My sons have asked to continue living here with me instead of returning to Washington, which didn't surprise me, so the legal measures I've taken will be useful. All the fuss by the ambassador and Scott and headquarters was foolish because Janet's threat was only a bluff. I try not to show it, but I feel unsure about finding satisfying work inside the same system I rejected long ago as a university student. The difficult admission is that I became the servant of the capitalism I rejected. I became one of its secret policemen. The CIA, after all, is nothing more than the secret police of American capitalism, plugging up leaks in the political dam night and day so that shareholders of U.S. companies operating in poor countries can continue enjoying the rip-off. The key to CIA success is the 2 or 3% of the population in poor countries that get most of the cream, that in most places get even more now than in 1960, while the marginalist 50, 60, or 70% are getting a lesser share. There is a contradiction in what I'm doing, but I don't have much choice given the plans we have and our need for income. One has to take the realistic view. In order to fulfill responsibilities you have to compromise with the system, knowing full well that the system doesn't work for everybody. This means everybody has to get what he can within decency's limits, which can be stretched when needed to assure a little more security. What I have to do now is get mine, inside the system, and forget I ever worked for the CIA. No, there's no use trying to change the system. What happened at the Plaza of the Three Cultures is happening all over the world to people trying to change the system. Life is too short and has too many delights that might be missed. At 33 I've got half a lifetime to enjoy them. Notes. 1 La Distribución del Ingreso en América Latina, Naciones Unidas, New York, 1910, based on official Mexican statistics of the mid-1960s. Part 5. Mexico City, January 1970. I begin again after a year of great disappointment and sense of failure. My hopes for a new start and a future in Mexico were clouded with the failure of my marriage plans, and I am unsure of my direction. The reasons are a complex series of mistakes, perhaps even unrealistic hopes from the beginning, but with results too damaging to overcome. For now I continue to pick up the pieces and try to arrange them in a stable pattern. I am also unsure of the work I chose, although I had the good fortune of joining with a new company started by friends whom I met in the Olympics. From the point of view of finances I've had to retrench considerably, a distasteful process but one with definite blessings. The prospects in this new company, which processes and markets an entirely new product, are very encouraging, and I've been given the opportunity to buy shares. My relationships with the owners and the general manager, who is my good friend, are excellent. Working in commerce, however, is still as lacking in satisfaction as it was years ago, and I have decided to enter the National University of Mexico for an advanced degree. Perhaps I will return to the U.S. to seek a teaching career. Over the Christmas and New Year's break I also began working on an outline for a book on the CIA. This would have been impossible if my plans had succeeded, but the way is now clear and may well lead to my being forced to leave Mexico. A book describing CIA operations might help to illustrate the principles of foreign policy that got us into Vietnam and may well get us into similar situations. Secret CIA operations constitute the usually unseen efforts to shore up unjust, unpopular, minority governments, always with the hope that overt military intervention, as in Vietnam and the Dominican Republic, will not be necessary. The more successful CIA operations are, the more remote overt intervention becomes, and the more remote become reforms. Latin America in the 1960s is all the proof one needs. A book on the CIA could also illustrate how the interests of the privileged minorities in poor countries lead back to, and are identified with, the interests of the rich and powerful who control the U.S. counterinsurgency doctrine tries to blur these international class lines by appeals to nationalism and patriotism and by falsely relating movements against the capitalist minorities to Soviet expansionism. But what counterinsurgency really comes down to is the protection of the capitalists back in America, their property and their privileges. U.S. national security, as preached by U.S. leaders, is the security of the capitalist class in the U.S., not the security of the rest of the people, certainly not the security of the poor except by way of reinforcing poverty. It is from the class interests in the U.S. that our counterinsurgency programs flow, together with that most fundamental of American foreign policy principles, that any government, no matter how bad, is better than a communist one, than a government of workers, peasants, and ordinary people. Our government's support for corruption and injustice in Latin America flows directly from the determination of the rich and powerful in the U.S., the capitalists, to retain and expand these riches and power. I must be careful to speak little of my ideas for the book. Jim Noland replaced Win Scott as chief of station here when Scott retired last September. Scott opened an office, in his old profession as an actuary. I imagine that he continues to work for the agency though now on contract, because his knowledge and experience in Mexico, and his vast range of friends, are too valuable to lose. This is not the time for the agency to learn of my intentions. Mexico City, June 1970. Another failure which is difficult to understand. Last week I spoke to 4 editors in New York in the hope of getting a publishing contract and an advance to finish the book on the CIA. Unfortunately, those editors mostly wanted a sensationalist expose approach, divorced from the more difficult political and economic realities that give the operations meaning. I'm not sure what to do now except begin again, reorganizing the material and trying to write more clearly. Perhaps I should try more modestly with a magazine or newspaper article on our operations to keep Allende out of the Chilean presidency in 1964. He's running again right now and maybe exposure of the 1964 operations could help him. The trouble is that people may not believe me. In New York I felt the editors weren't really certain that I'm who I say I am. The bad part of the New York trip is that I left copies of my material there, and despite assurances by the editors I'm afraid the agency may learn of my plans for a book. One word by the station to the Mexican service and I get the one-way ride to Toluca, except it's a lonely way to go, disappearing down one of those canyons. In a few weeks the classes at the National University begin and I'll just have to hope no one finds out about me, neither the agency nor the UNAM people. It's discouraging to be isolated like this, but the renewed bombing in North Vietnam and the inability of the Nixon administration to admit defeat, coupled with the Cambodian invasion, have strengthened my determination to start again. The killings at Kent State and Jackson State show clearly enough that sooner or later our counterinsurgency methods would be applied at home. Mexico City, January 1971. Recent months have brought important decisions and perhaps at last I am finding the proper course. Behind these decisions have been the continuation of the Vietnam War and the Vietnamization program. Now more than ever, exposure of CIA methods could help American people understand how we got into Vietnam and how our other Vietnams are germinating wherever the CIA is at work. I have resigned from my friend's company, and my sons are back in Washington, although I continue at the university. I sent the children for Christmas only but fear Janet would go back on her agreement that they return. When she did just that I relented without much choice. In any case they will have a better school and will learn English for a change. I, too, may leave Mexico if I can get financial support because my new plan for the book requires research materials unobtainable here. I have decided now to name all the names and organizations connected with CIA operations and to reconstruct as accurately as possible the events in which I participated. No more hiding behind theory and hypothetical cases to protect the tools of CIA adventures. The problem now will be documentation. I have also decided to seek ways of getting useful information on the CIA to revolutionary organizations that could use it to defend themselves better. The key to adopting increasingly radical views has been my fuller comprehension of the class divisions of capitalist society based on property or the lack of it. The divisions were always there, of course, for me to see, but until recently I simply failed to grasp their meaning and consequences. Adversary relationships, exploitation, labor as a marketplace commodity, etc. But by getting behind the liberal concept of society, that concept that attempts to paint out the irreconcilable class conflicts, I think I have grasped an understanding of why liberal reform programs in Latin America have failed. At the same time I have seen more clearly the identity of interests of the classes in Latin America, and other underdeveloped areas, with the corresponding classes in the US, and other developed areas. The result of this class conception, of seeing that class identity comes before nationality, leads to rejection of liberal reform as the continuous renovating process leading step by step to the better society. Reform may indeed represent improvement, but it is fundamentally a maneuver by the ruling class in capitalist society, the capitalists, to allow exploitation to continue, to give a little in order to avoid losing everything. The Alliance for Progress was just this kind of fraud, although it was heralded as a Marshall Plan for Latin America that would permit, indeed encourage, a Latin American New Deal to sweep through the region behind the leadership of liberals like Betancourt, Haya de la Torre, Kubitschek, and Muñoz Marin. But the Alliance for Progress failed as a social reform program, and it failed also to stimulate sufficient per capita economic growth, partly because of high population growth and partly because of slow growth in the value of the region's exports. These two factors, combined with rising consumption by upper and middle classes, provided less for the investments on which growth must be founded. Result: the division in Latin American society widened between the modern core, dependent largely on the external sector, and the marginalist majority. By 1969 over half the people in the labor market were unemployed or underemployed. Where progress occurred in education, healthcare, and housing, it accrued mostly to the core societies in cities. Flight to cities by rural unemployed continued with the cities unable to absorb them productively. The vicious circle of small internal markets and lack of internal growth momentum also continued. Particularly in countries like Brazil, where economies have grown rapidly, wealth and income have tended to even greater concentration. Latest figures of the UN Economic Commission for Latin America, ECLA, show that the poorest 20% of the Latin American population now receive only 3.1% of total income and that the entire lower 50% receives only 13.4% of total income. The upper 5% income bracket, on the other hand, receives 33.4% of total income. The contrast between the high 5% and the lower 50% of the population according to ECLA rests on the dominance of the entrepreneurial class, the capitalists, in the upper 5% whose extraordinary income results largely from distribution of profits which could be reinvested instead of being consumed. In Mexico, for example, 60% of the income of the top 5% is dividends. In El Salvador 80%, in Argentina 85%. Most important, income of the high 5% is growing more rapidly than the middle and lower income levels, thus aggravating income imbalance still more. The assumption, therefore, that economic growth under the Alliance for Progress would result in higher standards of living for the poorer half of the population is now demonstrated to have been false. Land reform programs have also failed. During the 1960s, virtually every country in Latin America began some program to reform restrictive, precarious, and uneconomical tenure systems, long accepted as the most serious structural cause of imbalance in wealth and income. But with the exceptions of Cuba, Peru, and Chile, the impulse has been lost and little progress made where the bulk of the potential income-producing resources lies. Concentration continues. The upper 1.8% of the rural income scale holds more than 50% of the farmland, while the small landholders, who number 25% percenter of the farm population hold only 2.4% of farmland. During these past 10 years, while Latin American countries failed to establish more equitable distribution of land, wealth, and income, considerable success could be claimed in counterinsurgency, including propaganda to attract people away from the Cuban solution as well as repression. As part of the counterinsurgency campaign, the Alliance for Progress in the short run did indeed raise many hopes and capture many imaginations in favor of the peaceful reform solutions that would not fundamentally jeopardize the dominance of the ruling capitalist minorities and their system. Since the 1960s, however, as the psychological appeal of peaceful reform diminished in the face of failure, compensatory measures have been increasingly needed, repression and special programs, as in the field of organized labor, to divide the victims and neutralize their leaders. These measures constitute the four most important counter-insurgency programs through which the U.S. government strengthens the ruling minorities in Latin America: CIA operations, military assistance and training missions, aid public safety programs to help police, and trade union operations through ORID, the International Trade Secretariats and the IFLD, all largely controlled by the CIA. Taken together, these are the crutches given by the capitalist rulers of the U.S. to their counterparts in Latin America in order to obtain reciprocal support against threats to American capitalism. Never mind all those marginals, what's good for capitalists in Latin America is good for capitalists in the USA. A liberal reform program like the Alliance for Progress is a safety valve for capitalist injustice and exploitation, as the frontier served for release and escape from oppression in American cities during the last century. Such a program is only what the ruling class will allow by way of redistribution during a time of danger to the system as a whole, something that runs against the current and the inherent drive to concentrate wealth and political power in ever fewer hands. Once the sense of urgency and danger fades, so also the pressure on the safety valve declines and the natural forces for accumulation recuperate, soon wiping out the relative gains that the exploited obtain through reform. Reforms are temporary palliatives that can never eliminate the exploitative relationship on which capitalism is based. Increasingly, as the oppressed in capitalist society comprehend the myth of liberal reform, their ruling minorities have no choice but to increase repression in order to avert socialist revolution. Eliminate CIA stations, U.S. military missions, aid public safety missions and the free trade union programs, and those minorities would disappear, faster perhaps, than they themselves would imagine. My security situation is the same, although I am puzzled that the CIA does not seem to have discovered that I am writing, or if they know, why they haven't visited me. John Horton is now chief of station here, and others with whom I served at other stations have been assigned here, although they have shown no interest in me. Through friends I have sent copies of my new outline to a publisher in Paris. Perhaps at last I will get some encouragement. Mexico City, March 1971. A quick trip to Montreal for conversations with a publisher's representative has given me new hope for both financial and research support. Although my outline and written material are acceptable, the problem remains where to find the information needed to reconstruct the events in which I participated in order to show precisely how the agency operates. We discussed Paris or Brussels after agreeing that for security reasons anywhere in the US would be unwise. We also discussed Cuba, where possibly the research materials could be found and even research assistance arranged. I said I would be fearful of going to Cuba for several reasons: my past work against Cuba and communism, possible Soviet pressures, my reluctance to engage in sessions for counterintelligence ploys, problems with the CIA afterwards. Mostly, I suppose, I am fearful that if the CIA learned that I had gone to Cuba they would begin a campaign to denigrate me as a traitor. As my hope is to return as quickly as possible to the US after finishing, I would be increasing the odds for prosecution for publishing secrets if I had gone to Cuba. There are some advantages, however, in going there. First, the security situation vis-a-vis CIA would be better, and if the research materials are available I could work more calmly and faster. Moreover, in Havana I could arrange to get information on the CIA to interested Latin American revolutionary organizations through their representatives, efficiently and securely. Then, too, I would have the chance to see firsthand what the Cuban Revolution has meant to the people and what their problems are. Such a trip is something I thought would be possible only after I finished. After sleeping on the idea, I agreed that I would go to Cuba if the trip can be arranged. Presumably the book will have to be politically acceptable to the Cubans and the research materials available. If I do not go to Cuba, I will go to Paris to finish, so my security situation will be improved in any case. At present I will say nothing, and hope that the CIA doesn't get wind of these plans. Paris, August 1971. Great leaps of progress, but so much work remains. In May I went to Havana to discuss the research materials needed, and they agreed to assist with what they have available, which appears to be a good deal. They also invited me to stay there to finish as much as possible, which I accepted. However, as I was committed to visit my sons in Washington, I returned to Paris for conversations with the publisher and then went to the US for 2 weeks with the boys. I have returned to check availability of research materials here and will proceed shortly to Havana. While in Cuba, I traveled for several weeks around the island visiting a variety of development projects in agriculture, livestock, housing, health, and education. The sense of pride and purpose evident in the Cubans is impressive. My worries about going to Cuba were unfounded and were more than replaced by fears of returning to the US to see my sons. I shouldn't have returned, because I had gone to Cuba openly, but strangely I must have eluded the travel control, or the system failed to identify me in time. I wonder if my luck will make the Cubans suspicious. Havana, October 1971. I begin to wonder whether writing this book was such a good idea. I have found considerable material to refresh my memory and to reconstruct events, and I have written a respectable number of pages. Trouble is that I'm running far afield into matters that are peripheral to my CIA work. At the same time, the material here is more limited than I had thought, and I may have to risk returning to Mexico and South America to continue the research. In any case, I will return next month to Paris to continue there. My mood is gloomy as I feel disorganized and still quite far from having a presentable book. The events I want to describe get further into history each day, and each day the sense of urgency to finish quickly gets stronger. Aside from specific information for reconstructing events, I have found here a number of excellent economic reports and essays on Latin American problems and their roots in U.S. exploitation of the region. One report by the Organization of American States describes clearly how the real beneficiary of the Alliance for Progress was the U.S. economy rather than the Latin American economies. This report recognizes the failure to make substantial beginnings in land reform and income redistribution, similarly the failure of foreign aid and private investment to stimulate accelerated economic growth, which the report projects as the key to integration of the masses. The functioning of the external sectors of Latin American economies, excepting Venezuela as a special case, during these 10 years demonstrates how these economies have supported the U.S. standard of living to the detriment of the Latin American people. Americans, in other words, can thank Latin American workers for having contributed to our ease and comfort. It is the external sector that counts because exports and foreign aid determine how much machinery and technology can be imported for economic growth, and during the past 10 years the external sectors of Latin American economies failed to generate adequate growth. From 1961 to 1970 Latin America paid out to other regions, mostly to the U.S., a little over $20 billion, practically all in financial services, royalties, interest, and repatriated profits to foreign capital. About 30% of this potential deficit was offset by export surpluses, while the remaining 70% was paid through new indebtedness, new private foreign investment and other capital movements. The new indebtedness, representing as it does new costs for financial services, raised still higher the proportion of export earnings required for repatriation of royalties, interest, and profits to foreigners, mostly U.S., thus decreasing amounts available for investment. During these 10 years private foreign capital provided new investment of only $5.5 billion while taking out $20 billion. The lion's share went to U.S. investors whose investment, which averaged about $12 billion in value, returned about $13 billion to the U.S. Without the loans and grants from the U.S. under the Alliance for Progress, Latin America would have had to devote about 10% or more of its export earnings to the services account so that fair return on investment could be satisfied. Otherwise, a moratorium or some other extreme measure would have been necessary, hardly conducive to new credit and investment. The Alliance for Progress has been, in effect, a subsidy program for U.S. exporters and private investors, in many cases the same firms. For Latin America, this has meant a deficit in the external sector of about $6 billion that limited the importation of equipment and technology needed for faster economic growth, the deficit compensated by new indebtedness. For the United States, this has meant a return to private investors of about $5 for every dollar sent from the U.S. to Latin America during the period, plus a favorable trade balance, plus billions of dollars in loans that are earning interest and will someday be repaid. In other words, Latin America through the Alliance for Progress has contributed to the economic development of the United States and has gone into debt to do it. No wonder we prop up these governments and put down the revolutionaries. In contrast to the myth of the Alliance for Progress, which ensures that the gap between the US and Latin American economies will grow, the interesting alternative does not assume that economic growth is the determinant for integration of the marginalist majority. Based on a distinction between economic growth and social development, the revolutionary solution begins with integration. The Cuban position paper for this year's sessions of ECLA, entitled Latin America and the Second United Nations Decade for Development, views social integration through structural changes in institutions, revolutionary change rather than reform, as the condition for development. Economic growth alone, with benefits concentrated in the modern core minority, cannot be considered as national development because the whole society doesn't participate. Institutional change, social integration, and economic growth is the revolutionary order of priorities rather than economic growth, reform and eventual extension of benefits to the marginals, little by little so as not to affect the wealthy. The institutional changes: first, the land tenure system must be altered to break the injustices and low productivity resulting from the latifundia-minifundia problem. Second, the foreign economic enterprises must be nationalist so that the product of labor is used for national development instead of being channeled to shareholders in a highly developed, capital-exporting country. Third, the most important national economic activities must come under state control and be subjected to overall development planning with new criteria for marketing, expansion, and general operations. Fourth, personal income must be redistributed in order to give purchasing power to the previously marginalized. Fifth, a real working union between government and people must be nurtured so that the sacrifices ahead can be endured and national unity strengthened. During this early period of institutional change, attained with few exceptions, in the Cuban view, through armed struggle, the basic problems of priorities emerge: immediate development of social overhead projects in health and education v. expansion of consumption of the formerly marginalist v. investment in infrastructure. The redistribution of income, new costs of social projects, and increased internal consumption leave even less productive capacity for reinvestment than before. High demand causes inflationary pressures and black markets, while rationing is necessary to assure equity in distribution. The only source of relief to offset the investment deficit, according to the Cubans, is foreign aid. Aggravating the development problem is the exodus of managers and professionals who join the overthrown landed gentry and upper middle classes in seeking to avoid participation in national development by fleeing to free countries. Another drain on investment is the obvious need to maintain oversized military forces to defeat domestic and foreign counter-revolutionary forces. The romantic stage of the revolution ends, then, as the realities of the long struggle for national development take root. Internally, the revolution calls for ever greater productivity, particularly in exports, so that dependence on external financing can be kept as low as possible. Nevertheless, years will pass before economic growth will reach the point of decreasing reliance on foreign aid. Sacrifice and greater effort are the order of the day, and neither can possibly result if the producers, the workers, peasants, and others, fail to identify in the closest union with the revolutionary government. Mistakes will be made, as every Cuban is quick to admit, but there can be no doubt that national development here is well underway and accelerating. In Cuba the people have education, healthcare, and adequate diet, while long strides are being made in housing. When one considers that over half the population of Latin America, over 150 million people, are still deprived of participation in these minimal benefits of modern culture and technology, it becomes clear that the only country that has really attained the social goals of the Alliance for Progress is Cuba. I still have no indication that the CIA knows I am writing this book or that I have come to Cuba. During recent months I have tried to follow the growth of the Frente Amplio in Uruguay in preparation for the national elections next month. The situation is so ready for election operations by the Montevideo station that I have yielded to the compulsion to denounce this possibility. I wrote a letter to Marca in Montevideo describing some of the standard covert action operations and suggesting that the agency may well be involved right now in operations against the Frente and in support of candidates of the traditional parties. If Marca publishes even part of it, any doubts about my intentions on the part of the CIA must disappear. Paris, January 1972. The letter to Marca was a mistake. A couple of days after Christmas, while resting before dinner with my sons, they came for the vacation period. We had a knock at the door, and who should appear but Keith Gardner, an old JOT and OCS colleague who spent some years in Brazil during the 1960s. I was unprepared for a visit from the CIA, and I agreed, because my children live near him and play with his children, to accompany him to dinner. On leaving our hotel he disappeared for a few moments in order, he said, to release a colleague who was standing by in case I had received him in an unfriendly manner. After dinner I agreed to speak privately to him. He surprised me with a machine copy of what Marca had published of my letter, adding that Mr. Helms wants to know just what I think I am doing. Not yet knowing that my letter to Marca has been published, I decided to develop a bluff that might convince the agency that there is nothing they can do to stop publication of the book. I told Keith that I have completed an oversized draft that I am now editing down to appropriate size, the truth being that I have completed less than one-third of my research. Gardner admitted that the Paris station, Dave Murphy, former chief of the Soviet Bloc Division, is chief of station here now, located me through the French liaison service. Pointedly suggesting that I am being manipulated by the Soviets through my publisher, he said the agency's chief concern is exactly what I have revealed in material already submitted or discussed, which I refuse to talk about. I assured Keith, however, that I will be making no damaging revelations and will submit the final draft for approval before publication. On the Marca letter he denied that the Montevideo station had engaged in any election operation, but he said the Bordaberry campaign, Bordaberry, a former ruralista leader, running as a Colorado, received large infusions of Brazilian money. The role of the Brazilian military dictatorship as surrogate for U.S. imperialism in South America was also evident in the Bolivian rightist military coup a few months ago. Gardner told me that in September of this year he will enter the University of Wisconsin for a master's degree in Latin American Studies, the first time a DDP operations officer has been sent for higher university study that either of us can remember. Then, again pointedly, he asked if I might reveal his name so as to expose him at the university. I assured him I wouldn't and suggested that while studying he keep in mind the possibility of joining the fight against the CIA and American imperialism. After all, why be a secret policeman for U.S. capitalists when the system itself is disappearing? Not knowing to what ends the French service will go to please the agency, I feared after meeting Keith that I might be deported under some pretext on a flight having New York as its first stop. So the next day I took the boys to Spain for the final week before their return to school. Now I continue here, and I must be careful to avoid provocation while finishing as fast as I can. I don't know if my bluff will work or whether the French service or the agency will take action against me. I shouldn't have written the letter to Marca. Paris, August 1972. Events in the past 3 months have taken unfavorable turns, and I am fearful that the CIA is now closing in. My money has run out and I am living on small donations from friends. Street surveillance has forced me to live in hiding. Research still pending in Cuba was cancelled. I still cannot find the information I need, and people who have befriended me and on whom I am depending show frequent signs of being infiltrators. In May I went to Havana again for discussions on research left from last year, and on additional needs that have arisen since. For reasons I fail to understand, there is a lack of confidence in my intentions about the book's political content. As a result, research I left pending with them last year has not been done, the same as cancellation if I have to do it myself. Very disappointing, although understandable. The Cubans wouldn't want to be embarrassed by a politically unacceptable book, and political content is something that must come at the end, after the research is finished. In June my publisher's advance ran out, and in order to get another advance I would have had to amend the contract to allow for publication first in France. It may be chauvinism, but as I am seriously criticizing American institutions, I'm determined to make every effort for publication there first, or at least simultaneously with publication elsewhere. I couldn't accept the amendment and I am depending on a few friends for sustenance. A few days after returning from Cuba I suddenly began to recognize street surveillances in Paris, which I suspect may be the French service, possibly at CIA request. But being unsure of the sponsorship and purpose of the surveillance, I went to live secretly at the studio of a friend, Catherine, who agreed that I could stay there until the problem is resolved. About the same time as the surveillance began I was befriended by several Americans, 2 of whom display excessive curiosity and other indications that suggest they may be CIA agents trying to get close to me for different purposes. One of these, a supposed freelance journalist named Sal Ferreira, claims to write for College Press Service, Alternative Features Service and other underground organizations in the U.S. As a means to get some financial relief I agreed to an interview with Sal on my work in the CIA, which he will try to sell. Meanwhile he gives me small loans and tries to find out where I am living. With Sal I met Leslie Donegan, who claims to be a Venezuelan heiress, graduate of Boston University and currently studying at the University of Geneva. At Sal's suggestion I discussed the book and my financial situation with Leslie and allowed her to keep copies of the manuscript to read over a weekend. She agreed to finance me until I finish. Right now I am rushing to prepare what I have written so far, for presentation to an American publisher who will be here in early October. Sal is also helping. He obtained a typewriter for me when I had to turn in my hired one for the deposit. Strangely, he refused to tell me where he got it, only that it's borrowed and that I may have to give it back quickly when the owner returns from London. I shouldn't have allowed Leslie to read the manuscript, nor should I continue associating with either her or Sal. However, I need the loans they are giving me in order to survive until getting the contract with the American publisher in October. If indeed they are working for the CIA, relatively little harm is done because the cryptonyms and pseudonyms I have used will confuse, and I have assured them both that I do not intend to reveal true names, just as I did with Gardner. I have also hidden away copies and preserved my notes so that the unfinished portions could be finished by someone else. Leslie tried to persuade me to accompany her to Spain, but I begged off in order to work with Therese, another friend who is typing the manuscript for presentation to the American publisher, and who is being paid by Leslie. I certainly wouldn't go to Spain at Leslie's invitation. If she is working for the CIA, they may have planned a dope plant with the cooperation of the Spanish service to get me put on ice for a few years. Under Spanish-style justice, prisoners can probably be kept from writing books. If my suspicions about these 2 are ever confirmed, it will be ironic that the CIA, while trying to follow my writing and set a trap, actually financed me through the most difficult period. Of all these recent problems, the worst is that I haven't had the money for the boys to come for the summer. By Christmas, when they have their next vacation, a year will have passed without seeing them. Nevertheless, I'm sure that in October I'll get new financial support so that they can come in December. On no account can I return to the US until I finish. After meeting with the publisher in October, I'll go to London for final research at the British Museum Newspaper Library. They have all the newspapers from Quito, Montevideo, and Mexico City for the periods when I was at those stations, and I will be able to reconstruct the most important operational episodes accurately. These weeks are black. I am very unsure of what may happen. Paris, October 6, 1972. How is it possible? I cannot believe that somewhere in the 500 or 600 pages I've written, this editor couldn't see a book. Or if he could, perhaps he thinks I'm a bad risk. What he wants is drama, romance, and glorification of what I did. When he left 2 days ago for Orly, he barely showed any interest. One can force a positive attitude at times, but to hit a new low after 3 years has its effects. Nevertheless, I continue. Yesterday I began to record on tape the essential information that I can remember on what remains of the book in this version. These are descriptions of operations that I knew of or participated in and that will serve as illustrations. This is easily the most important part and will include 80 to 90 episodes that I will reconstruct from press reports in London, adding our role. By the end of next week the tapes will be finished, and I'll store copies in a safe place. The following week I'll go to Brussels for a short visit with my father, who will be running through, and from there to London. The CIA has been active in recent months trying to bring pressure. In September the General Counsel visited my father in Florida, and also Janet, to express Helms's concern over the book and my trips to Cuba. He also left copies of the recent court decision holding former CIA employees to the secrecy agreement and requiring submission of manuscripts for approval prior to publication. Sorry, but the national security for me lies in socialism, not in protection of CIA operations and agents. Just after the General Counsel's visit to Janet, I received a letter from my oldest son, almost 11 now, telling me of the visit. "Hi, I wanted to tell you that a man from the government came to talk to Mom about you, but she did not say anything except your address. What they told her is that they wanted to pay you money to stop and that they would offer another job, the job I'm not certain about." I went to a telephone at the University of Paris where everyone calls overseas without paying. My son told me he had overheard the conversation while hiding after having been told to go away. The address doesn't matter because it's Sal's. He's been getting my mail since May so that I can keep Catherine's studio secret. In order to keep money coming from Leslie and Sal during these final weeks, I have kept up the fiction of following through with a team effort in London. They have both agreed to accompany me there. Sal will transcribe the tapes and Leslie will help with newspaper research at the British Museum. If I can get support in London, I'll break with them completely, but meanwhile I need their help. Today at a previously arranged meeting, Leslie brought me a used typewriter that she bought only minutes before to replace the one salient me last July. Apparently the owner of the borrowed typewriter called at Sal's and angrily demanded the immediate return of his machine. So I had to rush back to Catherine's studio for the borrowed typewriter, which I returned right away to Sal. I don't need the one Leslie bought because I'm making the recordings, so I left it at Teresa's apartment there in the Latin Quarter where Leslie gave it to me. Little things about Sal and Leslie keep me suspicious. Often after prep-lawn meetings with them I pick up surveillance and they continue to press me about where I'm living. I must hurry to finish the tapes. Anyone would be able to use them to finish the research and the book. Things can only get better from now on. Paris, October 14, 1972. Today my doubts about Sal and Leslie were resolved in the case of Leslie, completely, and in the case of Sal, almost. It began 2 days ago over pizza when Leslie gave me money for the trip to Brussels and London. When she asked how I liked the typewriter she bought me, I told her I haven't used it because of the recordings, adding that I left it at Teresa's apartment. She seemed hurt that I had left it there, particularly as Teresa never locks her apartment. Afterwards, when Sal and I were alone, he said Leslie was very angry that I had left the typewriter with Teresa, and that if it disappears, Teresa has already had several intrusions, Leslie will stop financing me. Without reflecting properly, I took the typewriter from Teresa's apartment to Catherine's studio, although as usual I went through my counter-surveillance routine. I placed it under the table where I work, and this afternoon after finishing the last tape I went out to buy a bottle of beer. When I returned I noticed a man and woman standing in front of Catherine's door, looking as if they had just knocked. As I approached the door, however, they backed away and began to embrace. I knocked and Catherine opened, laughing as she noticed the embrace in the dark hallway. On glancing back at the couple with their full coats and large travel bags, I suddenly realized what was happening. After closing the door I took Catherine aside and whispered that the man and woman were probably monitors of a bugging operation to discover where I am living. She said she saw a hearing aid in the ear of the man, which suggested that the irritating beeps causing interference on my radio over the past 2 days were the signal being monitored. Catherine followed the couple down the steps to see where they went, and in their confusion they went all the way to the ground floor where the doorway is always locked with a key. This building, only a block from the Seine, has its regular entrance on the side away from the river and up the slope, corresponding to the 3rd or 4th floor up from the ground floor where the monitors went. As they had no key they stood around for a moment, embraced again as Catherine passed, said nothing, and began to walk back up the stairs. Catherine, who had been watching them from the garbage room, came back to the studio and told me that they seemed to have portable radios or cases beneath their coats. Now it was clear. Since bringing the typewriter that Leslie bought for me to Catherine's studio, I have been hearing a beeping sound on my own portable FM radio. I paid little attention, however, because of the nearness to ORTF and the frequent other interference I get. I reached under the table, raised the typewriter case with the machine inside, and began to turn it. As I turned it the beeping sound on my radio got louder and softer in direct relation to the turning. Catherine carried it out of the building and the beeping completely disappeared. When she returned it began again. Later I tore open the lining of the inside roof of the case and found an elaborate installation of transistors, batteries, circuits, wiring and antennas, also a tiny microphone for picking up voices. The objects were all very small, mounted in spaces cut out of a piece of 1/4-inch plywood cut exactly the size of the case and glued against the roof. Not only was the object designed to discover where I live through direction finding, it appears also made for transmitting conversations. I shall leave for Brussels in 3 days and Catherine will go to the country for a few days. There is certainly nothing they can do to her. Before leaving I shall stay in cheap hotels in Montmartre, changing each morning so that the police cannot find me through their registry slips. From London I will write to Sal and Leslie telling them that I prefer to work alone from now on. I can find some source of support for the 2 or 3 months until I finish. Leslie is a spy, and I will know for certain about Sal when I ask him where he got the first typewriter he lent me. Obviously that first machine was lent as a stand-in until the bugged typewriter was ready and they could effect a sudden switch. Leslie's feigned resentment when I left the typewriter at Teresa's apartment was the ploy to get me to take the typewriter to where I live. The damage may have been slight, but I've been foolish. From now on I take no chances. London, October 24, 1972. Today, Tuesday, I arrived in London on the train from Paris. In order to avoid carrying the manuscript and other materials to Brussels, where the CIA might have tried to talk to me in my father's presence, I went back to Paris to get them AD to proceed here. At the Gare du Nord this morning a friend was waiting to tell me that on Friday Therese was arrested and taken to an interrogation center at the Ministry of the Interior. For several hours she was questioned about me and the book, They Know of My CIA background, and said the US government considers me an enemy of the state. They were most interested in discovering where I lived in Paris, but as Therese didn't know she couldn't tell them. Apparently she played dumb and was finally released. Tomorrow I will call to reassure her and to see if there are more details. What is interesting about the arrest is that the French have continued to help the CIA. The surveillance and the crude opening of my correspondence sent C/O Sal were probably done by the French. However, by Friday, The day Therese was arrested, the CIA had known for a week where I was living. If the French service didn't know, it was only because the station hadn't told them, probably in order to avoid admitting that I caught the monitors and discovered the installation in the typewriter case. After having helped the Paris station, the French service might not like being kept on chasing around for my hideaway for days after it was known to the CIA. Tonight by telephone Sal also told me of Therese's arrest, adding that Leslie panicked and went to Spain on Saturday. I feigned concern that she hadn't come here as planned, but Sal said he too was going to Spain, tomorrow if he can, in order to let things cool off. I don't want them to know for sure that I am breaking with them, not yet anyway, so I protested to Sal that he must come here to help as planned. He insisted he go to Spain in order to convince Leslie to come to London, and he will call by telephone later this week after seeing her. The British service was well prepared for my arrival. My name was on the immigration checklist on the ship crossing the Channel, which caused me a long interview and then a longer wait. I can take no chances on jeopardizing my status here. Tomorrow I must begin looking for support, as I have money for only a few days. London, December 7, 1972. Relief at last. After calling at the International Commission for Peace and Disarmament, a group that channels protest against U.S. crimes in Vietnam, I was sent to several other possible sources of support, finally to the editor who will help me finish. I now have a contract to publish here, with an advance sufficient to carry me through to the end as well as transcription service and other important support. At the British Museum, moreover, I began reading the newspapers and discovered that here is the pot of gold I've been chasing for the past 3 years. In less than 1 week I discovered so many events in which we participated that I have decided to read all the newspapers, day by day, from the time I went to Ecuador until I returned to Washington from Uruguay. The Mexico City papers will also be valuable for selected events there. The editor accepts the added delay. This places completion from a few months to a year or more away, but it will be worth the effort. Sometimes I feel that I am reading the CIA files themselves, so much of what the agency does is reflected in actual events. I may, in fact, be able to piece together a diary presentation to make the operations more readable. I tried at first to live under an assumed name, more or less secretly as I had done in Paris. But each night as I left the museum I was trailed by surveillance teams, and fatigue led me to give up the effort to conceal where I was living. My mail is again being opened, quite obviously, and meetings arranged by telephone have generated immediate surveillance once more. At times I wonder if the surveillance is mainly for harassment, as it is so clumsy and indiscreet, but if the British service does nothing more serious, I shall be able to finish in calm. In telephone conversations with Sal and Leslie in Spain, she again tried to convince me to go there, but she also refused to send me money. Sal eventually came to London to continue helping me, not knowing, perhaps, that I've solved the problem of support, but at our first meeting I refused his help unless he gave me certain information. Making it clear I thought Leslie was a spy, but without revealing how I found out, I asked Sal a series of questions on his university background and his connections with the underground press in the US. Eventually we came around to the first typewriter he lent me, and when he continued refusing to reveal who gave it to him, just as he had refused earlier in July, I told him we could go no further. I can only conclude that the CIA failed to establish a proper cover story for the first typewriter, since Sal could neither explain where it came from nor why he refused to explain. There is a remote possibility that Sal is the victim of an amazing chain of coincidences, but I can have nothing more to do with him. In spite of the recent good news, there is also a gloomy side. As soon as I had oral agreement on the new contract, I telephoned the boys to tell them I have the money for them to come at Christmas. To my dismay, Janet said she would not let them come, insisting that I go there to see them. She knows perfectly well that I cannot risk a trip to the US until I have finished the book, so she must be cooperating with the CIA to ensure that in my desperation to see my sons I will risk a trip back now. It won't work. London, October 1973. I hurry to finish, now more confident than ever that I really will see this project to the end. The coup in Chile, terrible as it is, has been like a spur for even faster work. Signs of preparations for the coup were clear all along. While economic assistance to Chile plummeted after Allende's election, military aid continued. In 1972, military aid to the Chilean generals and admirals was the highest to any country in Latin America. The growth of the CIA station since 1970 under the chief of station, Ray Warren, the murder of General Schneider, the militancy of well-heeled patriotic organizations such as Patria y Libertad, the economic sabotage, the truckers' strike of 1972 with the famous dollar per day to keep the strikers from working, and the truckers' strike of this past June. Both strikes probably were financed by the CIA, perhaps through the International Transport Workers Federation, ITF, perhaps through the IFLD, which had already trained some 9,000 Chilean workers. Perhaps through Brazil. So many possible ways. Finally, the Plan Z, so like our Flores document in Quito, our evidence against the Soviets in Montevideo, so typical of CIA black documents. Was it placed in the minister's office by an agent in the ministry? More likely the Chilean generals simply asked the station to write Plan Z, just as our Uruguayan liaison collaborators asked us to write the scenario for proof of Soviet intervention with trade unions in 1965 and 1966. Brazilian participation in preparations for the coup and follow-up repression clearly demonstrates Brazil's subordinate but key role in the U.S. government's determination to retain capitalist hegemony in Latin America. Brazilian exiles arrested in Chile are recognizing their former torturers from Brazilian jails, as now they are again forced to submit to such horror. What we see in Chile today is still another flowering of Brazilian fascism. Only a few more months and 10 years will have passed since that March 31 when the cables arrived in the Montevideo station reporting Goulart's overthrow. Such joy and relief. Such a regime we created. Not just through the CIA organization and training of the military regime's intelligence services, not just through the military assistance programs, good for $165 million in grants, credit sales, and surplus equipment since 1964 plus special training in the U.S. for thousands, not just through the Aid Police Assistance Program worth over $8 million and training for more than 100,000 Brazilian policemen, not just the rest of the U.S. Economic Assistance Program, worth over $300 million in 1972 alone and over $4 billion in the last 25 years. Not just the multilateral economic assistance programs where U.S. influence is strong, worth over $2.5 billion since 1946 and over $700 million in 1972. Most important, every one of the hundreds of millions of private U.S. dollars invested in Brazil is a dollar in support of fascism. All this to support a regime in which the destitute, marginalized half of the population, some 50 million people, are getting still poorer while the small ruling elite and their military puppets get an ever larger share. All this to support a regime under which the income of the high 5% of the income scale now gets almost 40% of total income, while half the population has to struggle for survival on 15% of total income. All this to create a facade of economic miracle where per capita income is still only about $450 per year, still behind Nicaragua, Peru, and 9 other Latin American countries, and where even the UN Economic Commission for Latin America reports that the economic miracle has been of no benefit to the vast majority of the population. All this for a regime that has to clamor for export markets because creation of an internal market would imply reforms such as redistribution of income and a slackening of repression, possibly even a weakening of the dictatorship. All this to support a regime denounced the world over for the barbaric torture and inhuman treatment inflicted as a matter of routine on its thousands of political prisoners, including priests, nuns, and many non-Marxists, many of whom fail to survive the brutality or are murdered outright. Repression in Brazil even includes cases of the torture of children, before their parents' eyes, in order to force the parents to give information. This is what the CIA, police assistance, military training, and economic aid programs have brought to the Brazilian people. and the Brazilian regime is spreading it around, Bolivia in 1971, Uruguay in February of this year, and now Chile. Ecuador, too, has seen some remarkable events since I left. The reform program begun by the military junta in 1963 eventually led to the junta's own overthrow in 1966. The early relief of the ruling class because of the junta's repression of the left gave way to alarm over economic reforms, and finally a combined opposition from left and right, similar to the forces that led to Velasco's overthrow in 1961. After a few months' provisional government, a constituent assembly convened to form a government and to write a new constitution, Ecuador's 17th, which was promulgated in 1967. The 1968 election provided in the new constitution developed into a new struggle between Camilo Ponce, on the right, and yes, Velasco, on the, well, wherever he happened to be. Velasco was elected president for the fifth time, but largely because he was supported by Carlos Julio Arosemena, who had managed to recoup a considerable political following after his overthrow. Velasco's fifth presidency began with the familiar spate of firings of government employees to make way for his own supporters, followed in 1970 by his closure of the Congress and assumption of dictatorial powers. Ecuador's 17th constitution had a short life, although Velasco promised that elections would occur on schedule in 1972. Trouble was that Asayad Bucaram, the presidential candidate everyone knew would win, is too honest and too well known to favor the common people. Carlos Arizaga Vega too was the leading conservative party candidate. After Velasco failed to force Bucaram to stay in exile, or to prove through an elaborate campaign that Bucaram was not really born in Ecuador, both campaigns only strengthened Bucaram, all the traditional parties and economic elites, and 80-year-old Velasco himself, combined to promote chaos and military intervention once again. In February 1972, a few months before the elections, the Ecuadorian military leaders took over and Velasco was overthrown for the fourth time in his 5 presidencies. During the years since I left, there have been no meaningful reforms to ease the extreme injustices that prevailed when I first arrived in 1960. Ecuador, however, after all these generations of political tragicomedy and popular suffering, has suddenly become the center of very great international attention. Petroleum. Ecuador this year became a major oil exporter, thanks to discoveries in the Amazonian jungles east of the Andes. Not that these discoveries were really so recent. It is now known that the oil was discovered by the cartel in explorations beginning in 1920, but was kept secret to avoid oversupply on the world market. By 1949 the petroleum companies had been so successful in keeping the fabulous reserve secret that Gala Plaza, then Ecuadorian president, diverted national attention from the eastern region by describing traditional hopes for oil or other resources in the Orient as one great myth. At the same time, under Plaza's leadership, Ecuador became the banana republic that it is, not surprising since Plaza had worked for United Fruit, which, with Standard Fruit, became the dominant power for production and marketing of Ecuadorian bananas. Meanwhile, the oil companies made millions by importing petroleum. In March 1964, just after I left Ecuador, the military junta contracted for new exploration with the Texaco Gulf Consortium, and subsequent contracts under other governments followed. But discoveries in the late 1960s could not be kept secret as in the past, and soon Ecuadorian reserves were being described as equal to or greater than those of Venezuela. By 1971 all the Orient region and all the coastal and offshore areas had been contracted for exploration and exploitation, in almost all cases with terms exceedingly prejudicial to Ecuador but with undoubted benefits to the government officials involved. All 7 of the big companies got contracts, as did a number of smaller companies, and even Japanese concerns. By mid-1972 the pipeline from the Orient Basin over the Andes and down to the Pacific port of Esmeraldas was completed, and oil started to flow, just a few months after the latest military takeover from Velasco. This year Ecuadorian income from oil exports is approaching the value of all the country's exports in 1972, when they were still dominated by bananas, coffee, and cacao. Prospects for increased production and income, 800,000 to 1 million barrels daily, are almost beyond imagination. First indications from the new military government created hope that a leftist nationalism of the Peruvian brand might channel benefits from petroleum exports to the masses of poor most in need of help. There was even talk of land reform and social justice and equal opportunity, familiar themes. Soon, however, a Brazilian-lining faction within the military leadership began to grow, and struggles continue between these reactionary forces and the progressives who favor the Peruvian model. Nevertheless, quite significant steps were taken to recover control of the petroleum industry and to reverse the shameful sellouts made by the military junta in 1964 and by succeeding governments. Several former government officials were even tried for their participation in the vast corruption connected with petroleum contracts between 1964 and 1972. But so far the reactionary forces in the Ecuadorian government have been able to avoid agrarian reform, while military institutions take half of all the petroleum income, the other half being invested in electrification. Benefits from petroleum so far are best described by Agee. Initially, the beneficial effects of oil are being felt mainly in the more prosperous sectors of Ecuadorian society, while the poor half of the population remains virtually isolated from the economic mainstream. The rural and urban poor, with an average annual per capita income of less than $80, provide an inadequate market to stimulate the growth of the modern sector. From a distance one can only imagine the struggle now underway between left and right within the context of Ecuadorian nationalism. Some of the forces involved, however, are evident. Brazilian support to reactionaries is part of larger efforts to get into active exploitation of Ecuador's petroleum, not surprising as Brazil must import 80% of its oil. On the U.S. side, while military aid was suspended because of the tuna war, the public safety program goes on, worth about $4 million in organization, training, and equipment. The 1972 Public Safety Project for Ecuador describes the program's purpose: to assist the government of Ecuador to develop and maintain an atmosphere conducive to increasing domestic and foreign investment, and the law and order necessary for a stable democratic society, by working through the national police. The logic seems odd. The military government has declared its intention to remain in power indefinitely. The national police enforces military rule. Therefore, strengthening the national police will lead to a stable, democratic society. The CIA station also continues, now larger than ever with at least 7 operations officers under embassy cover in Quito. Paul Harwood is now chief of station, and 4 operations officers in the Guayaquil consulate. Keith Schofield is chief of base. By this year the IFLD has trained almost 20,000 Ecuadorian workers, while COSLO continues to make inroads against CTE dominance in the trade union movement. In 1971 COSLO and the International Federation of Petroleum and Chemical Workers established the National Federation of Petroleum and Chemical Workers, with none other than Matias Oloacapiano III as one of the main organizers. No question about the importance of Ecuador's petroleum workers now. Perhaps in months to come the military government, using petroleum income, will commit itself to fairer distribution of income, and to programs that will benefit the mass of the population. The reforms, agrarian, economic, and administrative, remain to be realized. Without doubt the chance that progressive forces will prevail underlies the policy of the Communist Party of Ecuador to support the current military government. Perhaps the government will fall under complete domination of its Brazilian-line faction. Perhaps it will continue without clear definition beyond continued favoring of the already wealthy class, allowing the petroleum bonanza to trigger extreme inflation and distorted economic development, as in Venezuela. But if it is to take a progressive path, it will have to overcome not only the pro-Brazilians within its ranks, but also the U.S. government programs, not the least of which are put out by the CIA, including IFLD, COSLO and other reactionary organizations. In any case, events since I left demonstrate increasingly the triumph of those revolutionary ideas we fought so hard to destroy. Today Ecuador is immensely closer to the inevitable revolutionary structural changes than when I arrived. Events in Uruguay since 1966 have been no less interesting than in Ecuador and considerably more revealing of the Brazilian military regime's readiness to fulfill the role of sub-imperialist power in South America, remaining within and supporting continued U.S. hegemony. In March 1967, Uruguay returned to the one-man executive as approved in the November 1966 elections. 9 months later, however, the moderate Colorado president died and was replaced by the rightist vice president, Jorge Pacheco Arico. Pacheco's 4 years in office were marked by continuing inflation, continuing financial and governmental corruption, no reforms, and failure to repress the Tupamaro movement in spite of widening use of torture, right-wing civilian terror organizations, of the type financed by the Montevideo station in the early 1960s, and police death squads on the well-known Brazilian model. The full flowering of the Tupamaro movement during the Pacheco presidency brought long periods of state of siege and suppression of constitutional liberties but with little success. Brazilian official policy of strengthening conservative influence in Uruguay, begun in 1964 by Manuel Pio Correa, resulted in the formation during the Pacheco presidency of Brazilian-line factions, both in military institutions and in the traditional political parties. In the November 1971 elections, Pacheco was defeated in his attempt at re-election through constitutional amendment, but the winner was Juan Manuel Bordaberry, Pacheco's next choice after himself. There was wide belief that the chief Blanco contender had actually won the close election, but through fraud the presidency was given to Bordaberry, an admitted advocate of Brazilian-style solutions and a prominent landowner. In the early 1960s, Bordaberry had been a leader of the Federal League for Ruralist Action dominated by Benito Nardon. He resigned his Senate seat in 1965 and in 1971 was running as a Colorado. Results of the 1971 elections indicate the remarkable growth of leftist sentiment in recent years. In 1958, the Electoral Front of the Communist Party of Uruguay received 2.6%, 27,000, of the total vote, in 1962 3.5%, 41,000, in 1966 5.7%, 70,000, and in 1971, strengthened with other groups in the Frente Amplio, 18.4%, 304,000. CIA estimates of PCU membership, published by the Department of State in World Strength of Communist Organizations, also grew correspondingly from 3,000 in 1962 to 6,000 in 1964 to 20,000 in 1969. With all this and the Tupamaros, too, something had to be done. On taking office in March 1972, Bordaberry reportedly intensified the use of torture on Tupamaro prisoners which, in combination with errors by the Tupamaros themselves, led to severe setbacks for the movement. By September 1972 the Tupamaros were forced into a period of reorganization. Successes against the Tupamaros, however, created greater consciousness within the Uruguayan military of the injustices and corruption against which the Tupamaros had been fighting. Interrogations of Tupamaros led the military to uncover more stunning corruption than ever, and the trail began to lead back through the Pacheco regime to Pacheco himself and to Bordaberry, who had been one of Pacheco's ministers. Investigations led to the arrest of some 80 business leaders in late 1972, and to an increasing tendency for military intervention in the civilian government. In February 1973 the military finally took over but kept Bordaberry in office as chief executive, establishing a National Security Council as the mechanism for controlling the government. The Uruguayan military justified their intervention as necessary for rooting out corruption and effecting agrarian, tax and credit reforms. Combating Marxism-Leninism was another justification offered by the military, which was itself divided among those under Brazilian influence, those favoring a leftist nationalism of the Peruvian variety, and those favoring closer relations with Argentina to preserve independence from Brazil. In June the Congress was closed and Brazilian-line military leaders were clearly in control. With the ascendancy of Brazilian influence in Uruguay during the Pacheco and Bordaberry military governments, repression of the entire left has reached previously unimaginable proportions. Leftist parties have been proscribed, the National Workers' Convention outlawed, prisons overflow with political prisoners, freedom of the press has been eliminated, and left-wingers have been rooted out of the entire educational system. For having covered the Chilean coup, 3 newspapers and 1 radio station were closed. The University of the Republic has been closed and the rector and deans of all the faculties are facing military courts. Torture of political prisoners, already widespread under Pacheco, now seems to be equaling Brazilian proportions. Meanwhile, since I left Uruguay in 1966, the economic crisis has deepened even more. Per capita economic growth during 1960–71 was 0. Inflation, according to the government's own figures, was 47% in 1971, 96% in 1972, and will reach 100% this year. For 1962–72 inflation was near 6,500%. The peso, in the 70s when I left, is now down to 750 officially, and to over 900 on the black market. Purchasing power of the ordinary Uruguayan has declined 60–80% in the past 6 years. Little wonder that latest polls indicate that 40% of the population would emigrate if they could. In March this year it was revealed that Bordaberry had secretly sold 20% of the country's gold reserves in order to pay foreign creditors, and he continues to pursue his admitted economic goal of integration with the Brazilian economy. Assistance by the U.S. government to the Pacheco and the Bordaberry/military regime has of course not been lacking. Military aid to Uruguay during 1967–71, grants, surplus equipment and credit sales, totaled $10.3 million and for the financial year 1972 was just over $4 million, equivalent to almost $1.50 for each Uruguayan. Training of the Uruguayan military also continues with a total of over 2,000 trained since 1950. Economic assistance to Uruguay through aid and other official U.S. agencies rose from $6.5 million in 1971 to $10 million last year. The public safety program also continues, worth $225,000 last year with a cumulative total, since it was started by Ned Holman, in 1964, of $2.5 million. About 120 Uruguayan policemen have been trained in the U.S., and over 700 in Uruguay, in riot control, communications, and investigative procedures. CIA support? Montevideo station officers under embassy cover grew from 6 to 8 between 1966 and 1973, not to mention increases under non-official cover or within the aid public safety mission. Significantly, the chief of station since early this year, Gardner Hathaway, served in the Rio de Janeiro station during 1962–5 when the Goulart government was brought down and the military regime was cemented in power. Similarly, the deputy chief of station, Fisher Ames, served in the Dominican Republic during the repression following U.S. military invasion. Prominent among leaders of the Bordaberry/military government is Juan José Gari, for the old ruralista political action agent who is one of Bordaberry's chief advisors and, with Bordaberry, one of the leading opponents of the reforms mentioned but not yet started by military leaders. Important too is Mario A. Garando, 5 close liaison collaborator of the station when he was Montevideo chief of police in 1958–62. He's now a retired army general and was a leader of the military coup in February. Progress can also be noted in station labor operations. Since starting the IFLD operation in Uruguay in 1963, over 7,500 workers have been trained. This program enabled the station to form a new national trade union confederation, finally replacing the old Uruguayan Labor Confederation, CSU, that was scrapped in 1967. The new organization, called the Uruguayan Confederation of Workers, CUT, was formed in 1970 and is safely inside the fold of ORIT, ICTU, and the ITS. The pattern for formation of the CUT is almost a carbon copy of the formation of the COSLO in Ecuador. For the time being power lies with the Brazilian line reactionary elements in the Uruguayan military. as in Ecuador the chance exists that those military officers who prefer a nationalist and progressive solution will eventually triumph, so that some of the reforms so drastically needed can be imposed. But as in Chile and in Brazil itself, this terrible repression only raises the people's consciousness of the injustices and can only speed the day for revolutionary structural transformation. Events in Mexico have been less spectacular than in Ecuador and Uruguay. The one-party dictatorship of necessity lacks the violent lurches of political free-for-all and military coup, but no less indicative of rising revolutionary consciousness. While the country's remarkable per capita income growth, an average 3.2% increase annually during 1960 to 71, reached just under $800 last year, the benefits continue to be enjoyed by very few. The poorer half of the population gets only about 15% of the total income, and according to the Bank of Mexico, half of the economically active population lack job security and earn under $80 per month. A study by the National University revealed that of Mexico's 24 million people of working age, 9.6 million, 40%, are unemployed. As in the case of Brazil, Mexico's lack of an internal market because of income concentration in the privileged minority has forced the country to scramble for export markets in order to continue its economic growth and to meet payments on its enormous foreign debt contracted for development projects. Surprise and alarm spread through Mexico's wealthy elite when Luis Echeverría VI campaigned for the presidency in 1970 on a program for redistribution of income, so that workers and peasants would receive a fairer share. His intensive campaign throughout the country seemed designed for a candidate fighting an uphill battle against an overwhelming opposition, not altogether misleading since the opposition was the people's apathy rather than another candidate. His reformist policies were strongly opposed by Mexican business and industrial interests, and his new attempt to introduce democratic procedures within the PRI intensified divisions within the party. Although new statutes providing for greater internal democracy were adopted at the PRI convention in 1972, Echeverría has had scant success in trying to get a redistribution of income. Fears within the privileged minority that reforms might dangerously weaken the whole PRI power structure, together with resistance to the economic effect of redistribution, have effectively prevented significant reforms from starting. Faced with the prospect of continuing injustice and failure of reform, Mexicans are increasingly turning to revolutionary action, and as revolutionary consciousness and action has grown, so too has the level of repression. The guerrilla movement in the Guerrero Mountains continues to operate successfully against the discredited Mexican army, in spite of the death of its principal leader, Genaro Rojas. Bank expropriations, executions, kidnappings, and other direct action grow in intensity as urban guerrilla movements appear in the main Mexican cities. The student movement, too, gains new strength in spite of regular right-wing violence. Just 2 months after I left Mexico, another Tlatelolco-style massacre occurred when a peaceful student march of 8,000 was attacked by some 500 plainclothes parapolice armed with machine guns, pistols, chains, clubs, and other weapons. The number killed was kept secret. Regular police forces were prevented from intervening even afterwards when the thugs invaded hospitals to prevent treatment to the injured students, roughing up doctors and breaking into operating rooms. Reaction to this carefully planned and officially sponsored attack caused the resignations of the Mexico City police chief and mayor, but Echeverría's promised investigation was predictably unsuccessful in finding those responsible. 1 year later, in June 1972, dozens of students were injured when police attacked a demonstration commemorating companions killed at the Corpus Christi massacre. Since then, repression of the student movement has been attempted alternately by the regular police forces and by the government-sponsored right-wing terror squads, with killings of students in August 1972 and February, May, and August of this year. 2 months ago, the new right-wing rector of the National University in Mexico City called in the police to take over the campus, in order to enforce his program to depoliticize the university. Continuing student demands for justice have brought clashes in other university cities. Meanwhile, U.S. official support to the Mexican government and military continues. The CIA station in Mexico City remains the largest in Latin America. Strange that Jim Noland lasted only 1 year as chief of station and that John Horton lasted only 2, replaced by Richard Sampson, who in 1968 replaced Horton in Montevideo and who was transferred back to Washington not long after the Mitrian execution. Perhaps Echeverria has refused to have any contact with the station. Or it continues with its headquarters in Mexico City and with the Inter-American Labor College in Cuernavaca. Programs in Mexico of the IFLD also continue, and one can assume the station's support to Mexican security services is as strong as ever. The gap between rich and poor grows in developed countries as well as in poor countries and between the developed and underdeveloped countries. A considerable proportion of the developed world's prosperity rests on paying the lowest possible prices for the poor countries' primary products and on exporting high-cost capital and finished goods to those countries. Continuation of this kind of prosperity requires continuation of the relative gap between developed and underdeveloped countries. It means keeping poor people poor. Within the underdeveloped countries, the distorted, irrational growth dependent on the demands and vagaries of foreign markets precludes national integration, with increasing marginalization of the masses. Even the increasing nationalism of countries like Peru, Venezuela, and Mexico only yield ambiguous programs for liberating dependent economies while allowing privileged minorities to persist. Increasingly, the impoverished masses are understanding that the prosperity of the developed countries and of the privileged minorities in their own countries is founded on their poverty. This understanding is bringing even greater determination to take revolutionary action and to renew the revolutionary movements where, as in Chile, reverses have occurred. Increasingly, the underprivileged and oppressed minorities in developed countries, particularly the U.S., perceive the identity of their own struggle with that of the marginalized masses in poor countries. The U.S. government's defeat in Vietnam and in Cuba inspires exploited peoples everywhere to take action for their liberation. Not the CIA, police training, military assistance, democratic trade unions, not even outright military intervention can forever postpone the revolutionary structural changes that mean the end of capitalist imperialism and the building of socialist society. Perhaps this is the reason why policymakers in the US and their puppets in Latin America are unable to launch reform programs. They realize that reform might lead even faster to revolutionary awareness and action, and their only alternative is escalating repression and increasing injustice. Their time, however, is running out. London, January 1974. 6 months to finish the research and 6 months to write this diary. If it is successful, I shall be able to support other current and former CIA employees who want to describe their experiences and to open more windows on this activity. There must be many other CIA diaries to be written, and I pledge my support and experience to make them possible. Had I found the advice and support I needed at the beginning, I might have finished in 2 years rather than 4, and many problems might have been avoided. The CIA is still hoping to make me go back to the US before publishing the diary, and I now find that my desperation to see the children was indeed what they thought might lure me back. Janet now admits that the agency has been asking her for a long time not to send the children so that I would have to go there to see them. Although she refused to cooperate and sent them here last summer, she again refused to send them for the Christmas vacation while suggesting that I go there. Perhaps only when the children are no longer children will my seeing them become unraveled from the CIA. For those who were unaware of the US government's secret tools of foreign policy, perhaps this diary will help answer some of the questions on American domestic political motivations and practices that have arisen since the first Watergate arrests. In the CIA we justified our penetration, disruption, and sabotage of the left in Latin America, around the world for that matter, because we felt morality changed on crossing national frontiers. Little would we have considered applying these methods inside our own country. Now, however, we see that the FBI was employing these methods against the left in the US in a planned, coordinated program to disrupt, sabotage and repress the political organizations to the left of Democratic and Republican liberals. The murders at Kent and Jackson State, domestic activities of U.S. military intelligence, and now the President's own intelligence plan and Plummer's unit, ample demonstration that CIA methods were really brought home. Prior restraints on using these methods against the respectable opposition were bound to crumble. In the early 1960s, when the CIA moved to its new headquarters in Virginia, Watergate methods obtained final institutional status. How fitting that over the rubble of the CIA's old temporary buildings back in Washington, the new building that rose was called Watergate. When the Watergate trials end and the whole episode begins to fade, there will be a movement for national renewal, for reform of electoral practices, and perhaps even for reform of the FBI and the CIA. But the return to our cozy self-righteous traditions should lure no one into believing that the problem has been removed. Reforms attack symptoms rather than the disease, and 110 other proof is needed than the Vietnam War and Watergate to demonstrate that the disease is our economic system and its motivational patterns. Reforms of the FBI and the CIA, even removal of the president from office, cannot remove the problem. American capitalism, based as it is on exploitation of the poor, with its fundamental motivation in personal greed, simply cannot survive without force, without a secret police force. The argument is with capitalism, and it is capitalism that must be opposed, with its CIA, FBI, and other security agencies understood as logical, necessary manifestations of a ruling class's determination to retain power and privilege. Now, more than ever, indifference to injustice at home and abroad is impossible. Now, more clearly than ever, the extremes of poverty and wealth demonstrate the irreconcilable class conflicts that only socialist revolution can resolve. Now, more than ever, each of us is forced to make a conscious choice whether to support the system of minority comfort and privilege with all its security apparatus and repression, or whether to struggle for real equality of opportunity and fair distribution of benefits for all of society, in the domestic as well as the international order. It's harder now not to realize that there are two sides, harder not to understand each, and harder not to recognize that, like it or not, we contribute day in and day out either to the one side or to the other. London, May 1975. After a year of increasing doubt whether this diary would ever be published in the US, the way now looks clear. Had not Rep. Michael Harrington and Seymour Hersh and others made startling revelations in the year past, the political climate might not have permitted publication in the US even now. Not that the CIA hasn't tried to delay and suppress this work, spurious leaks to discredit me, threats to enjoin publication, hints of expensive litigations. Yet in the end it is the CIA that gives way as its very institutional survival is brought into question. We already know enough of what the CIA does to resolve to oppose it. The CIA is one of the great forces promoting political repression in countries with minority regimes that serve a privileged and powerful elite. One way to neutralize the CIA's support to repression is to expose its officers so that their presence in foreign countries becomes untenable. Already significant revelations have begun, and I will continue to assist those who are interested in identifying and exposing the CIA people in their countries. Probably at no time since World War II have the American people had such an opportunity as now to examine how and why succeeding U.S. administrations have chosen, as in Vietnam, to back minority, oppressive and doomed regimes. The congressional investigating committees can, if they want, illuminate a whole dark world of foreign Watergates covering the past 30 years, and these can be related to the dynamics within our society from which they emerged. The key question is to pass beyond the facts of CIA's operations to the reasons they were established, which inexorably will lead to economic questions, preservation of property relations and other institutions on which rest the interests of our own wealthy and privileged minority. This, not the CIA, is the critical issue. Notes. 1. Analysis of the economic and social evolution of Latin America since the beginnings of the Alliance for Progress, Washington, August 3, 1971. 2. The author has no knowledge that this person is in any way connected with the agency at present. 3. The author has no knowledge that this person is in any way connected with the agency at present. 4. The author has no knowledge that this person is in any way connected with the agency at present. 5. The author has no knowledge that this person is in any way connected with the agency at present. 6. The author has no knowledge that this person is in any way connected with the agency at present. Appendix 1, Alphabetical List of Individuals. An alphabetical list of individuals who were employees, agents, liaison contacts, or were otherwise used by or involved with the CIA or its operations, and of organizations financed, influenced, or controlled by the CIA, as of the date or dates at which they are referred to in the main text, unless otherwise indicated. In some cases, the individuals referred to may have been unwitting of the CIA's sponsorship of their activities. The CIA's involvement with the organizations whose names follow was generally effected through key leaders of the organization or through other organizations controlled or influenced by the agency. Thus only a very few members or leaders, sometimes none, of these organizations actually knew of their connection with the agency. Moreover, many of the organizations listed were publicly revealed as having connections with the CIA, and some have since severed relations with the agency as a result. For example, the International Commission of Jurists, ICJ, has stated that, in 1967, on becoming aware of the ultimate source of some of its funding, it took steps to ensure that no further support from the agency was accepted. Therefore, the author wishes to underscore that none of the material in this appendix and in the main text should be understood as referring to the present status of these individuals or organizations.